Chapter 7, Interlude I. Hello all, welcome back to the story. Without further ado, please enjoy the post. PS, if you message me about Halo and so on, I will respond however much I can. Any of you may message if you wish and I'll do my best to answer. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters are available on patreon/boombox117. The Discord channel is discordgg/vr88t64ye7. Interlude 1. 16th of February 1944. A piece of porous rock broke away when his foot settled onto it. Atticus stopped in his tracks, his eyes roving around, observing, scrutinizing the sight before him. The heavy light of the floating enchanted orbs shone down from up on high, causing some faces to gleam like dull burnt-out stars under the blazing light. The lands of Ilos. It could not hide from the truth under the light. It was ugly. Jagged. Rocks with edges that cut through skin with mildest of pressures, dull bulbous unsightly surfaces that hid between those unforgiving peaks. Yet, this only preceded what was promised. What was to come? He breathed in deeply, his magic allowed to permeate the world around him, and just as it expanded into the lifeless world around him, he connected to the vast power that was within the membrane of the universe itself, and it poured in like starlight into his frame. The emptiness melted away as the universe opened up to him, once more profoundly immersed in the greater whole of magic, of the universe, of existence. Even in this disconnected place, apart from the magic that coursed through the earth, he still sensed much. Magic permeated the universe, it was limitless in scope and in possibility. The currents of magic, the endless streams that touched everything and anything shone before him, even in this lifeless place, and it wasn't all that he could see. He breathed out and let the future fall into place. With a ghostly shimmer, rolling hills with evergreen grass and plants replaced the desolate land in an iridescent light, towering gleaming buildings stood above houses, apartments, and markets, filled with silent bustling faceless people. Ilos was alive. It had been in his dreams. And it would be in the future. The future and its probable possibilities had unfurled with his increasing understanding of living time. He was aware of the threads that bounded reality, and he could see the paths those threads wanted to take, could take. He saw Ilos in moments, in captured echoes along its gentle march through time to what would once be. He shook away his sight and the future faded away as the present settled in. A present where millions of sharp, uneven glossing rocks peeked out from destitute and hard surfaces, surfaces that were grey, black and stark, bereft of life save for perhaps microbial bacteria. For now, Ilos was little more than a hollow egg, sterile and unfertilized, an empty space with kilometers of thick seamless, gleaming silvery grey shell sheltering it. Ilos would not taste open air for some time to come, not until the mechanisms that would open up the top half like shells sliding away were complete. A process that was ongoing as golems worked on cutting at specific points by annihilating atoms on the outer surface with modified ancient human beam weaponry. It would be a year or so before the runes that were being inscribed by his elves onto the outside surface of Ilos were complete, and another year before the mechanical systems were in place that would open up the shell and expose the surface of Ilos to sunlight and the air of Earth. Long before that point, the lands of Ilos would be ready, he thought as he stared at the current landscape. The transfiguration array had turned out the surface inward as the rest of the asteroid had been transfigured. It was almost as if he was walking on the surface of the moon itself, far from the fertile land it would one day become. The transfiguration array had been complex enough. The transfiguration of untold tons of iron and nickel into adamantite in the desired shape had no further leeway to also transfigure rock into soil, a complex task that could not be so easily left to transfiguration arrays. He wasn't sure if he could do it even if he spent over a decade working on it, not on that scale, not without aid from magic herself, to guide and interpret his desires and somehow create the complex chemistry and biology that even the most starved soil on Earth would have. It was inordinately easier to create more of something than it was to create something from nothing or without equal sacrifice. There was a reason why fertility rituals had mostly remained unchanged for thousands of years, and it was one of the few large-scale rituals that endured despite the widespread banning of rituals in most parts of Europe and elsewhere. Soil was a part of life, and the only forms of magic that could create life or allow life to thrive was through one form of sacrifice or another. He had not been keen to spend years or longer attempting to create forms of transfiguration that violated that tenet just so that the transfiguration array could work. It had taken long enough to build the transfiguration array that had created the frame of Ilos, most of which had been time spent in the time room in one of his trunks, and he would have delayed things far longer than they needed to be when he had another avenue. No, there was no reason not to do it the old-fashioned way, not when most of the time-consuming work had been covered, work that had hollowed out billions of tons of metallic material and transported that material out into hidden storage facilities all around the world that would feed a secondary factory that Moira had planned to build to sustain the production rate they needed before and after she left for her mission, creating the hundreds of cavities Ilos would need to integrate all of the technology that would allow it endure for millennia. And all of that had been achieved at the same time as the array completed the outside ovoid shape, a frame that now consisted of hundreds of cavities that would in time be filled with systems, machinery, and technologies of all kinds. Power systems and its infrastructure that ran along the lengths and depths of illos that would feed from the power plants that would nestle in the core, the slip space drive located at its dimensional center and its support systems that would run along the spine of illos, the thrusters and engines nozzles that would protrude out through most of the outer surfaces of illos, the tracks just a kilometer and in some locations several kilometers down from the inner surface where mithril would eventually run through primarily as artificial ley lines, all of that, and more. No, he would draw inspiration of his ancestors, the mage priests that performed rituals to keep Egypt drought-free. It was rather fitting, that despite his expertise in magic, he would draw back towards his roots, towards his ancestors, the ancient mage priests that performed rituals that were beautiful with its peeled simplicity that kept Egypt drought-free. Far from his initial plans of when he intended to transfigure seawater into rock and then into soil. How unrealistic was I, he pondered in tired amusement to himself. To transfigure rock into life-sustaining earth was almost akin to creating food. Possible, yes, easy? If only. He reached down and picked up one of the shards of rock and looked it over. Like most things, even the most simplest of things has a degree of complexity to it, and soil was just like that. There was bedrock, there was parent material, subsoil, a horizon, and then there was the topsoil itself, which was comprised of organic matter, silt, sand and clay, which created the texture of the soil. He smiled to himself as he stared at the rock whilst he was crouched down near to the surface. He rolled the piece of rock in his hand. It had taken billions of years for life and nature to flourish on Earth, and in hundreds of millions of years since, magic had nurtured it, touched it, resonated with it. It had become so deeply entwined with nature that it had taken a form of sentience, its own form of magic in nature magic, and it deepened life itself. Caused people, animals, nature itself, to be greatly in tune with the cycles of life to the point that Atlanteans could glean enough to create the perfect symbolism in phoenixes. And so, life needed the right conditions to flourish. Life needed death to thrive, to wither and die so that more could grow. It also needed magic to become more. And to bring the world to life, he needed to sacrifice, to destroy existing life so that it gives opportunity for life here on Illos to flourish. Thankfully, the ritual did not call up any human sacrifice, and instead livestock was used. He had read allusions that the plagues of Egypt had been because of dabbling in human sacrifice by using Jewish people as a medium. He could understand how those plagues could have come to be if they'd sacrificed even one vengeful magical who had cursed them all with his/her sacrifice. Goat's blood would be more than enough, fortunately. His elves had bled thousands of goats without killing them. In ancient rituals, goats and cattle had tended to be what was sacrificed, and in ancient Egypt, in lieu of human sacrifice, it had been no different, he thought amused. His smile fell off his face as a mist-like ghost figure appeared to walk before him, an apparition that almost impossible to see but just enough that you make out the outlines. The world around him began to ebb and flow with undulating ripples until the ghostly visage became clearer and he was amidst a bridge of a highly advanced ship with several dozen people around him. The atmosphere seemed rife with controlled anxiety and simmering fear. People worked quickly as demands were worded out with a stoic expression by a man whose face was becoming ever clearer, his ghost-like features solidifying into features that he could see, white face markings that he could make out. It was getting worse, he thought with frustration as he stood back up as he clamped down on his magic and his sight, drawing it ever closer to himself. The apparitions faded away as reality settled back into existence before his eyes, the sight of barren rock a welcome sight. It seemed like not even staying awake could keep it at bay. The texts that Moira's people have left behind, these perceivers, on how to navigate living time, had enhanced his sight to the point that he could now see the road clearer with more clarity and with active control. A road that before had been mired with metaphors and obscuration of most of what had laid before, only showing him the relevant sections of the road, the obstructions of what was before him, the splits in the road, was now clearer for the most part, even if it was silent and lacked the depth of weight of the visions he had before. He could see the road when he was looking at what is, and saw in the same breadth of what could be. His mind still had trouble wrapping around the possibilities that he could see, and it was his fortune that he could unconsciously and increasingly consciously focus on a few probable paths. But with this deepening of the ability to traverse time itself, somehow came the susceptibility to the domain itself and all its chaos. It had been a surprise, when he had realized what was forcing him to see all of those experiences in his dreams. He at first thought he'd found a way of best of both worlds. Whereas he could feel himself at times drift away as he traversed the future in living time, not unlike a feather surfing on a warm summer's wind, the domain was akin to an elephant sitting atop a pole with its end boring into his skull. Even after the first few times he had experienced the experiences, it never got easier, and each time he'd experienced the same depths of emotions, often of soul-tearing horror and hopeless dismay with very little sense of self, of who he was, resolutely becoming the one whose essence he wore. A chaos of experiences that the domain kept on forcing on him, one that wreaked havoc on his slumbering and now wakened mind again and again and again. He didn't understand why, or how. He knew his ability to traverse living time with growing ease had something to do with it, but why was that the trigger? And what could a repository of knowledge want with him? Even as he thought that, he knew it was wrong. He knew that the domain was more than that. His father had been real, or real enough that it made no difference, a haven for souls, of essences. Yet what could it want? It was these kinds of disquieting and unsettling thoughts, coupled with the intense desire to avoid feeling so out of control in his own dreams, that he had not slept. Yet it had not brought him peace, not when it had begun to seep into his conscious mind for the past few days, battling with his will and magic as it attempted to force his consciousness to experience what it wanted him to experience. Shapeless forms breaking and shattering into each other, ghosts of men and women and beings that stood sentinel over hopeless moments, sights that drowned him as rivers of oozing fetid, rank, and infectious unity spilled over in sun-blotting waves across a field of living green on which he stood. He closed his eyes as he tried to banish those thoughts. Surely not. Always it was like that, ancient happenings of desperate war against an indomitable insatiable enemy that grew stronger as you grew weaker. Objectively, he had discerned possibilities as to why it was showing him that. It wasn't hard to understand. But he wanted nothing to do with it. He didn't want to know why it kept showing him that, those ancient conflicts that should have rid the galaxy of their menace and threat of life. Because they were gone. Right? He hated the feeling of burrowing unease that he could not rip out. He rose in the air almost frenetically, almost as if he were seeking to outfly his troubling thoughts, his robes fluttering as he climbed and rose several hundred meters before he began to fly at a more sedate pace towards another part of Illos. His eyes roved around catching several golems shattering rock before they would place a charged wardstone in its designated area. The lands of Illos had an area of almost 8,000 square kilometers, nearly the size of Crete, as they adjusted the final ovoid dimensions to 83 kilometers long and 120 kilometers at its widest, greater than the original 77 kilometers by 97 kilometers they had originally intended by the time they finished the final adjustments a mere few months before they transfigured the asteroid. This was partially done to allow for greater living space on the inner surface of Illos but also to allow for a wider body that increased the capacity of what be lain within the cavities of Illos with future expansion of capabilities in mind. Not all of that inner area was just land of course as he neared towards a body of water. It was roughly just over 1,000 square kilometers and at its deepest 3 kilometers deep. The water was captured from the nearby cold Arctic Ocean with the use of a modified vanishing cabinet, a simple and inexpensive way to transport the large body of water that did need any further use of magic, and was in the process of purification. As he neared, he could see the grooves that were made into the surface of the barren rocks, deep grooves that would ran throughout Illos and where certain streams would be turned into the purest of drinking water whilst others would be turned in the clearest streams that would reach out and encircle the future city. He approached one of areas marked out as a beachfront where Emily was. He outstretched his hand slightly as he slowed down and as he neared her, he hovered in the air for a few seconds before he brought himself down. She turned to him, her deep blue eyes that glowed brilliantly bored into him as she looked at him. He offered a small smile to her, once she returned as the corner of her lips curled ever so slightly, before he walked over to her. She broke their gaze as she returned towards the water. I have checked and the coral groups have taken hold. All of them? He questioned impressed as he turned his gaze towards the body of water. It had been the first thing they did before the water was transported in. It had served as a good large-scale experiment to see success or failure of large-scale fertility and echo-establishing rituals. They'd placed wardstones from the shallow regions to the very seafloor several kilometers down and changed the surface to match tropical and subtropical seafloors. After that, they'd taken diverse range of corals from coral reefs mostly from Southeast Asia and grown them in all of the shallow regions of the inland sea where they had built substrates for the corals to grow in. Not all of them, she told him, a hint of annoyance creeping in her voice. There were species that starved due to the too calm waters. She turned to him as she explained further. It seems like we will need to simulate greater turbulence if we want species that reside in shallower conditions to thrive. He nodded. We can do that with the pulsars, he said as he stared at the softly ebbing sea. They'd have to increase the rhythmic pulsing of the enchanted devices that were laid out on specific locations that generated the waves. Yes. Emily agreed. I've already moved the pulsars towards where I have marked out where the new corals will be encouraged to take hold. It's just a matter now of finding the optimum rate of surges and tides at this location. She said as they continued talking on how to improve the conditions of their ocean. One of the elves came by to give a status update in that time whilst Alice winked on to report on the numbers of wardstones implanted and when it was projected to be completed. Not long after a bleeping sound interrupted them. Time to go back, she said as she brought out a time turner from her pocket. He looked at it with a grimace. Emily noticed his grimace and her lips twitched with amusement, bearing into the territory of schadenfreude in truth. It's going to be a long couple of years if you're dreading going back to Britain this much. Emily said idly. Easy for you to say. Your role is as easy as getting a niffler to take a galleon. He said with a pointed look. Honestly, their roles weren't comparable at present. Do you think it's easy to appear as a saint? She said with a raised eyebrow. Whilst at the same time trying to ensure that the chaos we're seeding leaves me, largely, free from your taint. No, he admitted, but you have to admit it's rather easy to endure when everyone is fawning over you, whereas. He said with a wave of the hand. Whereas with you people are growing ever more discordant as you bully your way into all kinds of businesses, bully your way into forcing centuries-old society to changing to your whims, causing all those with even a speck of power within the ministry and Wisengamot to look at you with weary and growing distrustful eyes. She said with a humorous lilt to her voice and with smug amusement in her eyes. He glared at her for a moment before he allowed a grimace. Yes. Mother magic, I never realized how tiring it could be. Honestly, how did other people bear it? Even if it was just a show, a pantomime, it was god-awful and it was tiring. Especially with how he had to restrain himself from ripping some of them apart. If helps, you are doing a spectacular job of it. Emily said. I've been approached by one of his Slughorn's contacts in the ministry, an undersecretary of some sort yesterday. And? He asked, if only to satisfy his curiosity. Her lips twitched as her eyes sparkled with amusement. I've been asked to convince you to at least retract some of your rather inflammatory comments. Ah. He said with a nod as he began to smile. Of course you said you'll try. She shook her head as her face melted into an impressive mournful expression. I explained to him that I am unable to convince you away from the distressing path you've set yourself onto. How unfortunate. He said with a shake of the head before he peered at her. We still have many years to go before I'm forced out. Yes. She said with the incline of her head. However, seeds need to be planted even now. A small smirk grew on her face. It helps that the wider masses are easy to manipulate. Atticus nodded with a hint of distaste. Yes, it did help. It always simmered in the back of his mind, the mild guilt, with how much they were contorting people's beliefs, their perception of truth and the ease in which they allowed them to do so. The public adored them on a scale that he could only describe as being a mixture of A-listed celebrities combined with all the reverence that people like Gandhi or Mandela would have gotten from the people they championed. The fact that magical Britain grew up on tales of heroes and champions made it all too easy for them to worm their way into their lives without much resistance, now or in the future. Whereas he spoke on their behalf in the Wisengamot and churned out invention after inventions that changed society, Emily moved towards gripping the younger generations and British magical culture, each move and task done to cement her own individuality from his own and solidifying her status as a founder reborn. After all, the founders had effectively built the centerpiece to British society and Emily was only reinforcing that image of hers as someone interested in furthering their legacy. When the time came, it would be hard for there to be justifications to oust what many would declare part of their own legacy. And in the wake of that truth, she'd continue to identify and root out the last obstacles. She continued, the conversation will be relayed to the upper echelons of the ministry and it will cast some doubt of our relationship, doubt that they won't voice out but it will be a doubt that they'll remember. He nodded. Perhaps. But it needs to be believable if you don't want to join me in exile, he said with a teasing tone. There was always that risk, however small in probability, if they miscalculated, if they overplayed their hand. If. She rolled her eyes as she closed the gap between them. Don't worry about my performance, Lord Husband, she said, placed her hands around the time turner. He grabbed her the shoulders as she continued to speak. Just worry about your own. She said with an amused glance from the corner of her eyes as she turned the time turner back to 7 hours, the maximum in which a time turner could go back to. She'd found it in Grindelwald's caches at not far from Nurmengard when they'd raided it for Atlantean scrolls whilst they left most other tomes behind as the ICW had been on their heels. Grindelwald had cast a strong obscuring charm that kept the base from being found immediately after his defeat and it was not the only present he had left behind. Suffice it to say, they were rather forward-thinking by bringing some of Seeker drones to trigger some of the more unique variations of Egyptian death traps. I'm never worried about my performances, lady wife. I'm sure if we had neighbors, they could attest to that. He said salaciously with a teasing grin. She glanced up, her smile growing as her lips twitched at the comment. I expect you to keep true to those words, dear husband, she said as her eyes burned a vivid blue as her lips stretched wide and, with a swirl, they were back in time and back to their lives in Britain. For the next few weeks, in between moving their plans for Britain along, they continued to work on the ocean whilst they also worked on finalizing the large-scale ritual that would transform depths of several hundred meters of barren rock into soil. They'd settled on turning the soil to Welsh and Central English soil. Most of the barren rock was uneven with several hundred-meter-high peaks of rock. Transforming it into similar but fertile topography was the most efficient way to do it without resorting into long, tedious projects that would take months to complete. They could have diverted the facility to build some automated machines to speed up the process, but it was unnecessary. After all, there would be other opportunities to make Illos more fertile. During that time, his mood had deteriorated as continued to prevent himself from sleeping as much as possible with occlumency, only worsening with each experience in the few times he had slept, something that hadn't gone unnoticed by Emily though it was uncommented upon. She knew that he wouldn't lie to her, but it seemed like she was waiting for him to tell her. It was hardening, this show of patience and care, yet he knew it was coming to an end. Whilst he continued to sleep alongside Emily in their bedroom, he never fell asleep, his occlumency never dropping, and when he needed to sleep, he'd been alone. And each time he awoke from those episodes, his magic had been out of control and his mind sluggish, briefly unaware of where he was. Each time, he tried harder not to sleep. Unfortunately, those experiences, though diluted, were happening several times a day now while awake. He knew that it was not sustainable. He was already feeling more and more haggard, worse than he had felt during the worst of the war in the early months in France. Creatures, horrors in truth, that had indomitable wills, indomitable desires to consume and to ruin all life. You've been gone for a little while. He heard, and it thankfully shook him out of his troubled thoughts as he turned towards the source of the loud but soothing voice. His mother was looking at him with inspecting eyes as she walked towards him. He plastered a smile on his face for her. It wouldn't do to worry her for no reason. Not tonight. His mother, Emily, the Flamels, Dayton, Sandra, Derek, Moira, and Rockwood were all here tonight, here to witness the grand effects of the ritual that would start as soon as the clock struck midnight. All of them had come before, at one stage or another, to Illo's and had expressed interest in seeing the ritual performed, though Nicholas had helped somewhat with adding an alchemic component to the ritual that maximized the effect with the volume of goat's blood used in the ancient ritual. Just wanted to take a last moment to take in what Illo's was before it was changed forever. He said to her with a smile, the lie effortlessly rolling off his tongue. He extended out his hand as she walked up the hill and gently guided her on top of the small mounted rock. He glanced past her and gazed towards the barren rocks as tens of thousands of squares glowed faintly all around them. It won't be long now, he commented, and she hummed in agreement. She smiled as she stared out. Marcus used to love to tell me tales of his family in Egypt. Her smile grew as she focused on the glowing squares. The land had been a fascination of his, like it had been for so many of his yours forebearers. He remembered. Father had often told him about the ancestors who had ventured to Egypt in search of lost heritage. He'd have loved to see this. He said a little quietly. Yes. She agreed with a fond sadness. He would have loved it all. She finished as mother and son stood by each other, comfortable with the other's close presence before they continued talk, though this time about happier things for a little while. Time ticked away and soon enough it was time for the ritual. Mother, are you up to arrive there in style? He asked her with a slight grin as he checked the time. There were about 5 minutes to go before the ritual was set to start. They could apparate there since it was half a mile away, but he thought his way might be more fun. His mother turned to him, a fine eyebrow arching as she took a moment to process what he was talking about, and the moment she understood, a mischievous smile cut across her face before she nodded. Grab hold of me. Tightly. He warned her lightly. She grabbed hold of him and he sighed inaudibly as he let go the reins of his magic slightly, and soon enough they were afloat and flying away. After a minute or two flying, they saw the congregation by the ritual site, and as they crowd turned to face them, he set his mother down with care as they arrived. He took you flying? Nicholas asked. He never once accepted my pleading. He said, put out. Didn't you fly around just earlier? Derek asked with a raised eyebrow. Pa. That's not the same. Nicholas waved dismissively. Anyone can make cloak of levitation. Derek and Sandra shared a glance that said much, something that was worded out by Rockwood. Rockwood laughed. I think you estimate everyone too much. I don't know how you got that cloak to work so well, even turning a corner without effort, and I do well in runes. Nicholas turned around and faced the young man who was still in his Hogwarts uniform. Ah, you see, it's not runes, it's enchanted. Runes wouldn't be able to respond so well with reading slight body movement. So you have tied the enchantment with red minor movement of some part of your body, likely your hands. His mother asked curiously, and Nicholas smiled as he nodded. Yes. He said as his face turned sour. It's not as smooth as you think either. You can get used to it, I suppose, but it's not as fluid as his method is. Nicholas said grudgingly. And that is why I don't take you up. Atticus said with a grin. You'd figure out exactly how I do it, and it wouldn't surprise me if you managed to replicate it, in your own way. Nicholas' eyes widened before he narrowed them deep in thought. Atticus waited for him to say anything further, but it seemed like he was lost in thought. Perry walked to them and took one look at his face and turned to him as she wrapped her hands around his arm. He'll be like this for a few moments, ignore him. She said with a kind smile. Emily's waiting for you. She added as she walked towards the others. He nodded to her before giving his mother a brief smile before he left. He saw Emily standing there, her back facing him as she stood by the ritual center, a center that had well over a dozen lines that emanated from the center and would split off into hundreds and then thousands as it connected with wardstones in this massive, elaborate runic circle. He approached the ritual center, one that was tied to the wardstone squares all around Illo's, and stepped next to Emily, who had a knife in her hand. His hand rose and his fingers twitched as a clock appeared above them. 11:58 it read out. Emily turned to him. Had fun clearing your mind? She asked him, her tone light but her knowing eyes bored into him. Not so much. He admitted to her. He turned away from her gaze. I will tell you when you ask. He told her after a moment passed. He saw her looking at him in the corner of his eyes, her expression softening in a way none other than him could know, and he knew her silent thanks for what it was. The clock ticked to 11:59 p.m. He extended his hand before her and she took a glance at the clock, and when it struck midnight a.m., she slashed his hand and the drops of his blood fell onto the marked circle, and with a dim glow, it seeped into the earth. Emily extended out her own hand and slashed it, her blood adding to his blood. His wound healed within seconds just as hers did, and they raised their hands in a praying motion. With our blood, we pay the cost. With the blood of the sacrifice, we ask and pray for this land to live. Hear our offering, Lady Magic. They chanted out, the streams of blood that coursed in channels from one wardstone to another lit up, its radiant red glow almost outshining the sunlight orbs, the magic in the air growing more and more as they stepped back. His eyes glowed when he opened himself up to the full breadth of the streams of magic, intent on feeling the ritual effects as the wardstones grew brighter and brighter. Bubbles of multispectral light ruptured around where the wardstones had been placed, spheres of magic that grew as each second passed, and as it continued to pass through the rock, he could see the change, so tiny, so minute but growing as time went by, and it was almost akin to seeing a flower opening up its petals to the nurturing warmth of the sun. Do you see it? He whispered to Emily as neither broke their gaze of the sights before them. The spheres of magic? Yes, faintly. She told him, her voice was even but he could sense her excitement, her pleasure at seeing such large-scale efforts of magic. He was pleased for her before he refocused on the changing environment. The bubbles passed through them all, at first just the nearest ones, but then it was all of them, like unrelenting waves of energy, of magic, passing through them harmlessly even as the soil they stood upon changed physically. It had been gradual, slow but undeniable as hardened rock made way for hardened earth and then soil, no doubt comprised with organic matter, silt, sand, and clay, all of which had been the part of the ritual as the base on which to convert the barren rock to. Neither of them said anything and none behind them did either, and it was 28 minutes later that the last of the magic ebbed away. Atticus crouched down and sunk his fingers into the soil. It broke apart under the pressure and his fingers dug into it. It was perfect. Magic never stops to amaze me, he heard Sandra say as she approached them with the rest of the people. He stood back up, a smile on his face. I couldn't agree more. The earth may still be barren, but it was earth, and now complex life can grow on it. It was not long after that they celebrated with a feast around a campfire. Drink and food had been consumed as poker was played. Merriment and outrage had been the entertaining song of the night as scuffles and arguments accompanied competitive games of poker, different generations and different experiences of life melting away as all were immersed in the friendly games. And when the games had played out, conversation sparked about how to seed plant life, to ensure all kinds of plants, trees and forest plant life could take hold in the new earth, Rockwood questioning and Nicholas and Perry answering, whilst Moira spoke amusedly with an increasingly inebriated Derek, his mother speaking with Emily about the next phase for Illos. It was on nights like these, nights of sharing and camaraderie, that had made him forget the future and the past as he lived in the present, with those who had come to share in the small but significant step towards the realization of Illos. It was not long before people began to depart. Moira and the Flamels had been first to leave. His mother and Dayton had been next until he, Emily, Derek, Sandra and Rockwood remained for a little while longer. Derek snorted at something Rockwood had said and Sandra slapped him on the shoulder. What was that for? Derek asked, a little perplexed. Don't make that noise. It's unbecoming. Sandra said almost in an imperious tone, but it was rather tainted with the clear notes of inebriation in her voice. What noise? Derek asked. You know very well what noise. You know, that PPPPRTTT. Sandra mimicked exaggeratedly the noise you make when you effectively want to say hippogriff shit in a rather obnoxious way. Derek turned away from Sandra and drank heavily from his pint of strong ale. I'm not being the one who is obnoxious right now, he muttered under his breath, but loud enough for everyone to hear. It resulted in Sandra slapping his shoulder again, though this time causing Derek to yelp out, what is it with you woman, and turning violent when you have a bit of drink in you? He exclaimed out, though he was more amused than at all angry. Violent? Sandra asked with dangerous narrowed eyes. I meant affectionate, Derek said with an appeasing tone as he grinned awkward whilst at the same time shifting ever so slightly away from his fiancée. Emily gave Atticus a look as she arched a brow, as if to say, your associates, your problem, and his eyes shined with mild mirth before it evaporated away. As entertaining as it had been, it was time for it to end. Derek, Atticus said commandingly, his voice travelling through the air with a crispness that demanded to be heard. Derek turned to him, and after the look Atticus had given him, he had understood despite the haze of drunkenness. Come on dear, Derek said as he stood up, it's nearly 5, we've got to get home. It was lovely to see you all. Sandra said before they disappeared in a swirl. I think it's high time for me to go as well, Rockwood said as he stood up. He turned to them and bowed. Lord Sayer, my lady, the young man said with a deep bow. I wanted to thank you for allowing me to see an opportunity of a lifetime. I do not think I will have it again, see such incredible displays of ritualistic magic. He finished with hints of amazement in his voice as he straightened up. You've proven yourself to be a capable and keen student of magic, Rockwood. It was only right to invite you along. Emily said with keen eyes. Even if what had happened afterwards wasn't what you were used to, Emily said with a playful smirk. Atticus' lips curled at her playfulness. He didn't have much to do with Emily's associates. Emily no doubt had a stern and dominating presence that her people saw and knew, so to see her act so, Out of character amongst people likely was a strange experience for the young man. He wasn't surprised that Rockwood got to see this glimpse of another side to Emily. Out of her associates, he knew she favored Rockwood. Rockwood flushed as he smiled sheepishly. Yes, I certainly didn't expect to be playing a muggle game with you, the Flamels, or with muggleborns. No, I doubt you would have. Emily said with a tug of her lips. Rockwood looked her at understandingly before nodded and took out his portrait. He bowed once more before he disappeared in a swirl. You trust him? Atticus simply said as he stared at his wife. She glanced at him. I trust his loyalty. She simply answered as she stood up. He is devoted to me just as Lestrange as though each of them will serve a different purpose. Seeing me like this, at ease and informal, far different to how I was at Hogwarts and now in the public sphere, gives him the feeling that he is close to me, that he holds a privileged position that none of the others in the inner circle do. She turned to him. He will do all that I ask without question, without coercion. She said with a faint smile as her dark blue eyes set on him. From what he knew, he was an intelligent young man who had a mind for research and was able to approach things from a creative viewpoint. He would be perfect for the unspeakables, and their goals there. A mind free from alteration or influence was necessary for their more difficult plans. Atticus hummed as he moved towards his wife. And the others? He asked her as he stopped in front of her, his hand rising as he placed the back of his hand gently across her face. How are things shaping up with them? They are eager to persuade their families join their banners to mine. Her eyes shadowed, no doubt memories played at that moment before they flashed away. Offering me their family's influence is the height of what most of them can offer me, so it is not a surprise it is what they think will get them into my grace. She said with no arrogance, as if such behavior was as natural as breathing. To her it likely was. To have others offering more and more of themselves until there was nothing left. Lord Malfoy has reached out to me a number of times, persistent and keen to establish a cordial relationship with me. Abraxas must have been convincing to his father. No doubt witnessing the creation of Illos remains a firm fixture in his mind. Her smirk grew as her eyes lit up in delight. Not surprising given that he was quite shaken for some time after the event. She added, taking joy of ruining someone's entire worldview even as her eyes dilated as he stroked her hair back behind her ear. He brought his lips down to hers, stopping a mere half-inch away. And he let escape from his lips as brought up his other hand and caressed her face. The Carrows, the princes, the Knots have all had their heads of houses inquiring about me beyond just their heirs, questioning whether or not I am someone that could be allied with. She said, her warm breath coating his lips as she moved closer to his body and her arm snaking around his back. Cautious. He said slowly as he stared at her beckoning lips. Likely to make sure despite their heir's encouragement, that they don't ally with someone that shares the same beliefs as her husband despite their heir's assurances. He said in a humming tone, the rumbling in his throat sounding more like a growl as he neared the end of his sentence. Her tongue swept across her blood-red lips, a motion that resulted in the bottom of her tongue touching his own lips with a passing glance, one that he could hear sent both of their hearts racing. That sounds right. Emily whispered musically. Eventually they will bow like any other insignificant being, but until then, I suppose I must suffer the consequences of your... She whispered in a near entrancing tone. Foolish. Warm air was pushed from her lips in a deliberate manner pressed against his lips. Careless. She said as her hands traveled up his arm's gambit. My husband is all kinds of trouble. She trailed off before she leaned forward, placing her plush, soft lips onto his and he pulled her in, deepening the kiss. Emily broke the kiss almost violently as her eyes blazed with intense longing, a longing that roused the lust within him even further. Home, Emily hissed out as the portrait took them away in a swirl that lead them back to their home and where they would in a feast of passion, satiate their desires and love well into dawn. Excerpts in alternate perspective from Halo Silentium by Greg Bear. He appeared before her with his most loyal warriors. They stood between her and the orange sun, and it was apt that it was so, to stop her from marching into distance without knowing the danger that remained unknown. Librarian, he said as he stepped forward, into the light. He sees her eyes soften in pity, for she sees what he is, for what he feels. He was ravaged, darkened by blotches and his flesh rotting from within. Pain was his state of being. He should be angry at this woman, at this being whose race ended his, yet he found himself only holding affection for this woman that had championed his people's remnants, this woman that had raised them as her children. We have been allowed to come here to die. The grave mind. He coughed, harshly, painfully, but he pressed on. It needed to be said. The grave mind is on its way to the secret ark, preparing to devour whatever hopes you've laid up there. But it has sent us to you with a final message, Great Mother. He said as he and his warriors closed the gap between themselves and her. Her expression is pitiful and horrified. He understood. They were pitiful, they were horrific. Death, when it came, would be a final release of the torment his enemies had brought upon him and his warriors. This we're told by the grave mind, the greatest of them, who has consumed 10,000 planets and brought entire galaxies to an end. This is what we're told. They kneeled at her feet. The love and affection his host had felt turned overwhelming. This woman whom they had come to see as their mother. Life mocked them all. How terrible it was that their descendants had come to love the wife of the man who destroyed them all, yet he could not disagree however much he could. That within his essence he had come to see her as a mother too? You are my children. The librarian whispered, and he spoke in his host tongue, affectionately and lovingly as the grip of death tightened around them. I listen, Forthenko. Memories flashed by him as the name resonated within him, memories of a proud warrior, equal to this woman's husband, fighting a hopeless war on two fronts with all the violence and destruction it necessitated, yet ultimately coming short to save his people from its inevitable doom. It was proud name. It was a defeated name. The precursors lived in many shapes, flesh and spirit, primitive and advanced, spacefaring and locked to their worlds, evolved over and over again, died away, were reborn, explored and seeded many galaxies. This I was told. I understand little. He understood little, but he remembered that there were others of his people who had understood more, who saw more. We are your children, librarian. But we are also their children. And what they learned across many billions of years they stored in this galaxy. We do not know where. The grave mind tells us something impossible to understand, that most of what has been gathered comes from before there were stars. We do not believe in such a time, but the mind insists, the life patterns and living wisdom of 100 billion years. They tell me the immense field projected by this reserve is known to forerunners, was once accessed by them. Is that so, librarian? Her expression turned to horror as she stepped away, as she began to comprehend. His people once knew of the domain and traversed through it, yet they had never known where it had been stored. I'm listening, she said, more urgent this time. The grave mind no more understands the whole truth than we do. It is past all our understanding, from the greatest, to the smallest. This reserve was wrapped around precursor architecture, protected for many billions of years. Out there, he said as he pointed towards the blue sky, perhaps if there were enough time, we could find it. But when the halos are fired, not only will sentient life across the galaxy vanish, but all that knowledge will vanish as well. The greatest treasure of all will be destroyed. Her expression turned into unsettled dismay as life and its experiences were set to be destroyed twice over with the firing of the halos. I will send a message, she told him. Forthenko found himself echoing with the grave Emin's horrific humor as his cracked lips stretched to allow a laugh. You don't understand me, librarian. The effects of the halo radiation are already felt, he told her, and saw the flicker of anger and disbelief on her face. He grabbed hold of her hands, squeezing once before he let go and fell to his knees. The halos will be fired, he said as he felt the horrifying unity trembling and withering. They are being fired. They have been fired, he said in growing agony as he collapsed forward into the dirt and grass. He wheezed and tried to sing an old warrior song. It was time, he was finally dying. An end to this horror. Their vain attempts to plant the seed of their parent, their awful parent, would never come to pass. Perhaps it was for the best. Excerpt from Halo Silentium by Greg Bear. He stared out into ocean of space. The time had come. The installations have been sent to their strategic positions within the galaxy. Almost nothing is moving out there. Many questions remain unanswered. What we do know to a virtual certainty is that the power of the flood and the reawakened might of the precursors will be extinguished. The beam energy of the installations cannot travel slower than light, and ultimately, will propagate at near infinite velocities. Already, 2 of our halos report pre-echoes that suggest the combined discharge has already happened. What choice remains to me, then? Somewhere, sometime, I have already given the order. Offensive bias passes along more messages. Broken, fragmented, desperate from individual ships, the survivors of decimated fleets, outposts finally able to send data, now that slip space has resumed its mysterious liberation. One purports to be from the Life Shaper, but there is high probability it is fake. After all, it is signed librarian. She would not willingly use that name to sign a message, not to me. There is nothing to say, no way to respond to their cries for assistance, for attention, for one last chance to connect with what remains of the ecumene. No way to respond to their cries, to give them time to make repairs, to move. I take complete responsibility. It is my decision. Do we delay? Offensive bias asks. No delay, I say. Checkpoint for final abort, 10 seconds. Installation 04 Alpha Halo, it shall be called, will initiate discharge, followed sequentially by the remaining installations. The rings will fire once their fields intersect. And then follow so many details, all handled superbly by offensive bias. The Metage has taken its final fleet back to the line, running ahead to meet Mendicant Bias and the Grave Mind and a fleet of flood ships larger than has ever been witnessed. That battle will delay our foes long enough to finish what has already been set in motion. Ironic that in this deadly act there is such grace and perfection of execution. This will be the greatest combined operation in the history of warriors, in the history of forerunners. It is proceeding flawlessly. We will feel side effects, how intensely, no one can tell. There has never been such power unleashed all at once. I press the activation plate and close my eyes. Forgive us, I say. Have said. Will always say. Deep, harrowing rupturing howls of unknowable consciousnesses bawled at him, its reverberations echoing unfathomably within the very structures of magic herself, torn and ripped and shredded as if unbreakable claws were sunken deep within its membranes, within its universal flesh. Consciousness came to him as he rode waves of unending maelstroms of disharmony, of madness, and his body shook, tremored, in the wake of this quake. Atticus. He heard a stern but concerned voice calling his name and he realized that he was afloat and it wasn't him that was shaking, not entirely, but rather their bedroom as his turbulent magic wrecked and sheared at the world around him. He calmed his racing heart and slowly withdrew his magic as he tilted himself back feet downward. He was shaking, glancing around with wide eyes, in cold clinging sweat. The bed was ripped apart, as if a Taurus had come and ran it through with its horns, shredding it to pieces. The wardrobes were shattered and splintered, the marble walls and floor were cracked. His stomach dropped, realizing the degree in which he'd lost control. Atticus. He heard once more and his eyes turned to her. She was furious but there was naked concern in her eyes, concerns that echoed from the feelings he was picking up from her. Her nightgown was ruffled and her wand was out. From the bend of the damage around her, he realized that she likely had to shield herself from his episode. A feeling of loathing crept within him. I'm sorry. He said quietly, almost in a resigned tone as their gazes met. Emily said nothing for a while before her wand twisted like a blur and their bedroom began to repair itself as shattered woods creaked back together and pieces flew into cracks and cracks closed up. Everything began to return to where they once were and during that time their gaze never broke. I've been having trouble with an unintended consequence of traversing through living time. He admits as the last piece of furniture returned to its original place. He turned away from her gaze and sat at the foot of the bed as his hands trailed across his face. You know it's been growing. I see more now than ever before, to the point where I can see the future in my waking moments, he told her before he looked up at the ceiling. But there are also the involuntary visions and experiences of the past. Visions, experiences that I have little to no control over. Glimpses of ancient happenings, of wars fought in greater magnitudes than I ever imagined possible. He said almost to himself as he closed his eyes. Horrific choices that were better than none. The damage caused to magic herself. Not even Moira's tales of what had happened during their wars prepared him for months of grim experiences of what her people and the Forerunners had faced. What the Forerunners had done. He felt her magic reach out to him and he closed his eyes with contentment. She sat next to him and he reopened his eyes and turned to her. Her expression was gentle and soft, a rare expression that was worth more than any priceless artifact. She raised her hand and caressed his face. That's why you've been refusing to sleep. She stated as her startling blue eyes met his own. Yes. He said with a weary and worn half grimace. Show me. She asked of him. Show me what you see. And so he showed her. He showed her of the battles in space, the horror of the sickness, the wicked intelligence of the beings that stemmed from the sickness, all of it almost. And through all of it, the glint in her eyes slowly sharpened before like dark sapphire gems as he showed her of what the domain had made him see. You're right. Emily said after moments had passed, after she processed the experiences and visions he'd shared. He saw that she was concerned, not shaken but unsettled. He spared her the depths of emotions that came with each experience. This is intentional. Emily said with narrowed eyes. And I'm not so sure whatever it is that is making you see all of this as benign. She said with pursed lips. You don't think it's magic? He said curiously. He didn't think it was either, his mind going back on what he had felt after those weapons were fired. It had shredded her. Yet what he had felt from the consciousnesses was far too distinct, too abstract for it to have been magic herself. No. She said after a moment as she peered at him, seemingly studying him. Your relationship with magic has always been silent but present. Less so when you pleaded to her when Grindelwald. She trailed off. He looked at her with mild surprise. Silent but present. She tilted her head as she spoke, almost annoyed. Surely you have noticed, Atticus? Magic clings around you like you are a part of it, more so than any other magical, may it be beings or creatures or otherwise. He said nothing for a moment. He hadn't noticed. Was he really that in tune with magic? She continued, breaking him from his contemplation. There is more to this domain than we know. It's effectively a realm within magic, no? We all know that there is precedent for creations of magic to develop sentience when it had not been planned for, or worse. Her eyes darkened. There could be something that wants you think that. She said, her voice low and agitated. I thought that might be possible. He admitted to her. That I'm being influenced by one of those things. He had wondered about that ever since he began to understand what he was seeing. But why would they give up their advantage if they were still out there? Even under subterfuge? Was it taunting him about what it would take to stop them? He clenched his fists as he steadied himself. He could never condone that to her, to his people. No. As he calmed himself, as his mind whirled on the possible motivations whatever it was forcing him. It was possible it wasn't them but wishful thinking would not do, not when he had gleaned so painfully for months of the kind of insidious intelligence they possessed through experiences of lives once lived. It's possible. Emily allowed if what I saw that creature speak of is true. A flicker of unreadable emotion flashed on her face before it disappeared that there is a link between these precursors and the sickness, then it stands to reason that they could be doing something to the domain. Though why exactly, I don't know. She adjusted her nightgown slightly as her emotions leaked. Suspicion and grudging anger. She knew as well as he did that psychological torture was a good enough reason on its own. When did you say this started? She asked absent-mindedly. It was after I got the hang of traversing living time, in truth it was soon after I managed to figure out how to layer the future onto the present. He said to her. He learned to turn his glimpses into broadcasts and it unraveled the threads of possibilities in living time in the present. His ability to see the infinity of magic, knowing magic, neurophysical energy, was entwined within the fabric of the universe, allowed him to layer the future onto the present in his mind, in his eyes. After all, visions were merely glimpses of living time granted through magic. Yet, it had the unintended side effect the domain suddenly opening up to him. A feat that he never wished to happen despite its alluring knowledge. The temptation of seeking out his father had been strong but he remained anchored. These experiences with the domain only strengthened that anchor. You've shared with me visions of what is likely to come but never what you've just described, she said with intense curiosity. They'd always talked about what he'd seen, many times he'd share the visions with her, and from that they worked out the steps they needed to take for their plans but he hadn't shared this with her yet. Do you want me to share memories? He asked her and she shook her head. Just describe it to me. It feels like I'm part of time itself. He said after a moment. Just as I see the footsteps of my future self, I can also see the future selves of others, silently moving before they move just as I see echoes of possibilities, of probable steps and paths. He said with hints of reverence. Like a watchmaker who could see in his mind the position of every single gear within his watch with each passing tick of the second. She looked at him with a strange look, one he couldn't quite place. You watch my future often, don't you? She asked after a few seconds. He met her gaze. At times. When I'm not with you. He confirmed. He wouldn't lie to her. He liked watching the possibilities around her and he found himself gain a newfound admiration for how well she understood the threads that held people together, and how well she understood where to pull to unravel them. I can't see everything. The further I see, the more the road snakes unless I look in macro scale which is clearer but no less changing all the time. He said with a weary tug of the lips. It seemed like people were like lakes always pelted with little pebble stones whilst places, like illows, were more like calm ocean surfaces quietly ebbing and flowing within a scale but still prone to major unrest. I try not to but you are often on my mind. He said with an unashamed look on his face. She rolled her eyes but he sensed she wasn't too displeased by it. Do you want to learn? She looked at him oddly. You've seen me learn, she simply stated. It's a possibility. He told her before he continued. The future is never set. Like rivers they change. At our hands or by itself. Though it was likely she would learn. He'd seen more often than not that she'd develop what seemed a tangible sense for probabilities and what lead to divergences of significance. It was different to how he saw living time, an array of visual stimulation that worked in perfect harmony with his sight, former glimpses turned into broadcasts that became clearer each day that passed. He suspected from his visions that people with the sight would likely see what he saw, and whilst everyone else could only further develop their sixth sense towards the threads of living time. Not until we can find out exactly what has led to this loss of control. She said finally, shelving it for another time. Do you think Moira might know about this phenomenon? She asked. Atticus gazed away from her. He was almost certain she did. Yes. He admitted. I think she knows and I think she expects me to come to her. But you haven't. She said she couldn't access the domain and he wasn't sure if she'd be much help. In reality, he didn't really want to. No. I don't want to rely on her. He said carefully. They were relying on her too much in the first place. Illos would have been built. It would have taken longer, yes, but eventually it would exist. But would they have been able to leave Seoul within the next 100 years? Even if they could have, they would have gone into a universe that they knew little of and not even he with his visions and sight could have prepared them. They were very dependent on her and while Moira was his ancestor, she was still maneuvering him into place, had been maneuvering him into place. She confessed as much with the tale of the long-term plot of her people that included her own daughter. The more they weaned themselves off of the dependency on her, the better off they would be. Good. Emily said almost satisfied. She might be an ally, an important ally, Emily said grudgingly, but she isn't to be trusted, not completely. She pointedly averted her eyes after a few seconds from his knowing gaze. Her wariness was strengthened by her dislike of the woman. Emily was a very prideful woman and Moira had dented it last year. Still, despite the mostly one-sided enmity, Emily worked with Moira well enough. His expression shifted as he returned his mind back to the problem at hand. There is only one path, he said with much resistance. It was going to take time to train his mind and his magic to subconsciously prevent the forced experiences from happening. He avoided it long enough, he supposed. He'd seen it working from the way he'd seemed at ease, but he'd also seen that it would be a worse time than he had so far. In truth, he dreaded it. What could be worse than what he'd experienced so far? She turned to him, her eyes showing that she reached the same conclusion: to train yourself to avoid it even in your sleeping state. She asked, and he grimaced affirmatively. You'll have to avoid being in public until you've gotten this under control. She mused. In case it gets worse. He said mirthlessly. Yes. Last thing we'd need is an occurrence whilst you're awake, she said firmly before she paused, a mild frown on her face. It was somewhat like at the beginning of hyperpercipience, right? She asked keenly. That took years to control. He pointed out. That would be a cakewalk in comparison to this. And he'd taken his time with it. Something that he wouldn't be able to, or do, in this instance. Yes. She agreed, her eyes sharpening. Years we most certainly don't have. That is why you'll sleep every night until you can force it out, until you can sense when the intrusion of visions is coming and keep it out. Her lips curled as her eyes bored into him. You've already said that you could force it out during your waking hours, proving that you can do it at all. She sighed and her tone was softer as she continued. You don't do yourself any favors by delaying what needs to be done. She said as her thumb circled softly on his cheek, a knowing glint in her eyes. It will take months. He said after a moment as he looked away from her. If it must. Emily said matter-of-factly, and she continued before he could speak. We can adjust our plans. We have always adjusted our plans as and when it was needed. We're still early enough in it anyway that there is little consequence. She said promptly. He gave her a small smile, one she understood when she spoke. Did you think I was going to let you to deal with this alone? She asked as she removed her hand from his face, but he snatched it before she could withdraw completely. I didn't. You never would. He said, implication clear in his words. He brought her hand to his lips and kissed it gently. You are, after all, my partner in everything. He said after he gripped her hand tightly. Something passed in her eyes before she allowed a smile to form before she grew serious again. We can't ignore the possibility that the parasites might still be around, that this domain is in fact warning us. She said with tight lips. I know, we'll need to prepare for that possibility. He said slowly. He had thought on what they could do and he had some ideas. He thought they might have to defend their civilization from other, unknown threats. Perhaps even the forerunners that might have retreated somewhere. Not resurgent parasites that might have infected whole GA. I will have Alice prepare the groundwork for the research projects that I have in mind. Atticus said finally. She nodded. Good. She paused for a moment as she peered at him for a while until she spoke again. Do you think we should accelerate our plans? After a few seconds had passed he spoke up. No. We can't change our plans that drastically without stabilizing everything, which will be counter to our long-term goals. He shook his head. I'm not getting the impression that it is imminent. He looked away from her. You know, I have seen a few decades into the future, Emily, not too much, mostly of Illos and the war in Europe, but nothing has happened in that time that involves the parasites. He had seen Illos grow and he'd seen Britain turn. He'd seen Europe flock to a conspiracy, whilst the rest of the world beckoned forth. Very well. She said with a nod. You know. He began slowly as he turned to her completely. We could have that honeymoon we never went on. She raised her eyebrow before her nose pinched slightly. That would be a good way to get out of the public sphere until you re-establish control. She said thoughtfully. India. Atticus said after a moment. She looked at him curiously and he explained further. It's large enough that we can disappear from anyone watching us and has enough going for it that we can occupy our time with. There might be plenty of ancient magical sites that we can plunder after we check with the satellites, and there is also the fact that we can visit the Parcel Mouth village that I visited before Hogwarts with Benedict. Her eyes lit up as the idea of finding more magical texts, and she liked the idea of visiting other Parcel Mouths even more from the way she relaxed until she stared at him. How long have you known we'd go to India? Weeks. He admitted. He'd seen the path he wanted settle, and then, when the possibilities led to the man on the mountain temple. She remained silent for a moment. Even for myself, it's hard to comprehend that you live in the future as much as in the present. He felt something from her, nothing clear, but he understood enough. Even then, I never forget you, Emily. How could I? When even in the future we are as bound as magic is to existence itself, he said quietly. You are my anchor. In our present. In our future. That was the truth, and he made sure she felt it unhidden in his magic as he reached out to with his magic washing over her with eager truthfulness, of sincerity. The corner of her lips ticked upward as the edges of her eyes softened. And that will always be the case, I promise. He said before he brought her hand to his lips and kissed it, his eyes shining with an unbridled pledge. It was a few days afterwards, after they put things in order and a few restless nights, that they left, and soon enough they were on the international flight to India. As they exited the international flight station at the Indian Ministry, they were met by a group of men led by an immaculately dressed greyed man with dark brown skin and wore a beaming smile on his face. Namaste Lord and Lady Sayer, the man said kindly as he joined his palms together, a greeting several others of the group did whilst what he presumed were guards remained at attention. Atticus smiled at the man and inclined his head Namaste. He said just as Emily did as his eyes read the people before them. I am Darshan Jagannathan, Deputy Minister of the Indian Ministry, and these men here are Anuja Kandalwar and Sanjay Joshi, Senior Under-Secretaries of the Ministry. The man said to them. Quite the welcoming. Emily remarked as she looked at them with a raised eyebrow. The man chuckled exuberantly, of course. He exclaimed as he clapped his hands, gripping them tightly for a moment as he continued, it's not every day a defeater of a truly terrible Dark Lord comes to visit our wonderful country, let alone the fact that both of you are from such storied noble lineages. The man unclasped his hands and waved one of them lazily. To not come to welcome you personally would have been discourteous, as I'm such, you understand. The man finished with a smile. Atticus smiled politely, of course. He turned to Emily, who met his gaze briefly before they broke away, and he continued, and we're honored by it. He said, which made the man smile even larger. The next hour had been tedious but informative as the Deputy Minister welcomed them to India. They hadn't been shy in the way they displayed utmost respect whilst they carefully questioned why they were here. We should have snuck in, Emily commented dryly as they stepped out of the illusioned alleyway that hid the entrance to the Indian Ministry. Emily waved her wand around them and their clothes changed to the local attire before she waved once more and an illusion charm spread over them that changed their features and skin tone to that of locals. They turned a corner and walked out further into the busy street that was packed with people. Atticus waved his hand over them and a mild aversion charm settled that ensured a healthy distance between them and the locals as they traversed through the street. Back home they're already reporting that we're on a honeymoon in India, he said with a glance at her. As much fun as sneaking in might have been, I'm not sure the trouble would have been worth it, he concluded to her with a light amused smile. She rolled her eyes but said nothing further, knowing the truth of the matter. They were public figures now and their disappearance for a month or longer would have stirred a beehive, which was why they let this trip to leak. At least we know that the Indian Ministry is receptive to us. He added. He looked around. They were near Connaught Place, around which was a hive of activity. It was a relatively new building, though it didn't look it architecturally. He'd been here before with his great-grandfather Benedict when he'd gone on a world tour just before Hogwarts, though he hadn't spent too much time in New Delhi. Not that they would this time either, though he wouldn't pass up the opportunity to spend a little time in the magical quarters of Old Delhi, where most of the magicals in the city resided. It was also where the famous magical market Navaratna was. Wasn't hard to miss. She said a little dryly, though it was clear that she was pleased about it. He smiled to himself. Of course she was. They had taken a special care to make them feel welcome, more than what he would have expected from ministry officials of any country, even if they were nobility. Perhaps the fact that either one of them could wipe out an entire aura force probably had a lot to do with the receptive welcome. Atticus whistled as he dropped the aversion charm as Atanga neared. You can't be serious. Emily deadpanned as she stared at the rickety carriage that was drawn by a horse. Atticus laughed cheerfully. What did you think when I said we would travel Muggle at least first? Vehicles. She deadpanned as she scowled at their taxi. His grin grew. What is it they say? When in Rome. He teased as he turned to speak to the driver about where to take them in very poor Hindu, but the man nodded happily as he understood as he stepped out and drew open the door. He turned to Emily, who glared at him for a moment but sighed tiresomely as she climbed in anyway, and he followed cheerfully. She scowled as the horse moved, the carriage unevenly taking them away. She turned to him. I can feel the number of stones that the wooden wheels are running over. She said with narrowed eyes. Wait until we're traveling on elephants. He said with teasing smile. Her eyes widened and he laughed, even as he dodged a mild stinging hex. The driver saw a flash of light and looked confused momentarily before he was hit with a wandless obliviation by Atticus. Emily looked amused for a second and he shrugged. No need to leave traces, he said before looking out into the city. As they traveled through the chaotic city, he took the moment to simply watch. The world shimmered as buildings vanished and new building rose in its place. Markets and stalls ebbed and flowed away like ticking seconds as people unrecognizably blurred into crisscrossing lines. Time encouraged change. Time favored change. Show me. He heard softly and turned to her, her illusionary brown eyes bored into him. He did as she asked and shared with her the change through legilimency. I can see why you can get lost in it. She said before she looked away, silently, into the distance. If there is one thing I admire about the Muggles, it is their capacity to change. Emily said. Where they change their entire world in mere decades, it takes us centuries or longer. Until us. Atticus added. She turned to him with a slanted mocking curl of the lips and she radiated pride and warmth. Until us, she agreed. And just as suddenly the moment had come, it disappeared as her expression fell. I'm not surprised this city remains filthy in the future, Emily said with distaste, and he chuckled inaudibly at the change. He smiled at her amused before he looked away, back at the passing masses. There were so many people here in this city, busy and uncontrolled, almost lawless, yet there was a kind of energy that defined the human race so well. Always changing, always improving. For all the plans they had for magicals, he did hope that the Muggles would succeed and meet them among the stars when old fears and hatreds were forgotten. They were family after all. Dysfunctional but family nonetheless. A car beeped and beeped as it aggressively cut people off, causing their carriage to swerve as the man driving it veered out of the way. The man shouted at the man in the car, who shouted back before it drove off, beeping as he did. Emily narrowed her eyes and stuck out her hand and pointed her finger at the car. A spell fired and a loud bang sounded out. Emily sat back in her seat satisfied, and he asked her with exasperated amusement, "What did you do?" "Nothing permanent. To the Muggle anyway," she said blithely with a pleased look on her face as they passed the car and saw that the wheels had fallen off. His lips twitched. "We have to make sure we set up some proper vehicle and street laws in our city," she said with a scowl, and it caused him to laugh out loud this time. They soon arrived at a worn temple in a quieter region of Old Delhi, a temple that had fading yellow paint and cracked red stone pillars, though the fresh wreaths and colorful flowers that were laid at the front of the Buddha statue indicated that it was still in use. As they climbed out of the tanga, Emily commented, "Reminds me the leaky cauldron," as she gestured with her hand to cast a strong aversion charm over them. He hummed in agreement as they walked into the temple. Presented as innocuous and unremarkable to deter most Muggles. There were a few in there, but they walked past them unnoticed as they walked around the large statue and towards the back of the temple where no one was. "That's a strong notice me not," he said with a whistle as the magic passed through them when they reached a more dimly lit part of the temple, and as they continued to walk, they reached a set of stairs. They climbed up and were faced with a brick wall. Similar to the barrier of platform 9 3/4, Emily mused. She stepped forward and placed her hands on its spatial manipulation with illusionary elements. "It warps," she said, impressed, before her hands disappeared into the brick stone, and with a further step forward, the brick wall consumed her. He followed suit and placed his hands on the wall, and it shimmered, briefly, before he also stepped through. Emily stood in front of him, gazing at the sight before her. He smiled as he stopped beside her and saw her gazing intently at the sight that they were greeted with. He turned and saw vivid yellows, oranges, and purples painting the busy street as market stalls that sold food, goods or trinkets all out competed with each other about whom had the most colorful stall. It was a Saturday morning and there were many people out today. His attentions were grabbed upward as an illusion of a golden horned cow stormed across above the stalls, whilst by others there were illusions of large monkeys dressed in saris beckoning customers over with winks and trinkets in their hands that disappeared in a puff of smoke. "Too gaudy," Emily said after a little while, her charms falling off as she walked away with poised steps, towards the busy markets filled with crowds of magicals. He chuckled to himself before he followed her, his own appearance returning as well. They spent the next few hours walking around the markets, picking up a few things here and there, including a few gifts for his mother and sister, though generally most of their purchasing had been a number of books. Last time he visited India, he had not taken the opportunity to pick up some of the more unique forms of magic local to India, namely talismans and amulets. Gods and animals were deeply entwined with Indian magical culture, more so than other ancient cultures, as they revered them more than anything else. The history books noted that amulets were used for sacred priestly duties, but that was only for the benefit of the Muggles. Amulets were used as mediums in a similar way totems, staves, and other such focuses were used to channel magic. It lacked the preciseness and variety of wands, or its speed, but it did allow magic to mold it easier to the will of the caster. For the next couple of weeks, they travelled throughout India visiting famous sites and markets, whilst at times meeting with a few notable families like the Patil and Ubhai families, two families who held extensive influence within the Indian ministry. From them, they learnt the differences in regions on how they were governed. India was a subcontinent rich with over 150 languages that were spoken, with 22 of them the predominant ones. With different languages came with, often however mild or severe, different cultures, different values and different social structures, all of which was inherent within India, so its governance was built to suit that. India was a place of legends, one where deities served to embody elements, ideas, human vices and human virtues or natural phenomenon. Hindu, the oldest remaining religion that remained dominant in their place of origin, adopted new deities of foreign origin easily, just as they created new deities to conceptualize new ideas, new understanding of life, of humanity, of existence. Though most of the major gods were unlikely to have been mages, there were many minor deities that were recorded to be powerful mages. One such god was Agni. Agni was someone who had bent fire to his will that few could ever claim if his tales were remotely true. It was uncertain if he was an elemental or not, but one thing was clear. He could command fire as easily as a modern-day mage could command a levitation charm. Agni became deified as his tales become mythologized in Mughal India, tales of righteous fury taken form in deathly fire the colour of a blood-red sun, descending down on armies who dared to pillage villages in his homeland or committed slights and crimes he deemed most foul. A god that had two faces, one of benevolence and one of malignancy. A god that was flawed just as humans were, just like many other gods in the Hindi pantheon were, and it was that truly stood out to him. The belief that none could be without their flaws. He admired that about Hinduism, and it was a way of life more than it was a religion, much like Confucianism was, just like Shintoism was, or the nomadic peoples of Central Africa. It was a faith closer in tune with what he'd come to see the universe to be, and the majority of the magical settlements in India incorporated within their own cultures even if none of the gods were worshipped. Perhaps that was because throughout its history, India had magical settlements separate for the most part from the empires and prince-states that had popped up. The constant rise and fall of dynasties that lasted less than a century had made it difficult for magicals to take root in Mughal civilizations, and so most of the settlements where most of the population lived were warded villages and towns far from most cities and Mughal populations. This disconnect between unique magical societies on the Indian subcontinent left India untouched of most of the impact the British Empire and its magical lords typically brought onto magical cultures, and it meant that they retained most if not all of their unique cultures that might have otherwise been washed away or changed. As such, the Indian ministry left these settlements the right of self-autonomy, with several caveats such as foreign policy and trade negotiations remaining in the hands of the Indian ministry. During that time, the situation with the domain had become worse before it got better. The experiences were worse as he was made to feel entire planets die by the thing that controlled the domain, something that was connected to magic greater than he could ever imagine, as the sickness ran roughshod over them. Yet as the weeks rolled by, he began to develop a way to push out the domain from grasping onto his psyche, and little by little, it became less debilitating as he exited his dream state before he could experience the worst of it. Emily had played a strong part in this. Her comfort, her presence, continued to be a source of strength as he built up a way to push out the visions and experiences. Slowly, it was working. It was in their third week in India that they decided to go hunting. They operated right by the bank of the Ganges River that stemmed from the western Himalayas and ran through Uttarakhand. He raised his hand and a hologram of their position and of their target came into view. Their position was shrouded by thick trees that obscured the view from the satellites. The satellite imagery had allowed them to get the visuals and coordinates they needed to operate straight by the clear bank. Only a few kilometers inward of the forest, he said to her, and she turned on her own hologram. It won't take too long to reach it, Emily stated as she stared at image of their final destination. They shared a glance, her eyes glinted as a challenging smirk grew on her face. He met said smirk with one of his own as her body began to change just as his did. His body elongated, his legs and arms lengthened as the flesh around his bones thinned until all it seemed left was a thin leathery skin, thin skin. His body darkened to a black that seemed to absorb all light from his surroundings as his feet narrowed and grew into hooves. Wings sprouted from his back, the flesh thinner and looser than the skin around his bones and cracked as he flapped them. The world around him was in grays as it always was when he was in his animagi form. Whether it was in day or night, it mattered not. Yet it did not mean a terrestrial sight was bereft of color, no. He huffed as he looked at Emily, her soul shone with a deep dark blue core that had bright blue racing streaks around it. She hissed slowly as she stared at him unblinkingly, her head almost swaying as she preyed on him. Her gaze was sharp, predatory as she stared down her long beak that was as sharp as her claws. She grew to twice his size in a bid to show playful dominance, but one could never dominate a creature of death. He reared up, his wings whipped around as he snapped his jaws in his reptilian, dragon-like face at her, meeting challenge with challenge. Her tongue tasted the air and he huffed/snorted, his gaze never breaking from her until he looked up into the sky, an act that she didn't miss, and she tried to lift off before he did, but he was airborne first. Serves her right, he thought amusedly. Her large size had worked against her with her little display. He dove just in time to the right as a tail flew past him and he glanced behind as the tail went back. Emily had exploited the ability to grow or shrink to a ridiculous degree as she managed to do it at will instead of conforming to the available of any closed space, however small or large it was. As he flew, his long leathery wings rippling each time as he powerfully flapped his wings. Flying in his normal form was a pleasure, it felt powerful. But in this form, it felt like freedom. They continued this song of dance, this dance of playfulness and competitiveness for the entire journey until he cleared away from her, his powerful strokes of his wings outpacing her quick but weaker wings. As they neared their final destination, it seemed like she had another cheat up her sleeve. A small figure raced past him with effortless ease, its triumphant cry pierced through the air as it dived towards where they were headed. He hissed, the reptilian part of him agitated, and he moved to oblige it as he fly up a little before twisting downwards, his wings flush against his body and he rocketed down. He closed the distance between them, uncaring of how fast he was diving towards the tops of the trees. A few hundred meters to Emily, half a kilometer to the trees. 100 meters. 400 meters. 50 meters. He saw her twist her elongated neck around and look at him, and she dove faster, harder, but physics worked against her. His terminal velocity trumped whatever acceleration she managed, even if it delayed the inevitable for scant seconds. He crashed into her mere seconds before they both fell through the trees, Emily hissed as she grew in size, but he held firm whilst their velocity reduced with each branch that broke beneath until they fell to the ground besides thick tree roots with his threstrel atop Emily's Akami. She snapped her beak at him and he snapped his jaws at her before she hissed dangerously at her. He hissed/growled at her lowly, the base of his growl was palpable as they never broke eye contact. She grew smaller, her neck shortened until the hue of her skin became a light grey. He too began the transformation back until they were both back to normal. His hands crept up surface of her sleeves until they were around her wrists, their gaze never breaking from the moment he'd pinned her down. He leaned forward, his nose barely an inch away from hers. It seems like I've snared myself a prize, he said with a tug of the lips. She stared at him silently, closely, her dark blue eyes were shadowed as tangible tension manifested into physical reality. Are you so certain of that? She said with a quirk of the lips, and before he could respond reality had bent around them, dark blue strands of power ruptured from beneath him as roots sprang loose from the earth and twisted around his body, lifting him off of her and into the air. A willful smile grew on his face, his eyes sharpening as he was hoisted in the air, and Emily rose vertically before she planted herself on her feet, her eyes aglow. Magic danced around her, as if she was the eye of an arcane storm, a storm that twisted and whined with quiet crackling of power, and their surroundings surrendered to her as trees, plants, and even stone buckled under the heaviness of her magic. It was intoxicating, the way her magic bent and overflowed reality at the merest of expression of will and thought, a mere taste of the limitless potential she held within. She looked every bit as divine as their gazes met, one where all time seemed to be meaningless until a pulse of his magic rippled out of him, the roots withering into ash, and he hovered into the air, his own magic streaming around him in greens and purple eldritch strands of power. He levitated down towards her, their gazes remaining unbroken, two sets of glowing eyes that moved closer to each other through unseen force. I've never been so certain about anything in my life, he said, his voice gravelly, echoic as the sound of his voice bounced out in the world like a rumbling storm. It was a truth that tied deep within and between the filaments of his soul. Even during his most troubling nights she never once wavered, never once abandoned him. She remained. She remained despite the naked weakness he'd shown, one debilitating experience after another. Her eyes slanted into a smile, her magic ebbing like a tide at sea just as he reached out with his own, his magic growing to a bubble of protective power as it washed over her. Her magic seized the moment and twisted his into its own, creating a swirling pool of power that tinged with warmness, affection, and love. He set his feet down on the ground, and just as he stretched out his hand to caress her face, his magic withdrew into his own. Her face softened under his touch and she leaned into it. Their love transcended words, and each year that passed, it only deepened. We should get what we came for, she intoned softly, the mild hitch in her breath unmistakable, her magic lessening, and the glow of her eyes that had cast shadows over her beautiful face washed away, leaving startling blue eyes that were as clear as the most perfect sapphire gemstones. He smiled at her, his hand leaving her unblemished face with reluctance, though his eyes promised a continuation of their dance once it was over, a promise that Emily returned with her lips curling with beautiful understanding and future intent. He raised his forearm and looked at the hologram. That way, he said as he turned towards their destination. A dense group trees stood in their way that obscured their path. His arms rose and he clapped, a pulse of magic shot forth as the trees creaked apart to allow unimpeded passage for two. They walked for another 10 minutes before they began to pick up faint traces of magic, and soon enough they were almost there. They came across rubble stones, crumbled walls, and carvings that carried remnants of ancient history. The stones are magical, Emily said with sudden surprise. She waved her hand and a piece of the rubble broke apart and floated before her. He tilted his head as he latched onto the tiny strand of magic within the stone. It began to take qualities of his own magic, so starved was the magic within the stone, yet that simple act made him understand. His mouth twisted into a broad smile. I think I understand the purpose of this. He turned to her. Somehow they managed to replicate the way family manners exude certain degrees of safety and comfort, not unlike the way Hogwarts feels like home to students. In just moments the stone felt like Sayre Manor, but obviously weaker. And it took centuries for Sayre Manor to be that way, Emily said with a narrowed gaze at the stone before she pursed her lips and decided. The piece flew into a pocket of her robes. They continued their travels through the ancient ruins of a town. Not every ruined walls of former homes were filled magic, which made them conclude that this might have been a shared place for both magicals and muggles. They reached a far point of the ruined settlement where magic was stronger than elsewhere in the ruins, and they stopped when they reached the source of the magic. A bronze statue, hidden under an outgrowth of thick tree branches, was uncovered as he swept his hand across, banishing away the obscuring plant life. It was a large bronze statue, remarkably free from blemishes, of a woman who sat on top of a scaled fish that was chasing its tail. She had 4 arms, each pointing in different directions whilst her legs were crossed. The statue also emitted magic not unlike enchanted objects. I think that might be Ganga, a Hindu goddess, Atticus said with scrutinizing eyes. The personification of the river Ganges, Emily said, and he turned to her with a query in his look. She arched her eyebrow. India's history was of interest to me after we'd talked about the Parcel Mouth tribes that still remained there when we were still at Hogwarts. She turned to the Hindu goddess. I read up on their gods to see if any of them might have been obvious magicals. He nodded, though a shadow of a smile grew on his face as he turned back towards the statue. As far as I can tell, there isn't conclusive evidence she was magical. If she ever existed at all. He had looked up the goddess when he'd seen her in his visions of this trip. Compared to Agni, there was little record of Ganga amidst the magical communities of India. He stepped forth and scrutinized the statue. This is the entrance, he said quietly whilst he let his sight overlap onto the present. He watched a ghost of his future self standing still before the bronze statue for hours. He knew what his future self had been doing, watching, studying, noting as future selves flashed before his future self, each of them trying to break through the bronze statue to no avail. His future self had watched and watched iterations of future selves try something new, something different from the iteration before it. Until one version, one possibility had cracked it and his future self strode forward and keyed in the right combinations. He delved out, his sight returning solely to the present, and he breathed with mild strain. Emily had been watching him the entire time, her eyes brimming with intrigued calculation. Only minutes had passed. He stepped forth and touched the right combination of scales. He stepped back as the sounds of clanking gears and whining stones reverberated around them. With a puff of stale air, the bronze statue bisected down the middle as the fish beneath Ganga circled around before vanishing down into the earth. In between the two halves of the bronze statue, there was a set of stairs that lead down a light-starved passageway. The man who built this tomb was paranoid. He said with a glance to Emily. There are many traps there, so be careful. It's Egyptian scale. He told her meaningfully, and her eyes narrowed with dark understanding before it passed away as she nodded. Their trek down the stairs seemed to be endless, and the light of a floating orb barely touched further than half a dozen arms' lengths. These shadows cling, Emily mused, half impressed. Atticus hummed thoughtfully. They do. Not sure how. He said with a frown before he shook it away. I suspect it's a form of necromancy. Emily stated. I've read about similar manifestations in a book from Grindelwald's cache. In the book made from human skin? He asked with distaste. Yes. Emily said simply before she continued. You should read it sometime. She said with a raised eyebrow. The author claims that many of his spells were based from what he had read in the Book of the Dead. Atticus mulled it over. I might at some point. He conceded. He left most of Grindelwald's books about dark magic untouched save for the couple of books about the soul manipulation. So this might be necromancy? Atticus questioned. They used their magic as barrier between themselves and the shadows, and it seemed to do them no ill will. Yes. If what I suspect is right, then those shadows have the ability to sap life force. Atticus' head swirled towards her with a disbelieving look on his face. Really? He asked, fascinated. Her eyes lit up in fondness at his eager curiosity as her smile broadens. Yes. Most of these kinds of magic are not easy to turn into active magic and are typically used as curses set upon homes or tombs. It's meant a defensive mechanism against those who offend resting places or are threatening the safety of the homeowners. Emily stated. I see. Atticus said contemplatively. Most forms of death wards, like the ones on Sayre Manor, were all extremely lethal towards the attackers. In this instance, I believe the combination that you put in saves us from the more unpleasant setting of the curse. Emily said with thinned lips, her expression grim. Yet it remains active. He said warily. The moment we set off a trap. He said with hardening eyes. Best not to then. Emily said with a teasing lilt to her tone, though she was serious about it. They could protect themselves from the magic, that was hardly an issue, but neither of them wanted to potentially lose any of their life force. Once they'd reached the end of the stairs, they reached a mouth of a cave that had been carved out from within. The stones were cut with sharp angles and had Sanskrit etched into its faces. On the face there was a tale of a wandering physician, a man who healed throughout the lands, but one whose name would be consigned to be lost to history due to his beliefs. Sharika. Atticus read out. Whomever's tomb this is, he was named Sharika. Isn't that what some of the Indian magical settlements name their healers? Emily said with a frown. It is. Perhaps he was the first healer and his name came to be known with the practiced. He mused aloud. Emily hummed. It seems the most likely answer. She agreed, and soon after they ventured deeper into the tomb. The deeper they went, the more intricate some of the carvings became, and the more they had to be careful to bypass the traps that were embedded within the tomb. More than once they had to avoid several petal stones that would have unleashed one form of deadly attack or another. In one instance, they nearly activated a trap that was based on body temperature, and it was only after Emily cooled the air around them using her elemental ability that avoided the trigger. Her nuanced ability to control water molecules was more accurate than what he could do quickly. Finally, after getting through the final segment of the cave, they managed to enter the tomb room proper once they passed what seemed to be a form of early stasis charms. It seems like the man preserved well. Emily said as they looked the dead man on top of the stone bed. He looked like he hadn't desiccated or rotted away at all, seeming like he had only died hours ago. He looked around. He whistled as he realized the success of their little trip. There wasn't much gold, and what gold there was in the form of small statues of people and animals. Gold hadn't been of use to them anyway. No, what was truly impressive was the collection of scrolls that filled the shelves that were carved out from the stone walls. There were thousands of scrolls. This was worth it, Emily said with a pleased tone as her eyes shone with glee before she walked towards one of the shelves. Atticus watched her go before he looked at the stone bed that was at the center. He walked towards the corpse and he looked down at the man's face. He was elderly, that was for certain. Somewhere between 60 and 80 in Muggle years. The man likely lived for at least a century and a half if he looked like this, and most likely 2 centuries or more. You valued knowledge more than you did earthly possessions, it seems like. Atticus said the corpse in a thoughtful tone. That I can respect. Atticus said with a nod before he walked away and towards shelves. They spent most of the last few days studying the scrolls and texts in the tomb, finding out that most of it was related to one form of healing to another, including the rather incredible cache of original work in blood magic. The dead ancient mage was a prodigy from what they could gather in the ancient Sanskrit texts. He was a healer that had traveled across India, China, and Persia, improving existing healing magic and creating his own variants, or in some cases entirely new ideas, like in the case of healing life with life. Emily had looked at the corpse with new sets of eyes that glinted with hints of admiration for the man's dedication in magic and his craft. There was something universal about respecting someone who chose to strive to reach the highest point in his chosen field. As they exited through the bronze statue, just before they left, he glanced back. He didn't know what happened to this civilization or why this man seemed to hold a place of honor in their society, but what he could do was make sure the man's work would be credited when they'd publish some of it in time. That was the least they could do. Break. Emily POV. The Slytherahans are a cautious people, Atticus said as they walked up a steep hill that overlooked the towering Himalayas. Outsiders are not welcome in their village, and even the Indian ministry is forbidden from entering the village proper. To them, their village is sacred ground and only speakers or someone who can prove their descent of speakers may enter it. It's been like that for thousands of years. Be careful with them, he warned as he glanced at her, and she narrowed her gaze at the sharp comment. He continued before she could respond, they are good people. They helped me when I was younger. He paused for a moment, and they're craftier than you realize. Just consider what I have said, all right? He said with a softer tone. She nodded after a moment. Fine. In truth, she had no intention of offending them. Her curiosity was too stimulated. Meeting others like them had that tendency. He smiled at her gently as the corners of his eyes softened. Thank you, he said as they reached the peak and began to descend down the snaking pathway. I think you'll find it comfortable with them anyway, he said with a knowing glint in his eyes. She thinned her lips at the look. She knew he would tell her if she asked, but she was rather curious to simply wait for now. She glanced at him as the face of the hill blocked their view of the mountain. He was better now than he had been since that incident in their bedroom. It had been shocking to wake up to an erratic Atticus who moaned pitifully in his sleep as he performed accidental magic at the age of 19. His vulnerability had equally been disconcerting. Whatever it was that forced him to experience those experiences was powerful. She knew that the domain was where the souls of the departed went, and she also knew that there was more to it. It had to be if it could force Atticus to experience lives of people who died hundreds of thousands of years ago. The latest experiences before he ended them with growing ease had proven that it was not confined to simply humans or forerunners either. In some ways she had been tempted to convince him to experience those fantastical experiences again and again in order to gain insight of what may still be lurking in space, but she couldn't find it in herself to ask that of him, not when seeing him in that much pain brought her pain. Perhaps in the future, when they understood things better and Atticus proved himself to be able to control these experiences, would she bring it up? She had many theories on what the domain could be. In truth, she imagined it was not unlike a world of pure magic. One that was built within the fabric of magic just as this world was built in the fabric of reality. A fascinating thought she was almost tempted to outright believe, if only for the possibilities it provided them. If they continued to grow as they did for the next thousands of years, perhaps then could they seize control over the domain from the hands of whatever creature controlled it now. In any case, this past month had been good for him, and she knew it wouldn't be long before he'd be able to lock away access to his mind from whatever the creature was. In a way she was disappointed for the trip to end. This past month had been pleasant. Their relationship had somehow deepened despite the circumstances that had led them here. Perhaps it was because of the circumstances that led to their trust for each grow unbreakable. In much of their relationship, Atticus had always been the more secretive between them. Something that had rocked their relationship more than once. She could readily admit, only to herself naturally, that she had some part in it. She knew she wasn't the easiest to love, but Atticus had secrets on top of secrets that frustrated her to no end. With this unforeseen problem, she'd seen him throwing down his barriers more through this vulnerability, and she knew it was not something she could take advantage of, not that she wanted to. Despite the fact that he was vulnerable, she had not considered him weak, not when some of those experiences had him screaming in pain, his magic tearing apart their temporary home in Goa, not even when he had chosen not to speak for hours after one of the more debilitating experiences. In a way she found it comforting, that he could still be vulnerable when his skill and living time were slowly making him as close to omniscient as possible. When her other half could see her act before she even contemplated acting and plan accordingly if he so wished, it was hard not to feel out of control, and in truth it was a reason why she would choose to train in it when they returned home. She wasn't unaware that she might not gain the same proficiency as he did, but at least if she could gain some measure of skill, it would at least allow her to understand how she might be able to defend against it. The truth was, if Atticus had been dangerous before, he was now equal to the one of those ships she'd seen in his experiences. Lethal and capable of devastation on a scale the world had never seen before. What he did with the Gunga statue, to wait patiently and let future versions that would never come into existence solve the puzzle key, was when it became clear how far he'd come, how far he could go. It was going to make their future plans for magical world trifling. Perhaps that was part of why she loved him more for it. That despite his growing invulnerability, he'd chosen to be vulnerable to her. He could have easily disappeared and do this alone. He had Alice and his elves who could have watched over him as he built up his defenses. Yet he chose her to watch over him, to care for him. In that, he'd shown how much he'd loved her, trusted her and valued her, something she had at times doubted and admittedly had left her insecure. Doubt that permanently disappeared as their trust in each other had become unbreakable. And because of that, she knew the world was doomed to fall before their feet. It was as inevitable as the sun rising from the east and setting in the west. They crossed past the bend in the snaking pathway and they felt a Muggle aversion ward wash over them that would have made Muggles turn away before they came across a gated wall that was several stories high. There were some wordings on the gate door that asked to present your magic to the door. Atticus walked over to the wall and pressed his hand onto the gate door. Atticus turned to her. There should be someone on their way now. She looked at the wall curiously. This looks ordinary, she said with a scrutinizing tone in her voice. That's because it is. It's kind of a first step in truth. To see if you respect their boundaries. If you know of the village, then you also know of their wariness of strangers. He told her. She could understand it, but she felt it was still far too light. I take it that they have other means of defending themselves, she mused aloud. Atticus smiled at her mischievously. I did say they were crafty, didn't I? He said as he looked past her and she turned around. Her eyes widened when she finally noticed a small carved snake looking right at them, half hidden beneath a small outcrop of grass. They're all over the place, I think. They know if someone long before they get to this stage. And not just at this side either, he told her. It wasn't long before the gated door opened and an elderly man huddled over. His skin was brown whilst his hair was grey-white, but his eyes were sharper than a man of his age would suggest. Young Sayer, the old man said with a cheer as he trotted along. His weak frame somehow still enabled him to find another gear in his step. Her eyes widened when she realized the man spoke in Parcel tongue. Elder Adarsh, Atticus with respect in his voice as he bowed deeply to the man, and she resisted the urge to look at him with dubious eyes. Atticus never bowed to anyone that deeply, not even elders of houses equal in rank to his own when he'd been just an heir and not a lord. Whoever this man was, it seemed like Atticus respected the man deeply. The elder man laughed cheerful as he embraced Atticus with a warm hug. You are late, the man said with a bob of the head. I am not late, nor am I early. I have arrived just in time, Atticus said with a grin on his face, and the elder man chuckled deeply, his grey beard bristling as he did so. Repeating my words to me, young Sayer, he said with a smile. They are wise words, Elder Atticus said, easily earning him a wider smile before the elder looked to her. This is my wife, Elder Adarsh. Emily Sayer Slytherin, Atticus said with a fondness clear to hear in his voice, something the elder man did not speak of if he picked it up. Emily, this is Elder Adarsh. He helped me with Parcel tongue in my youth before Hogwarts. The elderly man had looked at her with interest, something that grew in intensity when Atticus said her name. You speak? The elder asked, his voice losing all cheer, and it almost startled her the way she'd lost all sense of his emotions, and it was as if he'd suddenly turned to stone, unable to milk even a hint of his mental state or feelings. I do, Emily said after a moment's, and the elder's expression didn't change for a few tense seconds until he smiled widely and warmly. He walked up to her and she stiffened when he reached out to her hands. She passed a glance at Atticus, who only nodded gently at her, and she returned her attentions to the old man who, after halting a brief moment, went and seized her hands. It's a pleasure to meet you, child. It has been too long since a member of your family has come to the tribe, the old man said kindly. There have been other Slytherins that have come here, Emily questioned as she resisted the urge to widen her eyes. She looked to Atticus, who shook his head, indicating he didn't know. The old man inclined his head. Not many, but a few have come over the centuries. The man looked saddened. The last time was some 400 years ago. It is said he was nothing like his father, who had been popular and respectful with the tribe. In the end, misplaced arrogance trumped over sense, and blood was spilled. The old man paused for a moment as he grew serious. He was banished and told never to return. Emily considered that. The later generations of Slytherin lords were Gaunts, and whilst they were the better Gaunts in her rather unstable family, they were still reported to be easy to anger. Coming here to find an entire tribe of people who shared a well-coveted ability, one that would drive the Gaunts to obsession of preserving it in the family. There was a reason why there were no more parcel tongue speakers in Europe than herself, and she supposed the Seres who hadn't exactly advertised they had the ability in the first place. I see. Thank you for telling me. She paused for a moment before she began carefully. If you could tell me about my family, those who left better impressions, I would be thankful, she said diplomatically. Most of the family history she knew were from the Slytherin vaults, which bore only a few journals from Slytherin lords other than Salazar Slytherin himself. The other history she knew were from the perspectives of others, and she didn't trust the fallible recollection of jealous, spiteful, or flattering purebloods. After all, history rarely is told as it was than how it was seen, something she knew very well. Still, perhaps she could glean more into the behaviors of her predecessors, and what this tribe may know further about her family could prove to give her an insight into what she may have lost access to. Did your elders not to tell you? The old man asked, confused. I do not have any elders, Emily stated. I am an orphan. The old man looked at her sympathetically, and she resisted the urge to scathingly remove the look of pity in his eyes. A shame. You have my condolences, the old man said kindly. Don't be. Both my parents were terrible people and undeserving of your condolences, Emily said dismissively, and it seemed to have caused the man to nod slowly as he looked at her sadly. Atticus intervened. Elder, now that you have met my wife, may we enter the village? The elder broke his gaze from Emily and nodded to Atticus. You may enter. As your wife, she is considered a member of the tribe. The elder looked at her again, but even then, she had always been a member of the tribe. She is welcome to come and go as she pleases, the elder finished with a hum before he huddled away back towards the open gated door. She looked at Atticus with a quizzical expression, and he explained they consider anyone who speaks parcel tongue as a member of the tribe. He said with a soft smile as extended his arm out to her. She took it and they followed the old man. Why? She asked, genuinely curious. Because to them, it is a sacred talent that they believe was bestowed to them by the Naga, and anyone who has the gift is a descendant of a single half Naga half human person. As such, they believe the blood that courses in the vein of a parcel tongue speaker is the same as theirs. She considered that. Truthfully, it made sense to her. Bloodline abilities such as parcel tongue, sight, metamorph magi, or hyperpercipience could only be passed through the blood. Most of the time it was highly patriarchal and could only be found in main bloodlines, but in some instances it was an ability that take root in other families. It seemed like parcel tongue was one of the kinds of abilities that persisted in other bloodlines, given that it remained with the Seres even if it skipped generations at a time. In a way, the Gaunt's obsession in their blood made sense if they believed they could pass it on to others. Still, it didn't excuse their idiocy. By the methods they chose to preserve their talent, they had only doomed themselves into extinction. She was never going to allow the name Gaunt to rise up again. It would die in the past like it belonged. House Slytherin did not need their taint. They were passing through a tunnel that seemed to have been bored into the hill, and soon enough they reached its end as the light of the outside streamed into the exit. Her eyes widened as she stared at the sight before. The dusky sun shone down a fertile land that was nestled in between the forested mountain, whilst a river snaked in between the village. Welcome to Slithersaw, home to many parcel mouths for thousands of years. Atticus said, drawing her attentions. He smiled at her softly before he looked away, back at the village. She followed his gaze and stared. It seemed idyllic, as if war and misery had never touched these lands. Considering where they had first arrived, the cold and hard ground this far north by the Himalayas, perhaps war and misery truly had never touched this place. When they entered the village proper, they were welcomed in a way that had left her uncomfortable. Their kind and genuine expressions that did not hide any malice or hidden agendas had surprised, and what she sensed from them even more so. They were genuinely happy to see them, a happiness that was untainted by hidden intentions. She found herself at more ease than she'd expected, and she'd come to enjoy her first few days, especially once they were shown the libraries. She remembered Atticus had said that they'd gifted him parcel tongue texts, rare tomes that, despite their usefulness being less than zero in the hands of any non-parcel tongue speaker, was incredibly valuable in certain circles. Yet despite that, it left her unprepared for the number of parcel tongue tomes that were here, thousands of tomes and scrolls that were collected over centuries. Parcel tongue wasn't just a language, nor was it even a magical language. It was an expressional branch of magic, a branch that shared similarities with runic languages, but where they needed to be dead, fixed, parcel tongue was alive and vibrated within magic itself. It could alter reality just as spells could, and it was why parcel magic was powerful, even if it was mostly constrained to healing magic. Largely due to the fact that the ability mostly stemmed in this tribe of 4 main families who believed in the sanctity of life. It was a few days later that she was alone with a female elder who had wished to speak with her. She wasn't sure why, but she'd agreed. Curiously, gender did not matter amongst the Slitherahan's tribe. To them, those who prized serpents and considered themselves to be kin to them, such rigid social structures did not make sense to them when a female serpent could be just as deadly as male and was even more deadly. Something she rather liked. The elder woman offered her tea, which she politely accepted. Do you know of your family's origins? The old woman asked her before she took a sip of her chai. You mean in relation to this tribe? Emily inquired. The old woman smiled as she nodded. Not for certain. There are references to your tribe in the few journals remaining within my family's treasury but nothing explicit. The family name Slytherin though makes it more than likely that I am descendant from this tribe, Emily admitted. That is true. You are a child of the tribe. Your ability to speak is proof enough, but there is more to it. Your ancestor, who was named Sita, left the village many centuries before the one known as Salazar Slytherin had come to be, the old woman told her. Emily considered that why did he leave? She wasn't believing the woman straight away, but she was giving her a chance. Why does anyone leave? The old woman said with a knowing smile. Youth have always been the same. They seek adventure, they seek meaning outside of what they know, and sometimes that leads them to leave. Most return, often with wives or husbands, some do not. Your ancestor did not return even if his descendants did visit at some point or another. I see, she said with a thoughtful expression on her face. It made sense why her ancestor might wish to leave. Slythersau was a pleasant place to be, but it was not a place a Slytherin would remain. If this Sita was anything like Salazar or herself, then it must have been the case for him as well. Still, at least she could an inkling of how she came to be. In that, she was thankful. She at least knew her ancestry. Did any of my predecessors know this? She asked curiously. They were told, the old woman said affirmatively. We keep good records of who comes and who goes and when it happens. To us, it is merely a goodbye for now. We might not see them personally again, but we may see them in the form of their descendants. How do you know if someone is truthful? How do you know if they are who claim to be? Emily asked curiously, and the old woman huffed a laugh. Magic, the old woman said mirthfully, and Emily rolled her eyes, which only made the old woman huff louder in laughter. Our records are not normal records. These were made by the help of the Naga who helped us in our endeavor to make sure we knew if our people lived or if they died, the old woman said finally, and Emily's eyes widened. They had thousands of years old tapestries that practically tracked everyone that had even the tiniest bit of their blood. That must be incredible, unmanageable. Surely there are tens of thousands of magicals alive right now, she questioned, baffled. The older woman shook her head. Not that many. We have not had that many alive at any single point in many hundreds of years, sadly. At present it is less than 4,000 that carry our blood, of which over 3,000 are here and less than 700 that can speak the tongue. Over 680 are in this village alone. Can you track people? Emily asked warily. The old woman smiled. We cannot. We can only know if one of our kin has returned, and only then can we trace back their lineage. That was acceptable, she mused. She might have had to destroy a priceless artifact otherwise, no matter how reluctant she was about it. Did Atticus know about Sita? Emily asked curiously. The old woman shook her head. There was no need for him to know. The Sers are well known to us, and despite being of the tribe, they are first the craftsmen of Egypt. Their story is not of Slythersau even if they carry its blood. Curious, I don't quite understand, Emily admitted. They are part of the tribe but not permitted to know of their ancestor. An ancestor Sita might be, but they do not claim his line as their own. His story is that of yours, young speaker, the woman said kindly. Your husband's blood sings the song of another, and we respect that. If she understood correctly, the elder woman meant that Atticus' Sayer heritage trumps that of his links to the Gaunt family. She wondered what she meant. Atticus' blood sung the song of another. She decided to change topics. Why aren't there more of the tribe? This place, a city could grow here. From what I understand, Slythersau never experienced war. The tribe rarely has more than a few hundred children at a time. It is simply something that has passed through the ages. Our lives are peaceful, and it has worked for thousands of years, the old woman declared. It was a belief that was prevalent in many magical societies. Muggles tended to breed in the dozens because they kept dying so easily over pitiful reasons and because of their own weaknesses. Unfortunately, as time went by and their technology and medicine improved, more lived than died of their weaknesses, and their society had not caught up with their improving understanding. Something that the magical world did not suffer, for they had reached ways to avoid easy deaths thousands of years ago, and their population had largely stabilized ever since. Disease in magicals was rare, and the only way most died before several generations had been born was because of war. In secluded magical communities, war was rarely something that happened, and it was only in societies that share a deep history with muggles that warred frequently with each other. Magical Europe had suffered major wars again and again of all kinds of variety. That is not to say it was constrained to magical Europe. Wars between magical societies in the Americas happened quite often, and Africa wasn't immune either, but in those lands it was easier to seclude your tribe away from muggle masses, and in that, there was peace, as magicals rarely combated with each other large-scale war. That is until a few hundred years ago, when the magical world became more connected and wars between European mages and indigenous peoples became prevalent, with the statute of secrecy the predominant reason behind it. What is Parseltongue? Emily finally asked. I know that is seen as an expressional branch of magic, but your people must know more than that. The old woman smiled. It is true that we know more. It is an expressional magic, but the language also holds a touch of divinity. To us, Parseltongue is a divine blessing from the Naga, the ancient race of half-serpentine beings. The Naga, were they real? Emily finally asked. The old woman's smile grew wider. They were ancient, truly ancient, and were recorded of being capable of wondrous feats of magic. Most of our parcel magic comes from them, the old woman said proudly. One of the texts made references that our form of parcel magic was akin to what a grass snake was to a hooded cobra, the old woman said with an amused look. Her eyes gleamed at the thought of stronger parcel magic. Does your tribe have any surviving texts on their form of parcel magic? She asked. The old woman shook her head. We do not. If we had ever been given them, she eyed her knowingly, we might not have been capable of performing it. The Naga were a highly magical race, perhaps even truly divine as our ancestors once believed. Emily felt a bitter disappointment at that. She didn't believe she couldn't succeed at the Naga form of parcel tongue, and it was a bitter shame the tribe didn't have any texts on it. They spoke the higher form of parcel magic, and though the serpents do not remember, as it has been a long time since a Naga last roamed this earth to our knowledge, it is known that their accents were distinctly different than any of ours. Texts described their voices like music that moved the soul with even the most common of words, the old woman continued. Do you believe they might still be alive? It was odd a supposedly powerful race could die so easily. I do not know, the old woman admitted. They disappeared almost 1,000 years ago, and the scrolls do not say what had happened, which is likely deliberate given that many more texts of that era remained. It is said that they lived underground, that their kingdoms, their lands were all under the mountains. Perhaps that is still the case, and they will return to the world when they believe it is time, the old woman said, though it was clear it was more hopeful than anything else. Emily pondered on what he said. Moira might know more about these beings, and those satellites might be able to point out where they might have once been, where they might be. They talked for an hour more before she got up to leave, but she hesitated for a second. If I have more questions, will you answer them? Emily asked. The old woman stood up and grasped Emily's hand. You are always welcome to ask any question of me, daughter of Siddha. Just as you are welcome to return to Slithersaw anytime. You are kin, the old woman said with a warm smile. Emily nodded slowly as a soft smile crept in her face. Days later she and Atticus left, and as the gated door closed, Atticus had sent her ponderous look. Did you find what you were looking for? She turned to him, her expression slightly guarded. No. She said after a moment. She'd hoped for more than she would had been told about her family, even if it was more than she knew before, and their collection of texts were not that useful to hear. It seemed like she may have to develop her own form of parcel magic. She made to leave, but she stopped in her steps as she looked over her shoulder. But perhaps I found something worthwhile anyway. She added quietly before she twisted on her heels and dissipated away from the place, and people, that she somehow felt a connection to. It was minor, it was insignificant, but it was there nonetheless. Break. I sense no magic here. Emily stated as they walked up the old stone steps that were embedded in the mountain. There is magic here, just hidden. Very well hidden, Atticus said. Had it not been for the fact that he saw where this led, he might have suspected the same as she did. Finally, after a while, they saw something embedded in the cliffside that barely stood out from the surroundings as they walked up the steps that snaked around the face of the mountain. A monk dressed in orange garments that exposed half of his body stood at the top of the steps. As they neared, they saw he was a relatively young man with a shaven head, and he smiled at them. Atticus frowned as he stared at the man. He could sense no magic from the man. Weren't these monks meant to be magical? You can't sense his magic either? Emily asked, agitated, clear that she was displeased about the possibility of wasting their time. No. Atticus said, but this is the right place. He told her. One of the elders at Slithersaw had told him that he was expected here by the ancient sage. Someone who had hailed from their village many centuries ago. She frowned heavily. They never said there would be muggles here. She turned to him. Did you know? He shook his head. I didn't. I can't sense in my visions. She said nothing to that as they reached the top. The smiling man looked at them before focusing on him. He is waiting for you. He said. You may find him at the end of the temple. He turned to Emily. Please follow me to the library. You will find it to your liking. The smiling monk said as he turned around and walked with an impressive serenity through the rickety door. Emily turned to him, her eyes narrowing. He might actually be just like you. She simply stated, and he felt offended. I don't do that, he said with a wave. He didn't get people to deliver messages like that. She raised her eyebrow in response. Not to that degree. He protested. She said nothing. He thinned his lips, his eyes twitching. Fine. I'm going to meet him. He paused for a moment as he looked at her seriously. Will you be all right? I have no issue going to the library. I expect the man won't have pertinent information for me specifically anyway. I might as well find some links as to how he reportedly is over 600 years old. She said before she walked into the temple. Atticus entered after her and continued inward until he reached a floor up the stairs where he found a man sitting on a cushion in an empty hall. He was aged, very old, but he held a quiet dignity about him even if he sat with his eyes closed and slightly huddled forward. Just like the other monk, Atticus could sense no magic from this man. Was he magical or not? Were any of them magical? It was confusing to him, the way the paths had made today seem, as if it changed something fundamental for him. If he was from the village, he was at worst a squib, and he most definitely did not feel like a squib. A squib could still be sensed and interact with magic, it was just that their magic was somehow incomplete. Somehow the man figured out to occlude his magic completely, and that was something he thought impossible. How do you even manage that? The sage monk did not move from his position for some time, his eyes were closed and his breathing inaudible. Had not been for the fact that he could see the man's soul, he would not have been able to tell if he was still alive. He wasn't sure what this all served, why this charade was being performed, but he knew eventually it would end. All paths looked like he would not get the opportunity to question the sage if he left. It grated him that he needed to wait. The sage's eyes opened and Atticus straightened up in shock. The sage smiled, the wrinkles on his face widened as he looked at Atticus with mirth. Do not rely on your sight, young mage, the sage said in Parcel tongue. How? Atticus asked in wonderment. He had not seen this path. The man raised his hand and stuck out his index finger with the rests curled up in a fist. He traced a circle in the air. Time flows in one direction. This is the truth of the universe. It can be stretched, it can be accelerated, but it will never go back. You, young mage, know this and see this. It is a river to you, one that you pedal into as it moves in one direction. But what you do not see is below the surface. The little currents, the wavelets, and the fishes, the sage said with a huffing laugh. Atticus frowned. And you exploited this to hide this moment from my sight? Should this outcome not have been apparent to me as soon as you made a decision? The sage smiled as he shook his head. How many paths did you see? 12, and what happened now had not happened in any of them, he told the sage. The sage hummed pleasantly. You focus on those paths, correct? Yes. It allows me to see further and reduces the noise, and he used to see outcomes of certain decisions and paths in the near future. And in doing so you have played into my hand, the sage said serenely as his eyes sharpened into him. You see possibilities, never the future as it will unfold. You see decisions that lead to outcomes and other decisions and so on. In that, you leave yourself unaware to those who know how to manipulate the rivers of time as you do. And so it was confirmed. There were already others who could do it. That was fundamental enough. Morgana, could there be others out there who knew of his and Emily's plots? You can see the possibilities as well, Atticus merely stated. I do, son of Morrigan, the sage said, and Atticus narrowed his eyes. You can hear the possibilities too, Atticus said with a penetrating gaze. At some point or another, he must have heard that phrase. He never heard that phrase being uttered before. There was a chance he could have heard it said by someone in his family in the distant past, but by the time the man was born, their family history with regards to Moira was little better than legend, so it was unlikely he'd seen and heard it said at any stage other than the current future. I can, the sage confirmed. How? Atticus asked with unbridled curiosity. The sage smiled. In time you will manage this on your own. Your journey is yours to walk, young sayer. You are here for another reason. Atticus suppressed an annoyance. And that is? He asked calmly, and as he asked, he realized that for the first time ever there was someone who knew more of the future than he did. Moira had known about the future thanks to whatever those perceivers had concocted to get to this point, and her daughter had helped it along, but she didn't know anything for certain. This man might have hundreds of years to hone his skill, and that actually terrifying. He could have ended him before he'd even been born. Any of these people who could see the future could have ended him. Good. You realize, the sage said, this time very serious, you have been protected your entire life, son of Morrigan, son of the Sayers. You know what I intend to do, Atticus stated, his voice devoid of emotion. I do, and I have known for centuries, the sage said affirmatively. My order has known for almost 2,000 years. It was then he realized Moira's daughter. The sage smiled. Adair was the founder of our order. Atticus wanted to laugh. Even with his sight, he knew nothing. Your journey has been foretold for a very long time, kin of Adair, and it is my time to play my part in it. The old man straightened up, a wave of engulfing magic spread from the man, magic caused him to shudder in shock at the pureness of it. It was utterly untainted, pristine, and it felt like he was bathed in enlightenment. Just as soon as the magic rippled out of him, it receded and back into a steely but unflinching core that radiated serenity. Your magic, it's, Atticus tried. Many years of enlightenment, the sage grew saddened, and it is not your path, young sayer. Your path has never been one of peace and tranquility. Do we not make our own paths? Atticus said quietly, sardonically. We do, the sage confirmed, but more often than not, our paths choose us just as well. We may take the mantle of our path or not, that is our choice, but fate has a curious thing about her, the sage said with a mild smile. Atticus said nothing to that. Had he not chosen his path after the centaur's prophetic words? Had he not chosen it again before he'd gone to war? And again when they decided to tear the magical world apart? Who was I protected from? Atticus asked finally, bringing the conversation back to point. An order that is almost as old as our own, one that stemmed from a gifted disciple who learnt just enough to become a nuisance, the sage sighed, and from him, more came and exist today. They are committed into guiding the magical world into a future of their own making. He frowned. So a shadowy group. But for a shadowy group to exist, there needs to be a front of some kind, but there were no magical societies power. His eyes narrowed. The ICW. The sage smiled briefly. The ICW is merely the horse that pulls the carriage. They hidden behind the curtains within the carriage, the sage said. How do I know you are telling the truth? He asked suspiciously. For all I know you are the order you speak of. You cannot know, young sayer, the sage said, amused. At least not now. You will have to determine if what you hear today is truth or untruth on your own. Atticus' eye twitched before he tilted his head, his magic slowly crawling out of his skin. I could force you. You would harm an old man, the sage asked, amused. If you know what I plan on doing, then you know the answer to that question. The sage nodded serenely. Yes. I am a danger to your family and you don't allow dangers, do you? The sage paused. You would likely defeat me in a duel, young sayer, that is perhaps inescapable, but you would not break me in any possibility. Ask your questions and I may choose to answer if I can. Atticus met the gaze of the sage and withdrew his magic. Very well. What is the name of this group and how did your order blind them to me? Atticus asked. They call themselves men of symbols and we blinded them by the same way I blinded you to this path. Through manipulation of the rivers of time, Atticus said with a frown. What does even mean? The sage looked at him amused. It means that is something you must find out on your own. You have a keen mind and it will not take you long, I suspect. Atticus stared at the man as he thought it over. How was he caught unaware? He resisted the urge to growl out in frustration. If he could be blinded so easily, then it meant that he couldn't rely on his sight at all. How could he rely on his sight when something utterly unexpected could happen? Unexpected in all the paw. You see more than just a few paths, Atticus said in wonder, and you know exactly how to pull a path of the lesser probability whilst at the same time ensure none except yourself can know. The sage smiled. I did say it would not take you long to understand. But that is just, Atticus shook his head. How can you comprehend that? Even now I cannot see more than maybe a few more than a dozen paths. We are not built to see infinity. I cannot see infinity, that is true. But what I do see thousands of paths at any given time. Something that took many years to accomplish. With that came the subtle skill to manipulate possibilities around others. So at some point he could tangibly manipulate the possibilities of others? To the point that he could manipulate the sight of others who could traverse living time? Wouldn't they recognize it eventually? How did they miss such manipulation to hide me from the sight of others for so long? Atticus wondered. Through difficulty, the sage admitted, we have failed almost in several instances, and only through assassination of their skilled seers were we able to reduce their effectiveness in traversing time. The ones that exist today are unable to see more than one possible path, maybe two. They believe that the future is immutable, and it is because of their arrogance and self-assurance they will not see the truth for what time is. Atticus understood now. They saw Albus Dumbledore defeating Grindelwald. That was the likely possibility before you entered the war, the sage confirmed. So that's where their enmity came from. He must have shaken them to the core if he was utterly unexpected. Ironically, he could understand their viewpoint. After all, he was shaken today with what he had heard today. Atticus traced his hand across his face before he looked at the sage. Thank you. He hesitated for a moment. I regret threatening you. The sage laughed. I accept your non-apology, young sayer, the sage said, amused. Atticus smiled slightly before he grew serious. So if Moira's daughter created your order, do they know of what might be out there? He said, pointing upwards. The sage expression shifted. We do, and I cannot tell you. Neither can anyone else from my order. That is absolute. Why? Atticus asked, baffled. Surely it is better for me to know now. So that I can prepare, Atticus said, agitated, his parcel tongue descending into fervent hissing. No. The journey is as important as the destination itself, the sage said resolutely. Atticus frowned heavily. Then why am I being bombarded by experiences of those who have long passed? Why I am made to feel magic sundered and violated? What use is ancient history that has long since been treaded and forgotten? Atticus said with muted anger, the frustration that he had kept within himself leaking out. Manu has granted you access, the sage asked with inscrutable eyes. Atticus stilled. Did the man know about the domain? I wouldn't say access, Atticus said bitterly. It's been forced onto me. Experiences of dreadful nature wrecking my mind until I figured out a way to block it out. Manu always has a purpose in mind. His wisdom is beyond measure, the sage chided. You should consider it an honor it allowed you to see the highest tier of the realm. And what is Manu? Atticus asked, intently unwilling to discuss what honor it was to be mentally tortured. The domain. The sage shook his head. Manu is not the realm. He is of the realm. A firstborn of the Manu. The Manu are beings, Atticus mind world. A precursor? The sage shook his head. I do not know what they are. Merely that they exist. Much of what my order knows comes from few passages in texts from previous monks. The sage looked at him. If Manu sent you those experiences, then be assured they have purpose in them. Manu is far more powerful than you can know, young sayer. If Manu intended you harm, you would have known. He said nothing to that. At the beginning, when he'd been so defenseless, Manu could have trapped him. He'd begun to recognize the feelings of being pushed experiences, and he realized that just as much as he was pushed, he could have been held. Why do you think he made me experience those lives then? Atticus asked after a few moments. Likely why you here today. You needed to understand. You are on a path that will grow to mirror a tsunami. Manu likely wishes you to understand, the sage concluded. If this Manu wanted him to understand. Well, let's just say he understood well enough. He shook his head. What now? Atticus asked finally. For us, it is time to part ways, the sage said with a smile. I and the monk you saw are the last of our order which will die with us. Atticus scrutinized the man before him. All of this for me, he said, trailing off. Why? It is not you that was chosen but the role itself. In the end, the possibilities led us to this moment, and the possibilities from here onwards will lead to other points which may take different shapes or filled with different individuals, but ultimately led to occur all the same, the sage said kindly, just as my role was always to be filled and I simply happened to be the one who filled it. The sage stood up. I wish you good fortune for the future, young sayer. Many hopes of many peoples rest on your shoulders, the sage finished before he hobbled away. Atticus wasn't sure how long he sat there, confused and unsure of himself. Atticus. He broke out of his disjointed thoughts and he turned to his wife's voice. She crossed the distance and looked down at him, her gaze calculating and boring deep into him. You look like you have no idea what's happened. He laughed as he stood up. Honestly, I don't think I really do. He admitted. Emily, the man knows everything. Emily's eyes widened before they turned into slits. I see. She said dangerously. He shook his head. He'd likely see us coming 1,000 different ways. He met her gaze. He's not a threat to us. He smiled wanly. We have much bigger threats to deal with. He said tiredly as he explained to her about the possibility of the ICW being a much greater threat than they realized. He knew he had to spend time to digest what he heard today about living time, about the domain and this Manu, and the fact that he had little control over what was happening. Merlin, he'd come to this trip to deal with his problem, and yet he had found many more. They walked down the stairs as they exited the temple hall, and his eyes widened at the sight before them. The two monks were back to back with a white lotus in their hands, their bodies soulless. They killed themselves. He said in a dead voice. They killed themselves after their task was complete. He hadn't even had the opportunity to ask what their order was called. At least that solves one threat, Emily said with a hint of satisfaction. Somehow, that fact did not ease him at all. Chapter 72. Hello all, welcome back to the story. FYI, I do know that the story lately has been lacking in Emily and Atticus interaction, as some have bemoaned, but it is coming. Have a little patience. Some of you were impatient with the slow pace of Arc 2 with regards to the war and saying that I was stretching it when I had the war closed in 19 chapters. When it is a story like this, one that is moving towards a space opera in its sequel and Halo timeline, there will be many spheres of theater, spheres that will span all kinds of perspectives across many worlds and kinds of people. You can't expect the story to always be central on two figures. Saying that, I start my stories slowly and we're only a few chapters in. The state of the world has been explained and expanded and we're getting to more main character focus. Without further ado, please enjoy the post and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters are available on patreon/boombox117. The Discord channel is discordgg/VR88T64YE7. 16th of March 1953, British Ministry of Magic, Day of Bombing. Charles Potter POV. Jellings better realize he'll be assigned to a desk for the rest of his life. Junior Aura Alastair Moody muttered under his breath as they paced quickly towards the Wizengamot chambers. Keep your wits about you, Charles barked out harshly as they approached the twin doors of the Wizengamot chambers. They'd received a message of a tense hostage situation within the Wizengamot with one of theirs held at Wand Point, which was embarrassing and would later have consequences, that was certain. Still, the protections within the Wizengamot made it a low-risk problem, which was why they would proceed at a careful pace and see what the offender wanted before subduing him once the opportunity arose. The people in the halls parted ways as they gasped at the sight of their Aura Squad de-escalate. An explosion outward from the twin doors rocked the second level of the ministry as stone, marble, and wood splintered and cracked under the force of the explosion, the air rippling from the shockwave of dust and violent air, slamming into them and throwing them off of their feet. Charles' mind slowed what happened even as he was in the air, dazed from the force of the explosion, but had enough wits about him to protect himself further from any harm. His wand twisted around and with a sharp slash, halted his momentum before he let himself drop to the floor on his feet before he crumbled to his knees. He winced, his ears ringing all the while, as he placed his hand to his sides and felt the unpleasant familiar feeling of cracked ribs. Moans and cries and screams reverberated around him, brought him back into the present, and he glanced up, a chill traveling up his spine as he saw the devastation that was leveled within the ministry. Bodies lay scattered amidst rubble, unmoving and seemingly lifeless. He swallowed harshly as he glanced further away and saw the explosion had reached the far edges of the hallways to the point some rebel had smashed into other offices and chambers, and in the midst of that, the casualties of the explosion were calamitous. Screams and cries and desperate calls for help rang louder in his ears as his hearing returned back to a semblance of normalcy. He looked around as he shakily stood up, turning towards the Wizengamot chambers, and he suppressed the urge to sharply intake a breath. The regal doors that cornered off the Wizengamot chambers from the outside world like gates to a sacred temple, was no more, having been pulverized into non-existence, and the walls that separated the chamber had fallen apart like rotted wood wilting under the weight and touch of hands, whilst the floor had cracked apart, spidery cracks that gave way to a new entrance to the lowest level of the ministry. If the explosion was bad enough to rip through the centuries-old enchantments and cause this much destruction here, he was afraid to think what that would mean for those within the chamber. Fleamont Charles thought grimly, his mind going to dark places. He shook his head clear, he had to refocus. He turned around and saw half of his auras were at best out cold and at worst. His brown eyes snapped to Moody was amongst the least injured, blood caked around his head, his hair matted with dust and blood, but his eyes showed that he was aware if only slightly dazed. Carlinger, Scamander, and Conway were all more or less fine, all things considered. His eyes sharpened as he set his jaw and with blistering speed waved his wand around and levitated the rubble that had fallen atop some people before he banished them away. Conway Charles barked out as he continued whirl his wand around, removing the debris from people, something Scamander joined in doing whilst he paced quickly towards Conway. "Sir." Conway's response was slower than he wanted as he walked over to the man and pulled him to his feet. Charles waved his wand over the man and his diagnosis spell made it clear the man had minor internal injuries, nothing life-threatening but enough that he could not rely on the man for further action. "Go get help from St. Mungo's, and after that call everyone in," he ordered. "If they haven't already heard the explosion already," he thought to himself. Conway nodded dazed before he walked away. Scamander and Carlinger were checking on the most critical and stabilizing them as he walked over to them. Charles turned to a woman who was relatively uninjured. "You, Miss Vance," the shaken woman said, her face pale in shock and horror. Charles snapped his fingers in front of her face and she jolted aware as she turned her gaze towards him. Good. She was more or less fine. "Miss Vance, I want you to gather all the largely uninjured individuals and help Auror's commander with anything he might need." Charles turned to his Aurors, which now consisted of Moody Carlinger. "Moody, you're coming with to the Wizengamot chambers." Both glanced at the devastated place and turned back to him and nodded grimly. It wasn't hard to understand that they both realized that if things were bad here, "I'll send through whatever reinforcements come." Scamander promised and Charles nodded before they made their way towards the chambers. They vanished some of the dust and smoke away as they arrived within the chambers, taking careful measure of the unstable flooring before they reached deeper into the domed circular chambers, yet they collectively stilled as they realized the scale of the destruction, the dust and smoke having reduced in intensity and thickness only to reveal the sundered chamber that once housed those who ruled their world. "Merlin!" Carlinger whispered shakily as he turned green and retched at what he saw. The calamitous situation outside of the chambers could not be compared to the scenes before them. "Animals, whomever did this, animals," Moody muttered, his expression ashen and his eyes expressive with restrained gloom at the horror before them. Where before there was a gallery, high above the near top of the domed circular chambers, instead there was nothing more than crumbled stone and burning ash. The remaining structures that held up the gallery were broken, burning, and torn asunder under the wave of destructive power from whatever had detonated. Blood dripped from atop the remaining structures that pitifully held up a fraction of the famous gallery, a gallery filled with press or visitors that were kin or members of the houses seated within the Wizengamot. It was macabre. Dead eyes and half-torn faces stared out into the abyss whilst their faces remained fixed in shocking fear, hands and feet peeking out from rubble and broken marble, their bodies buried underneath the weight of the once great gallery. It was the sight of horrors and grief struck within him at the desolation of what had happened, the senseless murder of almost 100 civilians. It was sickening and it tugged at his mind, the sight of such horror reminding him of what he'd seen in the war, and he had to pull himself out of the memories with heaving effort just as he physically swiveled around, pushing himself further and farther away from the sight of the innocent dead. Yet that feeling of sickness only filled his core ever more as he grew fearful of seeing the same dead terrified expression frozen in torn faces in his own brother's face as he lifted his gaze towards the tiered seats of the Wizengamot and a sharp intake of breath escaped his restraint, his hands shaking wildly. The ancient seats that stood for centuries no longer resembled the tiered assembly. Box seats were proudly belonging to those of ancient descent were now defiled with the remnants of their descendants' blood and flesh. The elevated seats had crumbled under the force of the explosion and not even the most ancient seats had survived, seats that bore the original enchantments of Merlin Emery's, and it was another shock to the system as an enchantment deemed unbreakable had been destroyed just as ably as the rest of the chamber had been. It chilled him to his bones, the thought of whatever that explosion was, an explosion that could rip through as unbreakable through the enchantments enchanted by Merlin himself. But there was hope, hope in the form of standing survivors. Hope that this day of horror that struck a blow against the heart of their nation had not struck a fatal blow, however costly the injuries would prove to be. His eyes flickered towards the progressives' camps and he allowed a breath of relief as he saw his brother survive and giving aid to the few others with Harfang. His brother looked injured but not overly so, and he knew it was a minor miracle he had survived this. He glanced at where the Potter seat had been located and he noticed it was one of the few mostly intact, even if it had sagged into the crumbled marble like most others, just the same as Harfang's. His eyes travelled towards the rest of the Wizengamot and he saw only one more of the same deflection, the same pattern as that of his brothers at the long bottom seat before he spotted similar deflections by Lady Slytherin who had survived with a few others of the Ouroboros who stood nearby her, yet they were just as decimated as the progressives, though both were far better off than the traditionalists who had none standing amidst the crumbled tiered section. In that moment, he realized why that was, why his brother had survived, why it was likely Harfang and Slytherin had survived when nearly none other had. Ego custos. Charles whispered to himself. A shield that Atticus had taught him when he'd been promoted as senior Auror. A shield that could defend against fiend fire just as much as it could defend against the most destructive forms of magic or physical objects, and grew more powerful and more magically intensive the more desperate you were. Something Atticus had told him had been inspired by his duel with Grindelwald and that he wished for him to have in case he ever needed it. And he'd taught it to Fleamont, his brother, who survived only because of this shield when many others had perished. His throat felt tight as he began to speak. Moody, Carlinger. Charles said quietly before he gathered himself, his mind drifting away from his thoughts. Go and help any survivors at the gallery. Stabilize them as much as you can before moving on to the others. He said sharply, breaking his Aurors out of their horrified shock with the way his voice managed to be unwavering despite the fact he was as shaky as the structures of the chamber itself. Yes, boss, Sir Aurors. Moody and Carlinger sounded out before they rushed away towards the crumbled gallery. Fleamont. Charles shouted as he made his way towards the traditionalist section. His brother looked up from where he was huddled, applying some kind of treatment to the injured. His brother's expression was tired but grateful as the brothers met each other gaze. His brother nodded to him and Charles was relieved to know that his brother was fine and returned it before quickening his pace towards the traditionalist section. The magic in the air rose, thickening the density of the air. The dust that clogged up the surroundings began to slow, as if it was caught in a thick liquid slurry, unable to fall as unrestrained as it once was. He turned his head and saw her, on her feet like an eternal wave of palpable power, aglow with thick strands of dark blue magic surrounded her like a torrential storm about to sweep aside mountains as her magic pressed against the boundaries of the destroyed chambers. Her hands rose and it felt like an age as he stood still, her hands rising like slow-moving glaciers, yet it felt as it weighed a dozen times more than even the greatest mass of ice. And then, reality shifted, the world responded to her demands, her orders, her command. The broken stones, the burnt-out husks of the formerly tiered Wizengamot rose in the air as if hung by strings. Shattered burnt shards of wood and stone smelted into one another, all the while bodies were separated from the debris, floating aimlessly but unharmed towards the center of the circular chamber where the floor was gliding back into a semblance of what it once was, the cracks within the marble flooring disappearing like vanishing streaks of lightning. The few that seemed to be awake and conscious were being attended to by the surviving lords whilst Slytherin moved those who had been lost in the destruction. He moved into action and brandished his wand as he carefully levitated the bodies down and quickly checked to see if there were any still alive, but it was in vain. Lords Avery, Brown, Cornfoot, Crabbe, and even Malfoy were all almost unrecognizable and he could only identify them by the emblems of their rings. Again and again he came across dead lords and ladies, a few having seemed to have lasted only slightly longer than others, having protected themselves better from the blast than other, but they were all dead, and he stilled when he came across the next body, his knees feeling weak as he crouched down, his stoic expression breaking as he saw the one person who he hoped not to see here. Arcturus. Charles sighed quietly at the sight of his brother-in-law. He waved his wand around him and his diagnostic charm indicated what he thought had happened. He bore a deep wound in his chest not far from his heart, a piece of banister buried into his chest having gone through the opening of his Wizengamot robes. He had not died from the explosion or whatever magical effects it caused, no, Arcturus Black, the Lord Black, had died because he was unlucky. He closed his eyes. Doria. This was going to break his wife, he knew. She loved her brother very much despite all appearances, and he knew they were each other's favorite siblings. To die in this fashion. He checked on the others and found none lived. He turned towards Moody and Carlinger and saw that they had also arranged the dead in a cleared space and laid them down. It seemed there would be no further survivors. Charles twisted his wand and conjured dozens of plain white sheets before flicking his wand and causing the sheets to cover the bodies. For Arcturus, he covered him with a sheet that bore the famous emblem of his house, a grim. Rest in peace, brother. I will ensure they won't get away with this, he swore to himself as he crouched down and placed his hand on the emblem on the white sheet. Brother. He heard and saw his brother huddling over on a cane that he must have just created. Charles rose up from his crouched position and turned to his brother completely, a concerned look on his face. His brother saw and waved it away. Nothing a day in St. Mungo's won't heal. Fleamont smiled bitterly. That shield of yours saved my bacon, brother. Seems like it saved more than just you. He peered over to Harfang, who was speaking with Atticus' wife. Yes, Harfang used the same shield as well. Fleamont said with a sigh. In truth, Harfang saved my life just as a part of my shield saved Abbott's life. He was the one who called out for us to raise shields when the man almost finished speaking. It seemed like Harfang's battle intuition was still working just fine, Charles thought to himself. Charles' eyes drifted to Harfang. I'll have to thank him, he said with a relieved sigh before he looked at his brother. How are the survivors? As his eyes hardened into cold brown embers. His brother seemed to pick up on this, though he did not comment on it. Not good, he said with a gentle sway of the head, his expression pained. Lords Abbot, Shafik, and Pruitt will survive, but they will not be able to live a long life from what we could tell. They had not been covered by my ego custos shield completely, and it seems like the explosion had damaging corrosive elements that are dark in nature. His brother sighed as he glanced away, over his shoulder towards the injured lords and the few ministry officials that were being kept stable by Lords Lestrange, Prince, and Harfong, the only lords that were healthy enough to walk unaided, whilst Slytherin went over to Carlinger to aid them with the couple of survivors he'd found. The others, I'm not sure they'll live past today. His brother more quietly as the sounds of coming people grew louder by the second. Who is responsible for this? He asked with a cold tone, an arctic fury rippling underneath his skin as the weight of today's disaster. The man made references to phoenixes. His brother with his eyes closing. Charles' lips tightened, the arctic fury that lay underneath his skin broke into a smoldering molten fury rising from a newly formed caldera just as a wave of healers and auras burst through into the Wizengamot chamber. Doria is here, his brother said quietly, and the hot fury within him vanished just like that when he saw his wife amongst the healers, and his expression turned sorrowful. He hadn't realized that she was still on emergency call shifts as she looked at the Wizengamot in shock and dismay before she turned towards him, and a clear sense of relief was apparent on her face. She rushed forward towards him and hugged him tightly. Oh, I'm so glad to see you're all right, she whispered in his ear. I thought maybe. I'm fine, Dor, I'm fine, really, he said as he sighed contently in their embrace until he remembered what she had lost. Where's Archie? She asked as he broke off the embrace, a pained expression on his face, something she noticed immediately. Her eyes widened. No, she said with shock as his eyes flickered towards the body with the grim emblem. She swiveled around and gasped despairingly. No, 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 she cried out as she walked over and stiltedly towards the body. She fell to her knees and uncovered his face, and her cries turned silent, and he walked over, crouching next to her with his arm around her shoulders. I'm sorry, Dor, His voice died in his throat and she clutched tighter onto him, and he closed his eyes as he let her cry out in his chest. She wasn't the only one amongst the reinforcements that cried or raged that day. Not when so many had lost family members in the bombing, yet it was the cries of the one that matters by far the most to him that tore him to pieces. It was a day and a half later that he met up with Emil Tiff, the newly promoted acting director of the MLE, several other senior Aurors, and Geoffrey Bracker, the director of the Department of Mysteries, to discuss how they managed to devastate the ministry like that, despite how exhausted he was. The bombing of the Wizengamot had not been the only attack that was orchestrated, no, it seemed only the prelude of hastening escalation, as several homes of noble families were razed to the ground with casualties on more than just one occasion. The ministry, which was already left reeling, was chaotic, in shock, and these attacks only made it worse, and the pressure on the Auror department was almost unbearable. They were stretched, and a massive recall of former Aurors, retired or fired, was made as news filtered through the public about the massive terrorist strikes that were being perpetrated. One thing was for sure though, this had escalated to a degree that had hardened them, and the department was united in rooting them out completely. There were already several Auror squads out apprehending suspects with links to both terrorist organizations, leaving no stones unturned. The explosion was unique, Bracker said with a pursed lip as he waved his wand, the Wizengamot chambers forming in a ghostly mist at the center of the table as the scene was reconstructed. From the memories donated by Lords Potter, Lestrange, and the Ministry Scribe, we've managed to ascertain some idea of the nature of the explosion, Bracker said as the murderer that held Jellings began to dimly glow before erupting into an explosion that lay the devastation he'd seen. The magical residue that remained is dark in nature, true, but it is more than that. It is willingly sacrificial. Intakes of sharp breath could collectively be heard before Bracker continued. From what we could ascertain, we are relatively confident that the man was under a form of ritual that was activated with a delayed trigger, requiring him to willingly sacrifice his magic and his life. We also suspect that this trigger set off a secondary reaction, possibly a potion he consumed prior to arriving within the gallery, that amplified the explosion that happened today. Bracker finished. How? Senior Auror Kinston asked, his expression grim. How could that be enough to fuel an explosion that could rip through Merlin's enchantments? All eyes fell on Bracker, who had thinned his lips and remained silent for a few moments. We're not sure, Bracker admitted, but we do have suspicions that it might have been the intent of the sacrifice that might have proved to be enough to destroy Merlin's enchantments. Emil Tiff frowned. Intent? What intent? Bracker hesitated for a second before he answered. The intent to break the power that resided within the Wizengamot. The silence was eerie as the full implication of the attack settled on them. You meant to say? One of the senior Aurors trailed off. That Merlin's enchantments are destroyed in totality. Bracker finished. Simply, yes. Emil Tiff looked gravely at Bracker. You mean to say you don't know how to reapply them? Any of them? You have a high opinion of us, acting director, Bracker said with a thin smile, but in this instance, it is misplaced. We have never replicated Merlin's enchantments, nor do we know how he had done it, only theories. Bracker moved his hands to behind his back. Unfortunately, today's tragedy has larger consequences than most will realize. The Wisengamot-tiered seats was almost sentient in a way, and as it was expanded, some of Merlin's enchantments had expanded to cover it, all of which is now forever lost. Bracker finished. Silence reigned for a few moments until Charles spoke up. You mentioned a secondary reaction. Bracker turned him, a fleeting flicker of surprise crossing his face before he nodded, this time grimly and more serious. Yes. That potion I mentioned, there's a reason for why we believe he consumed something. The explosive residue, once we removed the inherent magical residue, indicated that it was dynamite. Dynamite? Tiff asked, confused. Is that some kind of obscure explosive potion? Bracker shook his head. No. It's a Muggle invention. He said simply, and the room tensed, the temperature dropping as if death itself walked amongst them. Explain, Tiff said dangerously, his voice low. You are aware of gunpowder? Bracker questioned the room, and several nodded, likely those who took Muggle studies in Hogwarts. It is similar to that, in that it is a chemical concoction consisting of several elements that explodes once it triggered by certain conditions. Bracker pursed his lips. We believe the potion altered him alchemically, perhaps his fat stores were converted into dynamite until a critical point had been reached and detonated. Charles exchanged a look with Emil Tiff, whose expression darkened substantially, something the rest of the occupants in the room noticed. Tiff looked at Bracker. Are you certain? He asked, his voice grave. Bracker's gaze flickered to Charles, an inquisitive look in his eyes before returning them to Tiff. I am. Tiff straightened stiffly in his chair, his dark expression worsening. His eyes swept across the room. This does not leave this room, not until we first apprehend the traitors to magical Britain, is that understood? Tiff said in a growling voice, and once he'd gotten the affirmatives, he continued. We have evidence that both groups, namely the Order of the Phoenix and the Isonian movement, have been provided funds and resources by the Muggles. Tiff said blankly, and senior Aurors rose to their feet, outraged. You meant to say Muggles are partly responsible for what happened tonight? Senior Auror Kinston asked furiously. I'm saying that they may be involved in more than just this attack. Tiff said calmly, though the harsh glint in his eyes were obvious to see. That is why it is utterly important that none of this escapes this room, not when the fervor of hate and anger is so high. Tiff's eyes narrowed dangerously. We do not need another element to this crisis. He said with a threatening tone, and one that Charles understood very well was needed. The last thing they needed was for word to break out that Muggles were partially responsible for yesterday's attack, not when some people were calling for all those who supported the two groups to be rounded up and executed. The country was teetering on civil war, and he, along with Director Tiff, knew that they were on the very edge. The deaths of the heads of houses was shocking to the public, but he knew that it was the death of the visitors that truly upset them. Much of the message of the Isonian movement and the Order of the Phoenix had elements that the public felt sympathetic to. Thankfully, the attacks on family homes had lessened that support, but it had not eradicated it completely, and they knew that they had to apprehend them all before it could escalate any further. Which would happen if the people who lost family or friends in the attacks knew of the Muggle involvement. The last thing they needed is for some idiot to attack the Muggles when all evidence was pointing towards their intent to take control of their world. If they have more of these weapons. Tiff turned to Charles, who understood his look, and Charles picked the rest of the conversation. We have evidence to suggest that the Muggles have been thoroughly informed of our world and actively involved. Charles said with a deathly calm tone. Despite the gravity of the situation I met with the low, he cleared his voice. The late Lord Black just over a week ago informed me of what he had learnt. The Muggles have magicals working for them, and to make it worse, it has been the case for years. Charles said grimly. He'd been shocked when Arcturus had asked him some suspicious questions. It was only after point-blankly asking him what the reasons behind the questions were that Arcturus admitted that he had evidence that the magical world was intensely compromised, that there were traitors working with the Muggles to undermine their world. That it was happening ever since Underhill was assigned to guarding duties to the Muggle royals over 10 years ago. Arcturus had spoken that the Muggles had their own form of magical researchers intently working on weaponry, and this bomb was very likely to have been one of theirs. Why? Senior Auror Blithwick asked, disturbed. What's their motive? Isn't that obvious? Senior Auror Kinston asked darkly. To destroy us. We don't know that. Bracker spoke up, his gaze falling on Kinston. Such thinking will only prove to change what is already a dangerous situation into a deathly one. It was more likely it was as a result of their actions against the Muggle royals, Charles thought cynically. Arcturus had mentioned that he believed their motivations might have something to do about the magical world supposedly not honoring their duties to the British Crown. Though Director Bracker is correct in some ways, Auror Kinston's thinking is not entirely without basis. Tiff said with his hands steepled in front of him. As for their motives, we have a clear picture of what they want. He turned to Charles. Senior Auror Potter, under the direction of the late Director Wilkins, headed interrogations of Liaison Underhill, and with full authorization under Section 14.4b of the Statute of Secrecy, Underhill was interrogated under the influence of Veritaserum. Tiff said with a cold tone, his eyes glinting dangerously. What we have discovered is that Underhill is utterly incapable of speaking in any capacity under the influence. Bracker's eyes widened. He's under loyalty oaths. Bracker said musingly. Yes. Tiff confirmed, but that's not the worst of it. On more than one occasion, he came close to dying in breach of his oath and we had to apply the counteragent several times. Still, Tiff said as he tugged at the edges of his sleeve, we managed to understand their motive nonetheless. Underhill did look relieved that we managed to understand the gravity of the situation. Charles commented. So an unwilling traitor, Kinston mused. It seems so, Charles said with a nod. We've interrogated him several times and obliviated him each time, and that reaction so far has been genuine. We have under heavy surveillance and it seems that he is directly working with the Muggle equivalent of the Aurors. Charles glanced at Bracker. We could use your help with this. Bracker met Charles' gaze. That is not our purpose, Auror Potter. We will be providing you with whatever countermeasures to this form of bombing we can, but that is all we can do. No, it isn't your purpose. Charles agreed, his gaze not breaking. But your purpose is ensuring dangerous forms of magic isn't in the public domain, to ensure knowledge isn't used to create great harm to the magical world. Charles smiled bitterly. Surely this creation, this bombing and the way it was done falls under that banner. Not to mention, Tiff interjected, the fact remains that it is highly likely that we have traitors working with the Muggles to come up with new Muggle-inspired weapons that we may see used in greater effects in our world. Bracker's eyes narrowed minutely at that as Tiff continued. Surely that warrants the involvement of your department, Bracker. Tiff said as he leaned forward. Bracker remained silent for a moment. It does. He finally said as he met Tiff's gaze. You will have the department's assistance in dealing with this problem. Tiff smiled, his eyes shining with triumph before it flickered away as he nodded. Good. Tiff's smile fell away, a cold look taking hold in his face. For now, Tiff continued, his voice now deadly serious, for now we deal with the terrorists first. Tiff turned to Charles. Charles, I'm depending heavily on you on this. After Director Wilkins and myself, you have been the preeminent man dealing with both groups. Tiff paused for a moment, his eyes boring into Charles. I want you to deal with this in however way you see fit. Tiff's voice was arctic and unforgiving. We may have been under martial law for months now, however I expect you to completely adhere to it. Is that understood? Charles met Tiff's gaze. Ever since Lowe declared martial law since January, the reality was they were still largely under the restraint of normal conditions with the exception of enforcing curfews. They had not used the authority to arrest individuals that normally required warrants or to carry out large operations without the approval of the minister. They did not think they needed to do so, not at the time. They'd believed preventing them from gathering in public, arresting those who were clearly guilty of being part of the two denounced groups, was enough. Not anymore. Charles nodded stiffly. You have my word, Director. I will do all I can to end their threat. And he knew that also included dealing with the Muggles. He exited the flua and arrived back home, the feeling of guilt and sorrow he'd felt when he'd informed his wife of her brother's passing coming back to the front of his mind. He walked down the hall and saw his wife still sitting where he'd left her, though now it seemed she'd cried out all the tears she may have had from the way she was silent and unmoving, simply staring at the hearth. He moved towards her and sat next to her, his hand seeking out her own. Door. He said quietly, almost beseechingly. It seemed to be enough as she looked away from the hearth, finally realizing he was there. I've spoken with Cassie, the funeral will be in 7 days. She said with no emotion in her voice. All right. Charles said delicately as he looked at his wife's composed expression that was unsettling him. Door, I. She raised her hand, her expression softening, a semblance of normality re-entering her cool violet eyes. I know, Charles, I know. She said softly, her voice jolting ever so slightly. It was a miracle anyone survived that. I always thought he was invincible, the Lord Black. She laughed crokily. I thought only death or illness could take him, for they were the only ones that could stand up against him. He almost pulled it off too. Charles said with a weak smile. He protected himself against the blast, it's just that a piece of banister got him in an angle that made him drop the shield, which ultimately. He trailed off. Doria closed her eyes, fresh tears sprouting from the corner of her eyes. She reopened them, her beautiful violet eyes were hard. Promise me you won't take it easy on them. Charles stared at those eyes for what seemed like an age. I promise. He said to her, entirely truthful of his intent to put them down. Break. 17th of March 1953. Isonomian Movement Headquarters, past midnight. Jason Harrison POV. Jason strode forward, pushing past the guard as he handed over his wand and into the beckoning open room. What have you done? Jason raged at Michael, his rage bursting out of him as he slammed into Michael's office, uncaring that the door from which he entered remained open. He did not care if the others could see his rage. What must be done? Michael said calmly, unwilling to look up as he carried out writing in his notes, infuriating Jason only further. What must be done? What must be done? Jason bellowed as he slammed his hands onto the table, the ink pot spilling over onto the desk finally resulting in Michael looking up at him with cold eyes. "What do you think war meant, Harrison?" Michael said with cold disdain. Michael leaned forward. "That it was going to be some kind of glorious and honorable fight, old chappie," Michael said with a cruel sneer like how those who've never been in it say it is. Michael laughed coldly. "There is a reason why your father and grandfather never speak about the war, Jason," Michael said with calm detachment. "They have sacrificed more than just their blood, sweat, and tears, kid. They sacrificed their souls for their cause, and it is what we must be willing to do if we are to win this war." Michael leaned forward and a shiver ran down Jason's spine. The same look was in his eyes, one that he had never seen before in Michael's. The same hateful vacancy that he'd seen in Samael's eyes. The Order of the Phoenix have delivered on their promise, and with the deaths of 90% of the Wisengamot and all of the new administration, Michael raised himself, every bit seeming like a vengeful creature. "We are halfway there. And the attacks on the families have only begun, and we will continue to strike at the rest of the Wisengamot families." Michael's gaze was terrifying, one of fervent fanaticism. "Where will that end?" Jason asked, shocked. He had not been privy to this madness. He had thought their quarrel was with the ministry, with the discriminatory system that needed to be destroyed, not this scorched earth violence that would destroy everything they said they were trying to accomplish. "Until we have what we want," Michael said coolly. "As we have always intended," he said as he leaned back in his chair. "Equal rights. Democracy. An end to the wealth concentration in the few pure-blood families." Michael thinned his lips and, if need be, will go as far as ridding those families root and stem. "Even children?" Jason asked in an appalled tone, his expression dismayed, the full reality of what was happening settling in his mind. "This is war," Michael only said in return as his eyes hardened, confirming the worst as disgust settled in his core. Jason noticed suddenly the entrance of other people and he glanced over his shoulder, a cold stone dropping in his stomach. Jason turned back to Michael, the feelings of imminent betrayal oddly casting a disturbing calmness around him. "I have supported you when we needed to strike," Jason began lowly, his voice quivering with hostile assuredness. "I have orchestrated our strikes against targets that we knew would not garner sympathy from the public, only increase our reputation and message to the masses. I have planned the steady path we needed to take to ignite this. Jason trailed off as he exhaled deeply, his eyes once more setting onto Michael's detached ones. "This campaign of liberation into a campaign of revolution." Jason laughed bitterly as he shook his head. "Yet all you have done is ensure our revolution is doomed in the cradle. The people of magical Britain would not stand for this. They had given the ministry the tools they needed to survive, and not only that, to make things worse for them all." Jason sneered contemptuously at Michael as he was seized by the arms. "If you think you'll be seen as a modern-day Guy Fawkes, you'll be mistaken, Michael," Jason shouted as he was dragged out of the room. He was hit in the stomach and Jason churned out what he ate for dinner, and yet, despite himself, he laughed contemptuously even as he was dragged out of the room, but not before hearing. "Take him to the new cells. We may have use for him still." Break. 23rd of March 1953, St. Mungo's. Cassiopeia Black POV. She stared at the body of her brother as he lay there on the cold stone slab. The healers did a fair job, she thought as she stared morbidly at her mostly intact brother, only one thing running through her mind again and again. What did she miss? None of her network suggested anything of this scale of attack. Not even her contact within the Order of the Phoenix had known anything about this attack. A useless idiot that she had the pleasure of torturing every scrap of information from before she passed that along to her contacts within the Aura department, something that allowed them to take out the cells the dead man had known about it. Still, it did not bring her any comfort, not even making all of her resources available to the Auras from the shadows, knowing that their lives would shortly end did. "Cassie." She heard and she glanced over her shoulder. Her younger sister, her now only sibling in the world, was by the door of the private room in the mortuary at St. Mungo's. "Doria," she said curtly as she turned back to her brother's corpse. "This wasn't supposed to happen, you damn fool. Not when their house needed someone strong, now more than ever." Her sister stood next to her. She glanced at her from the corner of her eyes. Doria looked like she'd come to terms with the death of their brother. For all of her soft-heartedness, she did have a core of strength about her. She glanced back at her brother's corpse. It bothered her that he looked so peaceful. It was so unlike him. "Morgana, she could use a damn bottle of fire whiskey right about now. He looks unnatural without that permanent glare of his." Doria spoke up suddenly. She kissed her teeth. "Yes, he looks like he's just passed a particular troublesome kidney stone out," she murmured. Doria choked for a moment before she looked at Cassie with a scandalized look. Cassie looked to meet her gaze with a raised eyebrow. "You're only scandalized because you know it's true." Doria said nothing before she began to giggle, which burst to a laugh, one that Cassie joined in soft chuckles. Their amusement petered away, soberness settling on both of them. "I thought he'd outlive us," Doria confessed. "So did I," Cassie admitted after a moment. Arcturus was many things, but he was smart. Smarter than most give him credit for. And far keener to abandon things if he felt like it. It wouldn't been odd at all if he'd given up his lordship to Orion decades from now and just disappeared. How's Melania? Cassie asked after a moment. Grief-stricken. Doria said quietly. According to Druella and Cygnus, she's not left her room for days now. Kriakers has been needed to bring her food. Cassie sighed inaudibly. Melania had always been soft. Softer than even Doria. But the love between their brother and Melania had been true. Which was remarkable given that Archie could be a bastard to care for. Will she make the funeral? Cassie asked. Undeterminable. Doria admitted, and the conversation stopped for a few moments. They'll move him in the next hour to our family estate. Doria spoke up, and Cassie frowned as she looked at Doria. I thought they'd do so later today. Doria shook her head. The Mulcybers have been attacked, Doria said, a little jittery. The entire mainline has been killed. Cassie's eyebrows raised. How? The Mulcybers may not be an ancient family, but they certainly have the wealth to have some very good wards. She said as her mind whirled on what she heard. More than a few families had been decimated in the attacks, several having happened directly after the bombing. Some had even taken to flee their ancestral homes to more private and secure homes not registered with the ministry. In truth, it perplexed her the scale with which this was all happening. The Order of the Phoenix and the Isonian movement were showing levels of competency that should have been far beyond them. Their goals of wanting to rid the influence of the noble families were flights of fancy, delusional aims. Yet, here they were, gaining far more success than she ever thought possible. I don't know. Doria admitted. Charles has been quiet about the investigations. When I see him anyway. She said with a sigh. Not surprising, Cassie mused. Charles had risen up the ranks of the Aura department thanks to this crisis, and it was likely he'd take the position of assistant director once things were back to a measure of normality. He'd be the youngest to ascend to such a position ever. He did say they were getting close. Doria added, and Cassie hummed. She hadn't heard that yet. She turned on her heel and began to walk away, though she stopped momentarily when her sister spoke up. I'll be at Black Manor in the evening. Doria said, and Cassie looked over her shoulder. She met the gaze of her sister and nodded minutely before she paced away. Her soft-hearted sister intended her not to be alone. It was a foolish sentimentality. Foolish, but so very Doria. The next day the funeral procession happened, and in truth she barely paid attention, only doing so when she added her own flame to the pyre. She had no patience to deal with the lickspittle that roused out of their damp holes only to hang off of Orion's teats. Their words of condolences were meaningless when she knew that they were only looking to see the mettle of the new Lord Black. For once, she wasn't all that disappointed in him, not when he looked the part at least. Her eyes spotted the one person she was loath to see, her mood darkening. Riddle was here. I'm sorry for your loss. Riddle said with a commiserating look after she'd come over a little while later. It even looked genuine. Those terrorists have taken much of our people, and Lord Black did not deserve such a fate. Cassie smiled with false sadness. Thank you, Lady Slytherin Sayer. It means much, I assure you. She said with a hard glint in her eyes. Riddle nodded magnanimously before she sighed long-sufferingly. And we were just turning a new leaf after the unfortunate differences we had. She turned to the burnt-out pyre. Cassie narrowed her eyes. So she was here for assurances that the deal that Archie struck was still in play? In truth, she had not thought about the peace that was struck. Not when there were far more pertinent issues to deal with in the more immediate term. She was tempted to sink the bitch's peace, but she knew that now was not the time. She glanced at Orion. And Orion was not the man that could contend with her. The accord between House Black and House Slytherin will be honored. She said curtly, and Riddle turned around, their gazes meeting. Riddle smiled, and it was serpentine with the way her lips stretched. I'm glad to hear so. She turned around and looked at Orion. Lord Black has alluded to such, and I am glad to hear it from you. She said as she turned back to Cassie, a glint in her eye. These days, all of our noble houses must stand together if we are to triumph in these perilous times. Riddle said, and despite her desires, a chill raced through her spine. It wouldn't be the only time she wished her brother had survived. Days later. You're going to her meeting? Cassie asked, her voice devoid of emotion as she stared unblinkingly at her nephew, the new Lord Black. He looked every bit the proud Lord Black, yet it was a facade, a false mask to hide his timidity, his lack of will and strength. Gods, how far had they fallen that now her timid nephew was the Black of the Blacks, the lord that should be commanding the world to his will, and instead they now had a man who was incapable of commanding his wife, let alone his family or his vassals. I am. Orion said calmly. A flicker in his grey eyes indicated his hesitation, and it is not her meeting. It's Malfoy's meeting. She scoffed derisively, as if that hides the damn truth that he's as good as her servant. She snapped harshly, and he flinched, causing her to look away distastefully from him and towards Walburga. And you're fine with this? She asked disbelievingly. Walburga had been the most black out of her entire generation. It was unfortunate she was a damn woman, and more than a little unhinged. And that was saying something, as Cassie herself wasn't exactly the perfect picture of sanity. Walburga scowled foully. I am not. We all know that this is a meeting for her to gain loyalty of the pure bloods. Walburga looked away with a sneer on her face. Which doesn't change the fact that she is also the most powerful amongst the nobility, and they all want to hear if the half-blood has something worth to say. Cassie's eyes widened before she sagged in her chair. Kriaker. Pop mistress, the elf said with a bow as a filled glass of fire whiskey floated towards her. She snagged the glass sharply out of the air and drank half of it before she refocused on Orion. You are the Lord Black. You cannot simply go like a dog running on a master's beck and call. Cassie said critically. I am not. Orion said with a flicker of anger in his eyes. Not when the invitation has been sent to all those of importance to meet at Malfoy Manor. To not go is not an option, you know that very well, Aunt Cassie. Cassie scowled. She did know. Orion did not have the reputation to simply not attend what would prove to be a meeting filled with newly invested lords and ladies. He'd offend many of them and only alienate houses that should be allies. Are you allowing our vassals to attend? The Selwyns, the Crabs, the Goyles. Orion nodded. I am but the exception of the Selwyns. The heir will have his aunt as his regent for years to come, and I see no need for a representative to go when I can speak on their behalf. The others will be my support. He finished. She said nothing, though inwardly she at least approved. She'll want your unconditional support. She said with a pained expression. I'm aware. Orion said with a sigh. And I know I will be forced to give it. Her nostrils flared as she sent a scathing look at him before he continued before she could speak. Especially now that the public have been informed that Merlin's enchantments are gone. Cassie's expression shifted away once more to a pained one. A millennium of ancient magic shattered and destroyed by mudblood lovers completely intent on destroying centuries of tradition and history. Magic that enforced the noble family's rule over magical Britain and had never been questioned, not until now, not to this scale. Despite the support for the mudbloods and those traitors having been largely broken, there were still a sizable number amongst the populace that wanted a change of government, that wanted a greater say. The scars that Sayer left behind, the words he spoke still remained even years later, and the Order of the Phoenix were capitalizing on it even if they lost support. At this rate, even once they were eradicated, they might actually win if things didn't improve soon. She shook her head in disgust. To upend centuries of ruling only because the peasants demanded it. Foolish. What made uneducated peasants think they could do better, when they knew nothing, learned nothing about the intricate aspects of power and governance? Unfortunately, she also knew that with the ministry as broken as it was at this stage, still without a minister, even an acting one, was leaving the country on a perilous edge that could easily escalate to a civil war if things didn't settle down quickly. Something she knew Riddle would offer and highlight to those weak fools and inevitably turn it into her advantage. Do you know what she might want? Walburga questioned. Cassie's expression flickered into annoyance. What does any mudblood want? She said scathingly before she sighed deeply. Before this debacle, I'd say she'd want to twist the country the way she wanted. Now. She smiled bitterly. She might actually have an easier chance once the mudbloods and the traitors were dealt with. She would take a mile, she knew now. She shook her head as a headache settled in. She couldn't deal with this at present. She downed her drink and sent a last glare at her weak nephew. Do not give her your support. Not without understanding what it entails. Let the others suffocate under her poisonous air. You're the Lord Black. Act like it. She said before she left towards the flue. She came to, though she made no appearance of it, as a cold gust of wind caressed her face like frozen fingertips crawling across her face. Her eyelids creaked open, slivers of light entered her eyes as she realized the cold, hard, unforgiving place she laid upon was mountain rock. Fleeting memories of her time in the Alps came to mind and left as soon as they arrived, as she glanced at the sky above and was struck by the unfamiliar stars. No. She knew them, but they were wrong. The stars were brighter, more pronounced, like the edges of the patterns of crystal glass. The stars were brought into greater focus than she'd seen before. Where was she? She remembered leaving the Black Manor, and then she heard something move, a trickle of rocks being displaced, and she moved towards her wand and stilled when she realized she had nothing with her. I'm aware you're awake, Miss Black. A smooth voice cut in, a voice she recognized yet had not heard for years. Her eyes flashed open and she sat up. She saw him with his back turned towards her, with his hands behind his back in a slackened grip, overlooking over the sharp downward ledge of the mountain. His hair was longer, falling free past his shoulder blades, while he seemed to wear simple tunics. So you are still alive then? Cassie said as she raised herself from the cold rock she'd been placed on. Did you ever really doubt? Sayer said musingly. Of course not. Cassie scoffed as she glanced around. Men like Sayer never died when you wanted them to. Her eyes widened as she caught on where she was. A massive ring of silver-grey metal ringed the surroundings like elaborate city walls stretching far into the distance, curving and hugging the landscape like a mother bear. She saw 3 dim lights floating in the air in the distance, like still wet snowflakes, but didn't overshadow the luminous stars that painted the night sky. She didn't think it was in the Alps. The Swiss were rather territorial despite their largely fractious history. Now that they were united, she doubted they would have let something like this go unnoticed. Not to mention, the stars were too wrong to be there. It's almost like they were upside down. Australia? No, she never heard Australia having mountains. No, this was something else. So this is where you've holed up after your exile then? She stated, already realized that this place was built rather than it being somewhere isolated, her mind in overdrive as she thought on where this might be. As she pilfered through her pockets she realized that she had nothing on her, not even her well-hidden second wand. How long was she out? She wondered grimly. Where are we? She asked finally as she stretched out her hand and a piece of mountain rock fizzed into her hand. Illos. My home. He told her as he glanced over his shoulder, and no, we're not in Australia or anywhere near it. We're further south if that helps. She stilled when he mentioned Australia. How? She said dully. How could he? You've improved your sight. She simply stated, her concern rising ever more. Yes. He said as he turned her, his purple-green eyes aglow with an ethereal sheen. He looked older, more refined than the boyish lord that once had his boot on the neck of British magical society. The boy that had been cast out for his threatening and radical beliefs and ideals. He looked every bit pure-blood lord that many believed themselves to be but could never be. Why am I here? She finally asked, breaking their gaze as she looked over the ledge and saw a city of some kind in the distance, a city with buildings that looked like they were fashioned out glittering marble stone. Was she here to hear him gloat? That he outlived Archie, that he won in the end? Her eyes turned cold and they flickered to his, locking onto them with a hardness that would turn lesser men into quivering messes. Yet it did not affect him. He looked unconcerned, the calm almost serene expression on his face remained unbroken. You have tried hard over the past decade to find out what my motivations were, to find what it is I was really after. He allowed a small smile to come across his face. I thought it was time for you to understand. He said as a shattering noise reverberated around them, almost startling her, and she looked to where it sounded it came from. Her gaze went up, into the sky, and she saw an arrow-shaped creation impossibly speed across the face of the sky like it was nothing, gaining and gaining as it continued to grow smaller and smaller. That was Conatum Kyle Este, the first Elosian made ship. Sayer's words broke her out of her confusion. Ship? She asked confused as she turned to him. What kind of ship was that? A ship. But instead of sailing the seas, it will sail through the space between stars. Sayer said with a proud smile on his face, and she looked at him with disbelief. Impossible. Nothing can survive in the void. The tales of Icarus had proven that. She denied. And the mages since who followed in his foolish endeavors had only confirmed that belief. His expression changed, the corners of his lips creasing. Confirmed that belief. He said in a soft tone, his words were almost said in the way the sounds of beating hummingbird wings carried through the air. For all of our race's superiority, we often tend to latch onto beliefs that were long since established by people who knew very little. He said with an amused glint in his eyes. Not unlike the Muggles in truth. She bristled at the comparison, but all she showed outwardly was the narrowing of her eyes. And where's this ship headed? Towards Luna. The third mission since it was built several months ago. He told her calmly, his gaze turning upward. They improved on the design of my first ship considerably. A smile tugged on his face as he kept looking at the sky. She sprang forth, the stone in her hand levitating before dashing forwards headed towards his head. Her eyes widened when the stone disintegrated into a cloud of dust that remained still just inches from his face before they thinned and twisted around his head before reforming into a crystal-clear glass ball. He turned her, an inquisitive look on his face. Can you do more wandless magic? He asked curiously, dumbfounding her. What? She asked deeply disturbed. He had not even flicked his hands. She knew he was capable of wandless magic, everyone knew, but to think he'd improved to this level. No. She told him, not quite the truth. She could do a wandless confundus and reparo, but other than that, it was mostly banishing and levitating she excelled at. A pity. He said in a musing tone. So that ship, it's headed for the moon. She stated uncomfortably. He smiled at her and nodded slightly. It is. They'll set foot on it and take a few rocks for examination. His smile took an amused quality. The researchers are excited to see if the rocks will have a different magical signature to native rocks here, though I suspect they'll probably be more curious about the different gravity. This was. She had trouble grasping what this had to do with why she was here. Even if she chose to believe the insanity he was sprouting. And that is part of the reason you're here. His smile fell off, the density of the air surrounding them grew slightly as she felt waves of magic rippling out of them. She stilled under the heavy magic, under the heavy gaze that oozed domination as they remained aglow, though this time with far less magnanimity and more the gaze of a predator playing with his food. Progress, Progress is never easy. Especially when it is fundamentally different to how things used to be. Sayer's gaze was penetrating, his voice seemed to weight like a mountain wood on her chest as beginning of understandings was settling in her mind. Here in Ilos, progress is cherished, desired, something that I have painstakingly fostered and will continue to foster for many years to come. He said, his words rumbling into the world like a thunderous storm despite the fact it was soft-spoken. Yet I cannot be selfish, not when there are entire communities out there that are suffocating by those who wish to keep the status quo, that wish to keep their world the same for 1,000 years more when the other side of the world is progressing faster than they can ever elect to understand, like frogs sitting in a slowly boiling pan of water. He said, his words unsettling her gravely just as his radiant eyes sizzled with boundless passion restrained by the cold unforgiving logic of the intellect that hid behind those chilling eyes. You're responsible for the troubles in Britain. She hated how her voice quivered out of fear, out of rage, out of grim realization. Not quite, he said with an oozing fetid smile that felt so slippery. Though it would be a lie to say that the events that led to this point had not been allowed to happen. Allowed to happen. She mimicked despite the precarious situation she was in. His smile sharpened, his eyes growing dull and into hard shards of ethereal embers. What is happening with the Muggles, the ones that are using disaffected and subjugated Squib descendants, Muggleborns, will only be the beginning as time passes. The more magical societies refuse to change, particularly European magical societies, the more avenues the Muggles will have to exploit the weaknesses in our world until they discover how to destroy us. And so you help them destroy us now so they don't destroy us later. She said with a scoff. Charles will deal with them in time. Sayer said with almost a flippant tone, as if it was already done, and it sent chills down her spine. No, I'm not helping them, rather I am ensuring our people are aware of the slippery slope of leaving the situation unattended, to leave the door open for them to burst through and to rip us apart. A house divided cannot stand after all, and what I have done is ensure a new house will be built. Riddle, that's the play. She said with cold realization. All of it was orchestrated to take out the old guard and leave the new heads to fall under her influence. Part of it. He said calmly as his magic receded from the world. Magical Britain as it is now is not to our liking, nor is it capable of advancing society in the way that it needs to. Not to their liking. You've never stopped wanting to change Magical Britain. She said as she closed her eyes. All of her efforts, all of her brother's efforts of ridding them of Sayer's dangerous ideas were all for naught. Ilos is my home, but Magical Britain is my family's. I was never going to let go. He said with a calmness that only exacerbated the defeated feeling she felt. Why do all this? She asked as she opened her eyes. And don't tell me it's because you fear the Muggles. She said with a mocking laugh as she waved her hand around. You can do all of this, you can wield magic like I have never seen before, the Muggles could do nothing if you let us in the world that made you. He looked away from her penetrating gaze and towards the skies. Perhaps. He said after a moment. Perhaps I could have left things as they were and simply led when the time of the destruction of the Statute of Secrecy came. He said in a contemplative tone. It would have been easy too. I would have had decades of research, decades of engineering a weapon that could eliminate millions, billions of Muggles. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, the glass ball that floated in the air breaking into dust that spread like a mist just like that. He turned her, the picture image of quiet control whilst his eyes danced on the edge of a burning chill. Yet, what is the point of such slaughter? Of such waste of life? When we have the entire universe open to us. He said in a chilling musing tone. You're insane. Cassie said with a biting laugh. He only smiled at her. Perhaps from your perspective. Sometimes I do wonder though. He said in a fleeting quieting tone. He regained his sharpness and his gaze settled on her, his magic rising once more as spoke again. I see our destiny out there amongst the stars, Cassiopeia Black. And everything I do is to ensure our people rise towards our potential as a people. The emeralds in the sea of purple danced like twilight stars with the way they stood aglow. And I will see it done. Whatever the cost. Her eyes closed. This was insanity. For years she wanted to discover what drove him to do what he said, to push for laws everyone knew would never pass, no matter how powerful or charismatic he was. He'd let them believe that he could be ousted without war, only for Magical Britain to be taken gratefully once Riddle was done with it. She reopened her eyes and met his gaze. She understood then. Why she was here. You're going to kill me. Cassie stated, her voice surprisingly calm. Sayer said nothing for a moment, his gaze losing its glow and turned penetrating, and she felt unbalanced under it. I am. He said finally, his voice calm even as her calmness broke under the weight of what was going to happen to her. She swallowed as she broke the gaze and peered out into the distance. I had not wanted to. Sayer continued a little quietly. But you are a disruptive presence, one that could have been a boon to my cause had I your loyalty, but I do not and I will not. Cassie laughed hollowly. Spare me the routine, she said scathingly as she turned him, her eyes wild with fury. Do not give me some strung up Morgana damned nonsense of reluctantly, she mockingly sneered, needing to kill me. She straightened up, her nose in the air as she looked down her nose at him. I am your enemy and you are going to kill me. It's as simple as that. She said with a vicious look in her eyes as she met his gaze unflinchingly. Sayer in his arrogance smiled wanly at her, one that was teemed with accommodation and misplaced gentleness. You're not my enemy. You've never been Cassiopeia. In truth you have been nothing more than you have ever been. An opposition I respect. Nothing more, nothing less. She bristled at the dismissive attitude. You dare reduce to me to that, she almost raged. She knew she was going to die as soon as she realized who it was that took her, but the fact that he was considering her little more than a filthy curb to step over rankled her. Her, the one who elevated the Black Network greater than any before, her who had set up the motions to boot out the Sayers out of their homelands. How dare he? I dare, Miss Black, because it is the truth. And you know it too. He said calmly with a tilted head. You've known for a long time. Cassie closed her eyes. They'll look for me. They will. Sayer agreed quietly, and she reopened her eyes and saw a minute expression of sorrow in his face. Doria will be frantic in her worry. Keep my sister's name out of your lips. She said with chilling, seething hate that masked her fear for her sister, her family. Sayer remained unfazed. They'll find your body with a number of dead suspected Order of the Phoenix members. His words took the fight out of her and she laughed bitterly. At least I will be found dead having fought. A lie that couldn't be further from the truth. A lie that was Atticus Sayer, a Dark Lord worse than she'd ever thought possible. Soul Black should have helped the Gaunts kill Henry Sayer. She said bitterly, hoping to at least leave one more mark, however she could, on him. It is to the good of the Black family that Soul Black had not, otherwise the last male heir would have likely been dead in 1996 at the hands of his female cousin. Sayer said with a non-expressive look. And that debt my family owes to yours will be repaid a final time when your family reaches greater heights than you or your forebears imagined. He finished as the magic in the air thickened. Her throat felt tight and her eyes widened as she rose in the air, her feet dangling as she tried to touch the rocks with her toes. He had not moved an inch and his gaze remained the same, impassive yet chilling in its indifference. Arcturus, our family needed you now more than ever. She though despairingly. Goodbye, Cassiopeia Black. He said before she felt herself pass through oblivion after a loud crack and a fleeting moment of intense pain. Break. 25th of March 1953, Malfoy Manor 9 days after bombing. Abraxas Malfoy POV. Abraxas stared at the full assembly with a cool expression on his face, his fingers rotating the head of house ring on his ring finger, as he sat stiffly on the right of Lady Slytherin's empty seat at the head of the table. It barely felt real, the death of his father, a man he had thought capable of swindling decades from death itself, yet he lay dead just as many former lords and ladies of the Wizengamot had been, just as the eve of the beginning of their victory had started. A victory that would have felt like a loss had they not uncovered the devious plot of the Muggles that allowed Ouroboros the opportunity to rise in the first place. He clutched on the bout of hatred that was boiling within him. To think his father died because of them, it was unthinkable that the proud house of Malfoy was laid low because of their deviousness, just as it was unthinkable how close they were to being held hostage by the Muggle filth. His father would be rolling in his grave if he knew how close that plot had been to succeeding. He stared down at his ring, his mind whirling with complicated thoughts of how he felt about his father's death. He had not loved his father. Such a common thing was below a Malfoy, but he had cared for him. His father had taught him all he needed to know to thrive in this world, all he needed to know to become a worthy heir of the Malfoy family that continued to grow as the decades passed, passing by failing families and usurping their positions, ever growing nearer to the top of the chain. Something that seemed to be in their immediate destiny, with the capitulation of the Black family and the victory of the Ouroboros faction resulting in its elevation as the dominant faction within the Wizengamot, with one of their own elected as minister. His father had known the game had changed when Lord Sayer defeated Grindelwald, when he'd seen a sliver of her power and her ability to twist others into supporting her, and more so when his father had seen his shaken form when he'd come back from that night when he'd seen them raise a foundation of Illos. From that point onwards, his father had told him that he was to establish himself as her right-hand man, to be to her what Agrippa had been to Octavian, even if their roles were reversed, something he knew he was well on his way on achieving despite the challenges that Lestrange and Rockwood presented. Yet he would not see it happen, not now, when in one single mad night his father was killed in an attack that caused a Wizengamot to lay broken just as the ancient magics that held it in place was broken. He was now Lord Malfoy in the wake of his father's death, in an event that shook the realm to its core, just as it was an act that shook the very foundation of the nobility within the Isles, but not with him, no. He was burning with dripping fury, full of unrelenting and consuming hate at the thought of those that dared to strike at his father. The fact it was unlikely they'd live for long mattered not. No, not when he knew that they had not acted alone. He would have retribution, one way or another, in whatever form it may come. His expression remained unchanged as he looked up, peering to his left, and met the gaze of Rasmussen Lestrange, who had been there that night, only saved by the fortune of being near enough to their lady whilst nearly everyone else lay dead, with only Prince being the only other important survivor in that night. Next to him was Lord Theodore Nott, just as newly invested in his headship as Abraxas was, his hard grey eyes were unyielding as they stared across towards the other nobles within the assembly. Not had not taken the death of his father well, a firm inflexibility was beginning to settle within him that reminded Abraxas of the late Lord Not, just as cool cruelty was. It was unsubstantiated, he knew, but he was sure Not had taken care of one particular vocal supporter of the terrorists on the morn of his taking of the Not headship. The way the man had been butchered had been with a surgical hand, one of patience and professionalism, and Not was all that and more. He stared contemptuously as the gathering tonight, at the looks of confidence and impatience as they waited on her, yet he could see underneath the surface of their bravado, of their false confidence, an undertone of fear and longing for safety. His eyes flickered across, his eyes measuring up each of the lords and ladies that were here tonight talking amongst themselves, and there were many. Every single head of house or regent from the traditionalist, Ouroboros or neutral camp had come, 2/3 of the entire nobility that sat on the Wizengamot, filling the ballroom that fashioned as an assembly hall nearly completely. Yet what he saw? He found them wanting. Even Orion Black was nothing, the man who Arcturus Black had practically rewritten into a lesser than what he could have become. Many of them had been his classmates, his fellow Slytherins, yet all he saw was weakness, frightened little animals who'd forgotten what it was to be magical, resting on their laurels to the point that filth no longer had to dream to strike against them, not when they could so with near impunity or with a gleeful eye from afar. He knew that many present today had personally pledged their allegiance to her as Salazar's heir on that fateful day in Hogwarts, but he also knew that it was support from a distance, barring a small few who'd chosen to join Ouroboros. Half-hearted support that had come from being unwilling to risk their positions as heirs of their houses when Lord Black had wrung his hands around the necks of the traditionalists, at most extending their influence over their heads of houses to ensure they kept the peace that had been reached between themselves and Lady Slytherin during the Sayre crisis, even though Lady Slytherin had ensured such actions would have devastating consequence anyway. Something that many of them were hoping would not be brought up now that they had ascended to head of house, but he knew it was foolish wishful thinking. She was far from the forgiving type. And now, they had come because they were fearful of the violence that was levied against them, their purity and their vaunted position in society having turned into less than nothing, seeking her out for security and safety like children. He allowed an infinitesimal smirk to grow on his face. At least now, with them feeling fearful and threatened, it would become easier for them to accelerate their plans for magical Britain. The goal of herding them to their cause slowly was no longer needed, not in the degree they'd initially planned. Not when it was made so much easier with the filthy enemies they uncovered. The doors thumped open and all eyes moved towards them. She strode forward with elegant grace, as if she was gliding over the floor. She wore no smile, no expression, merely blankness on her pristine unblemished face, yet the power that rippled out of her like waves of darkness was unmistakable. The presence she gave off stilled any conversation, stilled all into focusing their attention on her like she was a beacon of darkness and they were moths to the irresistible allure to the power she so effortlessly emitted. Lestrange was the first to rise, then Rockwood, until all of her faithful rose and the others were compelled to do so as well. If any had doubts of who led this meeting, it was dispelled now. Her dark eyes swept across the room, taking in face after face, a gaze that he saw many unable to meet for longer than a few seconds, before she arrived at the head of the table, the seat sliding across without her moving any of her hands, an act that left more than a few wide-eyed at the blatant use of magic. She sat down, the chair sliding across behind her, and Abraxas took this as the cue. Speak. Welcome, my lords and ladies, to this meeting to deal with the existential threat we are facing. Abraxas said with a cool silky voice. And what do you mean by that, Lord Malfoy? Lord Yaxley asked in a cold tone. His eyes flickered momentarily to Lady Slytherin, who looked on impassively, and Yaxley returned his gaze back at Abraxas. The Aurors have been rooting out the traitors and the filthy Mudbloods. More than a few hissed out at the mention of the Mudbloods, faces contorting in anger and hate. Something he could more than understand. It might not have been them that killed most of family members of those present here today, but they were complicit and they were partaking in the raids that Order of the Phoenix were leading. As far as they were concerned, the Mudbloods would pay dearly once the crisis was over. And once that is done, and the filth executed like the beasts they are, things will go back to normal, back to how they have always been. Lord Sykes picked up from Yaxley. Rasmussen scoffed derisively as he peered down contemptuously at Sykes. You are delusional if you think the attacks on us hasn't changed things at all. Rasmussen leaned forward, his gaze dark as he stared at Sykes before turning his gaze towards Yaxley. The bombing destroyed the Wizengamot, the ancient magics that reinforced our noble rights as rulers of magical Britain is destroyed and the public knows it. Rasmussen said with a dangerous tone. The small part of the public that have withdrawn their support from the filth. Lady Traverse said with the shake of the head before she peered down at Rasmussen. The same public that are now decrying the attacks by the filth and condemning them instead of agreeing with them? You're making this an issue larger than it is. They have withdrawn their support, true, but they still support the idea of greater representation within the ministry. Lord Prince said with a croaky voice. His injuries had not healed completely and likely never would. Once they are dealt with, they will return their attentions back to the core issue of the situation. The conversations in the alleys have already moved towards this. Lord Prince finished. Why would they not support the measures the Ouroboros championed? Lord Gamp asked with a frown as he looked at them with a concerned look. The public had been in favor of that. Why would they? Her voice echoed in the room as every gaze fell on her and a constricting wash of malice flashed momentarily as the magic in the room grew heavy. Wisps of shadows seemed to ripple around her even as her eyes were aglow. When they've started to think it's not enough, she said as she leaned forward, her hand stretching out on the table. These attacks are not going to go away. Her eyes swept across the room. Not even once the traitors are dealt with. They may not even violent either, but the attacks on our nobility will continue, in one form or another. Maybe not for years, perhaps not for decades, but eventually, when things continue to simmer into a boiling point, someone else will rise and take advantage. Concerned murmurs sprang around and Lord Wilkins spoke up, the nephew of the late director of the DMLE, and in that time, we will be ready for any such threats. Wilkins said with clenched teeth, a rhetoric that many approved of. Perhaps. Lady Slytherin said in a conciliatory tone, the corners of her lips sharpening as her eyes darkened further. It is even likely such threats would be dealt with before they even crop up, but... she said as she leaned forward, her face darkening as the shadows around her twisted. You've already seen the lengths some desperate people will do to remove us from our positions, lengths that failed this time, lengths that may not fail next time, but what about after that, to our future heirs? She intoned softly as she looked around. Do you see how easy it can be for some clever ambitious filth to rise and to offer an alternative that would give the masses an illusion of power, a path to riches that would be confiscated from their betters? She said alluringly, her words seeming to permeate within their minds. It will only take one clever man, or woman, to whisper in the ears of the masses, to rile them up in a way that is likely to be worse than what have faced only days ago. Truth is, the next movement may not be as incompetent as these fools were who squandered a golden opportunity. Lady Slytherin said in a cool voice. With your power, we can ensure we don't lose anything. You're the most powerful magical alive. Lord Gibbon called out with more than a few murmurs of agreement. You want me to lead? She questioned with a curious lilt to her voice. Yes. Of course. Isn't that why we're here? Lady Slytherin looked around before she laughed, and it was chilling. And why would I do that? She asked, her laugh having petered out as her voice shifted into menace, one that seemed to scratch and bite at the back of their necks. Because all of this is your husband's fault. A chair scraped across the floor as the new Lord Burke stood up, an angry expression on his face. As far as Abraxas could remember, the man held a deep grudge against Lord Sayer. He was responsible for setting off everything. He was the one who put it in their heads in the first place, he was responsible for destroying the social order, and he was responsible for destroying the economy. Lord Burke said furiously as he waved his hand around angrily. You owe us. Lord Burke finished, and Abraxas leaned back in his chair, his surprise kept off of his face. The fool must believe that she wouldn't act amidst a gathering of lords. He could see why Burke would think she wouldn't. She had kept her reputation pristine, and even in those private meetings she had with the late heads of houses, she rarely allowed her true face to show. But the game had changed, unfortunately for him. Are you done? Lady Slytherin commented with a bored tone, though her eyes were dimly aglow as they bored into Lord Burke, who met the gaze defiantly despite the fact that her gaze was unsettling him. I'm far from. Burke began to choke, his hands wrapped around his neck. He jolted into the air, above all of their heads. My husband. She began slowly, her eyes never leaving those of Burke, whose face was growing redder and redder, recognized the pitfalls of our institutions and the exploitation that it allows madmen to take. Tell me, my lords, my ladies, how did a madman like Grindelwald rise to power? She said with an easy calm as her eyes flitted across to the room, her eyes latching onto another set again and again before she continued. He rose to power in the ballrooms of the elites within the Austrian and German ministries. His silver tongue swayed and charmed powerful families to his cause, despite the fact that war and revolution are never in the interest of the wealthy families. Lady Slytherin's eyes began to gleam. In this instance, revolution was spoken and roused in the pubs, in the living rooms and in the streets. The pattern remains the same even if the environment changed. Her eyes were half-lidded as she spoke without an ounce of care. Something that will happen again and again in time when the conditions do not change. The Isonian movement and the Order of the Phoenix have overplayed their hands with the brutal murders they committed and continue to commit, but eventually, someone smarter will exploit the same weaknesses to much greater effects. She said as she raised her open hand and slowly closed them. The sounds of bones breaking reverberated in the deathly silent room as Burke's bones snapped and his screams dying in his choked-up throat until Lady Slytherin flicked her finger and sent Burke flying into the wall before landing on the cold marble floor with a thud. You ask me to lead you against such threats? She continued, the room spellbound in their seats as the thickness of magic in the room grew and grew, her dark eyes shining with cold cruelty. Yet I have seen your weakness and none of your strength, she snarled with disgust as she descended towards sibilant Parseltongue. It shocked the room into deathly silence as she leaned forward, her predatory eyes dark with menace as waves of magic rippled out from her. More than a few bowed their heads, some in fear and some in shock. Do you deny? Her voice was soft but could not hide the deadly intent behind it. That you're only here because you're fearful, fearing the threats outside of your homes, outside in the streets where you may be picked off like the rats those filth believe you to be. Her eyes gleamed savagely as she looked around before she leaned back looking across the room with a bored look. I remember when many of you pledged your allegiance to me. She began, her voice calmer but no less chilling when you pledged yourself to Salazar's heir. Until it became inconvenient. Her lips curled into a savage smile as her eyes glinted. Lady Slytherin's eyes flickered to Orion Black who met her gaze. Some of you may not remember, she said clearly referring to Orion before she looked towards the others, but the rest of you. You did little to honor your pledge to me. Lady Slytherin. Lord Crixus Flint spoke up, his voice intensely respectful. Not surprising given that he was amongst the first to pledge his personal allegiance to her back in Hogwarts. It is true many of us had pledged our loyalties to you in our days at Hogwarts, to you as Salazar's heir. Flint began with a bowed head before he looked up and looked across the table. Some of us had not kept that pledge of allegiance as well as we should have. Several faces were shamefaced as Flint glanced at them, and there is no excuse for it. Even if it was largely done to keep our positions so that we may aid you in the future. Aid that we will provide without restraint. Lord Avery promised hastily, much to the murmured agreement of many of the other lords and ladies. Her eyes trailed across. We will see how true that is. She looked to Flint. For now, I can accept your reasoning. However, she began, her arctic cold eyes trailing across the room. Any further wavering will not be forgiven so easily. Flint nodded wearily before looking at Burke's collapsed form. As to dealing with the threat the public represents, now or in the future, we can easily preempt that, all the while dealing with the existential threat. So, shadows began to move. Why let this perfect opportunity go? She crooned, her eyes glowing like two dark stars adrift in a sea of shadows. She turned her gaze around the table. Tell me, where does power lie? She said as she outstretched her hands and a force of magic ripped out of her, the room descending into near total blackness had it not been for the lights of the candles twisting around her form as she stood up. Her black eyes turned reminiscent of volcanic glass shards with the way they glowed, her eyes flickering from one lord to the other as she placed her arms back her back. The shadows around her writhed and wreathed before they flowed across the table, much to the surprise and shock of those present, which only increased when the table ceased to exist, replaced by a mass of shadows that parted as she strode forward. The public, the traitors, the squib-born, and even yourselves believe it is within the Wizengamot, believe it is your seats that gave you the powers. She hissed out maliciously, something that sent shivers down the spine of all those present. To rule the nation, she said with a vicious gleam in her eyes. We all know that it is an illusion that has been shattered in the wake of the bombing and in the poisonous message that has been released into the world. She said, transfixing all to her words as truth rang with her message. Power. She whispered softly, her eyes glowing impossible black as the shadows crept up at the back of each seats like serpents, causing more than a few to rise up from their seats, but it was to avail as the magic licked at their bodies, at their faces, its addictive qualities calming all under its effect has always been within our blood, within our bodies. Magic is power, and that has been the singular truth since time itself began. She intoned with a vicious curl of her lips as the shadows withdrew away and back around her form. Abraxas looked around and saw more than a few sigh in relief at the retreat of the magic, but he also saw more than a few agree in principle with her. You have forgotten that a political seat is only a veneer of true power. She said with a deathly calmness as she stopped at the center, turning around with a regal grace as she looked at everyone. Just as you have forgotten that the Wizengamot was nothing more than a way to keep those with power in check. She continued, and it caused several to blink in confusion. Tell me, my lords, my ladies, do any of you know of the truth of the power vested within the Wizengamot, from whom that power had come from? Gamp spoke up nervously. It's the successor of the Wizards' Council. She turned to him and Gamp stiffened slightly under her gaze. Yes. She raised her hand. But it is also the means by which the Muggle royalty ensured we were put in the place they wanted us to be in. It has been the means by which our loyalty was ensured to the Muggle filth for generations. Merlin Emrys shackled our families to the Muggle crown, tying our bloodlines to our nobilities that had been ours long before the Muggles even rose out of their mud huts. She said with malice, her magic rippling with the fury that shone in her eyes. She snapped her fingers and a man dropped at the center of the room beneath Slytherin's feet. He was on his knees, looking haggard, but when he looked up, it was clear to see the hate in his eyes behind his horse-rimmed glasses. This is John Smith, she said as she raised her hand towards him. The man's eyes widened, his eyes bulging as he was raised into the air. It is not his real name, of course. His true name is Jacob Johnston, a Muggle. The room gasped as they stared at the man and the leader of the magical division within the secret intelligence in the Muggle government. At this there was uproar amongst the gathered nobility. What? Magical division? Yes. She hissed out sibilantly as she glanced around the magical division of their spy agency. An agency that is dedicated to our world, infiltrating, learning as much as they can from us whilst also ruffling up unrest until an opportunity arose for them to intervene. The room was deathly silent at the weight of what was said. Did they have a hand in the current unrest? Yaxley asked, his question causing several to draw in sharp intake of breaths. Abraxas stared coolly at the Muggle. He'd known that the Muggles had traitors working with them for some time now, having been part of the investigation about where the Isonian movement had come from. Mudbloods had betrayed them all, but it was the Muggles that were by far the more dangerous threat that would need to be dealt with, after the traitorous Mudbloods were exterminated. They did. The bomb that was used was one of their designs. Lady Slytherin said with a cool calmness. This caused several to walk angrily forward. Give me my wand, kill the Muggle. Bastard filth, kill them all. A massive bang exploded above their heads, silencing them all, but if looks could kill, the Muggle would be dead 100 times over. Control yourselves. Lady Slytherin chastised with a harsh glare. If you cannot, leave. There is far more angering information for you here, and you will control yourselves if you remain, is that understood? She said with a deathly tone. Murmurs rang out, but none left and none challenged her. She seemed to accept that before she turned her gaze towards him. Abraxas, she simply said, and he bowed his head. He knew that she didn't want it to be known she was capable of this wandlessly. Dobby. Pop. Master, the pitiful young elf croaked out. Bring Lady Slytherin her wand, he said with a harsh tone. Yes, Master. Pop, and her bone-white wand floated towards her. Her wand fell into her hand and she turned it to the Muggle Imperio. Abraxas glanced around, and whilst it surprised some, it did not outrage any, as it never should. It was only a filthy Muggle. Still, it was a good thing that he demanded they to swear a secrecy oath before accepting their attendance. How long has your government been plotting against the magical world? She questioned. Since the late 1930s, the Muggle said dully, his eyes blank. The room descended into furious murmurs, shocked and outrage on their faces, and more than a little fear. Why? She continued to question. Because we learnt you were responsible for Hitler and the Second Great War. That was Grindelwald. Lady Slytherin pointed out with a tilted head. He was one of you. That is enough. The Muggle intoned blankly, much to the anger of those present. Did you foment the unrest in the magical world? She continued to question. Yes. How? By providing funding, by providing spells and supernatural weaponry. Supernatural? She asked the question on many lips. Magic is supernatural. Against nature. It is an abomination. This tested the limits of many. He calls us an abomination. They are the abominations without magic, Abraxas heard whispered. Why now? We have enough supernaturals to make things difficult for you. Traitors. Mudbloods have betrayed us, he heard angrily, and they were not wrong. They were betrayed, more than they could know. For what purpose? To restore the Crown's authority over its citizens, however unnatural and abominable they might be. And how would you do this? By taking advantage of the oaths of allegiance tied to the nobility granted by Her Majesty. This silenced the room to the point you could hear a pin drop. Lady Slytherin continued, then why have your terrorists bombed the very place that would have held us prisoner? The Muggle spoke up blankly, that was not the plan. They operated without telling us what they were going to use the bomb for. We would have ordered them not to and requested they instead bomb law enforcement. The fact that he said ordered did not escape the notice of more than a few, Abraxas noted. What would you have done with the oaths of allegiances? Lord Prince asked as he huddled over with Cain, staring intently at the Muggle. Control you like you should be. You are a threat that cannot be left uncontrolled. The threat of losing your magic would be enough to stop from being a problem. The Muggle answered dully. Lord Prince's face twisted slightly at the Muggle's words, and Abraxas knew that Prince was thinking that for many it was a cost too high to pay for freedom. This is the existential threat Lord Malfoy spoke off. Lady Slytherin's voice permeated through the deathly silent room, her eyes trailing across the room. Through the imagined power of the Wizengamot, the filthy Muggles intended to chain us to their Muggle royalty. She said in a whispered tone, the lights of the candles flickering furiously as the shadows writhed around her, holding our very magic hostage as they seek to pollute and infect our very world with their filthy hands. The anger of the gathered nobility was rising, the hateful looks the Muggle was getting were intense, and he could feel the malice pouring out of her, a symphony of rage, hate and cruelty that stroked the flames within the souls of all those present. She turned her gleaming eyes towards the Muggle who looked upon with utter fear, something she only smiled cruelly at. She holstered her wand and flicked her fingers, black flames erupting from the tips of her fingers, dancing, writhing as the Muggle stared helplessly the flames. She flicked the black flames towards him, a torrent of black fires engulfed the Muggle, and shrieks erupted from the Muggle's mouth, whatever silencing spell he'd been on having been cancelled, whilst his shrieks echoed in the room. Abraxas looked around and he saw that many were looking on approvingly, the dark fires dancing in their eyes, almost enraptured by the brutal death that he knew she was stretching along. The shrieks petered out before dying out completely, and with a twist of the wrist, the black flames took on a red tinge, and within a second, the fires were dispelled, leaving nothing but minuscule amounts of floating ash before she waved her fingers lazily and vanished it away. She turned her gaze towards the gathered nobility. Through Providence, we have been granted an opportunity that has allowed us to escape the chains the Muggles had intended to wrap around our necks. Through the incompetence of the very terrorists they aided. Rasmussen mocked derisively. Her eyes gleamed as she inclined her head towards him. Yes. Before she turned to the rest of nobility again. However, that is not the end of the threat. The magic within the chamber enforced the oaths of allegiances, yes, but it was not the only thing that bound our noble families to the Muggle crown. It's bound to our titles. Lord Yaxley said perceptively, his expression grave. We'd have to give up our titles to ensure whatever binding is upon is removed. You can't be serious. The new Lord Avery said aghast. You want us to give up our titles? Abraxas glanced around, watching the reaction around the room. He knew that it would be something that many would be absolutely loath to give up. Lady Slytherin stared at Lord Avery with impassive eyes. Yes, and no. She said smoothly. The nobility we hold are tied to the titles that many of our ancestors had held centuries prior to the Statute of Secrecy, many of them having been affirmed by the kings of Scotland and England in 1342. She paused momentarily as she looked around. Lands and titles that were relinquished in 1692 and further enshrined into law in 1707 when the Muggle Queen Anne ratified the Charter for the Ministry of Magic. Lord Parkinson spoke up for the first time. Lady Slytherin turned to him with a nod. Yes, however. She said with a raised finger, there were provisions made in the event that should the Statute of Secrecy fall, the titles and lands that were held in the Crown's trust would be returned to the magical nobility. It was meant as a safeguard by the nobility of the day to ensure their lands and titles would be returned to them. Eyes widened, which means the magic would never be dispelled unless we magically relinquish our claims. Lord Prince said with a deep frown. Correct. Until then, we are bound to the Muggle crown even if we personally have not sworn allegiance and not further enforced by the magic of the Wizengamot chamber. So how do you propose we keep our titles? Lord Avery asked with a frown. She turned him, her eyes unsettling Avery as he began to swallow nervously. Lady Slytherin turned her gaze away and looked at the gathered nobility. By altering the system we have now and in a single stroke we remove our binds to the Muggle world whilst at the same time placating the public by granting them the greater voice they've so desired. A two-tiered system of governance, one that separates the ancient covenant of the Wizards' Council from the elected body of governance whilst ensuring the country is protected from dangerous elements and Muggle infiltration. She explained to them. He already knew of this plan days before she suggested it. After the bombing, Lady Slytherin had been furious and had personally gone and captured a number of the Muggles for interrogation, and it was through them that they learned of this Muggle. To say it horrified those in the inner circle would be a lie. He'd even seen her disturbed by what the Muggles planned on doing. She'd known for some time about the Muggle infiltration in the magical world and intended to use it when Ouroboros had command of the ministry, but it seemed they might have instead walked into a disaster had it truly happened. It would be separate from the Ministry of Magic, free from the charter that binds the ministry to the Muggles, yet at the same time it would be enshrined into law. And what would be the purpose of this council? Lord Gibbon asked with a frown. Her lips curled to a smile. The purpose of the Assembly of Lords would be to debate legislation and have the power to amend or reject bills through a majority vote amongst the Assembly of Lords. A chuckle erupted from Lord Parkinson's lips. So effectively it would ensure that nothing would pass from the elected part of the government unless we agree. He said with a growing smirk, something that many were also now sporting. Nothing would really change, Lord Avery said with interest in his eyes. Abraxas wanted to roll his eyes at that. Not quite, but essentially yes. There will be work needed to be done to cover the details, of course, but effectively we will give the public the representation they want, closing out any threats of dangerous notions of revolution, representation that we will still have significant influence over given our wealth whilst at the same time we keep the prestige owed to us due to our heritage. Lady Slytherin finished and Abraxas could see she'd won most of them over. When will you bring this forward? Lord Bletchley asked. When the ministry reopens the Wizengamot for sessions again. 3rd of April. Bletchley said with a nod. Abraxas took the opportunity to look around as the lords and ladies began to ask questions, and his gaze fell on Orion and saw him frowning. Abraxas' opinion of Orion had dwindled much over the past decade. Whatever Arcturus had done, it had shackled that unpredictable side of his, one that was closely linked to his more loose sanity, and instead made him timid. In truth, he wasn't sure if he was elated or disappointed that Orion was now the Lord Black. With the death of Lord Black, House Black was teetering at the top position they held for so long, and Orion would prove to be unable to rise to keep them from falling. It was a shame Lady Slytherin had plans for House Black. And the Muggles. Lord Black finally spoke after a while. What will you do with them? Murmurs broke out at the question. The Aurors are aware of the duplicity of the Muggles, she said smoothly as her eyes glinted, and soon enough we will have them dealt with. She said with a cruel tilt to her voice, something that many picked up, much to their approval. Hours later, he was alone with Lestrange, Rockwood, and their lady. The progressives might not agree, Lestrange commented after they'd talked about some of their future plans. Not all of them. She agreed, but we don't need all of them to agree, we only need 3/4 of the vote to pass. A number we have close to, given that the ministry votes are ours anyway at present despite the fact that it hasn't been sworn in yet. Albert Higgins is the next minister in line after all. Wasn't he just an undersecretary? Not even an important enough figure to warrant to even be there that day. Lestrange asked with grim amusement. And now he is minister as the only surviving member of cabinet. Rockwood muttered before he caught what he just said and spied an apologetic glance at Abraxas and the other's apologies. Abraxas didn't comment. I take it you will still speak with them? Abraxas asked of her. I will. She confirmed. I have a somewhat cordial relationship with the Longbottoms and he has substantial influence amongst the progressives, especially now. Speaking of support, how many of them do you think recant on their support? Abraxas asked in a mild drawl before he sipped on his drink. She chuckled lightly as she leaned back, crossing her legs several. She said with a dangerous glint in her eyes. Abraxas almost felt sorry for them. He knew she would no longer restrain herself as she had done over the past few years. Rockwood smirked as his eyes sparkled. I take it you have a plan in place already. She looked at him with a raised eyebrow and Rockwood raised his hands in defeat. I know, stupid question. He said with a laugh. It's still risky. Abraxas commented with a serious frown. There's no guarantee we'll have as much influence then as we do now. We are giving up a lot of power. She turned to him, her dark eyes lazily set on him. Tell me, Abraxas. Where does true power lie? She spoke with soft elegance. Abraxas was silent for a moment. In whatever that makes the other behave as you wish. People believed it was in their bloodlines, in their names, some believed it to be their magic whilst others believed it to be whatever it was that allowed them to lord it over others. Her lip curled ever so slightly. Exactly. Her eyes sharpened. My power will always remain the same as it's always been. For us, little will change. For them. Her eyes darkened maliciously. They'll soon find out they hold little power. Her words were spoken with deathly malice. His eyes shone with restrained excitement, something that Lestrange and Rockwood did not bother to hide. It was their time now. Break. 28th of March 1953, Leicester. Charles Potter POV. He looked through his omniculars and saw movement through the windows of the dingy pub at the corner of the street in a sleepy part of this Muggle town. He flicked on the alternate setting on the omniculars and heat signatures flashed on and he saw that there are 4 main levels, 1 underground, and 2 floors up with the uppermost floor only containing 2 individuals. In total were 22 suspects in the pub with most on the ground floor or first floor. Charles signaled the secondary force to make the entry at the back entrance once the curse breakers confirmed that it was safe to proceed and the anti-apparition and Port-K awards were up. They'd been relentless in their pursuit of both groups, having captured over 80% of the terrorists over the past few days. They'd been smart, breaking their groups into cells that had only had 1 point of contact in each cell, but they'd gotten lucky with a captured target who'd known more than he should have, and from him, they'd taken out most of the leadership of both organizations. Belly Allord was dead, one of the leaders of the Order of the Phoenix, killed during one of the raids, whilst Samael Danton, the other major leader, was already in custody. From him, they gotten most of the information they needed to round up nearly all of the members of the organization, including several high-ranking members of the Isonomian movement whose interrogation led to this pub as one of their safe houses. The doors were smashed in and spellfire rippled through the neighborhood, and Charles jumped on his broom and led his team to the 2nd floor of the pub, and he smashed into the windows before righting himself and throwing up a shield. A spell splashed against his shield before he flicked his wand up, a hardboard plank from the floor springing loose underneath the perpetrator, slightly unbalancing him, and he twisted around evading a nasty bone breaker curse before rounding up with a speedy spell chain that the perpetrator unconscious and chained up. The wall broke apart, splintering, and he ducked even as others of his team entered through the window. Hostile, 3 o'clock. 2 of his aurors rushed through the doors whilst he flashed a depulso through the torn hole before steaming through it with a raised shield. A gush of fire smashed into his shield and he swiveled around, crouching lower as he swept his arm in an arc and generated a whirlwind of wind that snuffed out the flames before twisting his arm up and creating spears of wind which he sent careening towards the source of the flame. A cry pain hollered around him whilst his aurors burst through the doors to the room and stunned the man before tying him up. The rest of the aurors arrived and he turned to them. We move in pairs, standard cover formation, he ordered, and his aurors nodded in agreement. They moved through the pub, fighting as they descended down the stairs, the place turning into a narrow constricting battlefield, but his aurors were trained for this as they used their surroundings to discomfort and unbalance their opponents. He rushed into a room on the 1st floor and he ducked under a spell that smashed into the wall behind him before he, with blistering speed, swept his wand across and let off several spell chains that the perpetrator had difficulty dealing before a reducto struck the perpetrator on the shoulder and sent him flying. Charles drew back his wand after he flicked his wand in a flourish, the wooden planks of the floor twisting and turning into vines that shot up and seized the perpetrator by the ankle and tossed him into a wall, though the perpetrator managed to get a nasty cutting curse off that Charles evaded by turning his body slightly to the left. Charles flicked his wand, sweeping side to side, and the vines smashed the perpetrator like a rag doll against the ceiling and the floor, knocking him out. Charles removed the man's wand before stringing him up tightly with the vines before moving on. The battle raged on for several more minutes before spellfire dwindled away and all perpetrators were captured. Charles walked down the stairs and saw the cuffed and chained suspects, most of them unconscious, before his gaze fell upon their most prized capture of the night. Enoch was down, out, but it didn't stop him from smiling viciously at the sight of the last leader that still hadn't been accounted for. A day after they processed all of the captured, he made his way towards the one of the interrogation rooms. He nodded to the aura and walked through the door. Enoch's gaze fell upon him and it was one of impassiveness. One showed no emotion at his predicament. His face showed bruises and there were untreated cuts on the right side of his cheek, likely done by one of the more unrestrained aurors. Charles couldn't find it within himself to care one bit. Not after they'd learnt. Enoch had already been questioned on the night of his capture with Veridasirum and they'd wrung out every little secret they could have out of him. And what secrets he held. The involvement of the Muggles went deep and it was something they would have to deal with very soon. Charles glanced at the chair opposite him and took it, settling into it with dragging intent. He stared at Enoch, who stared back, who remained impassive. This went on for several minutes before he decided to break the impasse. Michael Enoch, Charles intoned as he leaned forward across the table, his elbows digging into the hardwood like knives. The man gave no visible reaction to his name, something that annoyed Charles but he didn't let it show. It's over. Charles said, a cold glint shining in his eye. The terror you have induced is over. As we speak, every single one of your brethren has been captured or will be captured and soon enough, your organization will be dismantled just as the Order of the Phoenix has been. Charles allowed a cold smirk to form on his face. Do you think you have won? Enoch spoke up for the first time, his voice rough. Charles said nothing but he allowed his smirk to grow wider, something that seemed to irritate Enoch. I accepted my death. Enoch continued, his voice descending down to a whisper. I always had, but I will live on long after I die in what I have done. Enoch's eyes shone with fanaticism. I have shown you and your ilk can bleed like the rest of us mortals. That the blood you so cherishingly hold onto is just as red as the rest of us. Those fools might have recanted their support for my people, but in the back of their minds, they will remember what it is I have fought for. And the next time your precious lords, Enoch spat out, his eyes shining with malice. The next time your lords abuse their power, this will only happen again and again. Enoch said, a victorious smile. With ample support by your Muggle friends? Charles asked leadingly. Something flashed in Enoch's eyes. They were a means to an end. A means you no doubt will do your best to remove. Enoch leaned back. In the end though, you'll do nothing more than delay the inevitable. You and your kind will continue to make enemies and one day you won't be able to wipe it away with the wave of a wand. He finished before he closed his eyes, his breathing a little labored. Enoch said little else after that and Charles left not long after. The conversation had little purpose but for Charles to simply speak with the man, to let him know he failed, yet all it left him with was a feeling of incompleteness. Not long after, he met with Emil Tiff, who sat with his arms crossed, intently staring. Charles, you seem bothered. Talks with Enoch not go as well as you wished. Charles met his boss gaze. Not so much. Charles glanced away. He believes himself to be a martyr. And I can't seem to disagree with that. Tiff hummed for a moment. For a small minority he might become one. Tiff said as he stood and walked towards his cabinet. He pulled out 2 glasses and poured fire whiskey in them. He walked over and handed one glass to Charles. But we won't let what happened ever again. He said with a tone of steel. Charles met the gaze of his boss and finally nodded after a few seconds. He downed half of the glass, wincing as it burned his throat. Agreed. Tiff smiled thinly as he nodded before he grew serious. Good. We still have more work to do. The Muggles. Charles said with a firm nod. Their conversation lasted well into the night. Break. 30th of March 1953. British Ministry of Magic, Atrium, 14 days after bombing. Rupert Scrimgeour POV. The atrium quieted down to a hush as Lady Slytherin stepped up to the podium. He wasn't sure why she decided to call this public conference. Most of his colleagues had excitedly speculated that it was in relation to the bombing and the subsequent complete dismantling of the terrorist groups, but he wasn't so sure, but he couldn't place why either. The Lady Slytherin, the Lady Sayer, did not comment politically at all, not since the early years since Grindelwald's defeat, and he did not think she would break that streak. She was a beautiful woman up close, he admitted to himself. It was odd that none of the publications ever mentioned that, even if they quoted her when she spoke about education or about some tradition or some such. Perhaps it was because of who her husband was, he mused to himself. Sayer might have gone from the Isles, but the weight of who he was still carried heavily in magical Britain. He shook his head clear as she began to speak. The past couple of weeks have been some of the darkest of this great nation. Lady Slytherin began, her melodic voice carrying a sense of loss and heaviness. I saw men and women murdered en masse in cold blood within a blink of an eye. Bodies of long-serving members of society, of innocent individuals who had the misfortune of attending the first session of the new administration. Lady Slytherin trailed off solemnly and the room quieted down to a very quiet murmur. None of the survivors of the bombing had spoken up about the bombing despite the heavy interest. People who had wished to improve the current conditions that has so divided our nation for too many years, died before their time, and it is a great loss that we will feel for many years to come. Yet they were not the only ones who suffered in the past couple of weeks. Men, women, and children. A spike of anger flashed across her face before it disappeared, though not before people noticed, and several journalists placed their notepads down as they looked on with saddened expressions. who had nothing to do with the conflict were murdered simply for the name they carried, simply for the relation they carried to those who the terrorists deemed to be guilty in their insane and addled minds. Some among the public were teary-eyed, others angry and grieving, but all were listening intently. And in those acts of terrorism, those acts of supreme evil, they twisted the good and the just grievances that many people had with the ministry. Lady Slytherin said, much to his surprise. Was that truly an acknowledgement? He wondered in great surprise. It was unheard of. It seemed more than a few realized that too as he glanced around. Yes, my fellow citizens, I acknowledge the just grievances the public has had with regards to the unjust treatment of a large part of the public. The forcing of good British citizens to work in low-paying and hard jobs, the harassment of the Ministry of Squibborns and the unfair business practices that have caused many lives to be harder than they should have. I along with many recognize the true fight for the rights of others, the fight to cast away the chains of oppression, discrimination and inequality that is rife in our society. The true fight that was spoken with words, with dialogue, with debate, not with the mindless violence that was perpetrated by the terrorists who selfishly wanted to destroy what had been a noble cause and turn it into something that none of us wanted. She paused for a moment. They wanted a civil war, my fellow citizens. She said to shock of the crowd. They used the mistakes of the Norton and Lowe administrations as fuel for their propaganda, that there was no other option but to fight with violence, yet that was a lie. Lady Slytherin said firmness. Before the bombing, Lady Slytherin continued with a more somber tone. The Ouroboros party, after the economy had been righted, wanted to start a conversation to heal the nation more than just economically. No, we wanted to heal the nation by healing the divide that has grown between us as a people, a divide that those like the Isonomian movement and the Order of the Phoenix wanted to exploit. She said as she looked around the room. My fellow citizens, they are but the latest amongst a long list of dark lords and ignoble people who have wanted to exploit the divides in our society for personal gain, and it is partly our fault that these keep happening. Murmurs rang around the atrium at this. The divide of blood purity, the divide of economic circumstances, and the divide of those whose voices count more than others, she said with a shake of the head. She looked at the crowd. I have remained out of politics until recently, instead choosing to improve our nation through education and offering opportunities to those who need it and have sought it out, yet I can no longer remain quiet when I see the chance to make a difference, a lasting difference that takes our nation to greater heights. She paused momentarily. Some of you may have forgotten, but I have not come from a privileged background, far from so. I have grown up with less than nothing at an underfunded orphanage in Muggle Britain, where I often went hungry. I have entered magical Britain as someone considered as a mudblood. Rupert winced at the derogatory term just as few others did. And I have left Hogwarts as the head of House of Slytherin, one of the founding houses of Hogwarts and one of the storied houses in all of Britain. I have been many things in my life, and that has allowed me certain perspectives on how things are. Lady Slytherin looked around. What I have seen in all of the former administrations is that they are incapable of change, of reform, because they are not held accountable to their actions, to the public. Despotism has established itself for ages in this country, and instead of law being the ruling principle of magical Britain, it is instead family heritage that matters more than the good of the rest of the realm, and it is something I and many others believe needs to be changed wholesale. The crowd gasped at that, and honestly he was tempted to do the same. This was beyond the pale. We are a nation that has lost itself ever since the days of Camelot. In the loss of King Arthur, we have lost a champion for the people, a king that strove for equality amongst the races and championed justice and fairness and commonality. She paused for a moment, her eyes flickering around the room. However, what we do have, is the people. People who want society as a whole to grow and prosper, people who want the best for their family, for their neighbor, for their fellow countrymen. Excited whispers broke out amongst the crowd, as no doubt this was far more than any of them, himself included, expected. The Wiesengamot system has been a system that in its time served a purpose that has not reflected the new age we are in, and I personally believe that it is lacking. The whispers grew louder. It has not kept with the changes in society where there is a greater need of moral, civil, and political responsibility to the public and from the public, and that is why I am advocating for a systematic change in governance that reflects the needs of the public whilst still holding true to the storied history of magical Britain. True representation in form of an elected body by the public that is voted by the public for the public, whilst separating the noble seats into a different function of governance that ensures the heritage of magical Britain is preserved. I believe that this is the best way of compromise that begins to heal the divide that has grown between us, for all those within magical Britain are kin in one way or another. The whispers grew much louder as several stepped to their feet as they sensed Lady Slytherin is close to finished, but none had been prepared for what she said next. And to signal how much I believe that this way is the best way forward for our people, to heal the divide and begin the true path of equality and prosperity for all, Lady Slytherin raised her wand and he gaped. She wouldn't. I, Lady Slytherin of House Slytherin, renounce my titles as Lady of the Realm of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. She swore, and a glow emitted from her. It silenced the crowd. Thank you for your time, Lad, Miss Slytherin said, and the crowd erupted into chaos. Break. 6th of April 1953. Illos, 21 days since the bombing. Emily POV. She breathed a little louder as she stretched herself out in the soft bed. Her eye creaked open and saw that she was alone in bed. She reclosed her eye and sighed for a moment before she rolled over onto her back and both eyes flickered open. She sniffed the air and could smell blueberries. A small smile grew on her face as she lifted herself out of her bed, the silk covers gliding off of her body in slow ripples. The smell of blueberries this far up had been done to entice her to come down. She would oblige him for now. She got out of bed, wearing nothing, and she strode out of their bedroom, though not before stopping and sparing a look out of the bedroom windows. It never got boring to see Illos this far up in the mountains, the full vision of the city below and the highest peak of Mount Sealstees directly in front of their bed. Moving Sayre Manor here was an inspired choice, she mused before she walked out of their bedroom. She could hear the faint sounds of music now she was out from their bedroom after she'd walked out of the sound-muffling charms that was bespelled in the corner of the door. An amused smile tugged at her lips as she thought that they still hadn't bothered to remove that despite it being years since Atticus' mother lived in the same manor. She still wasn't sure how the old woman had managed to permanently place that charm within the corner of the door, but it had been worth leaving there if only to remind her of how red Atticus' expression was that day. For all his sex drive, he was rather prudish when it came to discussing anything about it with anyone but her. She walked down the last step of the stairs and made her way towards the origin of the music, the beautiful music that teemed with magic. She arrived at the room that led towards the back gardens and she saw him sat there with Kana's harp on the porch, and she walked over towards the recliner chair beside him, which had by it a plate of blueberry muffins on top of a small table. She sat down, taking the plate of food, and took the fork before she leaned back in the recliner chair and intently looked at him play the harp as she ate. She could feel the magic emanating from him, the soft ripples that hummed and drummed as he strummed the strings, minor strands of magic mingling within the notes with beauty and care that she could practically see and feel. He swayed ever so slightly as the music increased in tempo, his fingers dancing across the strings, and she closed her eyes for a moment as the piece of muffin melted on her tongue. The song was different than the ones he usually played, those of eeriness, of melancholy, or those that imbued as a sense of greatness. No, this one was smaller but not lesser, only smaller in scope, a song that spoke of taking joy of the small moments as they arrived. Her magic reached out to his magic that poured out him, magic that rolled off him in line with his music, and she fell in a mild enchantment, an enchantment she'd given over to completely. She loved hearing him play and feel his magic, a love that grown in time as she'd grown to appreciate the beauty he created with nothing but passion, magic, and talent. She wasn't sure how long the music went on, she often lost track of time, yet she already missed it when it ended. She reopened her eyes and saw him looking at her with that same soft smile he only reserved for her. "Morning," he said to her with a gentle tone, as gentle as a spring's breeze. "Morning," she returned with a soft smile, and the corners of his eyes creased. For all the satisfaction she felt at her plans succeeding, none compared to the satisfaction she felt when she was in his presence. Chapter 73. Hello all, please see the next installment. Thank you for your messages of support. Without further ado, please enjoy the post. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters are available on patreon/boombox117. The Discord channel is discord/vr88t64ye7. 7th of April 1953, Illos, Sayre Manor. His eyes creaked open and turned towards the light that filtered through the blinds. He closed his eyes again and rode out the drowsiness that came with his re-entry into consciousness. He reopened them several minutes later and turned towards his left and smiled. Her hair obscured her face somewhat, her chest rose silently, slowly, minutely as she laid there next to him in his bed. He would never tire of seeing her like that, to see her at rest so comfortably by him. His hand rose and he carefully brushed aside her hair from her face, an act that stirred her a little, but he reached out soothingly in their bond and she returned back to stillness with a faint hint of content creeping through their bond, which made his smile wider with fondness. She'd been back here for a few days now, longer than she'd been back for over a year, and he'd missed it. More than he realized. They would see each other on average just a few times a week. Often it was her who travelled to Illos through one of the early versions of the gates that was paired in Slytherin Manor, but that was hardly enough. It was a slight problem, one that should soon fade away with their progress with Magical Britain. The time of Illos' isolation may still be needed for a couple of years longer, but with Magical Britain's fall into her grip, it should make it easier for them to see each other. He looked away from her and towards the ceiling. Reality around him faded away in a cloudy mist before his consciousness stood within an enclosed empty space. Slowly, hundreds of threads of time began to take form within his perception. They inverted and expanded and shrunk, each of the threads resembling endless tesseracts that collapsed and expanded into each other. He had taken to manifest seeing time differently than just the threads of possibilities on its own, an outcome that had been needed when he learnt that it was possible to see thousands of possibilities and further into time. He did not have the skill of the monk to see these thousands of possibilities at once, though in time perhaps that would change. During his conscious state, when he looked, he limited the depth and number of possibilities to at most a few dozen probable possibilities, and overlaid them onto reality that gave him nuances of the immediate future that he might have missed when he was looking ahead in time with much greater detail and distance. In this space, his consciousness was unbound from time itself, a living observer of time who could read possibilities without time passing in reality, a quirk of consciousness that he'd discovered, one of many things he and Emily were discovering about the nature of consciousness. He allowed his consciousness to expand a little further, feeling and touching this space of consciousness. Dimensions of a point in space were defined as the minimum number of coordinates needed to specify that particular point, and in a three-dimensional universe, this was defined with three coordinates: length, width, and height. And in this space of consciousness, he existed in more than just 3 dimensions. Not quite 4 dimensions, but closer than any other mage would likely get for centuries or millennia to come. The only thing he knew for certain that actually existed in 4 dimensions were time sands, the sands within the time turners, which were paradoxical and existed in different time frames and at the same time whilst also existing in the current now. A physical impossibility in physical reality and within his space of consciousness for humanity, no matter how in tune he was with magic. He grabbed one of the threads and the possibility unfurled itself before him. Time moved like a physical dimension, days, months, years moved along the axis and his consciousness moved along with it. He watched as illos grew and more buildings rise like weeds sprouting from earth, and at the same watched people grow older, grow taller. He turned his attention towards the north and he watched Emily's plan unravel as Britain was brought under her party's control. He saw her becoming an ever-present presence in the lives of the Britons as headmistress, as their leader and their champion. He saw Illo's arrival and impact at the world stage and the subsequent plotting against him and his people by the men in black and the man in black and red. He saw himself back in Britain, next to her as she addressed the crowd, the gleaming sword shining in the noon light, one step closer to the creation of their civilization. He turned his gaze southeast of England's shores, past the sea, and saw the embers grow into a fire as rhetoric grew and men flocked towards the Raven and threatened to swallow Europe once more in shadows. He pushed and pushed, years became decades, and he watched as gleaming silver eggs pushed through the atmosphere and into the void, all following the larger one into the massive blue disk that tore through the void and swallowed them all whole. He pulled himself back to where he started, and decades became years and years became months, and soon enough he was back out of the possibility, the probable possibility that had the most number of the same events in the dozens of other possibilities. He took himself out of this space of consciousness and returned to the physical reality, the ceiling once more coming into view, and he let out a long-drawn sigh. The further he looked, the more unstable it became, like stones cast in lakes, the surface was never settled and the future was always in motion, always subject to minor perturbations that could wipe out the probability of that future into little more than nothingness. The way he looked, now, was to see if they were still on the path of the likely future, if they stuck to the plan, and it seemed like it still was. But, he would be vigilant. As always. He felt her stir and he turned to her. She would soon awaken and decided to help her along. His hand crept under the fabric of the duvet and glided onto her thigh under her silk nightgown. Her skin was soft, somehow softer than the silk that wrapped itself around her. She moaned softly and her lips parts into a soundless O as his hand sought out her heat. Morning, he said softly as her eyes parted open and her deep sea blue eyes showing arousal was a pleasurable sight. Your hand has seemed to have wandered. She murmured, her lips curling upwards as she spoke. They do tend to have a mind of their own. He said conversationally as he played with her nub with gentle swirls of his thumb as his finger in and out of her, feeling, pressing against her lightly ribbed walls. She let out a soft laugh, a sound that was music to his ears as he turned to her completely, and she allowed easier access as she shifted as well, their gaze never breaking. Her hand went to his member whilst her other hand moved to his chest, her fingers tracing along his chest. It seems like my own have a similar disposition, she said with a teasing lilt in her voice. He smiled widely as he moved his head closer to hers and kissed her slowly, and she pressed against his lips, her lips opening as their tongues danced. Each second that passed caused their passion to grow bolder, fiercer, and before he knew it they were naked and he on top of her. Her hands roamed across his back and her fingers dug trenches into his skin. Their kiss halted, stilled as her lips parted, let out a silent gasp as he entered her. The feeling of being inside her again felt as great as it did the first time. Atticus. She moaned out in his mouth, his bottom lip still pressed against hers as her mouth remained open in slow ecstasy whilst he moved in and out slowly. She kissed him softly before he moved to kiss her neck, his thrusting picking up speed and her legs wrapped around him as he moved with purpose. Her faint moans grew in volume and her hands constricted around him almost akin to a vice, not unlike a boa constricting its prey. Their bond grew wider, their feelings melting into one as they lowered their mental shields, and he felt her climb into orgasm growing nearer and nearer. He moved quicker and quicker, his member coated with her flowing liquids, and he grabbed her legs that had been wrapped around him and moved them against his chest, her ankles hanging off of his shoulders as he moved onto his knees and gripped onto her hips as he pulled her in, her arse off the bed. Her moans became louder, higher, turning to cries of exultation, and he felt her climb turn into a crescendo of an orgasm that almost triggered his own, but he held firm, withholding his own orgasm with the barest, flimsiest of control. Until she sat up and wrapped her hand around his neck and pulled him in between her legs, his member somehow never exiting, their lips locked onto each other as she writhed below him, moving her hips in a counter to his thrusts, and he gasped and he stilled, his member expanded and he spilled into her and he bucked with each throb of his member like a stuttering motor before he collapsed onto her, the sheens of sweat that thinly coating them merged in between their naked bodies. His eyes closed and he was still inside her, riding out the wave of exhaustion that hit him as he rested on top of her, her breasts two soft pillows that he enjoyed being on. He rumbled slightly when he felt her soft hands trail across his back in loving gentle motions and the waves of content and bliss streamed across their bond from her. It was minutes later, when his soft member popped out, that he got off of her and pulled her closer to him. He kissed her softly on the cheek and her hand softly circled against his arm. He could die happily in this moment as he stared into her eyes. From the look on her face, he imagined she must be thinking the same. It was an odd thing, love. Years had passed since he first fell in love with her and while that searing passion he felt for her faded somewhat, their love had only deepened just as this bond of theirs deepened. With her, he never felt unbound from time. He often tried to avoid seeing their futures together as he didn't want to ruin what they had. Uncertainty and disorder within their relationship was important though sometimes he saw more than he probably should have. Only snaps of their future together, really, not like the kind of reels of futures he'd seen of their enemies and their allies. Still. Sometimes he saw something he really ought not to and sometimes it was harder not to fixate on them especially when he knew how easily possibilities changed that far out. His hand rose and fell on her rose-tinted cheek and he moved the strands of her hair behind her ear. His thumb remained on her cheek and he gently circled his thumb on her cheek, an act that was filled with the tenderness and love he felt for her. She smiled softly as she felt this from him through their bond and she closed her eyes for a moment, feelings of love and soothing contentedness eking out into his side of the bond. He wondered if it would look odd to others, to see two people who for all of their crimes and deaths they caused had it in them to be so caring, so loving to one another. Perhaps it did, likely it didn't, he mused internally. After all, even the worst of humans, may they be emperors or peasants, were never just one thing or another. He felt her hand moved downward even as her eyes remained closed. Her thumb rubbed at the eye of his sensitive member and he let out a soft groan as she turned and gripped it, jerking it slightly until the last trickles of his seed rose to the top. Her eyes opened as her thumb picked up the last globule of his seed and she looked at him before she licked her thumb, an act that was beginning to harden him again. She must have felt his bout of arousal as she took to glance at his member before she met his gaze again, hints of amusement clear to see in her deep blue eyes. As much I'd like to spend day and night with you as we did most of yesterday, we should probably take a little break. She said with a glimmer of fond exasperation in her eyes before she turned the other way off of the bed and stood up. How little of a break? Atticus said with a ghost of a smile as he got up as well though it was with a put-on tone. She looked over her shoulder as she conjured a towel. Let's just say not until well after I meet with Sandra. She gave him a mild glare. Somehow I feel a little sore despite all of the rituals. He laughed gently. That was definitely from last night. You always get a bit like that afterwards. He said with a smile in his voice, fond memories entering the front of his mind. You like it that way anyway. Her glare deepened but there was no heat in it perhaps. She said a little snippily before her glare changed into a look he knew instinctively he wasn't going to like. Though maybe we shouldn't do it that way again. She said as she walked towards the bathroom. Let's not be so hasty, Atticus said a little quicker than he wanted as she entered the bathroom. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes, shadows of a wicked smile on her face was apparent as she closed the door. He watched her close the door, leaving him there without an answer though he knew she was probably more serious than he wanted to believe. I might have gotten us banned, my friend. Atticus said a little glumly as he looked at his best friend since birth. About an hour and a half, they sat and ate their breakfast. Should be interesting at the Council of Representatives today, Atticus mused as he finished his bite. The talks about petitioning the High Council for the allowance of more magical creatures out of the habitats and into Illos proper. She asked and he nodded. She hummed for a moment. I can see why it might turn interesting. I'm not sure why we never considered it beyond the magical creatures in the Solarian Sea. The Solarian Sea was the large body of water that fed all throughout Illos. Because we were more interested in preserving the dangerous and endangered species than anything else. Atticus said before he drank of his water. He turned to her. It'll pass quite easily. Beyond a few birds and magical insects that are beneficial to the life cycle of nature here on Illos, it can do with greater wildlife. We have the forests and mountains for it. Does it happen? She asked curiously. Yes. I have seen more magical life eventually. It does vary in terms of scale. He said with a frown. He'd seen Abraxans, Pegasi that were more easily to determine in the reels of Illos. Sometimes they weren't there until years had passed and other times quite a bit later. He rarely spent that much time looking into details of things like that, not when there were more important events and people that he needed to see. Time and variety of magical creatures. She asked curiously and he nodded. She considered it for a moment before she peered at him with a suggestive glint in her eyes. It may be worth improving our skill with seeing magical frequencies and work on manipulating them. He was silent for a few seconds in order to communicate with magical creatures at the fundamental level. He asked intrigued. Magicals operated in a different frequency within the magical field than other magical beings and creatures. It was why they could not use their forms of magic, only simulate them like how they simulated dragon fire spells or lightning, which were very often weaker and more draining magically than it was for the respective animals. Though he could see the magical frequencies in which these animals operated, he never tried to manipulate these frequencies into something useful. The most he ever did with manipulation of frequencies ever since he could see the individual strands of magic of all things, was to touch and resonate with the magic around him. She nodded slightly before she took a sip of her water. Magicals and near humans are attuned to a different frequency band than other magical creatures, as we both know, but with our ability to see the full breadth of magic, or in my case most, she said a little sour. He taught her how to open her field of perception, something that came much easier after her final magical maturity, through guiding her in the use of nature magic and opening herself up to the magic of the universe, which then allowed her to form a somewhat similar perception to his, though it lacked depth and scope of what he saw. She could perceive the currents of magic, if she focused, but it was shallow, like treading into centimeters of water compared to his lake-deep perception. She also couldn't feel a connection to the universe like he did, and he was sure that was because of his hyperpercipience. Thankfully, what he taught her was enough for her to see most of the magical frequencies within the magical field neurophysical energy spectrum. She continued, we should be able to manipulate these magical frequencies somehow to allow us to communicate with some of the more dangerous animals. He sat back in his chair, thinking. His eyes snapped towards her and he saw her eyes looking at him expectantly. You think you can create magical languages like Parceltongue through this? He hissed out to her. Her eyes shone triumphantly and she nodded. There is no physical evidence that these Naga ever existed, she hissed with pursed lips. I think it is more likely that they were humans that might have been able to skin change halfway than they were truly a combination of serpents and humans. Moira's catalog doesn't have them listed, he asked curiously. He had never bothered looking into the Naga or any other mythological magical beings like them. That was more her interest. She liked creating new life forms and experimenting with life, though he knew it was because she was looking to replicate how the Atlanteans managed to use higher forms of magic to create life from concepts to further her own progression into elemental magic. Within the Atlantean records there were only methods of creating magical beings through rituals, but what they noticeably lacked was how they created beings like Thestrals who were representatives of death. No, they don't, she hissed in a sibilant scowl before she visibly shook away that thought, which is why I think it's not some divine language. A small amount of amusement crept out of her, as much as I'd like to believe that, but rather a form of high-level manipulation of magical frequencies done through observation of serpents. That would mean others through history might have this same ability to see magic on all frequencies, Atticus pointed out. Not necessarily. Did you not manipulate magical energies through a spell freezing ward and the creation of prism crystals that isolated individual frequencies of magic? She pointed out to him. It's a hard sell to think and suggest mages thousands of years ago might have done something similar, he said to her skeptically. Perhaps, she acceded. Nevertheless, we both know ancient mages were rather more capable than most will ever believe. She said in Latin. He inclined his in agreement. Their trips around the world searching out ruins and tombs had clarified that quite clearly. I'm for it. I'll set up a project for it. He told her, and she smiled pleased at him. He checked the time and took one last bite and walked up to Emily. He kissed her on the cheek. I'll see you at the testing facility after, he said as he stepped away, and she gave him a small smile before she nodded and he turned to walk away. Break. 7th of April 1953, Main Tower, Illos. With an impassive look on his face, he watched as the Vila leader entered his office. He'd already seen what would be discussed, what she'd say, what he'd say. Mirages of the future had played out before him, still played out before him as a dozen possibilities unfurled all at the same time. In meetings like this, those of little importance, he liked to actively use his sight this way to see what path led to the better outcome, at least in the short term. My lord, the Vila matriarch, Teodora Georgieva said with a dip of the head as she stopped several meters from his desk, her long silvery hair swaying almost with the same grace she walked with. She was a pure-blooded Vila, if there was such a thing, with the same kind of deep blue eyes her race was known for and the same ethereal beauty that women would kill for. Had he not known she was at least 60 years of age, he would not think of her older than 25. He nodded at her. Please take a seat. She took the seat and sat down. Her eyes wandered, just as they did when she stepped into the office, though this time it was centered on the accessories on the desk. Trinkets and little wooden figurines that sat at the edge of the desk in a slight clutter. He liked to levitate them when he was busy reading or working, splitting his awareness whilst he stretched out his magic. Unexpected? Atticus asked, drawing back her attention as he glanced at the figurines before returning his gaze at her, and she smiled beautifully. Yes, she said with a heavy accent. Whilst most newcomers were proficient with Latin thanks to the Lingua Latin potion, they still carried their native accents. I had expected more, order, she said with a smile, the kind of smiles that could melt even the hardest of men's hearts even with her allure restrained. Sometimes a little disorder is needed. Atticus said with a long glance at the clutter before reaching back to meet her gaze. It makes life a little more interesting. Of course, my lord, Teodora said with a nod as her smile widened. I can understand such thinking better than most. A little disorder in our lives is just right, for it allows for new and unexpected things to happen that enrich lives," she said with a hint of something more in her tone. Atticus felt a hint of amusement at the tentative probing in her words, but he had long decided to avoid that conversational thread. It was for her own good, really. "Chancellor Saunders informed me of your interest to seek permission to invite more of your allies to Ilos." Atticus directed the conversation to why they were here. Theodora was a little startled, but she recovered and nodded carefully. "Yes. These past 3 months have been good for my people. Ilos has been more than any of us could have expected." Atticus sat back in his chair, his gaze unblinking as he stared at the woman impassively. She was artfully understating how good Ilos has been for her people, considering where they hailed from. For the Vila in Bulgaria and those in the Soviet Union, the situation was not good. The Russian influence in Bulgaria was keenly felt in both magical and Mughal parts of the country, especially in the eastern part of the country where Russian magical influence was highest, and unfortunately it was also the region where most of the Vila population was in. Post-war Soviet Union was a harsher and more restrictive place to many of the magical beings that resided within it and within its sphere of influence, mirroring much of attitudes of Central and some Western magical societies towards non-human beings. The war against Grindelwald had cost the Russians and their allies deeply, almost having the magical population, and with such trauma, many of the people who had fought against them or had chosen not to fight, like the Vila had chosen, had suffered the consequences of their actions, or inactions. It also didn't help that the Russian magicals were siding with the Soviet Union more than the statute allowed. Stalin had known about magic since the beginning of the Second World War, and after the success of Stalingrad, Stalin had somehow managed to convince several Russian leaders of the merits of communism, or at least some elements of the doctrine. Quite the legacy Stalin was leaving behind in his death. In truth, the opportunity had never been more open for such radical shifts in ideology for the Russian magical society, something that started with the extermination of the magical Romanovs during the revolution and that was only put into freefall during the Grindelwald War, as most of the influential nobles were wiped out by Grindelwald's forces, or by the man himself. In the absence of traditional leadership of the nobility, the most powerful amongst the surviving Russians rose to prominence in the vacuum left behind as leaders of the war effort against Grindelwald. Whilst several of them had nobility in their heritage, they had not been in power and as such used the opportunity to carve out their own power not based on nobility but on the popularity their deeds warranted them, and later used communism to solidify their control of Russian society without having to share power with the surviving noble families. With the Russians taking elements of the communist ideology to bosom, also came with the intolerance towards many of the magical creatures that were considered as toxic to the new ideological values of the new burgeoning Eastern European society that extended to far and wide in much of Eastern Europe, especially since the Vila and the Sirens were considered to be synonymous with noble excesses and aristocratic deviancy, which was opportunistic as it played on long-held perceptions of these two magical races and helped further along the burgeoning Eastern European us versus them mentality that grew after the Russians swept in and took advantage of the neighboring ruined societies that were left in the wake of Grindelwald's war to bring them closer to their sphere of influence and thinking. The nobility had succumbed to Russian pressure as that was seen more favorable than the possibility of ICW occupation. And as a way to bind all of these peoples to the Russian leadership, they took advantage and deepened an Eastern European mentality, and unfortunately, magical races like Vila and Sirens were not considered human, let alone Eastern European. A consequence of something the Vila themselves had propagated rather unhelpfully with their acts. The Vila, before the start of the 20th century, had largely enjoyed a privileged existence amongst the nobility of Europe. For centuries, they'd used their beauty and their allure to craft out this place within the higher echelons of society, obtaining protection from persecution whilst at the same time propagating their population with added protection of the same nobles who tended to be the fathers of their children. Something that began to end at the turn of the century as unrest and uncertainty began to inflame Europe with the emergence of greater numbers of half-bloods and squib-borns who brought in ideas and sought more freedoms within magical society in line with more equal Mughal Europe, which was only driven further into a simmering cauldron by the emergence of radical rhetoric like that of Grindelwald or that of the ever-present but growing pure-blood supremacy ideology, which captured the attentions of disgruntled nobles and disaffected masses in sweeping motions. As always throughout history, magical or not, times of uncertainty and anger tended to be very difficult for those of minority ethnicities, or in the case of the Vilas, race. There had always been a black market within Europe, one that was riddled with dark mages and scum of the earth, but it was only during this turn of the century that the Vila had begun to be exploited at much greater rates as they lost the protections that they so enjoyed for centuries prior. And despite the end of the war and the ICW influence, it had only grown worse before his guards went in and eliminated most of the worst offenders that dealt with trafficking or with sexual slavery, yet it did not deal with the underlying social and institutional discrimination that the Vila experienced in much of Eastern and Central Europe, even if they were protected under the law. The ICW, to give them credit, was trying to address this issue, but by forcing equality onto the ministries and populace, it was not working and seemed to instead backfire. Their high-handedness and their lack of understanding was doing more harm in post-war Europe than it was bringing stability, and whilst he was pleased that it was making it easier for them to push along this unrest into an engulfing inferno, he was displeased the effect it was having on the non-human populations of the magical world. For that, he bore responsibility. Just as he bore responsibility for the rise in death tolls of squibs and the worsening of conditions in most European nations for squib-borns. He was uncertain if this would have happened anyway without his presence or influencing of Europe, if this state of growing intolerance was always going to happen despite him and his actions, and he would never know the truth of it. He could not see into alternative timelines, into what might have been. Those roads were closed in time, despite him being able to see time as more something that happens all at once and its coordinates, a living flow that had a sense of itself. He could not see coordinates of something that was wiped out of existence in this universe. He did not know if the state of Europe would have remained had Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald in 1945, after 2 more years of war and destruction and loss that could have taken greater toll on people and caused them to be more accepting of peace and unity of all, for all. Perhaps Dumbledore's willingness to work within existing frameworks and turning them malleable to his desires and will might have made the ICW's endeavors in Europe more successful, with influential individuals in Europe weary and careful in the face of a light archmage who was intolerant of dark magic and had the backing of the ICW. In the end, it did not matter on what ifs he'd never satisfyingly bring to a conclusion, even for someone like him who lived and breathed in air made out of what ifs. Only what they could do to take advantage of these circumstances that he helped speed along. After all, disasters paved the way for future growth. I am pleased to hear that, Atticus said as he placed his hands on the desk, his eyes boring into her. We have put in considerable efforts in accommodating your people in Illos, and so far your people have integrated well. Theodora nodded. It had been a challenge at first, she admitted, even with the introduction we were granted. He inclined head slightly in agreement. It's something that most groups find at first, but once they find their chosen field or work, they tend to find things much easier. Thanks to the increase of population, there was a growing market within Illos for consumer products that weren't covered by one of the offices, one that was increasing the economy of the world ship which the Vila had seamlessly integrated into, especially with their expertise in charms and enchantment. An economy that likely remained limited, but one he set on actively growing. Most magical societies had the potential to be post-scarcity societies, Illos more than any other, but he was careful not to let it happen anytime soon. An interconnected economy was important to bind all of the magical societies together in the future, and only long after, when no one considered themselves as anything other than Illusion, did he want to consider setting in the motions of a true post-scarcity society. Whilst most of the amenities and health could be taken care of by magic or by the basic food, ingredients, and healthcare package that all citizens had a right to, for now there was still a need for more leisurely and bespoke products, which he encouraged as a way to inspire more independent industries and markets to form. Amongst them was the growing gaming and media markets based on Mage tech that he had sold and encouraged to take form. The games market was popular with the youngest of Illos, especially with the way they could interact with the story of the games themselves, and within the media. Films were growing ever more popular, with The Maiden in the Tower being the largest hit so far and one that had Avila emerge as a star actress. Theodora smiled quite. Her smile fell off. Which is why I humbly request of you, my lord, that I be granted the permission to seek out my colony's allies and granted leave to offer them a place here. Atticus remained silent and she visibly grew more uncomfortable. Theodora continued, this time more guarded. Before we came here, we informed our allies that we were seeking to find a new home given the volatility of our homeland, she said carefully, and quickly continued when she saw no further reaction from him. We did not tell them where we were headed, not that we knew anyway, just that we were leaving. After some time passed, Atticus spoke up. And do you think they are right for Illos? She looked slightly confused. What do you mean? Do you know why you were invited? Atticus asked of her. Her eyes widened and she understood. Because one of your people vouched for us. That, and because we made sure that such vouching was not made erroneously. Atticus leaned forward, his expression hard. We do not invite anyone without carefully considering the impact on our current citizens and the harmony we are building, and we will continue to do so for a long time to come. She looked upset for a moment. But they wouldn't cause disharmony, she protested. Atticus hummed. And how certain are you of that? If I were to suddenly allow several thousand Vila into Illos. Atticus trailed off as he looked at her with a long look and hard eyes. Do you not think it would cause friction within the population? She looked offended before she schooled her expression and looked at him with hints of anger in her eyes. My lord, she said, her voice calm yet lost all of its warmth. I had not taken you for someone who held people against their heritage. She said calmly, though it was clearly it was forced. Atticus remained impassive under the accusation. I do not care for blood or for heritage. What I do care for is Illos. It is my responsibility to ensure that it remains healthy, and that also includes considerations that are uncomfortable to broach. Atticus leaned back in his chair, intently studying the Vila matriarch before him. For a person who should intimately know about emotions and irrationality, along with fact that you are a leader, you are missing the fundamental truth of what the consequences of thousands of beautiful women coming to a nation with only 15,000 people would be. Especially when half that population are still children. As ridiculous as it sounded, that was the main crux of this situation. She frowned before she understood and raised her hand, her bracelet shining. Isn't that why we're made to wear these out in public? She asked. A way to alleviate the uneasy people, mostly of the feminine variety, Theodora said with a hint of sardonic amusement in her voice before she grew serious again, that we aren't here to ensnare their precious men. People might wish to believe that, however, that is not the case. Your allure is a form of compulsion magic and pheromones, and though it is inherent to you, it is against the law to use against others, Atticus said, and he raised his hand stopping her from speaking, and he continued. Nevertheless, the requirements of the bracelets were not demanded in a slight against your people, but rather because existing laws that protect the minds and liberty of citizens. Your admission into Ilos had already been made once we determined the characteristics of your colony and their leader. Atticus entwined his hands as he continued, slightly leaned forward. You were determined to be open-minded and willing to integrate into Ilosian society, and it is for those reasons you are here today. The acceptance you have seen here in Ilos is because everyone knew you were coming, and in their trust of our judgment, they invited you into their lives as future citizens of our country. Atticus paused for a moment as his eyes bored down into her own. And that is despite of what most people know of your people, however wrong that is. As a people, you have gained, unfairly perhaps, a reputation that speaks of carnal and hedonistic nature. Atticus said with thinned lips, and she visibly looked upset at this characterization, but she met his gaze proudly. We are a passionate race, and our nature does make us more comfortable with the natural way of existence, she said with a proud gleam in her eyes, but it does not sum us up. She leaned forward, her eyes blazing with blue flames dancing in her eyes. And if we were to believe what people think to be true all the time, then we should be believing you to be the destroyer of the magical world. No. She said with a tone of innocence that amused him, though he didn't show as his expression remained hard. She leaned back in her chair, her eyes doused. I only wish to extend the same kind of peace and acceptance my colony and I have received here to the rest of my people. She said, this time more subdued, and he let her speak. I know that most of my people in our native lands will have to move sooner or later. Some have already moved to France, but even there we're still viewed as something as other and compared to the acceptance we have found here. She looked to the side, towards the city as she trailed off. He let the silence settle in for a few moments before he spoke up. It does not sum you up. I agree. Atticus said calmly, and she turned to him. And it is also the opinion of many Ilosians now who were once warier of you than they have been of others. He glanced at her bracelet that has helped them to see you as you are, not as what your race is perceived to be, of course, and in time, once your colony has exercised complete control over their allure, it will not be needed. After all, the mind arts are taught here in Ilos, and only the use of it against unwilling individuals is illegal, and I see your allure to be in the same category. He returned his gaze to hers. Which brings me back to the main point. With such a low population, for now, immigration to Ilos needs to be managed carefully, especially when so many different people from different backgrounds are only just beginning to learn how to live together. To bring so many of your people to Ilos now would only create tensions that are unneeded and would reverse some of the headway we've made towards acceptance of others that different. She seemed to accept his reasoning more now that he explained, even she was still upset. That said, Atticus said, breaking her out of whatever thoughts she was having. I will inform Habe to begin the proceedings of inviting one other Vila colony to Ilos. You may put forth a list of your allies and we will consider them first. He told her, and she looked very pleased at that. Mother magic, she really was devastatingly beautiful even if she was older than his mother. His sight really didn't capture everything perfectly. He wondered if it was simply genetic or if it was a combination of magic and genetics actively working together to play a role in her race. It was never clear what the origins of Vila was. It will not happen for many months, however, he warned her as he banished those thoughts away. We already have several groups of people set to arrive in the next year or so. I understand, my lord. She said happily with a bow of the head. Before she got up and left, he spoke up. Before you leave, I have something that I wish to run by you. He said, and recaptured her attentions as she looked at him inquisitively. He continued as he leaned forward, a hidden gleam in his eyes. Are there those amongst you who are unable to bear children but wish to be mothers to orphans? He asked, and her eyes widened before she considered it thoughtfully. It was an hour later that he left and went towards the Magical Innovation and Technology Center. He received bows and nods as he walked through the center, and after he verified his identity through a series of identifying wards and charms, he was allowed entry at Seven's testing facility. As he stepped through the large testing facility, he saw an old man visibly berating one of the others in front of the large black metal ring by a round control console. No, no, no. An old voice barked out harshly as he waved his hand furiously. What did I tell you last time? Always check your work. Last time, you could have blown us apart. Do you want something like that to happen? Atticus cleared his throat, and the old man swiveled around with an angry growl before his eyes widened. My lord. The old man said with a deep bow, an act that the younger man followed. Mr. Woodman. Atticus said calmly whilst he looked at the gate ring. It was about 5.5 meters in diameter and was made out of black adamantium alloy with diamond wardstones lining up on the face of the ring in 3 concentric circles closer to the rim of the inner diameter. The space between the outside edge of the larger diamond ring on the face and the outer diameter had 7 runes with hundreds of miniature runic schemes connecting the 7 larger runes, runes that he was intimately familiar with, after all. They were part of the Ilosian runic language he created with Emily. What's this I hear about something else blowing up? He asked calmly as he returned gaze at the old man. Woodman had been a curious and fortuitous accident. Scrimgeour had unknowingly led him to the man not long after the war. He'd always intended to figure out a way to create portals that didn't use slipspace as the principal dimension but rather through manipulation of magic, neurophysical magic, effectively a better way of vanishing cabinets and port keys. It turned that he didn't need to work as much on it when Woodman had already done the legwork when Woodman uncovered the principles behind vanishing cabinets in much greater detail than he himself had done. With the work he'd done with Rowena, with regards to dimensions and their existence, they'd improved on Woodman's principles of space layers. The man scowled as he looked at the younger man. This. The old man growled before he visibly controlled himself. He was being negligent again. He gave the young man a scathing look. He seems intent on replicating grave mistakes like the time he got the coherence rune wrong within the sympathetically linked runic schemes. Yes, that could have been bad. He'd asked Woodman to double-check the runes prior to shipping the second ring out when he'd seen that probable outcome. The younger man looked defensive as he spoke up. That had nothing to do with this. I already checked the schemes thrice before you asked. You just want me to use your insane checking method all the time. The young man threw up his hands in exasperation. All because of that one error, and it's not even my fault. Not entirely. The coherence rune is very similar to the transference rune. Why would anyone want to do that? I don't know. I don't even know where these runes are from. They're so different to every runic language I know or heard about. Getting used to these runes does take time, you know. He said with a scowl to his mentor. You haven't told him? Atticus asked with Woodman with a curious look. Woodman only shrugged. My lord, I didn't see the point. The younger man looked confused. I don't understand. Woodman sighed. Lord Sayer created this runic language. He said pointedly. The younger man looked extremely surprised before he stared at Atticus with wide eyes. You created your own runic language? He asked with quiet awe in his voice. I didn't even know you could do that without it needing taking a long time to manifest into the magic of the world, which is almost impossible as it requires a language to be effectively dead. Most people believed that runes worked like that. It was close but not quite right. Runes were able to do what they did because a metaphysical manifestation that stemmed from the collected understanding of what each rune meant, and this manifestation was within the magical field that permeated the universe. It wasn't quite the time to make that known, however. Perhaps not ever, he mused. It was after all very dangerous information to let out. I did. And this falls under the gate non-disclosure agreement. Atticus said plainly, and the man recollected himself. Of course sir, I mean my lord. The man said with a stammer. Also I didn't mean what I said, your runes sir, I mean my lord, the young man stammered out quickly. Woodman sighed long-sufferingly. Atticus looked at Woodman with a look on his face. What happened to the other guy? Before he glanced at the younger man who looked quite nervous. There had been 3 of them last time he visited. He tended to let Woodman manage the project on his own and just see into its progress from time to time. Woodman, the graduate from Sims, and this young man who was more of an apprentice than anything else. He was rather young too, likely less than 20. From what he did know, he was quite the prodigy himself, and age was hardly indicative of skill and talent, even if he seemed to be rather negligent at times. Woodman looked at Atticus with a contrite look. He quit. Atticus knew that of course, but it was a bit too good to pass up. He thought, a little amused though his expression didn't change. Woodman was rather difficult to work with. It was why his team always only consisted of at most 3 individuals, well, only some part of it. He wanted there to be as few people possible who knew the workings of the ring. As much as he could have done it himself, he needed others to have great accomplishments to their names. It was why people knew the gate network was being worked on by Woodman. People needed things to surpass or strive to achieve. What was the point if you had someone do it all for you? I see. He said as he looked at the younger man who looked quite uncomfortable. He's at least capable, Woodman said almost grudgingly before he scowled again. Just a bit of a ditz when it comes to certain things. Like checking your work. He said with a growl as he glared at the young man. Capable meant brilliant for Woodman. Don't take his words too personal, Atticus said to the young man calmly. Woodman's nature can be simply characterized as rude. It's just how he speaks and acts. If you stick around a little longer, you'll learn enough to make it worthwhile. He said to the young man who calmed and seemed to think it over. He did mean it. Woodman was prodigy with runes and could think in an unorthodox way. Before he managed to convince the old man, the man would have just been lost to history without anyone even noticing before dying, full of bitterness towards the world and the Department of Mysteries for forcing him to stop his research. He would be more than happy to have another like him, though with a better temperament if possible. Atticus returned his attentions towards the gate ring. Are you ready to test it? He asked. Yes my lord, Woodman said, and Atticus drew closer to the ring. He placed his hand on the ring, feeling the runes that etched into it. The last-minute check was a system check, on both rings. Woodman said with a scowl in his voice, and he could just see him glaring at the young man again even if he wasn't looking. But it seems like both rings are functioning at optimum levels, and I believe the time is right to test it. Woodman said, and Atticus stepped back several meters. Then, by all means, begin. Atticus said to Woodman, who bowed his head and turned on his heels and quickly walked towards the control console. The old man placed his hand onto the control console and it thrummed with a dim light as the runic symbols lit up. Everything was connected through magic, the console to the rings and the controller, in this instance Woodman, to the console itself. It was a security measure, to connect magical signatures and the presence of magic itself within the controller, that he'd ensure was installed in consoles. The doors to the testing facility opened up and they all turned to see who it was. "Are we late?" Emily asked with a raised eyebrow as she strode forward in her graceful gait with Sandra next to her. "Just in time," Atticus said with a faint smile. Woodman turned and bowed his head to the ladies. "My lady," Chancellor Woodman said, and the young man followed suit before returning his attentions to the console. He pressed his fingers into the console. "The gates are initialized," Woodman said to the room, and runes on the gate began to flare. The outer diamond ring began to glow, then the middle diamond ring before the last diamond ring glowed and large runes blinked in a sequence, and in an instant, the site of the back of the testing facility in the middle of the gate disappeared and was replaced by the site of grey earth, mottled with craters and boot stamps that seemed to have a timelessness to them, yet that was not what drew their attention. No. In the horizon and high above, there was the natural black that loomed over this grey earth, a black night sky dotted with billions of stars that seemed to shine more brilliantly there than they ever did here, and at the very center of this horizon, where all the stars seemed to gravitate around, was a pale blue orb that had strings and clots of white on its surface, a sight that never not succeeded causing something in him to stir. "Beautiful," the young man said with awe. Sandra stepped forward, her eyes shining with wonder. "It works. It really works," she said with delight as she clasped her hands. Woodman scoffed before he tried to mask it with a cough. "Of course it, Chancellor. It was never in question," he said plainly, though it was not hard to miss the glimmer of pride in his voice. "What are the measurements?" Atticus asked Woodman, who turned and looked at the readings on the console. "Ward integrity is at optimum. Atmospheric pressure is cradle normal, consistency of the air within the ward bubble is standard," Woodman informed. "Good," Atticus said as he approached the gate, closer than anyone else had. The principles of space layers, the principles that the inventors of the vanishing cabinets had unknowingly and without understanding worked with, provided the grounding theories as to why they were able to shorten distances using magic. Apparition, port keys, vanishing cabinets, and other such techniques all bent space to allow for shorter journeys from one set of coordinates to another. Apparition worked through puncturing a hole in the fabric of conventional space in the form of a micro-wormhole, with magic as the facilitator and protector, as the individual is wrapped through a field of magic before exiting in another location by using magic to contract three-dimensional space to be directly opposite to the original coordinates instead of the tens or hundreds of miles that might be between the points in space in conventional space. Port keys were a similar concept, though more stable. Vanishing cabinets worked in that simple principle, but it was more permanent. Where port keys and apparition temporarily punctured holes in the fabric of conventional space, for vanishing cabinets, 2 points were anchored together in conventional space through the use of runic schemes and sympathetically links that tied two objects together. This was done through the semi-permanent hole made in Shun space, one of a number of alternate dimensions that was layered on top of this universe. Atticus stepped a little closer to the gate when the younger man spoke up. "My lord. We haven't tested it yet." He tried. Atticus turned to him. "The principles have not changed," he told the young man. "The principles have been tested and verified for over 3 years. This gate," he said as he waved at the ring, "is merely a new structure with streamlined runes that were designed to take into account the theorems that govern this universe, along with increasing the power of the gate rings. The vanishing cabinets he'd used during the war had susceptible to Britain's war wards, which disrupted the links between the paired cabinets. Power and magical capacity had been found to be the issue. This new structure overcame that, along with the magical power demands over distances such as this, and much further. That was why he and Emily used the lesser versions of this gate to travel between Sayre and Slytherin Manor. In truth, they overbuilt the gate in front of him. From what they were able to tell, this gate should be able to stay stable for well over 49 light years. Woodman did not know it, but he had alternative purpose for this overbuild. This method of transportation of matter also opened up the transportation of energy. Transference of energy would be virtually instantaneous across light years, and the first thing that came into mind was harvesting solar energy from stars for the purpose of converting said energy into neurophysical energy magic and feed it mithril seeds. Seeds that would aid him in future projects for just-in-case purposes. Emily walked up to him and stood by him. She gave him an inquisitive look which he only responded with assurance through their bond. She nodded her understanding as she stepped forward and passed through the gate. Sandra gasped sharply and he heard Woodman murmur, "But Emily turned out fine," as she stepped onto the moon's lesser gravity. She turned around and gave him a look before she said something, though he could hear nothing. As part of the safety mechanisms, there was several shields built into the gate that separated any chance of the two different locations interacting beyond the admission of light. The whole portal itself only had a cross-section of less than half a millimeter. He stepped through and without even feeling anything he was out at the other side. He withheld a wince as he felt the world around him. It was several magnitudes lesser than even the most inhospitable region on Earth. "Success," he said to her as he looked around before glancing back through the ring and saw them staring at them. He was tempted to wave at them, but that felt like it was contrary to his mask. He turned, saw her walking towards the edge of the bubble. He went after her. As he stood by her, he saw her gaze at the earth. Will we ever see our own world like we see her? She asked him, uncharacteristically morose, hallmarks of some aspects of his character rubbing off on her. Still, he understood her very well as he turned his attentions fully to their home world. I like to think so, he said to her. She knew he'd seen what their likely new home world was going to be in its life-capable moons. She hadn't asked to see it, not yet, and he hadn't looked at it beyond a glimpse of what might be. It was a distant future, for now, one that was growing closer but distant nonetheless. She said in a noncommittal hum before she looked at him, her expression serious and the moment gone. At least we now have a way to link the worlds together without needing interstellar travel, she said with a glint in her eyes. He smiled at her. Yes, he said as he turned around, still just them two on the surface of the moon. That will make things much easier in the long run. Until things settled during the havoc of Exodus, they wanted to limit travel until the proper structures were in place. It would also aid in strengthening Illo's authority over the others. A small grin grew on his face as his eyes sparkled with mischief. You know, we could also build another gate for Europa. Her eyes shone with interest. She might not say it, but he knew it had been her most favorite place to have visited. Inwardly, his grin widened even more. Something she would share with a certain old Japanese man not too long from now. Break. April 8, 1953. Illo's, Sayre Manor. Emily POV. She sat at the bottom of the pool, her long dark hair swayed in the near-faint flow of water that only she and very few magical creatures could hope to sense. She raised her hand and bent her fingers in a lotus-like stance. The water grew uneasy and then tumultuous as it began to spiral at the center of her palm, a small sphere of water that was moving differently compared to the larger body of water, yet neither affected the other. The later body of water remained that same faint gentle flow in comparison to the small eddy that was storming in her hand. With a mere thought, it changed to a perfect sphere of ice before she changed it again into a ball of superheated gas before cycling it into all three different states again and again until she grew bored of it. Her abilities with the water element was still growing, though it was slower than it had been before. Her hand began to change, her pale white skin made way for translucence, the skin and flesh and bones melted away like candle wax under a fire, though it remained somewhat stable even as it rippled slightly like the water surrounding her. She stared at her hand. It wasn't easy to obtain this level of success of semi-liquid state. It was an alien concept, one that required abstract thinking to a degree that would have made those monks in Tibet pleased with her. Her week-long experimentation with Grindelwald's body had yielded more than a few results, most of which were discarded for being too corruptive, but the most promising result had been the underlying theory she developed of infusing the body with magic to the point that the body itself acted like a magical core. Grindelwald's body had remained highly magical despite the absence of his soul and mind, an impossibility that broke the trifecta of body, soul, and mind that made active magic possible, yet he managed to succeed with the necromantic black magic that forced the magic and life force of others into his body. If it was possible to accomplish such a feat with black magic, then it was possible to accomplish it without it. She stared at her hand. She was a water elemental, a powerful one. At present she was using her magic to alter the properties of her hand to that of water, a feat that she only had partial success in, yet it also confirmed her theory that it was possible to alter her existence without the need of rituals or alchemy. Her experiments of creating new forms of life using the texts of Atlantis and the Grindelwald experiments, had been to develop a greater understanding of the nature of existence, of life, of magic, of sapience. She'd created several new magical creatures using both magical and non-magical animals, and she'd gotten some result with the creation of life using golems and non-animal materials that culminated in those flying failures, all for the purpose of understanding it all better, and she'd not gotten as far as she'd like. Oh, she'd gotten a far better understanding in the key components that made life possible from a magical perspective, but she needed more. The Atlanteans had been capable of creating magical creatures that represented concepts. The concept of life, death, and rebirth in the form of phoenixes. The concept of nature's fury in thunderbirds. The concept of purity in unicorns. Yet she could not find the evidence in all of the Atlantean archives of how they managed to achieve it, which was a bitter point for her. Her eyes focused on her hand and her hand became more diffuse, yet she still saw the underlying structure of a hand. She was unable to be water, to be the physical representation of water, the life giver, the life taker, the element that could exist in more than one state. She focused firmly on regaining solidity and her hand began to turn back into normal. She felt the familiar sting of numbness that accompanied in the few seconds after she regained solidity, and she clenched her hand a few times before it returned back to normal. It was frustrating to see that she'd reached a plateau, a glass ceiling she was unable to break through no matter how often she tried. She knew she could reach further heights. That had been evidenced when she began to manifest and fine-tune certain abilities, namely the ability to sense and manipulate water at a molecular level and use it to augment or heal herself. She could harden her skin to diamond-hard ice with just a thought, and she could draw out moisture out of any living being with increasing ease. The results on Grindelwald's corpse had shown it was possible to alter one's body greater than what previously had been recorded, and all of this was merely proof. And, the fact the Atlanteans had been able to conceptualize concepts into reality was proof enough of what the critical component was that would allow her to gain total mastery of her element without needing to resort to rituals. Consciousness. It was all connected: magic, consciousness, existence and reality. As magicals they perceived greater, understood far more, and it was their consciousness that linked all of it together. She would get there, eventually. Even if it took 100 years. The water around her began to swirl around her, and she lifted off the floor of the pool even as she sat, the warmer currents of the swirling water carrying her back to the surface. She breached the surface of the water and she clung onto the edge of the pool, her eyes gazing out from the spectacular view before her and her lips twisted as she stared out at Illos before her. The rolling green hills and the beautiful city that loomed above them was satisfying to see the slow culmination of their obsession of building the greatest civilization to ever exist beginning to take firmer hold. She felt the familiar feeling of love through their bond that transcended time and space as she felt him approaching through her magic. What is swimming in that mind of yours? She heard, and she glanced lazily to the left from where she felt him draw nearer. Conquest, domination, subjugation. She replied lazily, the usual. She said with a slow smirk on her face as she turned to him. He was dressed in simple silken shirt and trousers in the style of Lucy, the growing fashionable style that was becoming synonymous with Illos. Ah, he said in a musing tone, as he arrived and sat on the floor by the edge of the pool and he leaned back onto his arms. The trifecta. Of course. He said with an easy smile as he looked at her before looking back at the city. Nearly everyone will be there today. Atticus said after a moment as he continued to stare out at the city. Seems right. She said with a hum as she peered at her with inspecting eyes. It was the longest mission so far. Part of that mission had been to place the gate and wards surrounding it. He turned towards her and with a smile nodded yes. The third mission and the longest. Only half a day in transit each way, whilst they spent over a week on Luna itself. They spent a few days recovering from that trip, though they'll make a show of it by descending down into the stadium. They were intending on letting Illos develop its own form of spaceflight, with only the mathematics and physics being unfolded as time went by. Through this way, they intended on develop true mage tech, a symbiosis of science and magic without the need for the kind of computing systems and restrictiveness of technology that would require artificial intelligence in the centuries to come. Magic was intuitive, it responded to their will and desires, and with the evidence of Magicomp, a crystalline-based computer that ran entirely on magic, it was indicative this was a developmental tree they could continue on without problems. Alice would be the only artificial intelligence in their empire. When will Mars happen? She asked, genuinely curious. She hadn't gone to the red planet during their trips to space. Compared to Saturn and her rings, to Jupiter and standing on the surface of Europa with Jupiter looming in all of its full glory. It seemed pedestrian. Likely around the summertime. They'll be building the third iteration of the vessel during that time. Mostly to improve the dampening effects within the vessel when traveling at maximum speeds. Atticus explained to her. You haven't given them your artificial gravity and force dampening runic matrices? She asked with a raised eyebrow, a slow smirk growing on her face. They have no need for it. He said dismissively, and her smirk grew wider, though she didn't comment on it. He just didn't want to share everything, even if it was obsolete. Considering that they'd applied existing runic schemes and improved on it, they'll arrive at this conclusion without my aid. He finished. Of course. She said with a hint of amusement in her tone. He gave her a mild but exasperated smile before he outstretched his legs as he sat by her whilst she remained in the pool. They fell into an easy silence, basking in each other's presence as they had done for the past few days. It was a luxury, for now, to be able to spend as much time together as they had done, and it was a luxury that they unfortunately would need to keep sacrificing until their plans culminated to a stage where they no longer had to be personally present to manage situations. Received word from Sassa. We've been invited by Victor Nowak to come visit the Nikita Burrow. Atticus said after a while, glancing at her from the corner of his eyes. Her eyes narrowed at the familiarity of the name until she recalled who he was, the infamous Polish rebel that kept the fight going on his own despite being hunted by Grindelwald's forces, including for a time Vinda Rosier herself. The very same, Atticus confirmed. After a few moments of consideration, she asked, how have they settled anyway? They have settled in well, all things considered. The introductory package and the Lingualatin potion has been a major help in easing them into Illos. He paused for a few seconds, though they have been noticeably less willing to integrate like the other tribes and squib parents from around the world have been. Perhaps we need to break up their numbers more evenly through the city. She posed. She hadn't been here in the past few months when the migration had been happening. We already split the 4,000 into 5 different groups, with 4 of the groups being meshed with 6 different boroughs that were settled by new settlers and existing citizens. The way things worked out, Nikita Borough just so happened to have a greater concentration of the same culture than others. It won't be an issue for too long, but for the moment, it's something to be carefully managed, he finished. Hence the invitation by Nowak. She mused aloud and he nodded slightly. Yes. He wants to discuss some of the finer points that are causing issues with their integration, namely the highly patriarchal culture of theirs and lingering effects of the inherited societal prejudice against the Vila, which of course doesn't mesh all that well with the more egalitarian norms here in Ilos. Her eyes turned flinty though she kept her expression neutral. They agreed to integrate with the rules of Ilos months before they decided to join. To cause problems now? Her voice trailed, implication clear in her voice. Nowak knows that too, and it is an invitation that is meant to alleviate some of the concerns that has been raised by more than a few people. He seeks to reassure us about their commitment to meld into Ilosian society and that in time the uneasiness will fade away. She nodded. Good. As much as she wanted to make them submit without question, more diplomatic nuance was needed when it came to enforcing their will here in Ilos and in the centuries to come. It was better to build up the strength of their soft power now so that the brutal reaction had more meaning later. She halted in her thoughts for a moment, peering at him. Is there anything in particular that might end up being of interest to us when we visit? He shook his head. No. After we speak with them and tour the burrow, there is little else that happens there before the ceremony. He met her gaze. We'll need to blatantly use magic in a way that makes some of the stauncher and stubborn amongst their numbers remind them that our strength and reputation is not overblown. She smiled. Application of soft power through displays of strength. Where is Nikita Burrow? She asked. His lips curled up in the second ring. Her lips twisted into a thin smile as she raised her hand and a thin strand of water sprouted out from the pool and formed into a bridge into her hand. It's definitely what will convince the more resisting patriarchs of accepting the new way of things. Atticus said with an amused smile. Her smile grew into a smirk as she banished the water into the pool. Will it be just us? No. Sasa will be there too. He confirmed. I'm surprised we're needed at all. Emily said musingly. You know Sasa? Atticus said with a shrug. She gets people to agree through trickery and manipulation that is well hidden in her actions. The problem is, her warm nature and genuine desire to help even if it's through trickery and so on doesn't work so well with a people who value displays of strength more than they do kindness. Atticus said to her. She nodded agreeably, though it was a shame that Sasa was unable to deal with this entirely. They met Sasa during their tour of Africa in 47 and they had grown to appreciate the woman enough that she had been chosen to be the cultural and social director of Ilos. She was partially responsible for the successful integration of newcomers, an important responsibility for anyone. Both herself and Atticus wanted to add a layer of separation in the running of Ilos but still ensure they were ever present in every decision that was made, even if it was not so obvious at first sight. The Council of Representatives was part of that, though all of the responsibility of settlement and population was kept with them in the High Council. Sasa believes, rightly, that seeing us breathe and use magic like it's nothing will only ensure they see us as their leaders, not such as just leaders of Ilos. As a patriarchal society, they follow strength, and though they respect my reputation for my actions in the war and the aid we have given them during their trying times after the war, we have not earned their loyalty, not completely. He turned to her, his gaze meeting hers. And with your own displays of magic done so casually, it will only cause their respect and loyalty to grow for you organically in your own right, not just as my wife but as my equal. Her smile turned warm as their gazes met and she reached out to his hand. She gripped it tightly for a moment before she released it and looked back at the city. One of the problems of being away so often and only visiting fleetingly was that it caused a disconnect to what was being built here. Not just from the place but the people as well. Alleviating her unspoken concerns in this manner was just like him. Her smile fell off as she realized again how short their time together would be. He picked up on her soured mood. Do you have to leave in 3 days' time? He asked her, despite the fact that both of them knew he'd known the answer to that long before they were having this conversation. I must. She stated as her lips tightened, disliking the situation yet in a way she was pleased with it, as Britain was and is to be her own accomplishment in totality. We both know that magical Britain is at a critical juncture at present. My forswearing of my titles and privileges was expected by most of the lords and ladies, but not in the public manner it had been done, nor so early. Yes. Atticus said with a sigh as he looked back onto the city. Your presence even now is missed and it's causing havoc amongst the populace, noble and common alike back in Britain. Her stunt back in Britain backed several of the more mercenary lords into a corner. Whilst most of them hated the idea of their nobility being held against them, by Muggles of all things, many of them hoped that the Aurors would be able to deal with the Muggle incursion quick enough that it wouldn't be an issue, but with what she did in her press conference, it made sure the public would latch onto the idea with eager hands. Whilst the situation with the Muggles was sensitive enough that it could escalate, she knew that things would eventually settle back into a certain norm once Potter set the stage for them to erase their existence from the minds of the Muggles again. And during that time and in the aftermath, her grip would be tighter on the political landscape, especially on the traditionalists and their families. They would be left no option but to follow her, and the progressives were too discombobulated to be any meaningful threat in the immediate interim. Destroying Merlin's enchantments of the Wizengamot had provided her the opening she needed to take complete control. And doing so through the most violent and shocking of ways ensured the newly heads of houses were vulnerable and more willing to bend to her, which she exacerbated with the fear and hate of the Muggles. The practicalities of the necessity to destroy the enchantments aside, namely to remove the binding magic towards that Muggle woman and the protections the enchantments offered the nobility, it had also been necessary to destroy the enchantments at a psychological level. Merlin's enchantments had given the perception that the nobility had the right to rule magical Britain, and it had been something that all of magical Britain had accepted. It was a truth that none dared or thought to question for centuries, even by dark lords who often sought support of the nobility instead of upending the entire system. For how could they question the nobility's right to rule when their greatest hero, the man they worshipped nearly as a deity, had granted that right to those families in the first place? Something she and Atticus had been whittling away at for nearly a decade, mostly through subtlety and his charade that stuck in their minds, but also through their puppet terrorist groups. The Muggles and the puppets had served their purpose perfectly, and now she almost had a free path towards driving out the overwhelming influence of the noble houses from the ministry, and in their place Ouroboros under her orders would come and fill in their gap and effectively make magical Britain into a one-party state. With the public's full support. And when the time was right. She smiled inwardly and her eyes gleamed as the image of a legendary sword flashed across her mind. "Do I need go back sooner?" she asked him. He shook his head. "No. 2 more days is fine enough," he told her. They fell into a bout of silence. "We could always dump them on a planet and wash our hands off of them," Atticus said with a hum in his voice. Her lips twitched. If only it was so easy. It wouldn't be a lie to say that it was hard to see the point of all of their scheming and their dismantling of ancient societies that caused more trouble than it was worth, not when they could easily continue to increase their population through other means. However, they needed to rule all of the magical world, and they would do so. And unfortunately, that meant creatively dealing with some of the ancient institutions that were unlikely to fully go away. And as much as they were breaking the current world order, and the people themselves, the strong would need to be approached in a different way. Unfortunately, the Assembly of Lords is an important originator for our future plans here in Illos when the time comes to integrate magical Britain, Ireland, and several other nations into Illos," she said calmly. "Yes, they will. The Council of Lords is an inevitability," he said with a distant look in his eyes. He'd told her and shown her more than a few possibilities decades down the line, near the time of Exodus, and in the more stable distant possibilities, there were 4 tiers of governance. The Council of Representatives, the Council of Lords, the Council of Magical Races, and the High Council. She did not expect the current system to change too much with the addition of the Council of Lords, only an added further step between the High Council and the Council of Representatives, where the Lords would functionally be who approve the legislative changes the Council of Representatives put forth within certain scope. Yet that was not the purpose for the Council of Lords. It was to be a controlled way to allow certain individuals to rise to the top of the social hierarchy without influencing the rest of society too much and upend all that they were building, and to provide a counterbalance to Council of Representatives. "It is in our nature," Emily said simply. It was in their nature to desire power. To use it, to cause deliberate change to the conditions of the world in a way that brought it more in line to your desires and needs. Equality was a lie. It could never be true when there were those who were greater than others, in magic, in personality and in knowledge, which augmented magic in several ways, and when she and her husband were greater than them all. The Council of Representatives would only shift towards that inclination, of powerful mages being elected into power to represent their immediate community. They were already coalescing into groups that had aligned political, social, and economic values, and it would not be long before powerful mages would become leaders of these groups. Illo's ideals of equality were idealistic, and it was necessary in order to build the institutions and the social values that promoted equal opportunity. Social values they were instilling into their citizens were centered on progress, meritocracy, and duty, a trifecta of responsibility that would stabilize an inherently unstable species. But in time, there would be erosion of these values. Perhaps not to a great degree, but enough that made it necessary to plan for such eventualities. And though they built Illo's constitution and its legal framework in a way that made great accumulation of power impossible, there were still the natural accumulation of power that would threaten the social order in unacceptable ways. It was an inevitability they consciously chose to make with the way they were building Illos, a place of progress and great magical advancement, a place that allowed greater opportunity and knowledge of magic, to power and allow those who were capable of it to rise to fulfill their potential. It was obvious why ministries around the world limited knowledge and practices so as to prevent powerful mages from upending the system they built, but it was part of the reason why Dark Lords and Dark Ladies continued to rise and accumulate followers. They would do better. Even if they were permitting the opportunity for conflict and rivalry, all while encouraging the existence of more high sorcerers and even archmages. A headache for anyone, including her and Atticus, yet it was also something that could not be avoided, nor should it be avoided. At the start of the Grindelwald War, there had only been 4 known archmages. Gellert Grindelwald, Albus Dumbledore, Bosdgary, and Xavier Charleston. Each of them were capable of dominating groups of mages, and each of them held, at one point or another, great influence in whatever societies they were from. Power begot power. And the truth was, they had been only the acknowledged archmages. There were far more archmages hidden away from the magical world or had not cared to advertise their capabilities, something they had come to understand during their trips around the world. They had found the proof in India with that parcel mouth monk who killed himself, and they found further proof in Japan, Namibia, Uganda, and in Chile. It was a far more frequent occurrence than people realized, and with the opportunities to expand in your skill and magic present here in Ilos, the number of archmages may well end up in the double figures once Ilos reached several million in population size, and that was something that needed to be dealt with. Muggles did not have this problem. Power beyond material things for them did not exist. Wealth, inherited or not, was what provided them with the power they needed to alter their circumstances to their desires. For magicals, power was within their fingertips. People were animals, no matter how civilized they were. It was an inherent flaw in their genetic makeup, in their species. Like animals, people strove for the optimum favorable conditions and achieve their maximal feeling of power. They would abhor their obstruction to power, the hindrance this obstruction would cause them from achieving this maximal state of power, and they would act accordingly. Through politics, through conflict, and through violence. Atticus and herself were merely an example of such an eventuality. As were Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and many others throughout history. Power demanded more power in whatever way they chose, and none with power would tolerate obstructions, just as she and Atticus did not tolerate it. They had eliminated such obstruction to their power with the deaths of Grindelwald, Dumbledore, the Elder Blacks, and would eliminate many more in future. Ilos and their empire was theirs, but she knew very well how others may wish to take it, and whilst she relished the opportunity to eradicate such fools with prejudice, it was better to simply ensure such possibilities never took root in the first place. Ilos itself wasn't the only place they'd need to ensure they kept control of the scale of conflicts between groups or individuals. It was better to manage people's ambitions and actions than it was to stop it entirely. It was a fruitless endeavor anyway, to suppress the natural inclinations of their kind. Still, they weren't idle, and they were already beginning with the framework of the Office of Farsight, where divination and this project of Atticus would use to ensure such problematic revolutionaries would be eliminated, whilst ambitious but not revolutionary individuals would be allowed to exist. The Council of Lords would provide a pathway to a level of power for these kinds of individuals where they'd contend with others for influence and power within a contained environment. A council that would consist of the most powerful mages in the realm by virtue of their power, their intellect, accomplishments, and their loyalty to the realm, to her and Atticus, which would be enforced by oaths. Or they would die. A concentration of powerful mages congregating was a risk, that was certain, but they would manage it easily enough even if the traitors managed to find wriggle room in the oath. The institutional framework they were building would minimize the discontent level of the citizenry to zero. Ensuring populist routes to power would be impossible. That and ensuring that certain families that were known for producing powerful mages every few generations were favored would allow them a loyal spine within the Council of Lords that would keep them too disorganized and in conflict to pose too much of a risk. The Blacks were one of these kinds of families, and they had the current opportunity to groom the family into a loyal cadre of followers who would become one of their stalwart vassals for centuries to come. Her eyes glinted at the thought of the proud man raging in whatever hellhole he resided within the domain, helpless, unable to do nothing but watch as the woman who killed him, a woman he called a half-blood whore, made his proud and ancient house as little more than a servant house. She banished away that momentary vindictive thought as she refocused. Of course, the Council of Lords would not be hereditary, it would spit in the face of what they were promoting, and she quite liked the idea of families that had grown fat and prideful on unearned wealth and worthless heritage made to work to improve themselves magically, but they would ensure there was a careful balance in the council. Influential families would be given a bias to gain a seat on the council, but the pathway to the council would remain open to those who did not have as great a family history of power or influence but were able to meet the criteria of magical power and more anyway. All of this was aimed in removing these people from greater political power amongst the public they might have found otherwise in the Council of Representatives, whilst still making them part of the political structure by giving them authority and responsibility of what to allow to pass into law. And at the same time pit the Council of Representatives and the Council of Lords in a political chess match in a contained environment that satiated the need for conflict within both political structures of the state, whilst also making these individuals jostle against each other for influence and domination over others. She understood human nature better than anyone. Permitting the space for conflict allowed for greater stability than an enforced peace. It was inherent in them all, this need for conflict, of having more than the other, of seeking to uplift oneself even at the cost of others. And she would allow such conflict to exist, to flourish. Conflict and the desire for power was a part of them, and not even evolution into different branches of humanity could eradicate that from their existence. And as much as Atticus once wished for there to be true equality, it was only a dream that could never exist, not when power was tangible and real. As living beings, yes, it is in our nature. He leaned back and laid on his back, his hands behind his head as he stared at the sky. It's funny, in a morbid way. The way we are. I wonder how much of us is evolution and how much is them. Atticus said with an introspective frown. Not that it matters, in the end. Emily said with a hum in her voice. Since Atticus managed to shut out the entity within the domain, he'd seen more and more glimpses of the past, and communicated to by ancient shades of beings, more shards than shades in truth, some of the nature of existence in the universe. Thankfully he's learned to filter out the domain to a certain kind of experiences and interactions from the domain which had been at the same time useful and worrying. The ancient humans had kept excellent records that dated back to their Reconstruction era, the era that led them to move far away from Forerunner territory many hundreds of thousands of years ago. Yet some things Atticus heard, or was shown, did not line up with records. Given the sense that the domain was more alive than not, a domain of magic of a kind they were not sure how it worked, yet, Atticus was under the impression that the domain had a will of its own, or acted on the will of the entity that once plagued Atticus. What that meant was they could not rely on the domain's veracity though they planned for the worst. With what Atticus had shown her of the state of existence, they could not afford not to plan for it even if it proved to be false. "No, I suppose it doesn't," he said, and she saw the slight tightening of the jaws. "All that matters is that we won't be losing to them," Emily said. Not like the others had, she thought to herself with a cruel glint in her eye. He turned his head towards her, a small smile on his face, and it was one that spoke of quiet confidence. They had a long way to go, but together, with their people at their backs, well, all things came to end, even to those who seemed to have no end. He blew out a small sigh. "I suppose this council will at least prevent things from getting too boring in the interim." Her lips curled. Ah yes, she could imagine it being fascinating. The political backstabbing, the quest for dominance amongst the lords and amongst the representatives. Yes, it'll be entertaining, that was certain. Certainly, especially when we'll have to put down a few overreaching individuals to drive the point of keeping their plots and schemes to a certain level, she said with a glint in her eyes. He looked at her with a hint of amusement. "We do have the Illusion guards for that." "As if I'd bother to deal with those kind of weaklings that the guards can deal with," she said with a roll of her eyes. The Illusion guards were all sorcerer-level mages that made up of the military, police and investigative branches of the state, all of which was under their direct authority. They had been initially made up from vassals directly sworn to Atticus, but now they were made up of some of the strongest magicals in Illos, sworn directly to loyalty and obedience to her and Atticus as heads of state. The military was essential to any endeavor to a coup, and it could not be successful if they did not have the support of the military. History taught enough lessons to drive that point into anyone with even a modicum of sense. Eventually they were aiming to enlist loyal archmages into the Illusion guards, and that would cement the stability of the state considerably. One of the ways they were hoping to achieve that was through the new vassal families that would stem from new magicals. "I wouldn't count out the opposition the guards can deal with," Atticus said with a laugh in his voice as his smile curled with hints of pride creeping through his bond. "Our best can outfight Chavez and his lieutenants handily," he said to her. "He's hardly that impressive in the first place," Emily said with a scoff. "Just a middling sorcerer. Parkinson himself can defeat him, and Parkinson hasn't cast an offensive spell in over a decade. Chavez was a dark wizard that was now in his 4th term as minister in Argentina. He and his lieutenants had ruled in the country and had significant influence across South America for almost 30 years. It was not completely uncommon for there to be dynasties like this, and whenever they ended, it would result in a brief but intense conflict to succeed the previous ruler. Only Brazil, Colombia, and Chile resembled Western ministries, and that was only because of the strong native influence that was retained after the Statute Wars, where communities coalesced into quasi-democratic governance with the Spanish and Portuguese magical settlers. One thing they all had in common was that almost all of South America disliked the ICW, especially amongst the native magical population, because of the Statute Wars, and it would make their two-sided approach of getting them under their banner easier over the course of the next half-century. Atticus laughed. The man could outduel even the elites amongst the guards, even if he hasn't dueled for a decade. Parkinson was impressive, truth be told, though his talents was far higher in the more clandestine arts. Despite Rockwood's intelligence and skill to secret out information, he was still miles away from approaching Parkinson's ability to lay entire networks of information. It was with his aid that they were getting more personal information from the isolated magical nations which they weren't able to obtain through the ancient satellites. She was interrupted from her response to Atticus as a message popped up on Atticus' silver circlet bracelet. He read it with a contemplative look on his face. "It seems like we're ready to progress with the restoration project," he told her as he glanced at her. Her eyes widened before they narrowed calculatingly. "The trials have succeeded." He hummed for a few moments before he answered as he sat up back. "The trials so far are looking successful, yes. As you know, all 8 candidates have passed their 1-month point and their magic is growing stronger. Alice has now conclusively noted no regression, and their bodies have grown accustomed to the magic." Her eyes gleamed at that and their rate of growth. She asked with intense curiosity. He stretched out before he turned to her, an expression of mild disappointment adorned weak. "Which is what we expected. They might end up reaching a point where it will not grow any further sooner than we originally anticipated." He paused for a second. "It seems that their magical core severely atrophied in the decades since they were born. Without active use, it seems like there was no need for growth, causing their magical growth to be that of an average 14-year-old. He finished. She considered that for a few moments. So they were unlikely to be much use. The younger squibs might see better results, the younger the better in fact, than the adults. Atticus continued. Because of their magical maturities. She stated, and he nodded. Which would be their next stage in their testing? Possible impact on their progeny? She asked musingly, though her expression was serious. Non-existing. They'll be magical. He confirmed with a hint of amusement in his tone. The samples they've provided suggest that there is no long-term impact on their bloodlines. So we can still vassalize any squibs turned magical. She said with a smile growing on her face. Yes. Whether or not they'll be stronger or weaker than the average magical is unknown, but we will have a large pool of oath-bound subjects in the future. At least the clan children have proven their success. She said after a moment, her gaze meeting his 68 potential high sorcerers with a potential archmage. She said with calculating eyes. Not all of them will reach their potential. Atticus warned lightly, but yes, it seems we got lucky with the orphan squib-borns. Or perhaps it was the way we fostering those children in the clan structure along with the schooling that is raising their potential. We'll figure out the reason behind the success eventually. She said as she lifted herself up from the pool. Whilst most of the children were capable of some forms of wandless magic, not many of them had the potential to become adept at wandless magic. Just as like what Hay were seeing at the Pandrosian Institute, where many students had begun at a later age than the children that were effectively raised from birth in Illos. Either you had the potential from birth or you did not. Will many of them join the Illosian Guards? A fourth of them are likely to do so. He confirmed. The rest will join the offices. She looked down at him with inspecting eyes and the potential archmage. He looked up at her, his expression relaxed. He'll be my apprentice. A flicker of surprise cut across her face before she narrowed her gaze. You didn't say anything before. I hadn't decided. She raised her eyebrow. You already knew what you were going to do. But I hadn't decided. Atticus said as he got up. It was a likely possibility, but not the only possibility. To have said it then meant that I made my choice then. She waved her hand around her and a soft silken dress formed around her naked form. Very well. She said, conceding the point. Why did you decide? I know you like teaching, but teaching someone to become a powerful archmage. She said, trailing off as their gazes met. Beyond simply ensuring the archmage is loyal to us. He said with a raised eyebrow. Yes, beyond the obvious. She drawled. His lips twitched before he shook his head clear and met her gaze. Because I have seen the kind of man he will become. Atticus' lip pursed as he paused for a moment. A man who will be as loyal as Dayton and just as steadfast to us, something that is not even contingent on me training him, and someone who will shine as an example to many future subjects of ours. Her eyes widened ever so slightly. The way he spoke about training this archmage. You already consider him something of a friend. She simply stated, her eyes boring into him. One of Atticus' fatal flaws, even now, was to create unnecessary bonds with people were beneath them. He could be as ruthless as any. The killing of Doria's sister Cassiopeia was proof enough, but he still earnestly cared about others beyond those who should naturally be closest to him. It was a double-edged sword that made many loyal enough that they'd die for him, but it also made him weaker than he should be. It was an edge that he often struggled to stay on top of and not slip into making a fatal mistake like he once did with Nymera. For all his sight. They both knew that his sight was not perfect even now. Their constant adjustments of their plans was proof of that. Atticus' lips twisted slightly, hard not to with all that I have seen. But I do not see him as a friend truly, but rather as a protégé. His violet-green eyes shone slightly as his lips twisted into a mild smirk. It's not as if I will be the only one with a protégé at some point or another. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. He'd refused to tell her who she was meant to be, only that she'd know when she'd met the girl. I'll wring it out of you someday. She said with a glint in her eye. He looked at her unconcerned, his smirk widening into a smile. Maybe. He said with a hint of teasing in his tone. She rolled her eyes at his playfulness as she returned to the subject at hand. Will you teach him the fundamentals behind the higher magics? She asked, this time more serious. Atticus' smile dropped and his eyes hardened. No. He said resolutely, such things we cannot teach, no matter how much we trust our protégés. She nodded, pleased. She did not believe she'd ever trust anyone to teach some of the things she and Atticus had discovered and were still discovering about magic and more. Archmages had always been special, to the point they were considered to be vehicles of destiny, but what they were discovering was that they had the potential to be so much more. Atticus had already been capable of bending ambient magic to his will with his family's trait, but it was not something that was restrained to him. It was easier for him, yes, and he could do it with greater effect, but it could be learned, at least to a certain degree for most and for archmages. Stories of Zeus, Odin, Poseidon, Hera, and many more elemental mages were likely inspired by those who touched that potential that was within them. Once archmages reached such a state, their consciousness was capable of bending reality just as much their own personal magic was capable of it, though with greater effect. They'd theorized it might be part of how these precursors might have been able to do what they were believed to be capable of, these beings that managed to find a perfect symbiosis between magic and consciousness, resulting in reality being shaped in accordance to their desires and will. Still, I will teach him more than enough to make him formidable. Atticus said with a fond tone in his voice. You really have a high regard for him. She had an idea of who the boy who'd grown into this man would be. I do, I will. He said to her, their gazes meeting. He'll be a hero to the people with his exploits and character. Atticus said with a shake of the head. She looked at him intensely. Heroes are overrated. Heroes have risen and fallen throughout for millennia and they've never built anything lasting. Atticus smiled as he crossed the distance and caressed her cheek with the back of his hand. I agree. Our path as leaders of our kind is better than the fleeting adoration of the masses. I would not alter our destiny nor my past if given the choice. I am happy with my lot in life. He said in a warm tone, and she felt the truth of it in his magic. Still, with him, I will be able to impart some of our knowledge and he'll flourish for it. He'll become one of our greatest champions in the process too. Impart knowledge. Yes, he saw this potential archmage as more than just a protege. Her eyes narrowed slightly but she said nothing. She often didn't comment on the more personal side of what he saw. Of the paths they were going to take. Of when they might end up having a child. He told he avoided looking too far ahead of their future together, but she often wondered if he just said that to alleviate her concerns and misgivings. Yet, if he was seeing this protege as something more, what did that mean for them? Was he thinking of this archmage as a surrogate child because he didn't see a child in their future? She touched his hand on her cheek. How long do we have until we have to leave? She asked, changing the subject and ignoring the pesky thoughts in her mind. About an hour, he confirmed, picking up on the change of subject. She leaned forward and kissed him on the lips before she stepped back. I will see you then, she said as she twisted on her heel. Hours later. The meeting with Victor Nowak and his people had been rather uninteresting, even if she sensed their wonderment at their capabilities. She wasn't sure if she preferred the quiet awe over the fearful awe she so often inspired in her associates in Britain, but nevertheless, Nowak's people were set back onto the path of merging within Illusion society. They had little choice, of course, given the nature of their exit out of Eastern Europe. The main reason why they'd offered aid after the war in the first place was that they had refused to barter with the Russians who'd come in and offered to help. With their refusal came of course them being ostracized from larger society, and no help had been received either by them or by the ICW, who didn't wish to interfere. Soon enough they entered a skymobile towards to the stadium, where they were accompanied by Sasahib. It's funny, Sasa said musingly as they traveled within a skymobile, mostly for their companion's benefit. Emily turned to her with an inquisitive look. My brother. Sasa said before she expanded. He would have been in disbelief before being excited by the accomplishments of the crew of Conatum Kyle Este. He did have the choice to come, Atticus said pointedly, his expression mildly amused. They'd met Sasa's family during their trip in Africa, and her brother, Gezo, was certainly a character. Somehow the man had managed to rope Atticus into an escapade with Anunda deep in the Congo rainforests. She was rather pleased he decided not to come. Sasa inclined her head. That is true. Her lips widened into a broad smile. I will make sure to remind him of that when the time is right, she said with mischief in her eyes. It'll be probably longer than you think. Atticus said to her. Whilst we may open up to the world, we definitely won't be sharing our secrets for a lot longer than that. I know, Sasa said, a lot more serious now, though I believe it is possible for the Benin Ministry to join this partnership you're beginning. Really? Emily said. The impression we got from all of the Walloon chiefs was that they and the ministry were isolationist from the wider magical world. Sasahib's people, part of the Walloon shaman tribe, she herself was descendant of a powerful clan of that tribe of mages. They were amongst some of the most influential tribes in Africa whose voice carried significant weight within the Benin ministry. Bozdikari, the last remaining acknowledged archmage of the previous generation, a 200-year-old archmage who practically sang with magic, was part of this Walloon tribe. Sasahib's nephew was likely set to become Kari's successor, and the boy definitely had the potential to become an archmage. It was rather curious that there would be another archmage within the same tribe so soon after the previous one, and at the time they had it confirmed that it wasn't too uncommon for there to be a successor of great power to come before the death of the predecessor. It hadn't been a phenomenon they witnessed around the world, but perhaps that was because of the unique circumstances of the Walloon shamans, who rivaled the ancient Greeks mages and remnant Persian mages in the age of their society. Their school of magic was a lot more attuned to the magic of the world in comparison to the Western school. With the impressive lineage these shamans held and views on magic, it seemed like it was an ideal soup of circumstances that allowed their small community to spit out archmages every 3 or 4 generations at a time. I do think you may know this, Benin's relationship with the ICW has never been good. Sasa said with a frown. Our ancestors before the statute had an amiable relationship with the non-magicals in our homelands. The statute was only agreed to after it seemed likely that war would only cause us to have at most a Pyrrhic victory, for a time. We had to stand by and watch much of our homeland change, the people and the lands themselves, without us having much say outside of our own little corner, and where before magic was seen as a gift it is now seen as a sign of devilry. Sasa said with a sad glint in her eyes as she looked at her and Atticus. Not all of it is the ICW's fault, of course, but they are seen as part of the problem. Sasa paused for a second. I do not think it will be hard to convince them to join us, not once they see it'll benefit them more, especially after they see what we could do. Emily looked at her calculatingly, and of course that is if they're given a greater voice in the new organization. She asked, and Sasa only smiled before she nodded. Naturally. Sasa said with a widening smile. Naturally, Emily said with a drawl as her lips curled up. Outside of a few nations within the ICW, the opinions of other ministries were rarely of particular value in the magical world. The higher the population, the greater the voice and the more the ICW catered to you. With Europe as the continent with the highest population, most of the focus tended to be there. Sasa wasn't shy to her remaining allegiances to her homeland. It was why they preferred to take in more uprooted people or downtrodden groups of people. Still, Sasa's allegiance to her homeland did not trump over Ilo's, though that was largely more because it was in her nature. She tended to look out for the best interest of everyone. Somehow. After we finalize our agreements with the Japanese and after we've begun with the Americans, we can approach the Bene Gesserit, Atticus said after a few moments. Sasa smiled as she dipped her head in acceptance. They arrived at the stadium and soon enough they arrived in their box seats. It wasn't long after that eyes were glued to the sky as an object began to grow larger and a silhouette of a ship became obvious. The humming sounds of the ship lessened as it began its descent down towards the center of the stadium. It was sleek, its gloss silver body glistened in the light of the orbs in such a way it made the ship seem like it was a radiant golden sliver of the sun itself. Her eyes wandered and looked at her immediate surroundings. She was surrounded by most of the High Council and a few other individuals that were invited in the premium box that was reserved for her and Atticus. Atticus stood by her side as he looked up onto the ship with a triumphant glint in his eyes and an expression that took her back to the early days with the way he looked so much like his father in this moment. It reminded her of the look Marcus Sayer had on his face in the moment Atticus received his second mastery at the Charms Guild in Alexandria, the proud look of a father that could not be contained. He no doubt could feel her gaze on him. He turned and met her gaze, the triumphant glint fading, but a glint of contentedness replaced it as his face softened ever so slightly and the corner of his lips upticked. She returned it slightly before she broke off the gaze and looked back at the slowly declining ship. It was done in a purposeful spectacle, to draw out the moment for the crowd in the half-filled stadium that bore nearly everyone in Ilos. She knew the psychology well, the importance of binding the growing population of Ilos, to each other, to a purpose, that there was something greater than themselves. Look, Pandora, the pretty ship is coming down. Professor Agar Allos said excitedly to her infant daughter that was held tightly to her chest with one arm as she pointed towards the ship with the other. The infant gurgled as she stared at the glowing ship before she lost interest and looked into the direction of the rising hubbub of the crowd as an infant was off to do when something noisier grabbed its attention. It's quieter than I thought it'd be, Emily said quietly, in a way that only Atticus could hear. Atticus softly chuckled. Emily, she. He said with a mild look in his face. Focus on the child's clothing, he said to her, and she glanced at the gurgling child. She focused and the world became a spectrum of colors before she once more refocused onto the clothing of the infant. Calming charms, she said with a hum. Yes, I doubt otherwise little Pandora would have kept quiet, Atticus said, and before she responded, the ship landed and took their attention. The crowd rose in thunderous applause as the crew of Conatum Kal Este lowered out of the ship and stepped onto the podium, waving gently towards the crowds as they walk. The crowd were now on their feet in the Tonitrua Stadium, a large Colosseum-esque stadium that stood at the edge of Sealstee's city. Atticus stepped forward and stood by the rim of guards rails of the private box seats. She walked towards him and with a little flick of her fingers, she cast a privacy ward around them as she brushed her arm against his. They're more excited than I expected, Emily mused after a moment of silence, her eyes wandering towards the rousing crowds. The impact of the holochem can't be understated, Atticus said in response as he clapped lightly as the crew neared towards Overseer Lazat. Watching the journey that was streamed 20 hours a day was an experience that many had invested in, especially when they were out walking on top of the moon. The fact that these were people just like them also factors into it, she said in a humming tone. Yes, he said with a light incline of the head as he glanced at her before he looked back at the crew who stood by the announcer. To give them inspiration that any of them could do it if they dedicated themselves. That you and I could do it was one thing, but to see others do the same. Yes, that would change their perspective. She and Atticus were seen as they were, above them, but to see those like them? It would only solidify in them that it was a true possibility. It leaked in December that their lord and lady visited the Void and Luna when they were still in school, and it had caused a storm of interest amongst the populace. The observatory at one of the peaks of Mount Sealstees was one of the most visited places in Ilos, as it was capable of zooming into distant stars and capable of capturing silhouettes of the planets that orbited those stars. For the populace to then learn that they could visit one of those planetary bodies they had only had the luxury of seeing through a lens, big or small, well. The Office of Space been commissioned by Atticus within days after the citizens requesting them to do so, its prerogative being to explore the void and develop the magical and scientific means to do it. They knew where to start when Atticus gifted them the same magical ship they used to dispose of Grindelwald's body and taught them the magic and the scientific principles he used to create it. Walter Bishop, the Director of Magical Innovation and Technology, had led the office for the first 2 missions before he handed it over to Overseer Lazette, who oversaw the 3rd mission to Luna and the deposit of the gate, which was a secret for now. In a way, it exceeded my expectations, the interest that our people have shown. Atticus continued as his hands went back his back, his eyes intently on the scenes before him. Her eyes looked around. The foundation is happening faster than we anticipated. She agreed as her eyes continued to search around. Illos was more than anyone who arrived could have expected, to the point it almost made it seem like it was a dream. The trifecta of social values, progress, meritocracy, and duty were still only something that people wanted to believe in, not something that they believed in. It was too new, too different to what magical society was known for, and whilst they were carefully balancing the population between those who were raised with Illusion values and those who were coming to know those values, it still meant things were too fragile for it to take complete hold. Oh, many cherished Illos, it was a veritable haven in comparison to any other society, but it was more greed than it was anything. The subjects that had come with Atticus were further along, and the children who grew up in Illos knew no different, but ultimately they needed to do more for a national identity to take hold, for a national purpose to be absorbed in their core being. And it would be done through the creation of the story of Illos bounding everyone to something greater than themselves. Beyond simple loyalty to her and Atticus. No. It would be done through forging a united purpose towards destiny. Overseer Lazette spoke for a little while before the crew had been granted the opportunity to speak before Atticus flew down towards them. He glided down towards the podium, and as he landed, the crew and Overseer bowed towards him. The crowd quieted down to a hush as Atticus turned towards the crowd as he stood by the crew. Firstly, I want to congratulate the hard-working individuals within the Office of Space, the Overseer, and the crew of Conatum KLSD on a successful mission, Atticus said with his voice amplified in the stadium. The crowd gave a loud applause to his words. The crowd settled as Atticus began to speak again. Yet, I must reserve a special moment for these 7 crew members. Men and women who braved the uncertainty of the void and faced their fear of the unknown with a strength that exemplifies what it means to be Illusion. The crowd murmured slightly as Atticus turned to face the crew, and it is that why I am proud to award these pioneering men and women with the first ever Illusion medals of excellence for their bravery and commitment to Illos values for progress and duty. The crowd gasped at Atticus' words and murmurs rang around the stadium. Atticus raised his hand and 7 medallions began to float in a circle before they flew to each individual. The crew thanked Atticus, and she could see clearly the delighted faces at the honor they received, and most of the crew held onto their medals tightly. Atticus turned his gaze towards the crowd, which hushed again as he began to speak. A smile grew slowly on her face as her eyes flickered across, her keen eyes watching the lower stands of the crowd with rapt attention even as Atticus spoke. Human psychology was simple. For all of the institutions they were creating, one fundamental aspect about their kind was that the people followed the strong. There was a reason why they, and even the Muggles, venerated kings like King Arthur even if he was a failure whom led to the destruction of his kingdom. A king. A king was responsible for creating the right order, a manifestation of the divine ordering principles of the universe. A creation of a kind of energy, a king's energy. The same kind of energy that Atticus was manifesting now, the same energy that was inspiring passion in their subjects with his inner authority that speaks to the bottom and center of their souls. She sees it in their faces, the onset of deep stirrings of passion that is slowly taking root in them as he acknowledges the worth of the crew of the ship, and she sees his words opening up a craving within them, one that was primal and called upon the deepest parts within them. Yet we cannot forget where we started. How far we have come, yet how far we must yet go. Atticus said as the crowd hushed at the tone of his voice. Many of you are outcasts in the magical world, Atticus continued, all eyes on him as he stood powerfully at the center of the podium. Some of you were outcasts for your blood status or abilities with magic, others because it was deemed acceptable for you to be taken advantage of, and the rest were left to wither and die by the ruling powers of the magical world. Atticus said, his voice rising, and it caused murmurs to spring within the crowd. Yet. Atticus said as he raised his hand forming into a fist until his index finger remained outstretched. You took a chance. Atticus' voice was lower, but it was as if he stood right next to them. A chance that was clouded by uncertainty, yet you took it nonetheless by coming to Illos, a place you had knew nothing about, not even its name, but you chose to come anyway because of the faith you bore me and what I had promised you. Atticus' voice picked up steam. I promised you prosperity and opportunities and such grandness that would make kings and emperors weep at their poverty in comparison to you. I told you I cared not for what bloodline you hailed from, if your magic was strong or if it was weak or not there at all. I only cared for your faith and your fidelity to me and my wife and to Illos itself, and I told you that you would receive our faith and our fidelity in return. The stadium was deafening as they all stood silent but keenly focused on Atticus. And it has been a union that has had us grow leaps and bounds again and again, and now. Atticus trailed off as he stood imperiously, drawing in the attention of the crowd like moths to a flame. Here we stand, only 5 years later, and as a nation, we have sailed through the void and have stood on the moon itself. For this is no accomplishment of only individuals, but it is the accomplishment, the culmination of a people's dream and purpose to strive for greatness and bringing the maxim we can do it, for there is nothing we cannot do into reality. He turned around and gestured towards the crew. Alaric Studmore, a half-blood from Wales and who only completed his owls at Hogwarts before he worked for half a decade as an extra hand at one of the hedge farms. Atticus said as he gestured towards the man clad in the thin spacesuit. Yet here he stands, only a decade later, having achieved the equivalent of a mastery in charms and having stood on the moon itself. Atticus said loudly. This is a tale of success that is seen amongst all of the crew, that is seen all throughout our home, my people. Atticus said, his eyes roving across the crowd. We have magic within us, an unwavering companion that has stood with us since time immemorial, and we must only believe we can do the impossible, for nothing is impossible for those who are illusion. Atticus' voice was all-encompassing, his voice permeating throughout the stadium. The crowd were beginning to be roused at his words. We have risen above the foolish divisions that plague the magical world, and we are rising to overcome the challenges the universe has set us. We have sailed through the void and we have set our boots on the moon. Atticus' voice picked up strength and the crowd responded to his energy. We will soon have our boots on Mars and climb atop Mount Olympus. We will gaze upon Saturn and we will walk on Jupiter's moons. Atticus said, his words sounding more like proclamations to the people who rose to their feet once more and shouted back words of agreement. We will learn with each step we take, we will understand more the further we can see, and we will know how to use the universe's secrets for the greatness of Illos. The crowd were now incited by his words and their rapturous looks were impossible to miss. Our stories were once singular but now our destiny is shared. We will craft the greatest fable known to the universe, my fellow Illusions, my brethren in magic. With each step we take, from one world to another, we draw nearer to our destiny of greatness. That is my new promise to you, my people. Have faith in Emily and I, and our stories will never end. Atticus said triumphantly as his arms climbed up. May magic light our way, Atticus thundered out. May magic light our way. The crowd thundered back, belief etched on their faces as their words grew into a chant, into a mantra. Her smile grew shadows of predation. A king was always heard, but a great king? A great king could speak to their very souls. Chapter 74. Hello all, please see the next installment. Without further ado, please enjoy the post. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters are available on patreon/boombox117. The Discord channel is discordgg/vr88t64ye7. 3rd of April 1953 Britain. Charles Potter POV. The days after the last of the terrorist organizations had been captured had been hectic for the entirety of the ministry, and the DMLE received universal support and approval for their swift actions. Despite the hectic atmosphere, things were considerably more peaceful despite Slytherin's speech that roused the public just when it seemed like things were beginning to die down. From Diagon Alley to Horizon Alley, from Godric's Hollow to Hogsmeade, public assemblies were held in support of her message, of the need for a swift alteration of the government and the institutions that had ruled the Isles for centuries. The public had more than enough of the constant unrest, death, and incompetence, words that were often said at these assemblies, and that it was time for change. It seemed like Slytherin's message had wormed their way into the hearts of the public, sustaining a fire long ago lit that nothing could even begin to douse. There was nothing he could do, not that he had a right or even wanted to. This was different to the wanton murder committed by terrorists and the rioting by the public. Thankfully all of the assemblies had been peaceful, all seeking the same goal of elected representatives of the British magical public, and he knew it was only a matter of time before everything changed as demanded. Not that they would face much opposition from the nobility, and more than a few times lords of historically prideful houses such as the Malfoys, the Lestranges, and the Parkinsons had gone and spoken to the assemblies and told them of their intent to see the changes put into place. His brother had made it clear to him that he did not oppose the movement, nor was he keen to join this assembly of lords that would be instituted as a separate branch of the government when the proposal had been made to him by a coalition of lords from Ouroboros and the traditionalist faction. He had been unable to sway his brother to change his mind, to not let centuries of Potter influence wither on the vine, but he had not been able to convince Fleamont. His brother had always been a force for good within the Wisengamot, and now that the public would be able to hold it accountable, he believed his own duty as a Potter to have been completed and would vote just as the commoners would do in the near future. Fleamont believed that without the noble families filling every position within the ministry, the bigotry and the hatred that was rife within society and had hamstrung their world for centuries and worse in recent years would finally be addressed and resolved in a greater capacity than what the nobility would have been willing to. In a way, he believed that Fleamont was simply fed up and was choosing to bow out in this way instead of taking part of what would prove to be tumultuous, at least in the near future, whilst their form of government changed. With Ouroboros, which was popular even more now as they were the first party that went out and spoke directly to those assemblies, refashioning themselves as a political party open to the public, and several other groups beginning form, it was certain that with real power behind the vote of the public, greater rights and opportunities would be open to the public, and that was enough for his brother. Mostly he agreed with his brother, that this was a step towards the right direction that hopefully would address the schisms within the country, the schisms that dark lords and extremists had always used and found safe harbor in, yet there was a bitterness to it for him, one that ate away at his own misdoings with how it was coming to be. That the prospect of a better future for everyone was coming to be despite the blood spilled, despite the hard work he'd put in to avoid such senseless death, even to the point of betraying a friend just so that the tilt of unrest and burgeoning anger could be subdued before it escalated into a civil war as it once looked like it promised it would happen. Still, most of the progressives had not been of the same opinion as that of his brother and accepted the deal by the coalition and things moving towards the realization of the first true elected ministry. They realized enough that the situation was largely out of their control, as much of it had been since the bombing, and in the wake of her speech amidst the clear shifting of loyalties of the traditionalists towards the House of Slytherin, with many of its newly made heads of houses having been housemates with the woman at Hogwarts, disagreement would only leave them out of the new order that was being crafted. It was a bitter pill for him to swallow, especially when he felt like she was taking advantage of the tragedy to suit her aims, though he did not understand why Slytherin chose not be part of this new assembly of her and her cohorts making, nor why she chose to disappear now when her popularity and influence was at its highest. It was that which that raised his hackles the most, and disturbed him in equal fashion with its similarities to how he had disappeared, leaving behind a mess in his wake. It had been on his mind, it had been on the minds of everyone. Where was Slytherin? And the only explanation given by Ouroboros was that she was seeing to some personal matters in India, where she was invited to visit an obscure tribe of parcel-mouths. Which he did not believe for a second. Neither did Doria or his brother. She decided on the same eve of a speech that solidified the creation of a version of government that Atticus wanted to be formed to leave on personal matters to India. He knew where she had gone, where he had often wondered he'd gone. Atticus Sayre. Even thinking that name brought up complicated feelings. Charles, what I do, what I advocate for, all of it is for the better. This is the best option. History is inevitable. Atticus once told him when Charles had questioned Atticus' inflammatory actions and words that ultimately led to his exile. Feelings of dishonor, of guilt, and that of anger. He had time to consider all that had happened, and all he could think was, had he seen what was going to happen that night of the bombing? All the deaths that happened, all of the pain and sorrow that ripped through the aisles, through his beautiful Doria's heart that had been taxed even further with the death of her sister at the hands of the terrorists, could all of this been avoided? Atticus had seen the bombs that dropped on Japanese cities, bombs that shook the magical world and made them realize of the threat posed by the Muggles and how dire the situation might have turned had Grindelwald succeeded in his plot. Atticus had seen the rise of the strange ideology gripping Eastern Europe, and he'd seen the rise of a looming Dark Lord that may sprout from the uneasy peace on mainland Europe. He must have seen this, all of this death and the threat of the Muggles. Did he let this happen? Hirohito had told him that Atticus warned him of the bombs, and it let Hirohito save hundreds if not thousands of Japanese magicals from death. Why had he not warned them? He did not want to believe that Atticus had seen all of this, the threat of the terrorists and the Muggles and the wanton murders, coming and remain silent. He did not want to believe Atticus had become spiteful enough to allow hundreds of their people to die, many of whom were innocent. It was a hope, a desperate hope more than anything else. Perhaps he was overthinking this, assigning blame to someone who had been assigned more blame than anyone else over the years, especially by the very people who had turned the country into the disaster that it had become, and it wasn't good company to keep. Slytherin herself had still been in the chamber that day, and he did not believe that Atticus would put her at risk, not after the way he had seen how much Atticus loved her and to the extents Atticus had been willing to go to secure her place in magical Britain in the negotiations. Doria reminded him that Atticus was not all-seeing, no one could be, and divination had its limits, that much they knew given what they had learnt over the years about the branch of magic. Charles didn't know if he believed her entirely, not when he knew Doria was deeply remorseful for what had led Atticus' exile, but it had the sounds of truth when she reminded him that it was telling that what Atticus spoke of had been great events, things that echoed in magic and could be grasped by seers. She thought echoes hardly ever could be stopped, and she referenced the famous tale of Oedipus or the prophecies of the ancient priestesses of Delphi as examples of such inevitabilities. I can't stop history. Those words he'd spoken on that day in France when he confessed about his seeing abilities rang in his ears, again and again, words that were echoed in different ways in later years whenever they spoke, whenever they argued. Doria's words felt weighty, and he was beginning to comprehend what Atticus had told him in France a decade ago. Blood purism had been on the rise, and Britain, especially after the publishing of the Origins of Muggleborns, had been caught in its fervor. Thousands of Muggleborns and half-bloods had left since then as a consequence of the draconian ways they were being treated, several times worse than they had been in centuries past. Instead of creating commonality, it instead divided them even more. Europe had even a worse reaction to the report and was splintering into worse factions than even before Grindelwald's rise, even if much of it was also because of the vacuum of power left behind in the aftermath of the war. And then there was the rumors of a powerful dark wizard on the continent. Was all of this what couldn't be stopped, as Atticus alluded to? That conflicts were inevitable and that you were only able to change small details but never the event itself? Prophecies of history that would always come to pass if only slightly different? The bombs had beaten Muggle Japan in submission as Atticus predicted after killing hundreds of thousands of them, and from what he heard from Hirohito, it seemed like the Russian Muggles also had these kinds of bombs as well now. Atticus' utterings of Muggles holding the world hostage was becoming more and more real. I can't stop history. Those damnable words. He had asked Atticus to stay and to do exactly that, to stop history, to avoid the future he'd seen that heralded war, chaos, and strife. To remain and build here, in magical Britain, to bring about his vision of a home where prejudices and hatreds of the past were washed away by a sea of hope. To remain and build a world that they could be proud of, inspired by the hero of Britain to be better, a world where fairness and freedom was extended to all peoples without anyone impeding on their rights and their liberties. The Isonian movement, the Order of the Phoenix or the unrest and distrust of the public never would have gotten as bad as it was now or even begun in the first place. Charles sighed internally. And had that not been what Charles had stepped in the way of happening, first by trying to make Atticus stop what he was doing and then second by actively working against him, even going so far as betraying his confidence by letting Arcturus know of why Atticus was doing what he was doing before letting it slip that Atticus would rather leave than fight for his ideals when so much blood would be spilled in order to achieve it. I can't stop history. Those same words rang in his ears. It had all been for nothing. With bitterness on the tip of his tongue, he thought that all that he hoped to avoid, so many deaths, had happened anyway without his presence. I can't stop history. He had believed that Britain had not been ready for such sweeping changes, not when the ICW forced itself onto torn Europe that ripped out much of the nobility's power in such a way that it frightened many of the nobility here. Atticus had not recognized that. He had chosen not to heed his words of caution that Charles believed more time was needed, that 5 years was not enough to bring about the future that he and Doria and many others would want to unfold in Britain. And so opposition had been greater even from the progressives and Atticus' attitude had been coarse and undiplomatic, utterly certain in the righteousness of his cause and unwilling to compromise even a little which would have swayed enough support for at least some of the changes he was advocating for. Atticus had used his power and influence irresponsibly and used domination and aggression instead of milk and honey to sway people in power and Charles hadn't been able to abide the consequences of that. It would have only ended in conflict and he had no desire to see his country torn as he'd seen so many European countries become just as he didn't wish to see his friend become a tyrant. I can't stop history. Had all of this been necessary? Was this truly unavoidable, this change in their world through blood and death? In the end, Atticus had chosen to do as he said and left after 5 years when it became clear that only through war would he see his vision come to be. A version of which was coming into existence anyway after the shedding of huge amount of blood, despite his efforts of keeping the peace, despite the efforts of ministry and the Wiesengamot and also because of their efforts that led to all this. What are you brooding for? He heard and it broke him out of his thoughts as he looked up and towards the doorway. Doria walked in, a frown on her face. He allowed himself to smile just considering all that's happened recently. He said to her. She walked around the desk and grasped his face and looked him over. When's the last time you've slept? She asked sharply. He pulled her in and onto his lap and she let off a squeak as she dropped into his lap. Why? Have you missed my presence in our bed so much? He asked with a grin and wiggling eyebrows. She gave a glare before it melted away and her hand trailed across the contour of his jawline. Not as much as you would like to believe. She teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I have liked the absence of cold feet in my bed. He reared back with faux affront. My feet are never cold. She laughed. Not to you perhaps. His look of affront morphed away into a teasing grin. They do say those with powerful minds tend to suck up blood away from other areas of the body. She looked at him incredulously. Who says that? She asked with a laugh in her incredulity. I do, he said with a wink. Ah, I see. She said sagely before her lips twitched. Or it could that your blood is often used somewhere else, she said as she wriggled on his lap. At the moment, it definitely is. He said with a lustful tone as he captured the bottom of her chin with his hand and he moved his head towards her before kissing her. Her hands went towards the back of his neck and their kiss grew more passionate. She broke it off minutes afterwards and pressed her forehead against his and he heard her hum contently though it sounded slightly off to him. He reared his head back and looked at her. She looked up at him and smiled at him but it was completely happy. You're in a good mood. He said with a soft tone, not voicing his concerns as he looked at his wife with inspecting eyes. He knew she was still deeply saddened at the loss of her siblings and he knew how raw it had all been for her. She smiled sadly. Druella's pregnant. I confirmed it today. She said to Charles. Charles looked surprised already. He asked. Doria nodded. It's early days. Only 6 weeks along. She paused, hesitation clear on her face. What? He asked softly. She sighed. They want to name the child if it's a boy Arcturus and if it is a girl they want to name it Cassiopeia. She smiled at him though there was something more in there, a kind of longing that went beyond simply naming the children after her late siblings. I felt touched that they were willing to name the child after either of them. Doria sighed. Life goes on. She whispered and she looked away from him. It does. Charles after a few moments and I think neither Arcturus or your sister would feel too aggrieved at being named after. He said with a light tone and Doria huffed and let a small smile bloom on her face which fell away much sooner than he liked to see. Charles' finger went under Doria's chin. Our time will come, Doric. He said to her softly. Will it? She asked quietly. It's been years now. She said to him, a hurt expression on her face. How he wished he could give her what she wanted. He was desperate for it. Doria always wanted to have children. A whole brood of them, and he was more than happy to give them to her, yet despite all of their efforts, which was plentiful, no child had yet been conceived. The fact that his brother and his wife had yet to have a child was also something that weighed on him. He often wondered if there was something wrong with them, with the Potter men. His parents had conceived Fleamont after nearly 2 decades of trying, and Charles had been a happy accident that was completely unexpected. It will. He assured her. My brother was conceived after decades, and I will after that. It takes time, but it will happen, I promise. He said to her with all the reassurance he could muster. She smiled at him as she stroked his cheek. I hope so. She whispered before she shook her head and looked at him again. You really look tired, Charles. You won't be any good to your auras if you can't keep focus. She cut him off before he could retort, and no, you know how bad constant use of those potions can be. She said as she stood up and held out her hand, bearing an expectant look on her face. I'm a healer, I know these kinds of things. She said in a sage tone. Charles snorted before he smiled widely and took her hand. He pulled her in and he picked her up. What I know, dear wife, is that you are right and that I have been spending too much time away from you. His smile bore a teasing quality to it as he walked out of his office with her in his arms. I think it's time we reacquaint ourselves, he said before he brought his head down and captured her lips in a passionate kiss. They broke apart and Doria's eyes were shining with mischief. I quite agree, she said with a happy smile. The next day he was at the office, and after a few hours it was time. Gents, Tiff began, his face stoic, his eyes searching. Charles stood by the acting director, his arms crossed as he looked at the assembled group of Aurors and Unspeakables. This was going to be the largest assembly of cross-departmental operation in well over a century and a half. It was a momentous occasion that would end the last threat to their world, and it was a threat that was rife with incredible risk. You have all been briefed as to what ails magical Britain, and suffice it to say, I cannot understate the threat that faces our people. Tiff said, his eyes hard and his voice as sharp as a blade's edge. With the support of the Unspeakables, we have discovered their far-reaching insidious intent for our world, and much of the problems we have faced in recent months and perhaps years has been because of their desire to subjugate us to their will. Tiff paused momentarily, his eyes carrying a flicker of fury that Charles saw reflected in many of his aurors. My question to you, gentlemen, are you ready to root them out and rid them of everything they have learned of us and magic? Tiff barked out. Yes sir, the aurors roared out, though the Unspeakable, hidden under their dark cowls of their hoods, remained silent. Good. Tiff said with an approving nod. Tiff looked to Charles and inclined his head, and so the meeting began with lining out their initial moves. As it was, the Unspeakables had interrogated one of the leading spy leaders within the Muggle government and uncovered many of their secrets. He'd hoped Arcturus had been wrong, but it seemed, unfortunately, to be worse than his worst fears. The Muggles had taken inspiration of what Grindelwald had done for the German Muggles and taken it even further. Enchanted guns, bombs like the one detonated in the Wiesengamot, omniculars, and enchanted listening devices which they found in several locations across busy streets all around the alleys, and much more. It seemed like the Muggles had left no stone untouched, and it was the largest breach of the statute since its founding in magical Britain and likely much of Western Europe. To say that they needed to contain this and quickly was pointless. For the next few days, the combined group split into 8 forces of 13 and, using intel from the Unspeakables, set about investigating each and every single military and research outpost, of which there were several hundred. They knew the locations of several of the facilities thanks to the interrogation, but they needed to be as thorough as possible in finding every enclave before they started the operation in earnest. With the readings from the magical nets set to high sensitivity, just under the level of wartime ward activation, they were able to sense minor perturbations of magic at several Muggle military locations. A number of these Muggles were captured, interrogated with legilimency, and obliviated afterwards. From there they understood that the problem was not contained to the Isles. The British Muggles were using magic to spy on foreign Muggles they deemed enemies, namely the Soviet Union, the French and the Germans. They had to adjust their plans, which largely could be reduced down to obliviating every single Muggle about magic and imprisoning the traitors to magical Britain so that this problem could be removed entirely. 2 of the teams were assigned in combing through the readings of the magical net of any perturbations of magic within the Isles that was not registered as a known enclave or land owned by magical families. A task force would investigate at a later date. It was several days later that they had compiled enough information that they began the operation in earnest, aiming to hit each facility at the same time, including the information the Unspeakables had gathered about the bases on islands just outside the magical nets. He did not know how they came into that knowledge, but he felt gladdened that they were working them in earnest. He doubted they would have gotten this far without their aid. And it was in one of those meetings that the Unspeakables came forth and provided their most useful aid in the battles to come. This one of the Unspeakables, Sidwell said as he held up a black gauntlet, is the Aegis gauntlet. He placed it on the table. Charles stepped forward and picked it up, his eyes carefully roving over it. He saw faint golden incredibly small runes etched onto the surface. And what is this for? Protection. Sidwell said plainly as he looked over the aurors who began to crowd around Charles. Charles looked up and met Sidwell's gaze. Countermeasure against their weaponry? Charles asked. Yes. The weapons we confiscated from some of the guards. Sidwell let a hint of a smirk pass through his normally expressionless face and replaced them with defunct replacements that shouldn't raise any bell charms without examination. His expression returned to its default state, though it seemed graver. Have shown that they are very potent towards us. Charles looked at the gauntlet before he gave it to one of the senior aurors and set his gaze back at the unspeakable. Explain. Sidwell continued. Their weapons are enhanced to be shield penetrating. Most of the enchantments are aimed at penetrating standard shields by the aura department, which are effectively the most used shield by any competent magical that is adept at combat magics. Charles' lips thinned. He already knew that the guns of the Muggles were going to be highly problematic, which was why they were intent on dealing with this in as much a clandestine fashion as possible. But what they discovered so far was that the chances of everything going smooth was going to be unlikely, to say the least, considering some of the defenses around a few outposts. A sharp sound made him twist around with the tip of his wand, crackling. A shield that seemed to be physical yet not popped into existence in front of the aura who put it on. Aura Marshal, Charles barked out in a deadly tone, and the aura unconsciously straightened out even as his eyes were wide in panic. "Yes, sir, I don't know it would do this," the senior aura said, trying to defend himself. "The fact that you put it on without knowing what it does makes me think you are ill-suited to be a aura candidate, let alone a senior aura," Charles said in a cold voice. "Never activate or even touch an object that is clearly charmed. This is covered in basic training." "Sorry, sir. Won't happen again, sir," the aura said in a contrite voice, his face reddening. "Don't take it off," Sidwell said. "May as well use this as a teaching moment," he said as he stepped forward and banged his fist against the shield, which gave out a sharp sound. "This shield is just as physical as it is magical. It is capable of withstanding the most devastating dark cutting and slicing magics, and it is capable of withstanding against fast-moving objects like bullets, even enhanced bullets. It is capable of changing shape." He turned towards Marshall. "Think of the shield extending around you like a bubble," he told the aura, and a look of concentration came across the man's face, and the shield altered to form around him like a bubble. "And the shield can measure fast-moving objects within a 50-meter radius and is capable of activating in less than a fraction of a second, independent of the actions of the user." Sidwell turned to Charles. "We have made enough for everyone in the task force. I highly recommend its use for the duration of the operation," Sidwell said as one of the other unspeakables came forward with enough for the entire task force. "Unfortunately, they only come in black," the young unspeakable said, his obscuring black hood falling, and Charles recognized him. "Rockwood," Charles said with a hint of surprise in his voice. Not all of the unspeakables presented themselves outside of the famous cloaks that obscured them. He'd seen a number of unspeakables without it, but most of them had their identities protected. "Ah, you remember me?" Rockwood said with a wicked smirk as he waved his wand and created stands for the gauntlets before he floated them towards it. Of course Charles would remember him. A close confidant of Slytherin and someone he'd met more than a few times at Sayre Manor. He had not known him to be an unspeakable. He had thought Rockwood had worked in his family's imp paper. "Now," Sidwell said, recapturing Charles' attentions. "Shall we plan now with the gauntlets in mind?" They would be using aerosol potions, the same potions they used in the war to thin the enemy at the Muggle bases. They wanted to limit the deaths of Muggle as much as possible. Not out of kindness but out of pragmatism. The quieter this affair was dealt with, the quicker they could move on. Of course that also meant that the central command buildings in London were the highest value targets, and where the aerosol potions would be used to its highest extent by flooding the buildings with the odorless and colorless gas. They had to take out the leaders of the organization as quickly and smoothly as possible, and the unspeakables would be primarily leading that mission. They would scour the entire building top to bottom and interrogate the Muggles for every drop of information, along with the names and locations of the agents outside of the Isles, before removing every bit of information about magic and the magical world from their minds. Only then would they move towards dealing with the Muggle royals who had started all of this. Break. 7th of April 1953, London. Christopher Cameron POV. The tenseness in the room was palpable. Several of the top brass in Secret Intelligence Service were present, as were he, Johnston, and a few other members of M Division, just as there were a few of the magicals who worked with the science teams. "John Smith has been officially declared missing in action," one of the brass, Mr. Cook, stated with a dead voice as his cool eyes swept the room. Cameron tensed slightly, and Cook continued, "With the disappearance of Underhill as of this morning, it has become clear that our operation has been compromised. But we have not heard anything from the other side," one of his fellow Muggleborns commented. "Nothing has been heard, either in the public or in the ministry itself, where we do have some contacts." Cook turned towards the man. "That only means that they are not as stupid as Intel had suggested they were," Cook said with a condescending tone. Cook's blue eyes swept across the room, his finger pressed deeply into the table. "Make no mistake, at present we have moved towards highest readiness rate, and we are expecting imminent attacks on our country." Cook's eyes flittered towards their magical side across the table. "With the likelihood of Underhill having been captured and Smith killed, this means most locations of our supernatural development and research facilities are compromised." Cook paused for a moment, and the tenseness in the room only became more constricting. "Operation Haven has begun," Cook declared, and just like that, things had moved to dire straits. It was hours later, with post-haste, that things were progressing towards movement of people and equipment out of the bases and towards Isle of Scilly, Shetland and Orkney. Places where there was no magicals and places where they suspected the magical net would not be able to pick up on their activities if they were employ them. Much of what they knew about the magical net had been from information gained from their contacts in the Order of the Phoenix and from Underhill himself. He arrived on the Isle of Scilly with most of his compatriots from the M Division via illegal port keys along with most of their equipment and research. "Do you really think Cook is right?" Harris asked him as they walked on the tarmac in windy conditions, one of the Muggleborns recruited just 18 months ago. "Doesn't matter if he's right or not," Cameron said with a side glance at the young man. Most of the Muggleborns that went to Hogwarts in the past 6 years were far more educated in magical culture and they often were granted opportunities in Hogsmeade or in the town that popped up near it. Despite the hardships many Muggleborns had suffered, these younger generations were protected from such attacks on their rights, and with the way it sounded, Hogwarts had become a small lighthouse in a dark sea, and wherever it touched its light had become safe from most of the prejudices and the vileness of the wizards. And it made many of the Muggleborns more grateful than they ought to be. It made their recruitment of young Muggleborns difficult, which was unfortunate given that the younger generation still had their connections from Hogwarts, so they were specifically targeted for recruitment as they would be able to coach these young people on how to maintain these relationships. It ended up being that most of their recent recruitment had been contained to bitter men in their 30s or 40s who were not ideal, as they tended to be more apart from magical British society. They were not the best of anything, and it wouldn't harsh to call them disappointments of limited use to the intelligence game. Most of the folk with potential had long since left for America, and the others were not the right profile to approach. Still, they did manage to recruit a large number of squibs, managing to recruit several hundred over the years through painstakingly checking through decades-old records at orphanages of children suddenly abandoned at age 11 or younger. Many of whom did not remember, but enough did, and given that many had served in the war, it was easy enough to recruit them for the army group that worked with them. "It's happening, and that's all we need to know." Cameron glanced at Harris. "All you need to know," he said with a pointed look. Harris looked a bit affronted but said nothing else, and they walked the rest of the way in silence. Not everyone knew what Haven really was. Most of his colleagues thought it was a purely defensive posture. That was not the case. For years, they worked on how to deal with the illegal government of the Magicals and the people themselves. Ever since Queen Mary, the last of the monarchs that the Magicals had sworn personal allegiance to, the opinion towards their non-magical fellows had only turned for the worst. They saw them as less than human, and he knew that many of them considered the non-magicals lesser than even a Niffler, which still bore the torch of magic. In truth, he could understand their thinking even if he despised utterly. They he included were born with power. Power that they could use to alter the world, to give them whatever they want. How could power magic not be so corrupting? With this kind of power came with the freedom to act as you pleased, to do what you pleased. Humans could be capricious, and they saw the evidence of such unfettered evil by Hitler and the Nazis. He did not believe that they were all influenced by the dark wizard Grindelwald, and what he learnt from the trials since, he was sure that many of them had done such evils willingly. Despite being Christians, despite having been taught the teachings of Christ. Even with such a moral compass, people were fallible to evils and magicals, the vast majority of which did not live by the teachings of Christ, whose morals were aspirations to live to, did not have such a compass, and this caricature of a society was proof of it. And that is why they all knew that these people would always be hostile to non-magicals, people who they looked down upon at best, and who would resist any laws and restraints put on them for the betterment for all of Britain. They could not be reasoned with, not without sufficiently cowing them like they'd done to the Irish once upon a time. Of course, they had learnt from their lessons, and they knew that repressing people who could apparate across the entire length of the country without much difficulty would never work, not truly. It was why Operation Haven had a more sinister part to it, one that horrified him, yet he feared it might be necessary. Cameron clenched his teeth. He bottled up the feeling of guilt. There was nothing he could do to change their minds, he knew this. Mass arrests, detention camps and executions without trials were all on the table in this operation should the conflict escalate. The first part of the war would be to strike indiscriminately at their base of operation, the Ministry of Magic. Much of the current magical research had been geared towards developing military technology and espionage equipment, partly because of the looming red threat from the east, and of course to keep a closer eye on the more rebellious individuals within their country. And from that military research, a terrifying weapon was created. Not an atom bomb, no, such weapons could not be detonated on British soil, but instead a weapon that could have its explosion directed in a single direction instead of the omnidirectional pattern of bombs. Expansion of superheated air, materials, and chemical reaction would all be turned into a single direction, though a magical field that directed it all into a single direction. It would be turned directly downward towards the Ministry of Magic above the ground, and it would annihilate it all, killing everyone there. It was a brutality that he despised, but he knew that to avoid this from dragging out for years, it might become a necessity to use. Even if they had no government to speak of, everything in magical Britain was controlled, monitored, and directed from there. It held every single institution barring education and health. One strike and it would drastically reduce capabilities of the wizards to strike back. He also knew that the magicals would respond violently once they figured out what was happening, and it was something that he knew bothered many of his bosses as it should. They had records on what the most powerful of wizards could do, and whilst they had a profile on those the public knew to be powerful, there were still many in the Isles that they knew little about. It was happening too soon. They had hoped for many more years to recruit, to discover where everyone lived and much more. Cameron shook his head. He pushed all of it out of his mind. He had more urgent things to do for now. The rest of the day fell away sooner than he thought possible, and soon enough he fell asleep. He awoke to explosions and gunfire, and his hand went to his gun under his pillow when his eyelids smacked open. He rose from his bed, wielding his gun in one hand and his wand in the other. The door to his barracks smashed open and he very nearly fired, but gratefully he didn't. Harris! He barked out furiously at the shaking younger man. Another explosion rocked the base whilst the constant gunfire seemed unending in the background. Sir, we're under attack, Harris said shakily, his hand clutching his wand feverishly. Cameron bit back a scathing response and he waved his wand and his clothes untransfigured back into his uniform whilst his socks returned into being boots. The wizards? Cameron asked grimly as he walked towards Harris, who quickly vacated the doorway. Yes sir, Harris said as he quickly lockstepped with Cameron. I haven't seen them yet, I only woke up now, but the guards were shouting about it. Cameron gritted his teeth. How did they manage to find them so soon? They arrived at the front of the base and it was chaos. Most of the front section of the base had been destroyed and he saw many of the forces crumpled down. He saw his compatriots from the M Division dueling with the strangely attired wizards, stranger than the robes they usually wore, and backed up the soldiers, though from what he could see, they were not as effective as they should be. The wizards shouldn't be able to last this long, he thought to himself. He ran towards one of the men crouched behind a burnt-out vehicle who seemed to try and use one of the mobile radios. The man looked up and had a frantic look on his face as he pulled out his gun. Friendly, friendly! Cameron shouted angrily, and the man halted for a moment and looked a good look and recognized him. The soldier gave a jerky nod before returning his attentions to his radio. Have you contacted them yet? Cameron asked amidst the backdrop of gunfire and spellfire. He stood up a little and looked over the hood of the vehicle and took long moments to really grasp what was happening. He was perplexed when he saw the magicals behaving oddly. They were working in groups with strange shields that he missed the first time with how see-through they were, yet they were capable of shrugging off the enchanted bullets and curses with ease. Which should be impossible. The bullets were more powerful and faster than anything before, yet in some instances he saw that the shields pop up faster than anything he'd ever seen before. This wasn't good at all. The wizards had come prepared and it filled him with dread. They also seemed to be throwing grenades that did little but give out a mild flare of light. Did they try and replicate explosive grenades, and was this the outcome? He thought with a frown, and he didn't understand why they weren't casting lethal spells from what he could observe even against his fellow Muggleborns. No. There is too much interference, the soldier said, frustrated as he frantically tried to work the radio. I don't understand, it was working fine a few hours ago. The soldier looked up at Cameron with a suspicious look on his face. The supernaturals must have done something. Cameron scowled before he waved his wand over the radio. It should be protected against magic, the cover's made out of lightened lead. They found that mild applications of magic did not short electronics, and a lot of their devices were enchanted with this feather-light lead covers that protected it from magic-rich environments. At least until they figured out a way to make them work without the covers. I don't understand. Cameron stopped as he began to feel lightheaded. The soldier in front of him began to look like two people until the soldier collapsed and Cameron began to realize what was happening. He stumbled like a newborn calf, his legs feeling more like strings which how much they wobbled, and he walked away from the shelter the burnt-out vehicle provided. Everything was hazy, everything seemed to twist and circle around as if he was left unanchored, yet he could see enough, he could understand enough how bad everything was turning out. He only just noticed now as well, the gunfire that had been persistent was almost silent, a few smatterings that died out a few seconds after he noticed, and the spell fire was all gone. Ah, gotta live one here, boss. He heard as he stumbled to the ground, desperately fumbling his portkey at heaven and earth. He rasped out, but the portkey didn't activate. One of them came up to him and he could barely keep his eyes open. He saw a wand pointed at him. Night night, traitor. Was the last thing he heard before a red flash was all that he saw before he knew no more. Break. 17th of April 1953, Belva Hello's Terminal, Illos. He waited with his arms behind his back, attired in navy blue with braided silver and purple lines around the circumference of his rossi, the formal attire version of Lucy, the chosen Illusion cloth sleeves, and around the top of his wingtip collar. The plaza, made of out silver grey polished stone and fitted with tall square pillars that glistened under the soft light of the orbs which broke through the arched windows that ringed around the domed roof, was still empty, still unused, yet its time would come, he thought as he glanced around at the black stoned rings that just waiting to be activated. Belva Hellos would be the beating center of international trade and travel, connected to international ports and stations of ministries within the alliance that would be built. It was not something new, of course, this idea of instant or near instant travel from one place to another across thousands of miles, Flow travel had existed for centuries after all, yet it was uncomfortable and expensive. Expensive because of all the regulations that were tied into it and its strict control. Flopow was the only licensed company in the entire magical world that could manufacture it, and it was enforced by the ICW under series of treaties practically ensuring long-distance travel was a rarity for those who were middle class or below. Uncomfortable because of the traveling mechanism. The powder was, in truth, like much of magical invention, an ingenious way of doing things incompletely. The flow network was the ingenious part of the entire method of travel, a series of networks that crisscrossed the world along the paths of ley lines and used its energy to propel individuals across distance through the flow powder fires, which were stable agents that encompassed the individual as they traveled towards their destination like a vessel in a vacuum chute, where instead they used the properties of the green fire instead of pressure and suction for motion. It was a missed opportunity, in truth. The idea that you could wake up in Paris and go to work in Kyoto before making it back in time for a late lunch in London or Barcelona was something he was keen to use as a way to bind many of these ministries in his alliance. The gate network would start here on Ilos and it would connect throughout the magical world, first here on Earth and then later throughout their domain within the galaxy, hopefully. They had built enough security measures into the gates that it will prevent tampering and others from finding out this method of traveling independently. He and Emily had figured out the mechanisms of the Fidelius charm in its entirety, and secrets no longer had to be singular to be held in the soul. Not only that, they found a way to dampen interest in figuring out the roots that connected to the secret, and in instance, the roots of the secret were dimensions and how to use them to reduce distance. They could anchor the secrets in powerful magical mediums instead of souls, and mithril would be those anchors. They anchored the roots to gate rings to a mithril anchor, so they were covered there, and he knew they would use it again. There was some knowledge that should not be allowed to be discovered by those who'd use it against them and their interests. Soon enough, the guest of honor and his guards arrived, and Atticus strode slowly towards the man shadowed by several of Illusion guards. Atticus met the gaze of the wrinkled old man, ancient eyes that were powerful and old with wisdom gained with the struggles and experiences of life. He looked at him closer and saw the infinite streams of magic, the strands of magic that permeated the universe, in this plaza, bent slightly around him, around the calm blue and wisteria-hued coil of magic that was within the aged man. There was a piece in the man's magic that he seldom saw. The only one who had surpassed it had been the monk in India, and the ones who mirrored it were the monks in Tibet. Shogun Ieyasu-san, Atticus said in Japanese and with a deep nod of respect. There were few people that deserved such acts. He was small, an elderly man with grey-white hair, aged gracefully despite his 199 years of age, yet his wisdom and dignity was something that Atticus deeply respected, envied, and hoped he attained someday. Knowledge was great, but wisdom? That was priceless, and years ago in his time in Japan, however brief it may have been, he had come to appreciate that truth after meeting the man. Of course, he would not allow it to impede his judgment today. After all, this was a meeting of rulers, and there was little mercy in matters between rulers. The Japanese emperor may have stripped this man and his clan of the right to be the emperor's voice in magical Japan, to be the shoguns of Japan, but it was irrelevant when the Japanese magicals had all but viewed this man as their ruler. The elderly man's chuckle rumbled in his throat. Lord Sayer-san, the aged man said respectfully back in Latin, a kind smile on his face as he bowed his head slightly. Soon enough, they left, descending down the wide sets of stairs and into the platform out was carved out of the small mountain opposite Mount Sealstees, ringed by the familiar sight of gleaming silver-grey metal that cradled Ilos. Atticus watched Ieyasu without watching as they traveled across Ilos above the hilly rocks and the rich green plants, and his lack of reaction was expected. He'd seen the man extracting every last bit of information from the delegates that had arrived on Ilos, watching it all again and again in a pensieve, learning and gleaming things that might not have been obvious at first. He returned his focus on the scenery below as they traveled through the luxurious black sky limo, one reserved for important dignitaries such as Ieyasu, and watched the changing landscape. He knew what the man would ask, hoped he would ask. He'd seen every possibility he could of this visit, a visit he considered a pivotal point of the ideal future. Like curves in a river, this was a bend that would lead the magical world towards a path would lead to the least amount of bloodshed and the quickest road to stability. As his eyes scanned the lush lands of Ilos, as they flew past the tall silver-grey stoned buildings that were being filled more and more as the seasons passed, he could only think of what it meant for his people and the rest of magical kind. He and Emily strove to better the magical world, yet the path they influencing in the world on was one of strife, agitated and pushed along on invisible threads with their blood-soaked hands, sometimes quite literally. Their good was riddled with specks of ruby-red blood, like metals made stronger with the introduction of other elements, yet at the same time he feared they introduced more impurities as they forged a stronger world, a stronger people. Knowing that to clean out the impurities, as they planned on their original course, it would require them to be harsher, to hammer it out and to put so many of them in hotter, sweltering fires to make impurities rise to the top out of its inner structures and beaten away was something that he did not wish to do more than necessary. It was why this could be a way, a better way that didn't leave them with entire broken peoples of the magical world and instead with core peoples who would stand with Ilos as eternal allies whilst they rebuilt the rest and integrated them into the society of the future. The future was never set, he knew that intimately. Like a thrown dice in mid-air, every possible possibility would remain in existence until it no longer did in the now. And in that vortex of possibilities, their plans were often changing, shifting, finding, and closing new routes towards their desired place in the galaxy. And in that understanding, one thing that was becoming more obvious than not, was the necessity of compassion. Not mindless compassion, compassion that was blind and given unrestrained, no, a compassion that came from strength and humility and cooperation. Much of he and Emily did, lacked this type of compassion in their drive to create the greatest civilization in existence. Compassion for other cultures and peoples who were worth preserving, who knew that it was worth preserving and would fight for its preservation. Were the Slidharahans not worth preserving? Did they need to be lost in the sea of Illusion culture entirely? As they traveled the world, their perspective had changed over the years. It was a shift of understanding that was valuable and set them on their current path. They had met numerous cultures that were in harmony with their surroundings, who lived without strife and violence with the way their culture had grown, and for people such as they, like the Slidharahans who lived in peace and harmony for thousands of years, to murder their culture was a crime that he and Emily did not wish to do. They were cruel, yes, they were ruthlessness without doubt, but they were not malicious, nor were they without understanding or appreciation. Destroying everything was not the only way to achieve their goal of a single great civilization, and such beliefs and actions may even unravel what they sought to build in the first place. It did not need to be homogeneous, and they would lose much of what made their world so special as they had learned in their travels, nor would destruction be necessary for their people to rise to heights he wished them to reach. Illos would be a beacon to the magical world, its center, the capital of a great civilization, but no longer would it be all that there was. A union of people that built towards an empire. Perhaps it had taken a toll, he mused to himself, wondering if this feeling of introspection was because of the strife they were letting happen to many innocents, present and future, strife that could be excised with simplistic swiftness, like taking shearing scissors to withered branches on the vine to save the plant from succumbing to infection. Having the ability to traverse through the threads of time, along the wibbly-wobbly possibilities that closed and reopened with each action, reaction, and change in people, environment and more, did not make it easier on him, not when he saw possibilities of his own actions that could lead to these broken peoples not existing. Still, much of what was happening was not of their doing, not entirely. Like constant momentum in frictionless space, things were already headed towards where it was going now, even without their meddling. Plans and plots and ambition and rage and hatred already existed, finding ample nurturing soil to take root in a post-war climate left unresolved and exacerbated by uncomfortable truths. Like the ebb and flow of the tide, dark lords and rhetoric were cyclical in the magical world, humming and thrumming along the music of power and magic sung into the world, a world where heritage and power and entitlement were core identities to magicals. This was only the most recent rising tide. And, despite the regret he felt, it would be the last rise once they broke these cultures caught in this cycle of their own designs, this music that ensnared them to live and die, only to live again and to die again to the tune of this unchanging wretched song. And in the wake of these broken cultures, earth would be soiled and wet, ready and eager for new seeds to be planted into its upturned ground for Illusion ideals, beliefs and hope to take hold and spring into new growth that should last into infinity. Much of their actions revolved around assassination of opposing individuals who were able to provide opposition to the sweeping shadows, who could delay the new conflict longer but would do so at a higher cost, causing the conflict to spiral out and merely pave the way for the next cycle, which may end up with greater ramifications for the magical world in the wake of the Muggles' march into advancement. Innocents who were not innocents but more innocent than guilty. Cassiopeia was one of these opposing individuals whose hatred ran deep and who could have posed a deeper problem in magical Britain, upending much of their progress there with her adeptness with uncovering secrets and swaying people to her way of thinking, like doubtful Charles, who was a hub of connections who could set about unraveling the threads that would bound magical Britain to Emily's path. Their deaths were for a better purpose, and he had solace in that truth. Just as the end result of this visit would result in a better path for that same purpose. For the next few days, he toured with Ieyasu throughout Illos and let the old man gain an understanding of what they were building on his own. With men like Ieyasu, it was better to show than it was to tell, to let him glean what he needed to in order to appreciate both positions and what was on offer. And it was becoming clear what was on offer for Ieyasu, and he was going to press harder to make sure the right outcome was reached. It was on the fourth day that Atticus took him to the lands below of Illos, to the lands that touched heavily with magic from the anchoring obelisks and warmed to tropical conditions. Ieyasu's eyes fell on the Jinamau's underbelly of Illos, the gleaming silver-grey metal that was alight by a single orb that hung below in the air, that blotted out the sun and the sky, seemingly stretching kilometers high in an endless stretch. "Where are we?" Ieyasu said, his voice calm, but Atticus felt the man's peace dither as the old man began to understand the scale of what Illos was. "A place distant from civilizations," Atticus said with a smile in his voice as they stood at the base of a hill amidst that obscured their vision forward, though it was clear that most of the land surrounding the few hills was flat and brimming with tall grass. "I see," Ieyasu said with a glance at Atticus before his eyes roved around. "I had thought you might have found an island far south, given how different the stars are. Further perhaps than Australia." Ieyasu's eyes looked up again. "It seems that I have been wrong," Ieyasu said, and Atticus knew that the man was troubled. Ieyasu turned towards Atticus, his eyes sharper and his intent changed. "You built this?" He waved his hand towards Illos. With your wife alone? He asked, skepticism in his voice. I did. Atticus confirmed, their gazes meeting. It was not easy, nor do I expect anyone else to be capable of it, at least any time soon, Atticus said with a gleam in his eyes. But yes, we built an island for our people that can sail the sky just as easily as a boat sails the sea. Their gaze held for several seconds before Ieyasu nodded and turned his gaze towards the underbelly of Illos. I understand, Ieyasu said, his expression relaxed, but Atticus knew the paths narrowed now with those two simple words. Atticus smiled at the elderly man before he waved the man on to follow him. Atticus' hands were behind his back as they walked up the hill, and soon enough they arrived at the top. Before them was vast plains of tall grasslands that seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance. And in those vast plains of Antarctica, plains were filled with vegetation and more that was plucked from tropical regions around the world. This place, kilometers below the underbelly of Illos, was a playing ground, of a sort. It was not easy to engineer environments, even with magic, and it was here that many of those who built the habitats on Illos practiced their craft. They would go and learn what made up jungles, plains, and forests around the world, see how magic and nature and animal life interacted, and apply what they learned here before moving on to building the habitats there. Much of the soil, rocks, and even mountains had come from here. The soil on Illos was fairly deep, but it was not enough to use to create habitats that were kilometers in diameter. The experience his people gained would serve well in the future when they were on distant worlds. After all, he did not expect all the worlds to be completely or even slightly habitable in their new home system. In the distance, by the Great Lake, there were enormous animals that grazed in herds, and their incredibly long necks towered over the grasslands. Ieyasu frowned at the sight of the creatures. I have not heard of them or read description of these animals. Ieyasu said. Atticus' smile grew just a minute amount as he turned his gaze towards the animals. That is because they are extinct. Had been extinct for many years. Atticus said as he stared at the majestic creatures. Extinct for tens of millions of years. Out of curiosity, one time, he had looked into what the ancient humans had uncovered about the megafauna of Earth. Moira's records had no information prior to the rediscovery of Earth by their people. The ancient humans believed that they had left Erde Tyrene during the infancy of their own civilization millions of years ago, and nearly all that they uncovered about the history of the animal life in that era was long lost to history. Yet during their rediscovery of Earth, amongst the archaeological findings of ancient human civilization, they also catalogued the biological history of life on Earth. It was through looking DNA of recently extinct animals and existing animals that they discovered the truth that Earth had been likely where humanity had started. Of course, they could only go so far in history, especially given how fragile DNA was, but they had discovered enough human remains and other mammalian animals to determine that Earth was likely the cradle of humanity. He stared at the massive creatures that roamed the grasslands, tens of millions of years later when all of other versions of their species had died. Dinosaurs had always captured his imagination, and the imagination of countless of other people, adult and child alike. They were beings of near fantasy, beings of incredulity and awe. They all wondered about and marveled at it. Compared to dragons, to phoenixes, and to hippogriffs, these dinosaurs were mundane accepting their size, yet they had an unmistakably powerful presence. They had been kings of Earth in their time, and even the few species resurrected had that air about them. One of them brayed, and it was a high-pitched sound, an odd sound that was familiar and yet not, like hearing a language that was phonetically English but the words were wrong. These brachiosauruses sounded like birds but not. Like elephants but not. He shook his head internally. To think that all of this happened because he was merely curious about dinosaurs. DNA had a half-life of 500 years. From the ancient human records, half-life of DNA varied from world to world even if they were carbon-based, but for the most part, DNA across the human empire at the time had a half-life of roughly 500 to 1,000 years, and after every 1,000 or 2,000 years, 75% of genetic information is lost. After 6 to 8 million years, every single base pair is gone. The ancient humans did not entertain notions of resurrecting extinct animals, and their technology offered very little assistance in bringing back species that were as unresurrectable as dinosaurs. There was little purpose to it after all. From what he could understand, there was massive biodiversity anyway in the galaxy, sentient and not, and to expel resources and time to resurrect beings that were, while interesting but ultimately nothing quite unique, was not something the ancient humans did or approved of. Especially since their interpretation of the mantle of responsibility did not allow for such things. It was a good thing that he cared not about what they might or might not approve of. However, they were very adept at biological science, and though he found nothing that hinted that they cloned people, the technologies were more than capable of it. Of course it needed DNA to start with, something even the most well-preserved bones would lack after millions of years. An issue that he and Emily had spent half a decade trying to figure out intermittently. Her own talents in flesh crafting had flourished in that time, especially when it came to the more necromantic elements of things. Honestly, she was becoming rather brilliant when it came to creating life. The Seelie were a brilliant example of using mostly non-biological material to craft sentient life. After they managed to obtain full skeletons of 3 species of dinosaurs, they worked on figuring out how to bring them back to life, and it was something that stumped them for nearly a year until he remembered that the Forerunners had devolved humanity. Whilst the ancient humans were not that capable in biological science, they were capable of winding back time genetically speaking and create models. A few hundred chickens, crocodiles, and various other reptiles and birds later, they got enough data for an arithmetic basis to start working on a ritual to at least capture the likeness of dinosaurs. To truly bring them back was something beyond magic and science, but to bring back a version of these magnificent creatures? Well, that was possible, he thought as he stared at the animals. He didn't think it mattered if they weren't truly the real dinosaurs and were basically cousins to reptiles and chickens instead of their ancestors, not when they looked the part. For now, they only had homophals and stegosauruses as well, but he hoped by the time they left Earth they would be able to bring back more of the megafauna. Atticus turned to Ieyasu, who bore a sharp look in his face and smiled slightly at the older man. We are not only interested in life as it exists now. With great difficulty, we managed to revive some long-dead animals. Atticus said in Latin, looking back at the grasslands. A head with a bulbous armor plate looked up from the several meters-long grass. Why would you choose to do so? Ieyasu questioned, his gaze following the smaller creature and its offspring. He turned to Atticus, an inspecting look on his face. Are you not concerned about the sanctity of the cycle of life? He turned back towards the creatures. Even if it regretfully meant permanent disappearance of such curious beings. Our people are growing to understand more and more about the majesty of life, just as I am. Atticus replied easily. What is life but life trying to further itself? Atticus waved towards the beings. We live, we procreate, and we die. These beings might have died out completely once, but life us have brought them back. Atticus met Ieyasu's gaze. How is that not life simply following what it's always done, even if the details are different? Atticus said with a humorous tone in his voice. Ieyasu shook his head. That is a strange way to see it. It is. Atticus agreed before he grew more serious. Yet I find it a good way to see life. Magic has always flourished when life is plentiful. To use magic to make life flourish is in my opinion one of the greatest application of it. Ieyasu said nothing to that, though from what Atticus could sense, he did not disagree, at least not completely. And Atticus was fine with that. It was a few days later that they were at his home on Mount Sealstes, away from the main tower and the city itself, having opting a less formal setting for the final talks to be finally conducted. All of the trade agreements and terms of Japan's membership in the organization, which is yet to be named, were already agreed in principle by the delegates and by Ieyasu. Yet with what he had shown Ieyasu, he knew that the terms would change. Just as he hoped. They sat by the back gardens of Sayre Manor, alone without their guards, the view of the cities and the growing nature in the distance a serene setting that fitted the current atmosphere. You have built something wonderful, Atticus-san. Ieyasu said. Atticus gave him a hint of smile before he turned his gaze towards Sealstes city. It was not done alone. Nothing truly is. Ieyasu agreed before he looked at Atticus with an introspective expression. Yet most of it was done with yours and your wife's hands, was it not? Atticus turned to Ieyasu. That is true. Emily and I built the country alone at first, but life was brought with the aid of others. Ieyasu hummed before he grasped his tea with both of his hands and gently brought it to his lips, a gentle blow exiting his lips before he sipped on the chamomile tea. Ieyasu hummed again as he brought the tea down and met Atticus' gaze. A feat that is unheard of yet not unexpected, not entirely. Oh. Atticus said with a curious glint in his gaze. They both knew that he was referencing Himiko, the shaman queen of Yamatai, just as they both knew that his questioning about whether or not he and Emily built the structure that is Illo's was more than just idle curiosity. Ieyasu chuckled. We may not have discussed this when you first came to Japan, but destiny bends around you, child. It is palpable in such a way that it is humbling. Humbling. Ieyasu hummed as he took a sip of his tea again. Humbling in the way that magic always has a role for us to play. Some greater than others. Ieyasu turned to him, his ancient eyes sharper than most could ever be capable of being, and others greater still. Atticus' gaze on Ieyasu trailed off and he looked towards the city before them. For now, the city looked relatively normal. It was beautiful, yes, its glittering silver-stoned buildings that resembled the glistening walls of silver mines rich with silver ore ensured that, yet it was still only mildly magical, the magic of the country weaved into its structure. Not so in the probable future. He'd seen the magical creatures, winged and not, dot the skies along with the skymobiles, and he'd seen trees and flowers and their roots sail the chiming winds that sung with magic and felt like warmth. Magic never truly has a specific role for us, Ieyasu-san. Magic merely has opportunities for us to seize and grants us the choice we deserve to mold ourselves into what is needed. Choice is never out of the question. Atticus said after a few moments, remembering what the monk once said to him, that it was never about him and simply the existence of a role that needed filling and one that he was suited for and elected to take. Ieyasu hummed in a noncommittal way as he set the teacup on the table and rose to his aged feet. Atticus watched him slowly stroll forward towards and through the gardens. After a few moments, he chose to rise and follow him into the gardens. For 10 minutes they silently walked through the gardens his mother once took him through in his infancy, gardens that changed and had new plants, some transplanted from Moira's gardens, but its shape remained the same throughout the decades. It connected him to his mother and to his grandmother who'd shaped it before his father had been born. At the center, next to the marble sculpture fountain, there was a kind of per-sea tree, a magical variety that was native to Egypt. It resembled somewhat a pear tree in leaf, flower, and form, yet it bore striking evergreen that was lusher and more radiant. His ancestors had brought seeds over when they moved to Ireland in the 1st century BC, and this tree was a direct descendant from that first tree which had been a descendant of the first tree. I have not seen this kind of tree before, Iyasu said curiously as he arrived before the tree which had been planted by Henry Sayer when the last tree had withered in the long absence of their family from their home during their greatest crisis. Family legend claimed that there had been a single seed buried under wilted and starved earth that Henry Sayer nurtured back into health before planting it in restored earth in the presence of his wife and heir. It's extinct now, Atticus said calmly as he walked towards the tree and touched the bark of the tree with a lover's touch. It used to flourish in Lower Egypt and was considered to be a sacred tree. Atticus' hand trailed towards the fruit that hung from a branch. By both the ancient Egyptians and later in their conquerors the Greeks and their successors the Romans. The family chronicles mentioned of a legend that the tree was planted by Osiris himself, the god of the deceased. Legend claimed that the life that sustained the first tree, the tree that all of this type of tree descended from, and bore the fruits that breathed life into its consumers, had been the life of an elderly priest mage who'd been his ancestors. The trees went extinct during the ages and it is not clear who set off the initial chain of events that led to its extinction. Some said it was the Romans after the tree became a symbol for the Christians, and others say it was the Christians themselves who killed them off in their crusade against paganism. It is safe to eat the fruit? Iyasu questioned. They are magical. They give renewed energy though it fades fast, Atticus told the old man. Iyasu's hand touched one of the hanging fruits. May I? He asked, and Atticus nodded his assent when he stood next the old man. Iyasu plucked the fruit and with a soft wave of the hand, its skin was peeled and he bit into the fruit. The old man stood a little straighter as he consumed the fruit and he turned towards Atticus, a pleased expression on his face. It is invigorating, he said to Atticus. Atticus smiled and inclined his head. It was a sweet and luscious flavor whilst its effects were tangible. It gave energy to its consumer, like caffeine and sugar, but several times more effective. It used to be my guilty pleasure as a child. My mother forbade my sister and I to eat its fruit as it would always result in us becoming rather hyperactive and difficult for her to deal with, Atticus said with mirth in his eyes. Iyasu chuckled with his body. I can understand. Despite my age, I feel like I can run leagues without losing an ounce of my energy. It may feel like that, but I assure it will pass sooner than you think. Atticus glanced behind them and waved his hand. A bench shimmered into existence and Atticus gestured towards it. Iyasu smiled gratefully and went towards and sat down. Atticus followed soon after. A few moments passed as they both looked at the sculptured fountain until Iyasu broke the silence. You know why I have not signed the agreement? Iyasu stated, his gaze still on fountain. The man knew of his seeing abilities. Not its scope, but enough to know that he saw much. Most important figures with an interest in him had come to that conclusion. You're going to request that which bears a high price? Atticus simply answered. A high price? Not at an impossible cost, Iyasu said, his tone calmer than the surface of still lakes. Iyasu understood very clearly all that he had shown the old man had a purpose behind it, this particular purpose. Nothing is impossible. Not for beings such as us, Atticus said with a light tone. It seems like the short few years have not yet tempered you, Atticus-san, Iyasu said with hints of searching in his tone. I am still youthful enough to dream of impossible things and seek to rise above it, old man, Atticus said with a glance at the old man, hints of a smile adorned on his face. Iyasu's expression bore hints of levity though his voice remained calm. Youthful enough, yes, but wiser than your age despite your words seeming to the contrary. Atticus said nothing to that for a short few moments as he turned his gaze towards the ancient tree. It had been a symbol of regrowth, when Henry Sayer planted it. That the craftsmen of Egypt returned with new life and sought to rebuild what was torn down in pain, destruction, and death. Not as it had been, no, their time of domination had ended and a new path had grown. Henry Sayer knew the suffering of their family and what the price of victory had cost them and had set them on a new path, one of focus on a few industries that were vital to the magical world but did not threaten. A decision that allowed the Sayer family to be rebuilt in relative peace as they built on their brotherhood with the blacks until they were capable of defending themselves and stand as they once stood, albeit without the shadow they once cast. I would have thought the offer made to you and your people would have been enough. Atticus spoke up again, his voice calm and devoid of levity. It is a great offer, Iyasu admitted as he turned towards Atticus. This organization is assuredly a boon for Japan. The troubles that may come from when you choose to make yourself public do not compare to what you have offered us, not just in trade but magic itself, Iyasu said with a hum. It was true. The offer to join the organization was generous. It would revitalize Japan and offer crucial access to ingredients, products, and boost to their economy, which remains flagging at present despite their attempts to rebuild connections with the rest of Asia. As for magic, well, they were making stride every day and Ieyasu had seen that here. They were making great progress and even surpassing the research output the best minds Sims had to offer. Of course, many of the researchers were from the Irish school, but many were not and had learned and were learning it here in Illos. And within the next 6 months to a year, the charade of shepherding the graduates at Sims to places like New Zealand, Makusa, or elsewhere would be over. It was time to no longer bother try and keep the ICW attentions away. Yet you wish for more than you can ever afford or wish to pay. Atticus commented, his tone calm yet it rung of serious questioning as he turned to face the old man. The old man's ancient eyes bored down on Atticus' own. Japan's coffers are still filled to the brim. We can pay. The old man paused as his eyes flittered around towards the mountains, towards the sky before resettling them on Atticus. The price that would be asked. Ieyasu said calmly, their gazes set on one another. I am not a man who values wealth in gold or silver, Ieyasu-san. Atticus said, his expression unchanged. What you request of me would come with a greater price that demands loyalty. He said, his tone unchanged, but the atmosphere changed. What you would ask for would never come to pass. He said calmly but with steel in his tone. Atticus' eyes darkened, the hue of the violet of his eyes darkening whilst the emerald embers of his eyes glowed in subdued menace. Are you so certain? Atticus spoke calmly and his magic was restrained even if his gaze was terrifying. The old man smiled genially despite the menace in Atticus' gaze. I am certain as I can be that you do not wish to rule over a troublesome people with a reputation of preferring to die than to live without honor. Ieyasu said calmly, understanding exactly what Atticus meant with his words. I am never one to allow for difficult things to remain in my way. That is true and true still of your wife. Ieyasu said before he continued, yet you would not show me all of Illos as you did after already having done enough in enticing my people for a place in this organization, Ieyasu hinted meaningfully without careful consideration. Ieyasu folded his hands in his lap before he continued. I understand what you are, Lord Sayer. He said, his gaze penetrating. There are men in history who are like the forces of nature who in their sweeping motions alter the path of nations as easily as the sea can swallow land's whole. Atticus let the man continue. Emperor Jimmu was one such man. Ieyasu declared, and so the truth was in the open. High praise to compare me to such a notable figure in your history, Atticus said calmly, the menace in his gaze dimmed but still ever present and hidden underneath his glowing emerald embers. Ieyasu gave a hint of a smile. It is not praise. It is an acknowledgement. Flatterer, Atticus thought, amused though there was more to it just acknowledgement or praise. It was an admittance of what he believed of Atticus. I have understood on the day I met you, Lord Sayer-san. Ieyasu said calmly, the touch of destiny that surrounds you made it as clear as the waters of the sacred Cape of Noto. Ieyasu looked up into the sky, towards the orbs. Great winds of change will be wrought by you, Lord Sayer-san, yet it matters how it is achieved. Ieyasu waved his hand towards the orbs. You understand better than most ever would. Ieyasu turned to him. Else Europe would have been under your rule by now instead of this home you have built with people who had none. Ieyasu finished. And why you believe that you would not be attacked by me, Atticus mused inwardly. Atticus turned his gaze towards the tree, silent for a few moments. There were those who could sense magic like Ieyasu could. Magic that was beyond most people's perception. The monks of Tibet were able to grasp this and used it to be at harmony with nature and the energies of the world. Ieyasu instead used it to understand people and what made them tick. Like Emily's capabilities of learning about people through her own rare form of magic sensing, he used it to secure him better within Japanese society than previous generations of Iwajinio clan members had been capable of. It was a form of divination but also not malhistory, an in-between of divination and soul magic that was obscure and even less studied. Emily's form of sensing was amongst it. For all of your wisdom, Ieyasu-san, you have misunderstood. Atticus began after a short while, his head turned towards the old man. You rely too much on your ability. Atticus said, his magic seeping out of him in a maelstrom of blinding magic, tinged with fury and malice, swirling and twisting around him. What do you see now? Ieyasu's calm disposition broke for a fleeting moment before he regained it, this time his ancient eyes harder. Death. Ieyasu said, his voice losing all warmth and his magic no longer at peace, agitated and made uneasy by the dominating presence of Atticus' magic. Atticus reigned in his magic though still chaotic and in a furious storm underneath his skin. People were never really one thing. People shaped themselves accordingly, fitting and squeezing into different shapes when the occasion called for it. It was the same with magic. Atticus could alter his mind, even his personality as he done to gain his thestral animagus form, and he could overwhelm what people perceived of him and his magic. Ieyasu's gaze was cold, all geniality and gentleness lost, and now the leader of the Japanese magicals gazing upon Atticus. Good. It is true that I have not offered this offer without consideration. Atticus began, his vibrant eyes aglow with a turbulent storm of swirling magic. An organization that seeks cooperation and closer ties with strong nations who will gain just as Illos will gain. And in that, we can proceed with ease. To have shown you Illos was to show you who we are and what we are capable of, what kind of scale we work in. Atticus said, his voice calm but his eyes shining with intensity. And we both know what you now seek is never given freely, never without a price that is paid in full. I am not a kind man, Ieyasu-san. Atticus finished, his tone ringing with finality, heavy with implication. Neither am I, Ieyasu said with grimness, their gazes affixed on one another. Ieyasu spoke up after seconds of silence, his gaze flickering around before resettling on Atticus. We are willing to join in a closer alliance with Illos. And so it begins. An alliance of two states that stand together in equal partnership. And what of the organization at large? What of other states? Atticus questioned. They can join the organization as they are, a place with us but not amongst us. The states that would be able to be enticed away from the ICW cannot offer what we can offer. Ieyasu said dismissively with a gentle sway of his aged hand. You'd be surprised, Atticus mused. Ieyasu was ignoring the largest state in the world that would be interested just as Japan was, that would be made interested. Ieyasu continued, our population is greater than that of most nations around the world at 40,000 magicals, our knowledge and capabilities equal to that of Makusa despite our smaller population. And yet you're willing to put yourself on equal standing with a nation with less than half your population and is less than a decade old. This offer is not only with Illos, it is also with you. Ieyasu was playing this very well and he knew Hirohito's words and memories were being used with this offer. It helped that Japan gaining what Ieyasu wanted depended on Atticus personally, of course. Still, to come here and offer this was not something that was done lightly. Japan was a prideful nation, one with a rich history and a rich people. Ieyasu was just prideful. And both Atticus respected. Yet it was an insulting offer. And why would I choose to make you more powerful, to make you equals? Atticus posed, his gaze unblinking as they fell upon Ieyasu's dark eyes. Is that not what you offered with this organization? Ieyasu questioned. To be equals in trade and in cooperation. Of course. Atticus said easily. Equals in trade. Equals in cooperation. Atticus turned completely to Ieyasu. Never in power. So not equals at all. Ieyasu mused aloud, his gaze searching and struck with intrigue, yet it also held a sense of offense felt at Atticus' words. Were you ever equals with Vietnamese ministry or the Laos commune? Atticus asked with a thin smile. Ieyasu remained composed, but from the flittering of the man's magic it was clear that his words had an impact. With what you asked me to give you with so little given back in return. Atticus trailed off for a moment until his eyes sharpened and a violet quiet storm of magic began to coil around him, like serpents made out of pure magic, menacing and dark in intent yet biding their time, waiting, watching, the air around them growing to a thick tenseness that would drown weaker men. Every kitten grows up to be a cat. Atticus stated, his gaze never breaking with Ieyasu, his magic fluttering with each word spoke. Harmless at first, small and quiet, lapping up their bowl of milk, growing and aging, their nails once soft sharpening into claws capable of sinking deep and drawing blood. Atticus said, the corner of his mouth sharpening even as his eyes darkened. I never thought you fearful of allies. Ieyasu commented with a hint of curiosity in his gaze, though it could not fool either of them with the way he spoke carefully. I fear little, least of all allies, enemies, or death. Yet allies are perhaps the greatest concern, for you can never know when they place a sword through your back. Atticus said with a hint of a cold smile. Japan does not betray its allies. Ieyasu finally spoke out, his voice calm but agitation was clear in his magic. Did Japan not betray its alliance with Korea when the Mongols with the aid of their mages burnt down its communities? Did Japan not complete the Mongol work by driving out if not killing the rest of the Korean native magical population? Atticus ruthlessly pointed out. Atticus could see the agitation turning to anger before it simmered to shame before it cooled to acceptance, all while Ieyasu's expression remained calm. A dishonorable mark in our history, Ieyasu admitted. One that we have paid for. Ieyasu's eyes grew cold, and it is also ancient happenings. Yet it is still relevant, lessons of history your people have not learned from, given what happened in Manchuria. Atticus said with a tilt of his head. Which makes the question as to why I would ally with an unreliable people who would sooner betray me than stand with me as honor and bonds dictate. Atticus' eyes narrowed. As Hirohito so ably showed when he offered the option to betray me and my people when I sent out the invitation to you. Atticus said with a menace in his voice. For all of his respect for the Japanese magical culture, he despised its hypocrisy. It was not unexpected, for every culture was hypocritical in one way or another. It was human. The road to power was paved with hypocrisy and casualties, at the hands of enemy fire and at the hands of friendly fire. Ieyasu's eyes flickered with surprise before he schooled his expression, his gaze intense and scrutinizing. Your sight reaches that far. Atticus smiled thinly, which was answer enough. To let Ieyasu know of his sight range was to let him know that betrayal would not be unseen. Every alliance was fragile. Alliances only half the time acted on their commitments. Debts of honor mattered even less. The debt that Japan owed Atticus meant nothing in the grand scheme of things, only gave goodwill for them to build good relations. Then you must also know that I rejected it out of hand. Ieyasu said coldly. I do. Atticus confirmed, and that is the only reason why I did not rescind the offer when it was made. Ieyasu hummed and said nothing for a few moments until he broke the silence. So then if you know all of that, then you must also know why I want what I want. To solidify your separation from Mughal Japan in its entirety and to rule in your own right without question. Atticus said calmly. The Japanese emperor had bitten the tail of the Giwasenio clan for the last time. The opportunity that Atticus offered would allow them to escape the binding ties that were anchored on the lands of Japan after the emperor had demanded it of his mages when Himiko had shown the threat of magicals to his rule and his dynasty. Himiko had been a powerful witch whose family had fallen victim to the emperor's purges during the 180s AD. She had hated the emperor with a passion, and there were more than a few accounts of her battling with mages loyal to the emperor, never quite victorious despite her winning almost all of the duels, and in the end she left the mainland of Japan with her followers when word of Chinese magical warrior monks were being hired to help deal with her. She ended up settling on Yamatai with loyal followers and peasants from her ancestral lands before they'd been taken from her family, and Yamatai had been rumored to be an island the size of Shikoku and located off the eastern coast of Honshu. A series of wars for decades had rippled out between the Sun Queen and the Emperor until through unknown magics she managed to seal off the island from the rest of the world. It is a tale that was as famous in Japan as the tale of the three brothers was in Britain, and it had inspired many expeditions throughout the centuries to find this island. They never managed. Mostly because it did not exist, at least in the scale they believed it to exist. Through the use of the ancient human satellites that recorded 100,000 years of history, he determined that there probably was a Himiko and there was an island that was settled off of the coast of Honshu around that time, but it was not through magic that it disappeared, rather it disappeared because of a powerful earthquake that destroyed the settlement and killed many of the people there. Just as the three Hallows were overblown in significance and power, so was Himiko and Yamatai. It didn't mean he wouldn't use it to his advantage. Ieyasu nodded slowly before he peered at Atticus with a glimmer of something in his eyes. Your sight is most troublesome, Ieyasu said with a grimace. Atticus' eyes glinted, a hint of a smile on his face. It has its advantages. Silence reigned for a few moments. I am not unreasonable. Atticus broke the silence. The offer of joining together in this organization still stands. He told Ieyasu. Without anything more from either side. Ieyasu shook his head. The benefits are immense, that is true, but we can do without if our circumstances do not change. Atticus' lips thinned. You would not reject trade agreements of this value if any other offered. We would not. Ieyasu agreed. But none of the others could offer what you can. And what will you do if I cease negotiations completely and we go our separate ways? Atticus asked, already knowing the answer. Ieyasu shook his head. You will not reject. Ieyasu's gaze grew hard. Because you benefit more than this alliance than you are willing to admit. It grants you legitimacy. Ieyasu said meaningfully. Atticus knew that Ieyasu was referring to legitimacy not only as an alternative to the ICW but also to what he was suspecting of Atticus might do in the future. Atticus' lips twisted into a smile that could bisect a compressed boulder in two with how sharp it was. I do not need Japan for legitimacy. Not when I can create it in the way you fear I might if I must. Atticus raised his hand and a sun was sparked into creation. This is all the legitimacy I need, Ieyasu-san. He waved it out of existence and his eyes fell on Ieyasu. We are at an end of our discussions. Atticus said curtly as he rose to his feet. He clicked his fingers and a pop later, Tweenie arrived. Show Shogun Ieyasu-san out towards the skymobile. Tweenie. Atticus said as he turned his back on Ieyasu. Wait. Ieyasu said, his voice hurried and harsh. Atticus turned, his expression cold, and he gestured to Tweenie to stand by. You would end this here, like this? Ieyasu questioned, his eyes searching. Yes. Atticus said simply as he brought his hands behind his back. I am prepared to deal with the consequences of today's failures. What I am not prepared to do is give you what you want for a flimsy alliance that can be broken at any time. Ieyasu's nose flared as he stood up. You have questioned the honor of Japan again and again. My honor? I have. Atticus simply said, his eyes narrowing. Not because I wished to, but because I am not speaking as Atticus Sayer, Lord of House Sayer, but because I am speaking as Lord Sayer of Illos and its people. People who depend on my wisdom, my leadership, and my choices. Atticus' gaze turned withering. Again and again, your delegates have demanded more of us for little in return. You are receiving prices for goods that you would have purchased at thrice the price had you been on good terms with other ministries, let alone the 5 times you are paying now. You have changed the terms and even the conditions in which we are to work together for something that you wanted to be granted without giving anything in return. Atticus shook his head. What else have you left me with but to reject you? Ieyasu's nose flared before he turned his away and gestured angrily with his hand. We cannot and will not pay the price you demand for what we need. It asks too much of the integrity and dignity of Japan. Ieyasu said finally as he turned his gaze towards Atticus. Atticus nodded. I can understand that. What will you offer me? Atticus asked curtly. Ieyasu remained silent for a few moments. A binding alliance in blood. Atticus put on a mask of a frown on his face. I have no heirs at present and I am not willing to barter their future. Ieyasu's expression shifted to one of mild amusement whilst there were hints of intrigue in his gaze. Good. Not marriage, no. A binding alliance written in blood signifying a total alliance. Atticus narrowed his gaze. You're talking about the ancient form of alliance treaties like those made during the era of the Three Kingdoms. I am. Ieyasu confirmed. The treaties worked on a similar principle as that of goblin-made contracts. He grimaced internally. Illos will be the senior member of this alliance. Atticus said firmly. That is non-negotiable. Ieyasu narrowed his gaze and his magic flickered irritated. It seemed like Ieyasu hoped Atticus wouldn't know about the traditional form reaching agreements in that era. Japan will not defer to you. He said harshly. Atticus turned around and raised his hand. The ground shook and in front of the bench, the ground parted and a black ring with golden runes etched on its face rose up. What is this? Ieyasu questioned, a heavy frown adorned on his wrinkled face. The same type of ring as those in your port. Atticus twisted his wrist and golden runes began to form in the air. He could hear the increased heartbeat of Ieyasu at the sight of the runes. It wasn't surprising. The only runes that were known that could be etched in the air were runic battle magic, which were primitive and weaker versions of the Atlantean forms of runic magics. This was neither. The runes were arranged in a circle in 3 concentric rings and with a wave of the hand, the runes began to glow and shifted, rotating clockwise whilst 7 of the runes glowed black. The gate's 3 concentric diamond rings began to glow, one after the other, and not long after the gate connected with the furthest gate to date. What is this? Ieyasu said, his voice demanding, yet Atticus could feel the peace in the man's magic, peace that had wavered and subdued as other emotions dominated, having entirely been reduced into a secondary emotion as uncertainty and caution soared to the forefront. The future. Atticus said simply as he stepped towards the gate. He stepped forward and in an instant, he was over 600 million kilometers away. He stood on the creaking sounds of the ice, sounds that were only heard twice before in its billions of years of history. He could see his breath, the cold that remained and had sustained despite the artificial atmospheric bubble around the gate. The world was hard, it was devoid of life, yet the potential was there, idle and frozen in ice just as it was frozen in time, waiting to be thawed out by the warmth of a sun large enough for its rays to touch its surface so much more than it did now. Perhaps in several billions of years, when Seoul was a red giant, this potential would come to pass. He hoped it would. It would become a mesmerizing world. He raised his head upward and he gazed upon known stars yet seen from a different perspective. He turned his head around, gazing upon the barren frozen landscape. The silence was absolute. And in its silence, it had a kind of song of its own, one of solitary yet never alone, journeying through the galaxy and in the universe in orbits of orbits of orbits. He closed his eyes and let himself feel the magic of this world, of this moon. It was minuscule compared to even the most inhospitable places on Earth, yet it was stronger than that of Luna, the streams of magic that traversed this world, that traversed through this world through oceans of water below kilometers thick ice. He reopened his eyes and he saw the currents of magic that ran through the universe and he felt on his skin and on his magic. His gaze fell on the unmissable, the looming giant that inspired such grand tales of majesty, of divinity and gods, sparking mankind's awe and imagination with its radiance and its fatherly presence in the night sky, yet here it stood imperious and greater than any imagination of what the father of gods, the sky father, might have been told or drawn or painted or sung about. Jupiter. He saw the vividness with which it shone in magic. A different kind of magic, not the kind of life but the kind that was an anchor to that of life. An anchor that for tens of thousands of years was used on Earth to divine truths and used in rituals by tapping into the magic of what Jupiter meant symbolically. Like the moon, it was an anchor that was ascribed meaning in magic, meaning that always existed yet was still given meaning by prehistoric humans at the same time, all of it entangled in a web of infinity that knew no beginning or end. He felt Ieyasu's magic blink into existence as the man stepped through. Incredible, isn't it? Atticus said softly, his gaze still on the imperious gas giant. This. For the first time ever, Atticus could see disbelief etched on the man's wrinkled face. You know it to be real, Ieyasu-san. You know the magic of the earth as well as I know it. Not even I could falsify its specialness, Atticus said to the old man. Ieyasu walked past him, his aged body carefully treading onto the ice that was as hard as rock. He reached the edge of the raised pillar of ice they stood upon and gazed upon Jupiter and on Europa. Atticus walked with his hands behind his back until he arrived by Ieyasu's side and he observed Ieyasu's expression. Ancient eyes that had seen much, that knew life and struggles were now new and young, as if they belonged to a newborn infant whose eyes were wide and interested in everything and anything it could set its eyes upon. On what do we stand? Ieyasu asked finally after minutes of silence. Europa. One of Jupiter's many moons, yet quite likely the most beautiful. How Ieyasu only responded, his gaze unable to break away from the looming giant. Magic. Science. Creativity. Dreams. Atticus said, and Ieyasu turned Atticus. Necessity, Atticus said meaningfully as their gazes met. Ieyasu's expression was troubled, but it fell away as he looked back towards the gas giant. What could cause this kind of necessity? Ieyasu asked, his gaze affixed onto Jupiter. Atticus turned his gaze away from Ieyasu and returned them towards Jupiter. The same kind of necessity that has you seek to abandon your homelands so that you can break free from those who taken the magicals of Japan for granted. Ieyasu said nothing to that, for there was little more to be said, and instead elected to turn his attentions towards that which deserved to be gazed upon. Ieyasu's troubled eyes melted away as he stared at the gas giant. Atticus inwardly smiled contently. It was always pleasing to see new appreciations for that which deserved to be appreciated. So close to Jupiter, the great red spot was alight with faint lightning, the perpetual storm that raged since time unknown and could engulf the earth in its entirety with its sheer size. It was an understanding that would inspire a sense of smallness in many people. Not for him. No. For him, it was a challenge. Nothing is impossible. Not for beings such as us. Atticus broke the silence, his words carrying through the artificial air like reeds caught in strong gushes of wind. Ieyasu chuckled, a chuckle that surged and brought alive from the depths of his stomach. It is eerie. Scarily so. Ieyasu said with a hum in his voice. Atticus turned to him and Ieyasu looked at him. There is an ancient saying from our past. That life was like walking from one side of infinite darkness to another, on a bridge of dreams. Atticus allowed a smile to form on his face as he looked back at the gas giant. Ieyasu continued that we are all crossing the bridge of dreams together. Ieyasu shook his head. It is prophetic, Ieyasu said as he swiveled around and looked upon the black ring, a look of tiredness seemingly washing over him. Ieyasu seemed his age. A kind expression was on Atticus' face as he dipped his head slightly. I see. It is apt, that saying. Atticus said as he turned his gaze back at Jupiter. I have always been a dreamer, once for myself and now for others. A dreamer who believes that nothing is impossible for our people. That our dreams, our hopes for a great future can be brought into reality, that it can be created. Atticus raised his hand and glass ball the size of a ball came into existence. Earth began to form at the bottom of the glass ball before the top soil turned green. A sapling punctured through the soil, a sapling that grew into a young green tree before its trunk widened and thickened and its leaves grew thick and numerous. The top branches of the tree pressed against the glass bowl and spidery cracks began to form on the surface of the glass, and with that belief, Ieyasu-san, I intend to take our people, as destiny demands of me. The leaves and the branches broke through the top of the glass, strong branches and vivid emerald green leaves continued to rise and outgrow the glass bowl until the top of the tree reached several times what it had been when it had been encased in the glass bowl. Towards the stars and amongst the stars, taking our place as the shepherds of magic, of life and that of existence. Atticus intoned, his words settling around them as if they were manipulating reality itself, the truth and the strength that he spoke with affecting the very structures of the immediate reality around them. Atticus turned his gaze at Ieyasu, who looked at him with new sets of eyes, this time with less understanding yet older than that of an infant, like that of a teenager whose perspective of his world was changing. I told you that you misunderstood. You misunderstood the signs of destiny around me as that of a conqueror, that of an archmage who alters the course of the history with his deeds or misdeeds. Atticus' eyes burnt brightly, hues of greens and purples and whites began to radiate like miniature suns. I am more than that. I am less than that. I am a conqueror who will not conquer lands or people. Atticus stepped closer towards Ieyasu, his magic swirling around him like the glowing halos that surrounded Jupiter. I will conquer the stars, not for myself, or for Emily but for our people, those of magic, and you will join me in this, for the touch of destiny surrounds all of us, calling us to the stars. Mages, goblins, dwarves, Vila, yokai, Atticus said with a charming twist of the lips before he continued, the charming twist lost and an unyielding determination set on his face. Great swines of change are being wrought, and by the grace of magic I will have our people rise towards our destiny. Atticus said as he drew himself up, his eyes dimming and his magic calmed. That is my role, Ieyasu-san, and I will see it happen. The question is, Ieyasu-san, will you stand with me as eternal allies in this destiny of ours? Atticus asked of Ieyasu, his gaze penetrating and unblinking. Seconds passed. Then minutes. Until. Ieyasu stared at Jupiter, a complicated expression breaking through on his face. He turned to Atticus, and Atticus almost felt as if the threads of destiny were pulling into a single indestructible cord. Japan will stand with Illos. Ieyasu finally said the words that would alter the path of history. Ieyasu outstretched his aged hand. And Illos will stand with Japan. Atticus shook Ieyasu's hand. Conquest in the literal form was messy. Bloody, and it built towers of resentment. Instead, he would make them orbit around him just like how Europa orbited Jupiter, with the strength of his ideas and his weight of personality to lock them in place in perpetuity. It seems that with you, Atticus-san, the coin has fallen on its edge. Ieyasu intoned, and his gaze meaningful. Whether it is to our greatest fortune or not, I am unsure any of us will ever know the answer to that. Atticus smiled, and it was not kind nor was it unkind. I know. Atticus said as he looked away from Ieyasu and towards Jupiter. Before humans even knew the truth of the significance of Jupiter, they had already known before they could have known when they named Jupiter Sky Father and given him his domain. A god that oversaw all aspects of life and a protector of humanity. Not only in body but also in morality. Oaths, treaties, and the sense of obligation were ascribed to him and sworn in his name. A protector in every sense of the word. Just as Jupiter the gas giant was such a protector with its enormous gravitational field deflecting comets and asteroids that otherwise might have been on a trajectory towards Earth. A consequence that allowed life to evolve in a long enough stable environment that likely would not have existed without the presence of Jupiter, the Sky Father. Yet, it was fallible and it could be harsh and destructive, just as it had been 65 million years ago when it instead set the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs from existence. Atticus' gaze sharpened as he stared at the gas giant. One more thing he shared with Jupiter, Atticus thought. The image of a coin stood upright on its edge flashing across his mind. Break. 24th of April 1953 England. Sidwell POV. He walked out from the flue and dusted off the ashes from his robes. She is waiting in the backyard. The oddly dressed elf said with impeccable English before the elf popped away. He'd never get used to that, he mused to himself. He arrived at the backyard and saw her conversing with a large three-headed serpent. The hissing was alien to him and it never failed to make his skin prickle at the sensation of the sounds it made. There was a deeply magical component to this feeling of prickling, one that was a curious mixture of how magic interacted with the vocal cords and air around them. She turned to him, her black eyes meeting his brown ones. Sidwell. She greeted calmly. Lady Slytherin Sayer. Sidwell said with an incline of his head. Her lips curled upward slightly. I'm sure you know that I am no longer of nobility. I doubt anyone would see your abdication of titles granted by the Muggle royalty as reason to remove your nobility. Sidwell said with a hint of amusement in his tone as he stepped closer. The Hydra turned to him and all three heads hissed menacingly. She began to hiss to them, almost soothingly from what he could tell, and their hissing subsided and the serpent turned and slithered away out towards the forest that was in the distance. You know they're Class 5 magical creatures. Sidwell began as he watched the serpent go. His gaze turned to her. Do you have a license for them? She quirked her brow. I do. The Indian ministry was quite kind to grant me exemption under international law to handle Class 5 parcel-speaking creatures. Her eyes suddenly sharpened. Would you like to see my license? Sidwell shook his head, almost amused. No, my lady. He turned his gaze back at her. It is not necessary. He paused for a moment and his expression grew serious. We have dealt with all of the Muggles and traitors. Sidwell spoke up after a few moments of silence. Even the ones stationed in West Germany. She questioned, her eyes intense with interest. Even them. Sidwell confirmed calmly. Excellent. She said with approval in her tone before she grew serious. At last the threat of the Muggles for now has been dealt with. We will monitor them to make sure we have not missed anyone of note. Sidwell hesitated for a moment, which might well be a possibility. The statute was well broken. He said slowly. To say it was broken was an understatement. Incredibly. They were very close to being dealt with a devastating blow by the Muggles had they not known about their directed bomb several weeks ago. Whilst the Aura department believed that they were leading the investigation, the Unspeakables had long since kept an eye on the Muggles. It had been Rockwood's team who were responsible for it. I know. She said, and he knew that she meant it completely. He doubted that there wasn't much they didn't know. She continued, but we're reasonably confident we've identified all of the hidden agents that knew. He will let us know otherwise. He bowed his head. Of course. He said calmly. She looked at him with a curious glint in her eyes. With this over, you have more time available to extend your influence within the DOM. Are you ready to change direction? She asked. When he had met the young girl then named Riddle, he had not imagined being where he was now, nor did he expect both of them to surpass so far beyond what he thought they were capable of. The Sayer Slytherins had traveled the world on many instances, and in their travels they had uncovered more lost history and magic than any other. Records of ancient histories from long-dead civilizations that were mere myths to the wizards of the regions, and ancient scrolls detailing priceless magics, though often pointless as modern incarnations did it better, but for the context of history it was priceless to see where some of the roots of modern spells might have come from had been found, and it was through this that he had reconnected with the couple. Of course, it was something he was assigned to do by Bracker, to learn about them and determine if they were conducting research that was a threat to the magical world. In truth, both he and Bracker wanted to recruit them into the Unspeakables. Suffice it to say, it didn't turn out that way. At the start, he'd learnt much about their travels, and though most of the magics they had found were uninteresting without the context of history, some of it was incredibly dangerous, even cataclysmic to the world. It was no surprise that many of these ancient civilizations had died out and passed into myth and legend, not when he'd seen some of the descriptions detailing the kind of environmental altering rituals they conducted, rituals that acted on massive scales against their enemies or done to satiate their gods. Rituals of those scales rarely were successful, at least in the way they intended. Even the Great Warming Ritual, the ritual that ancient Celtic tribes well over 10,000 years ago conducted to alter the climate of Europe, had not been as intended as it altered the tilt of the planet and changed much more than simply warm the continent of Europe. Magic might be intuitive and responsive to will and desire, but there was a structure to it. A structure they were still learning, even to this day. For primitive albeit powerful civilizations to cast such environment-altering magics without understanding the consequences of such human sacrifices. Well, it made the plagues of Egypt seem like an annoyance compared to what disaster such rituals could inflict. It was during this time, after they had shared with them these magics, that he had learned why they had let him come close in the first place. The Dom's primary purpose had always been to conduct research in fields and magics where there was certifiable proof, namely the confiscation of research, experiments, and even people themselves if they proved to be too dangerous to allow out into the world of those said magics having great potential to do harm to the magical world. They either released safe versions of these inventions or spells out in the magical world, mostly so that alternative wouldn't be sought or created when there was already a spell or invention in existence that did the job. There was a reason why Fiend Fire and the Killing Curse never was suppressed. The two spells, whilst utterly deadly, were still limited to compared to some of the descriptions of spells that once existed. It was an effective controlling element that prevented people from experimenting with things that shouldn't be experimented with. That meant that many of the senior members of the DOM knew a great deal more about magic and the history of the magical world nearly anyone alive. The DOM attracted a certain type of people and the DOM sought after a type of people. Both of them were these kinds of people and they both knew it. It was during this time, after they'd developed a cordial if not friendly relationship discussing and sharing their own experiences and knowledge, magical history and obscure magics, that they had taken to show him the truth of the world. Of their origins. He'd always been interested in magic from a young age, or more specifically in the history of the magical world. He'd grown up in pure-blood family, of middling class and young stature but nonetheless pure, and one of the things that always fascinated him was the history of the ancient Celts. It had always been an open secret that the DOM knew more about magic, and he had reasoned at the time they likely knew more about ancient history as well. Looking back now, he knew that it wasn't an accident that they had shared with him so much of their findings of ancient civilizations. Knowing the scale of Lord Sayer's site, it likely was something he had seen long before then. Perhaps it was what allowed him to find the wrecked ship that had so much knowledge about their origins. Throughout history, there's always been speculations about the origins of magic, of the origins of mages. Gods, nature, the universe, all of it at one point or another had been ascribed as the origin of magic and thus the origins of magicals. Yet what they had shown him, what the recordings had shown him, told him of a different story, a story that spans for much longer than anyone would have believed, that he would have refused to believe if not for what he had seen and been sworn to that it did happen. From those recordings, he'd watched sunrises on different worlds, he'd watched multiple suns, multiple moons come and go in alien night skies, he'd watched ships that sailed the void as if it were the sea, and he'd watched in horrified awe as wars were fought by their ancient ancestors against creatures that were more numerous, that were more powerful, and he'd seen them lose. It was then that he understood that they were both working towards something that never had been conceived of in history, in their history, and it was something that he could not walk away from. Not when they'd given him the chance to stand on the moon itself and cast his gaze towards the blue world. And, as a lover of history, how could he not choose to be part of history itself? For assuredly, he was going to be part of history greater than those who lived in the times of Merlin. He met her gaze. I will have more time, yes. Bracker is expecting to retire within the next decade or so, and in that time I will position myself as his successor. Only Croker is a threat to my succession, but with my successes in dealing with the Muggles, my estimation amongst my colleagues within the DOM has grown significantly, especially considering what I uncovered about the threat to the Ministry building. She smiled before she nodded. Good. With the help of the DOM we can work towards raising Britain to what it needs to become. She turned her gaze towards the forest where the Hydra serpent was close to disappearing in. It will be a long and slow journey, Renatus. It will be, my lady. But I find that it makes the arrival all the more sweeter. In the end. He said before pausing for a moment, and I look forward getting there. She turned to him, a gentle smile on her face. So do I, Renatus. So do I, she said before she returned her gaze towards the forest where there was no more sign of the Hydra. He glanced at her for a moment. Life was odd, he mused. He had not thought he would be circumventing his oaths to the DOM in this manner, in any manner. Least of all to two people who were half his age and he once saw himself wanting to mentor. He returned his gaze back at the forest. But then, as he was finding out more and more, life always surprised you, and the only thing you could do is seize opportunities when it arrived. And this opportunity, despite its near impossibility, was something he was never going to let go. After all, in his own way, he was doing exactly what the DOM had always stood for. To protect the magical world. Chapter 75. Hello all, please see the next installment. Without further ado, please enjoy the post. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next chapter is available on Discord, whilst the 3 chapters after it are available on Patreon/boombox117. The Discord channel is discordgg/vr88t64ye7. 20th of August 1953 Illos, High Council. The council meeting went on as usual, discussing pertinent topics as always. With the establishment of the Council of Representatives, some of the responsibilities were shifted away as intended, so it reduced the lengths of the meetings significantly. The Council of Representatives so far had introduced inheritance laws and laws pertaining land rights on the back of his agreement to sell Illusion lands, something that had taken off relatively well. Lands and homes were sold not only for galleons but also based on familial commitments. A household of 5 with a maximum of 2 adults significantly had to pay less to own their home than a household of 3. With the lengthy lifespans of mages, relatively to normal humans anyway, they could have children until they were 80 to 90 years old, older for men who could have children well into their hundreds. Even if fertility rates were significantly lower than normal humans, with time and innovation, such things will fall away and more will be born on Illos. Other than those laws, Rowe had admirably slotted into his leadership position and had not veered away from what he had committed to, much to Representative Filch's displeasure. So far, parties had formed, as he always knew it would, though for now it was only Filch's Economists' Party and Rowe's Collective's Party. Filch's party was mostly irrelevant for now, especially since trade with the outside world was constricted to one person and since most of the basic needs of the people were covered, but he could see it grow in strength in time, and in differing beliefs. For now, their beliefs were less than an amoeba, but in time it would evolve as things always did. He was not against it, opposition was important, but he would make sure it didn't evolve into something grotesque as he had seen in his old life, or in this one. The oaths of representation should keep the level of questionable morals and actions below the point of triggering. There were a number of warnings that would let people know, but he also knew that it was feasible to skirt the penalties. The next talking points of the meeting covered things such as the next projects would be started next, such as time scale and degree of introduction of magical animals to the environment, magical engineering projects such as the ever-changing arena, massive large-scale open arena that applied Rowena's room of requirement enchantments to create dynamic environments for the Illusion games, or research projects such as large-scale fabrications using magic and feed material to create complex materials or products. Like with Woodman, it was important to give people the opportunity to work on things such as these, great works that had practical uses and would be long-lasting. It was easier to do things on his own, but it would be for the benefit of Illos to do it like this. It would only help in forging the identity of his people, an identity that would take pride of things such as this and eventually make it a norm and expectation of Illusions to create great works. Now onto the Gate network. Sandra said as she peered over the documents. How far have we gotten with the sub-level network? Emily asked, who sat beside him. With things finally settling in Britain, she had more opportunities to be in Illos and in council meetings. It helped of course that she'd gotten her hands on the unpublished work of Edine Stark from the DOM, the creator of the Time Turner. With a bit of work, they'd gotten to make a time turner that could turn back time 28 hours instead of the 7 hours, which meant she could be in Britain and Illos at the same time, a fact that both were pleased with. The past few years they had been more apart than together, and it was something neither of them were pleased with. The fact that they could feel each other's absence didn't help either, so this was a welcome addition in their lives. Emily was aging twice as fast now, of course, but with their ritually enhanced lifespan of thousands of years, it mattered little. We'll be able to open by February next year. Walter Bishop confirmed. Woodman says that there's a few issues with separating the sub-gates from the gates at Belvahalos, but he says he'll have it fixed by February. They used shun space, the dimension used to travel from the semi-permanent hole ruptured through normal space between gates, but they did not know all that there was of the dimension. It was similar to the pocket dimension created by Rowena Ravenclaw's time room in the sense that physics and time did not exist there naturally. It was why they were able to contract space between distances into nothing. Which also meant that to create different networks separate from each other had to be done entirely within the gates themselves. And so they made a new set of gates, entirely limited in capability and range, which was limited to about 30-mile radius from the Illo city center. The parts of the security mechanisms within both types of gates would also prevent locking into each network. That's good. Sassa said. With the number of skymobiles in the air increasing as the population increases, offering this as a quick way to get across Illos would at least make sure the air isn't congested with this as an alternative. Of course, that is if we're not planning on allowing apparition. Sassa directed towards him. Eventually it will be allowed again. Atticus confirmed, but not before apparition points have been integrated in the Guardian Array. He said. The Guardian Array was his answer to the magical nets and Thief's downfall. It covered all of Illos, and it was a ward system that had hundreds of wards interwoven together, many of them being fairly new wards he had made with Emily and the Flamels, whilst also containing very old wards that were tweaked. Most of it was highly defensive and counteractive, such as the wards that dispelled mind magic in the public space and in governmental buildings, whilst others were environmental controls and intricate weather systems that patterned seasons and wind. It also provided real-time location of individuals within Illos, something that unfortunately was necessary. The system did not track anyone specifically, not when people were little more than little dots on a map, but the potential was there. Part of the Guardian Array was also anti-apparition and port keys that not even he could overpower. Times scale. Chief Representative Rowe asked. Not until late next year. Atticus said to Rowe. At that stage, he would be ready to interlace mithril into illos, which would elevate the strength of the Guardian Array to levels he still wasn't certain of. He's made about 24 tons of the liquid magic known as mithril as of now. Not as much as he hoped, though. Now he's gotten an idea of the conversion rate of energy to magic and magic to mithril. It meant that the vacuum energy reactor had to be operating at 100% with nearly 80% heading towards the conversion. By the time of next summer, he would have about 40 tons of mithril. About 38 tons of that will be used to interlace beneath the ground of illos. Thousands of miles of mithril would sit in between the adamantite structures and the kilometer-plus soil and waters. Runes would be etched into the cables and lines that would generate the new generation of Guardian Array. It would make the Guardian Array nearly indestructible, capable of traveling through space without the outer shells covering it and able to shrug off even the annihilating particle and beam weapons that ancient humanity and the Forerunners used. There was also the added benefit of how magical it would illos. The diamond obelisks that once kept illos afloat were perhaps some of the most magical objects in magical history, and they created a magical environment that rivaled Hogwarts in magicalness, magic that you feel on your skin even if you were weak magically. Yet they paled in comparison to mithril, and when the mithril was lain beneath the surface of illos, it would make the world ship more magical than anything, even exceeding that of Atlantis, which had been convergent to 3-5 intersecting ley lines before it was broken by the calamity, reforming over time in smaller ley lines. The surface of illos would become the closest thing to magical heaven on earth, where magic would become as dense and as thick as heavy fog. It would change the very landscape of illos in ways that were still rife with possibilities. Trees and plant life would be so imbued with ambient magic that they would practically become nearly magical themselves. Magic that once would ebb and flow through them would instead be ever present, like the air itself, and they would breathe in magic just as easily. In time, he would not be surprised if spontaneously, plant life evolved to be more magical. Just as in time, he expected the population of illos to also be affected even if they could not channel ambient magic. With time, he expected more powerful magicals to be born on illos too. And with himself tied to the mithril through magic and blood, illos would become every bit part of him as he had always wished it. Kings of the past had been tied to the lands that was within their domain. Acknowledged by mages, acknowledged by magic. Yet for him, he would be tied to illos with greater intimacy and power imaginable. And he was looking forward to it. He returned to the point at hand and said the Office of Transport has until summer next year to suggest locations and future locations. It should be fine to adjust the array, but if it proves to be too cumbersome. Rowe bowed his head respectfully and acknowledged the request. Sandra spoke up next. Moving things along, the Belva Halos gate connected to the Kyoto gate has seen more traffic in the past month, in both people and goods. A welcome sign. Director Carson of the Treasury said trade with Japan has steadily been rising, but only in the past month have seen more goods and products beyond ingredients flow in both directions. Since they established the alliance with Japan, a fact that none of those of the High Council knew for now, the trading between the two countries hadn't been as high as they initially expected. It seemed like Ieyasu was a little more cautious about raising unnecessary questions internally, at least until he got his house in order. And now it was getting to a close with more people cleared and sworn to secrecy about illos. It wasn't a strange sight anymore to see Japanese people in illos. Sandra nodded. I agree. However, in light of the increase in traffic, I think we may need to review the logistics and security of the port more. Factoring in the future connections to other parts of the world. Emily asked. Sandra nodded. At present, we are well capable of managing current capacity with the staff we have, but in future, she looked to him and Emily, if we're going to open our borders to more than just a few countries, we're going to need to do a lot more to manage both trade and people. Put something together. Emily said before she continued. There is improvement at Belva Halos how we manage things, I agree, however without a proposal or an outline of the specific problems, there is little we can do for now. Sandra inclined her head and sat back whilst she wrote in her hollow. Last on the agenda is the Magical Restoration Project. Once this was mentioned, everyone's eyes fell on him. Participants in the Magical Restoration Trials for Dormant's part of Sphinx Group or Illos was higher than expected, as you all know. Atticus said as he sat back. 1,358 individuals signed up. 1,358 have been successfully treated. Atticus paused for a few seconds to let it sink in. 100% retention of magic after the 45-day mark. They are completely magical now, and all were vassals to House Ayer. They were weak magically, but future generations wouldn't be. They had also trialed the treatment with 4 under 17s, and all of them were all below average magically speaking, but still significantly stronger than the adult dormants. It seemed like the few magical maturities one had, the stronger their magic would be. He would not permit children below the age of 16 to undergo the treatment. He may be cruel, but he would not impede on free will of his subjects, and children, no matter how mature or intelligent, would need to reach the appropriate age to be able to make a choice that they could understand. He may trounce on the free will of many peoples around the world, but he would draw the line there. No side effects or lapses? Sandra asked. None. Atticus confirmed. It seems like dormants only need minor adjustments to be able to use magic. It will change everything. Walter Bishop enthused. Sasahabe uncharacteristically snorted an understatement. The treatment would be welcomed by everyone. No more tragedies within the family. And will remove the last of the resentment amongst the dormant population, Carson noted. Especially amongst the younger population. There will be a necessity to write out the laws around the treatment. Rowe pointed out before he paused. Will we publish this treatment through Sims? He asked. No. Atticus said before he expanded. We will not publish this treatment anytime soon. Even in Illos. Walter Bishop questioned. It could revolutionize our understanding of genetics and DNA. William Bell would be able to expand and incorporate your findings in his research. Atticus turned to Bishop. I am not opposed to sharing this with Bell. I have concerns that will need to be addressed before I do, however. I will speak to him about it. William Bell was a great mind, not unlike Walter Bishop, but where Bishop's mind lay in esoteric theory, arithmancy, and runes, Bell was a genius in biology, both magical and mundane. Thankfully, he was also trustworthy, at least able to be trusted to act in a certain way. Bell was focused on understanding the structures of DNA, how and why magicals aged differently to muggles. Atticus saw that Bell would get to a theory of aging, the factors that caused it and how magicals were different to muggles on a genetic level, and in the end, begin the groundworks of research into slowing aging down through Magi tech and Magi biology, a field of science and magic that he would end up leading. With minds like that, with people like that, absolute control was not possible, nor should be wanted about what they could research or learn. They can only be directed. They would get more people like this in time, people who possessed minds and perhaps magic of archmage potential, that were great. It was natural, it was inevitable, yet by fostering an environment where one could excel without the kinds of triggers that turn them against Illos would no renegades be born, or made. Of course, with the oaths in place that bound family lines to the ideals of Illos, to loyalty to Illos, there was little movement in being able to foster rebellion against him and Emily, for they are Illos, not that such possibilities would even get to that stage with his sight and his eventual group of seers who can navigate living time. Bishop nodded his understanding. For now, we will only offer this treatment to Illosians. Emily said. Of course, once we are unveiled, we can begin to offer this treatment. It'll be a useful political tool, Bishop said musingly. I can also easily see idiots overreacting that we're giving magic instead of fixing a genetic error, Sandra said with a distasteful look. That Illos steals magic and grants it to the unworthy. Whilst at the same time secretly requesting the treatment for their own child, Emily said before shaking her head. Hypocrisy aside, the ICW may use this line of thinking to isolate us diplomatically internationally. As much as we can use it as a tool, it can easily be turned a weapon against us. Revolutionary discoveries tend to that impact. Which is why we will need to play this carefully and make sure it can only be used a tool for us and not as a weapon against us. It is distasteful to hold this as a tool given that it solves a significant problem in our world, yes, but ultimately Illo's well-being comes first, and if we must be distasteful and underhanded, then so be it. Atticus declared. Not long afterwards the meeting ended and he was walking out the main tower with Emily's arm coiled around his. They walked past the Pandrosian, the incomparable school carved out of a single block of crystalline-like stone which gleamed under the light of the three orbs, and as they walked past the school, they were respectfully greeted and some had bowed to them as they walked past the people of Illos, though all of them had looks of admiration and warmth. Atticus called forward a skymobile and they entered it. How's the preparation for the new school year shaping up? Atticus asked as the skymobile rose in the air. More or less finished, Emily said. The changes to the curriculum, particularly for the older students, will be welcomed. She turned to him, a small smile on her face. With more teachers available thanks to the Ouroboros releasing funding to the school, there is little resistance to the idea of introducing advanced classes. It helps that it comes after fostering the kind of environment you have in Hogwarts. Atticus commented. Emily's time as professor and then deputy headmistress has allowed her to slowly change the culture at Hogwarts from toxic rivalry to healthy competition, especially amongst the Slytherins who'd taken to her notions of leaders of the magical world very well, even if it was changing one form of elitism to another. With the obviousness of that truth, considering that Ouroboros was largely Slytherin alumni and the steadily increasing of authority Emily had in magical Britain, it would only pave the way for the behavior to take root in Slytherin and should prevent the development of extremism as it once was. Emily's time as deputy headmistress had her include dueling tournaments, charms competitions, and ancient runes end-of-year projects, all of which had increased the interaction between the houses beyond classes along with increasing interest in excelling magic beyond the curriculum. In time, Hogwarts should elevate into becoming the premier school of the world, barring of course the Pandrosian Institute. Rowena would be proud at the leaps that's been made, that will be made. She would be less happy about the fact that it was not altruistic, of course. Power lies in knowledge and never more so in magic. The old families had significant advantages over the rest of the magicals, and it was something that would continue unless it was broken at the very beginning, at school. Exposing the youth to magics they might not otherwise have known about and inciting a trait within them to search for more, to create more, would only bring about greater equalization in knowledge and in the end, magic itself. Ancient magics held in grimoires might not ever become available to others. Both he and Emily were loath to allow such a thing anyway, but it did not mean others could not create their own. Competition breeds out complacency and entitlement, and if the magical world was anything, it was complacent and entitled. That would long be ripped away before they moved worlds. Emily smiled at him. It is a nice accomplishment. Her smile dropped off and she grew more serious. I will only teach Newt's Dada this year. You think you need more time? Atticus questioned. I do. Emily confirmed, and she rolled her eyes at his raised eyebrow, which referenced towards the time turner she was using. Magical Britain is heading nicely towards where we want them, but I need to be more public before I leave for Illos permanently. Emily said with a ponderous tone. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. My efforts are going well to make the idea of us ruling them more palatable, but I need to be seen more, especially given that the previous years I was largely only seen doing charitable things. To see you leading, ruling without actually being in a position to rule. Atticus finished for her, and she nodded even as she brushed locks of her hair behind her ear. It was going to be pivotal for the people to choose them as their rulers. At least the core citizens and cultures that would make up the base of Illos. Magicals were long-lived, often reaching ages of 200 plus years, something that was likely to increase without the use of life-endangering rituals that needed far more than the average person would ever be able to obtain and have the mind to craft or adjust, and as such, had long memories. Even if the choice was based on manipulation and more or less made for them. My grip on Ouroboros is strong as ever, and they won't interfere with this. If anything, many of them will invite it. She said with a knowing smirk. It would do well if you capitalized on the goodwill you've created, even if it is sooner. Atticus said after a few seconds. He peered at her. Are you certain you do not want to take up a leadership position now within the ministry? It would be easy for her to take control now. By now Ouroboros dominated the new government and held nearly every elected seat in the Wizengamot. The economy was recovering fast and people were finally optimistic for the future. The British ministry had not released the news of the near-total collapse of the statute and what the Muggles had nearly done, which of course was smart but also a missed opportunity in a way. Still, Ouroboros was cutting the thread that connected the magical and Muggle worlds more and more as time went by. Magicals who had run off to the Muggle world were being made to choose to give up the rights to magic or to return to the magical world along with their mundane spouse if they had any. So far the most complicated thread to cut had not been made yet, the thread that connected the Muggle world and the magical world through the birth of magical children. As of right now, Emily told him that Ouroboros would be seeking to offer options to the parents to move since they were squibs, and if they refused, they would have a geese placed on them to be unable to speak about magic except in the comforts of their home and in the presence of their child. Barriers to Mage tech were being removed and innovation was being encouraged. The Council of Lords had fallen in line, and Emily placated many of them by having the government purchase many of the businesses they bought at the same price they had bought it in the first place in exchange for cooperation and ensuring they would not stand in the way of the reforms Ouroboros would be putting through, which many of the lords would have been against. It wasn't going all swimmingly, of course. There were still pockets of both former progressives and traditionalists that were unhappy with the drastic changes that were being made, but in the wake of immense public support, such discontent was manageable. Would change things for the better? Emily asked him plainly. He looked away from her gaze and took a few moments before he answered. It would create more problems to solve down the line. Already there are questions amongst those who do not want to have questions about your continued involvement with Ouroboros and the Council of Lords. If we push. Emily remained silent for a few moments until she spoke up again. In that case, then no, I won't, which is fine since I hardly want to get involved on that level, not when less does more in the long run. She looked at him curiously. Your friend Charles, I suspect. Emily said with a look on her face. Yes. He answered. Charles was a splinter that proved rather difficult to dislodge. He had many questions that was closer than he wanted towards the right direction. Most of their detractors were gone. Black, McKinnon, and so on. Even the less visible enemies were tragically killed by the terrorists or neutered politically to the point they were unable to remain relevant or close to power. Mercy was not something they could afford with those who would only use it to strike at a later date. Charles was perilously veering to that territory. It was getting to the point it might actually become necessary to do away with him. His betrayal was not something he did not foresee, as it worked for their plans, made to work for their plans. Atticus knew he had pushed Charles to the limit, but he had still been disappointed to have seen him do it, especially when what he had been advocating and inciting had been for the benefit for the people. Charles' experiences of the war had made him wary of war as it should to any, but he had taken it to the extreme, to the point of bending over backwards to accommodate a peace that was never going to last for long. All that they did now was the least of the worst options. Sometimes, war was necessary to change things. He's deputy head of the DMLE now. Emily said with a displeased frown, a frown that spoke of that she would happily dispose of him now. She wouldn't, not when they long ago reached an agreement that they would deal with people that were theirs. He would not interfere how she dealt with her people without her agreement, and neither would she interfere with his people. I know. It will be hard to make sure he doesn't rise to the position above him. Atticus said to her with a commiserating smile. It's not a big issue though, he and others like him will not be a major problem when we begin the next phase. That is if Charles doesn't go towards routes that Atticus could not ignore or forgive. He would afford that to his old comrade even if their friendship was at an end. Emily looked at him with a long look before she relented and asked, how are the ICW handling the Russians? She asked. Poorly, Atticus said with a smile. The war with Grindelwald made a great many veterans that are hardened and made cunning as a consequence of surviving some of the worst of the fighting in the war. Even with the recruits of veterans of both sides of the war in the ICW forces, it'll be hard to catch the Russians off guard. The ICW knew that the Russians were heavily involved with the Soviet Union. A breach of the statute that wasn't as severe as the one in Britain, not that the ICW knew, but it was serious. After the Chinese breach was sealed, the ICW pivoted and refocused on the Russians. Investigations so far had proven difficult to the ICW to prove a breach of the statute, and the Russians weren't playing game. Eventually they'll get some evidence, he had seen, and it would be a relatively quick resolution once the ICW played politics, but it would only increase their zeal in ensuring further breaches did not happen. So we'll still leak to the ICW about the close call of exposure in Britain. Emily mused. Yes. He said simply. The leak would inevitably draw ICW investigations towards Magical Britain as part of the statute agreements. Magical Britain rarely had cowed to the ICW, but in recent years, their fingers in the upper echelons of the ministry had been noticeable. Ouroboros would refuse, and Emily, after her absence from the Isles, would step forward when the ICW overreacted, and it solidify her image as a defender of Magical Britain even after she left. Already her status as someone who would sacrifice her nobility for the sake of Magical Britain had won over the public wholeheartedly, something that she had already been well on the way of doing with her cultural and magical education endeavors. Now she had the public's support, which would only increase over time after being seen defending Magical Britain against the ICW. Which would also be around the time Illos would be unveiled. They arrived at Sayre Manor and they stepped out. Emily sighed as they walked towards their home. She leaned into his side. I asked Tweenie to make us that risotto you like, he said with a humorous lilt to her voice. She looked up at him from the corner of her eyes. Are you trying to make me fat? You know I can eat 3 plates of it. Atticus Tsked, you've caught on my long-term plan. It'll work if you stick with the Milanese risotto. Emily said as they arrived at the dining room, and she peeled herself off of him. They ate the risotto, discussing a few things here and there before they moved towards the second living room and went over a few things independently, both of them working on separate desks. She went over some measures that the Ouroboros would be introducing whilst he looked over the figures of the new arrivals and their progress in settling in. Recently more people from the mundane side of the world had come to live permanently, people who worked in one way or another for the Sphinx group, most of them squibs or squibborns. With their return also came new introductions to Illos, new kinds of music, ideas that translated to new products, and even new foods, as many of them worked for the Endrian shipping company and were used to traveling around the world and visiting new cultures. One of them had opened up an oriental restaurant and they made the most marvelous dumplings. For the next few hours, they wrote and they read, made plans, and approved them. Life at the moment was a little monotonous, both of them busy in their own ways. For all of their plans and plots, much of the day-to-day work was startling dull, and it was in that train of thought that he glanced up from his work and looked at her. She sat with her legs crossed, peeking out away from under the desk as she sat back in her chair, a noticeable frown on her face as she read a document or some such. A small smile grew on his face as an idea sprouted in his mind. His hand went towards his wrist and the hollow UI popped up and he selected the perfect song. He stood up from his chair. Her head rose from the document as trumpets and drums and violins began to play. Atticus moved his desk away to allow for greater space in the middle. What are you doing? She asked with a raised eyebrow, as it's been a long time played, a version that was 5 times the normal length with a long instrumental beginning and a long instrumental ending. With an elaborate flick of his hand he moved her desk to the side as he walked over with suaveness towards Emily, who was still seated in her chair. Her other eyebrow rose as well as she looked on with a hint of amusement. He bowed with deliberate motion as he extended a hand. May I have this dance, lady wife? Atticus asked with a small smile adorned on his face. The swaying music from the gentle music continued without either of them moving for a few seconds as husband and wife stared at each other until, eventually, Emily relented and took his hand. He pulled her up and his hand slid across towards her lower back over her dress as their right hands entwined. They swayed softly as they danced. They stepped a little closer to each other, closer to each other's bodies as they swayed in perfect harmony, in perfect rhythm like 2 gears whose teeth perfectly slot together. His head lowered and his cheek touched the side of her head gently and he heard her sigh contently. Kiss me once. Then, kiss me twice. Then, kiss me once again. It's been a long time. Haven't felt like this, my dear. Since can't remember when. It's been a long time. They drew closer, closer until their bodies touched, dancing to the slow song, the string of the band lulling them in a slow motion. Emily raised her head slightly and their cheeks touched before her lips turned and kissed his cheek with a deftness and gentleness that was only reserved for him. Their finger locked each other's hand whilst her arm snaked around him, drawing him even closer. You'll never know how many dreams I dream about you. Or just how empty they all seem without you. So, kiss me once. Then, kiss me twice. Kiss me once again. It's been a long, long time. He drew his head a little back and she stared up at him. His eyes locked onto her lips and he brought his head down, leaning in slowly before he pressed his lips against hers, their eyes closing as they lost themselves to the moment, this precious moment with the most perfect song. Their magic slowly released, dancing and humming to the tune of their rhythm, perfect in sync with their emotions and swaying. Had anyone able to observe, they'd see wisps, tendrils of magic, colored blues and purples and greens, circling around them in perfect step as they swayed together to the music. Their magic ebbed and flowed to each other, from each other, like flickering candle fires dancing to the rhythm of a mild gush of wind breaching through a half-closed window as all their surroundings faded away whilst they were in each other's arms. Their kiss ended and their eyelids crept open, never leaving the gaze of the other. It was a little slice of wonder, of beauty, and a strange thought popped in his head as they looked each other with meaningful tenderness. She smiled softly at him, a crack in her perfect face and a smile that could breathe life into 1,000 dying stars. What brought this on? She asked him softly. Does a man ever need a reason to dance with his beautiful wife? Atticus asked with an equally soft smile. Her smile was still present even as she rolled her eyes. I just thought with how we've been so busy with everything, we could use a bit of something like this for ourselves, where there's nothing but us and a bit of music. He said to her with fondness towards her. She hummed with notes of contentment before she spoke. It has been busy, she agreed as her dainty hand went up to his face and her thumb rubbed something off of his cheek. Left a mark, she said, and he smiled down at her, hints of wry amusement in his expression. And my lips? I'll rub it out later. Thoroughly. She said dismissively as she smiled with a slow coy glint in her eyes. Atticus' smile widened as he shook his head. Who knew ruling and plotting would involve so much paperwork and dullness? Emily said after a few seconds as the extended song nearing towards the end. Historians always did say conquering is easy but ruling is hard. Atticus said before he paused. Conquering the world on horseback is easy, it is dismounting and governing that is hard. Emily voiced out as she looked at him with a bemused expression, quoting Genghis Khan to me. How romantic, she drawled teasingly. I know how to speak to your heart, my dear wife. Atticus said. Emily laughed. He says as he plays a Muggle romantic song to a dark witch, she said with a raised eyebrow. Atticus laughed a little. You don't fool me, Emily Sayer, Atticus said fondly, though with hints of mischief in his eyes. You love a bit romance here and there. Honolulu certainly taught me that. They'd rented a place later purchased funnily enough by the white beaches on one of the more silent regions of the islands and spent a week there, isolated and just the two of them with nothing but a record player to keep them company. This song had been one of many that accompanied them on those easy days. The music rolled onto The Very Thought of You, another of the songs that was often played. Emily's look descended into exasperated fondness. You're full of cheese tonight, she said with a hint of a smile. She'd caught on to some of his old life's expression when he'd spoken them, when he'd forgotten himself. You're mistaken, my dear wife, I'm full of suave, for I'm a suave man, Emily. Atticus said with a straight face as he twirled her around. It's quite all right if you can't quite tell. Sometimes I can be too smooth to comprehend. Arrogant too, Emily said as she returned to face him. It's almost sickening, the way your arrogance smells, she said with a teasing lilt to her voice, humor shining in her eyes. Atticus laughed as he drew her closer and they swayed slower, smiles on their faces. The very thought of you and I forget to do. The little ordinary things that everyone ought to do. I'm living in a kind of daydream. I'm happy as a king. And foolish though it may seem. To me that's everything. The mere idea of you, the longing here for you. You'll never know how slow the moments go till I'm near to you. I see your face in every flower. Your eyes and stars above. It's just the thought of you. The very thought of you, my love. Emily's head leaned in and rested onto his chest. His arms wrapped around her as their swaying reduced to a mere little motions. Atticus placed his chin on her head as he closed his eyes. The mere idea of you, the longing here for you. You'll never know how slow the moments go till I'm near to you. I see your face in every flower. Your eyes and stars above. It's just the thought of you. The very thought of you, my love. They danced long after the song ended, long after silence had filled the voice, even as they swayed, as they moved in perfect sync, two people who were part of the same whole. He often wondered at times if ruling the world completely had lost some of its appeal for both of them because they had each other, because of their love for another. Neither of them spoke of it, but both of them had mellowed over the years, both had known it too as they had taken their foot off of the gas to rule the world. It was hard to remain at the mindset to dominate everything and everyone when contentment and peace could be found in the arms of the other. They changed their plans so easily at times, seeking the path of least resistance when the other paths were quicker even if they were bloodier. Still, in the end, they get would there, even if they took the long path. Even if it lost some of its appeal, especially as challenges fell and rotted away like tree leaves during winter, they would eventually get to there. After all, in the end, they were destined for greatness. Greatness and destiny cared not for contentment, and in the end, they would bring greatness to their people. As two parts of a contented whole. Break. Azkaban. Christopher Cameron POV. His body rattled. Despite being here, he lost count. Was it still weeks? Was it now months? His body rattled as he clung onto himself with normalized desperation, his body flush against the corner of the walls, the place that was the least affected by it all. The cold walls were nothing to him, even if it was part of him now. No, it was not the cold that rattled him, that shook him like a wet dog desperate to get dry. It was the dread, the gusts of dread that rose up from the chasms of joylessness, gusts that stuck to him like sticky tar, and he was helpless against it. Even when they were not here, even when they were afar, hovering and floating, roaming the halls of the black-stoned prison, it was a dread that pulled him closer to the ridge of the chasm, closer to being subsumed into the darkness of insanity. He was in hell. He felt nothing of his memories of his mother's smile anymore or his father's boisterous laugh, he only felt the sadness and upset of her disappointed looks and his father's anger. It was insidious, truly, the depths in which all good things in his life were being eaten away. God! Christopher rasped out as his arms clung around his knees. He prayed so often, so much, but nothing had worked. Christopher laughed, and it was one with frayed sanity. Would he even get to keep his soul, or would he forever be trapped in the bowels of a demon that these people used to guard their prisons? He truly was in hell, for his captors were devils and the demons their guards. He didn't understand, he didn't know how they managed it, how they got the drop on them. All of it, all of their efforts, pointless, wasted. He stopped caring what was happening outside of these four black walls. Why bother when he thought that the worst had happened, that they had won? Was it days? Was it weeks? Was it years? Christopher lived to eat the slop thrown into his cell. He lived to be eaten away in body and soul. He touched the little crack in the wall, the crack that his finger bled on as he traced it along its now dulled edges. His crack, his corner. Christopher ate and they ate Christopher. Christopher ate the undible and they ate his joy. He lived to be eaten away. Another day, another time of the feeling of dread rising, and he felt the meager sense of self begin to wither. And no, PP please. Christopher croaked out in a pitiful whimper, in a hopeless pointless gesture of pleading for mercy, his voice trembling as he spoke, as the bolted window creaked apart and finger bones entered. Haunting breathing, an echo-y noise that rippled despair through him as his body shook his body in fear, and the faceless abyss from under the hood pushed through the gap in the middle door. The air reduced to frozen fog as all heat and warmth and feeling was drawn out of his cell. He cried out as meager joy that remained turned into less as his worst nightmares, his worst experiences were played out. Flashes of a dark-haired woman with the blackest of eyes and a man of glowing purple eyes were rushed to the front of his mind as all of the sanity-breaking agony rattled through his body. Again and again, memories of joyful times lost its strength and the flashes of harrowing pain rippled through him. The demon ended its assault and Christopher collapsed onto his ratty cloak that served as his bed, his blanket, his clothes. He laughed, he wept. Days passed, weeks passed. Years passed. The sounds of clunking and knocking against the desolate black floor outside his cell. The metal door creaked up and he felt himself missing the hard coldness of his corner as he felt his feet touch the black stone. He saw faces, faces. Faces that were not faces, faces that weren't hidden behind nothing, that were nothing. Who he croaked out. The man who was by his side looked at him with disgust. Or was it happiness? He couldn't tell, and he says something but Christopher wasn't sure what was said. Was he deaf now? Did the demons take his hearing? He hated the rocking, he wanted his corner. He wanted to touch the little crack in the stone on the left side of his wall, his crack that listened to him, that was there for him. He wanted his cloak, he missed the cloak as he walked through clean halls and smooth stones, even if he was warmer and drier than he could remember. He wanted his cloak. He was put into a seat, a nice seat, and he was made to seat nicely strapped in. Christopher Cameron, alleged. He heard as he stared at his hands. These were his hands? He hadn't been able to see them in the near darkness, his hands looked so, not Christopher. His fingertips looked like there was only a little bit of skin covering them. Breach. Statute. He slumped forward as his chains were yanked and Christopher gazed up for the first time. Do you understand, Mr. Cameron? You have been found guilty. The man who looked like a priest, or was it a judge? He wasn't sure said. Answer the judge, Mr. Cameron. The man in red robes said harshly as he yanked on his chain that tied his hands up. Why yes, Christopher said. He wanted to return to his corner. They would let him go home, right? Right? But he was so warm. They weren't going to let him go back, there, was he? They would bring his corner to him if he asked, right? Very well, the judge intoned as he slammed his hammer, been sentenced to death through the veil. May magic have mercy on your soul. DD death. Christopher murmured confused as he looked at the man in red robes with a confused expression. Too merciful, the man in red robes seemed to say angrily as the chains on the seat came loose and he yanked Christopher up. Christopher fell to the ground, pained in his arms and shoulders and arm sockets aching. Get up! The man in red robes demanded. He didn't really know where he was, it looked familiar, but he stared at the rippling curtain made out of fog that made sounds like, them. PP please. Christopher spoke up for the first time after a while, his head turning towards the crowd of people for the first time. I don't want to go where they come from. Christopher felt his feet away from the stone ground and he began to panic, his eyes wide with fear. Please. Please. He cried out as he was drawn closer to the curtains. He didn't want to go there, to be with them. IILLG go be back. Be back to my corner. Please. Anywhere but there. Christopher wailed as the curtains wailed, their wails sounding hungrier and more desperate for him than his demons had ever been. No, 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 no. Christopher cried out as he clawed at the air to no avail as the curtains approached so closely. He's gone insane, Christopher heard, but his eyes were fixed on the curtains, curtains that showed not faces, faces that he could see, but he knew they were the same faces as those under the hood, and he whimpered and closed his eyes, his body trembling as he was submerged into the curtains, his last thoughts begging God that his soul would be destroyed, for what he believed lay behind the curtains was eternal torment, worse than even being amidst the presence of demons. Break. 30th of October 1953, Hogwarts. Emily POV. Last member of terrorist organization sent through the veil. With a flick of the finger, she closed the Daily Prophet as the students began arriving into the Great Hall for breakfast. The magicals that worked with the Muggles were judged in a secret tribunal, a tribunal that was witnessed by a few observers from the press but sworn to secrecy in the name of national security. To the public, they were simply stragglers of the terrorist organizations. Something that eventually be peeled away as a stretching of the truth when the time came. In any case, with the death of Cameron, the last vestiges were gone and things were now settling into a slow movement towards their future. She looked across the Great Hall as students continued to arrive. Many of them would not amount to much, she knew this even without having to depend on Atticus' sight to learn whom to focus on, yet there were still a few amongst them that would become more useful than not. Amongst the new arrivals and also amongst the few of decent potential was Cygnus Greengrass, heir to the Greengrass family. Whilst he was still to take his owls, he was shaping up to be a consummate new Slytherin, one who had taken to the new philosophies she'd instilled in her old house. There were a few others, across the houses, that she would keep an eye, to see if they would live to the potential they showed, even if they were not of high magical potential, as only 3 were at or above mid-sorcerer potential whilst none reached archmage potential. She would not see all of these promising individuals graduate, her eventual departure of the Isles was only a few years away now before she returned years later, but her time here at Hogwarts, beyond the purpose of guiding these youths in ways that would prove useful not only to her but also for themselves and her own desires to be involved in her ancestors' school, had also proved to be useful if only for the observations it granted her. Her observations of how magical strength unveiled themselves in family lines, and in those without clear heritage. Those with family traits did do better in certain fields their family magic was strongest in, but generally speaking, potential was there in more than just those of established powerful family lines. The Sayres, the Blacks, the Potters, the Longbottoms and the other most ancient families were different from this, of course. Just as the lines of the founders were different. Some families simply had a higher ceiling that may actually have some roots in heritage, but generally speaking, there was little difference between a scion of 300-year-old pureblood family line and a squib-born. She'd looked into the heritages of confirmed archmages and mages that were known to be powerful. It seemed like most of these archmages had at least some kind of relation to most ancient families. Of course that was always the likelihood given how small the magical population had always been, but still, it seemed like none of them were further away from these most ancient families than 5 generations. Squib-borns that were noted to be of unusual power were harder to trace back, and families back then were not likely to advertise the number of children they may have had for fear of attack and exploitation of weakness, especially if one of the children was a squib, but she expected that they were likely in some way related as well to these families. It had piqued her curiosity, and she was keen to know what exactly led to the most ancient family lines to exceed the average magical potential of the British population. She knew enough of the Sayre family's history to know that the rituals they did to themselves and to their descendants were the solid rod of adamantite that was behind Atticus' power, and it was not hard to believe that those families, the founders included, had done something in a similar vein. Something that extended beyond simply imbibing a family trait in their family lines. Especially considering that the Sayres' family traits were too unique to believe that even prodigious mages were able to exactly know what they were doing. Rituals were not that easy or worked exactly as intended. Even Atticus' form of long life had to be done with hundreds if not thousands of years of ritual expertise at his beck and call, along with a portrait of an expert in ritual magics. Her own ritual sets were done using Atticus' own modifications as a base, which she only altered, not entirely created on her own, and with plenty of help from the portrait. For mages long after the Golden Age of Atlantis and 1,000 years before the Golden Age for magical knowledge and exploration during the antiquities to be able to create such a family trait with deliberate intention was not something she could accept readily. To her, as much as she was loath to consider it, it seemed like it was more accidental yet also purposeful by a quirk of fate or favor of magic, rituals that did not work as intended but worked to the advantage of the heirs, just like it had worked in the favor of these most ancient families of whatever rituals these families might have done at some stage. The only issue she had with developing this theory into something more concrete however was that family chronicles rarely told the truth, even if they did not dilute what may have happened in the form of flowery poetry or sagas that exemplified whatever they wished to promote. She'd read enough of her own ancestors that came after Salazar to know that. It was unfortunate that the heirs had lost much of their chronicles during their time in Egypt even if the truth was likely to be sparse. Nevertheless, if she could discover what exactly was behind this greater magical potential, if it was magic or if it was blood and magic, she could see many advantages for the magical world, and for herself. Tippett stood up from his seat and an excited hush passed through the great hall. Students, as you're well aware, it is Samhain tomorrow eve. You will have the option to return home and partake in the celebrations in honoring the departed with family or you may remain here and partake in the celebrations in Hogsmeade. Tippett paused for a moment as murmurs rang around in the great hall. One of the changes she worked to reinstate, something until recently had been stymied by the old ministry under the direction of her now dead enemies was the Hogsmeade Samhain celebration, an event that had been cancelled nearly 2 centuries ago. During the time of the founders, it was an event that brought villages and clans together, a practice that had survived well until the late 16th century but had been dropping away more and more when it had been a visible marker to being a magical. Tippett continued, you have until tomorrow to inform your head of house of your choice. Tippett clapped his hands and the food popped onto the tables. You may eat. Tippett said and it was the beginning of excited conversation erupting amongst the students. Ho ho. Slughorn who sat next to her sounded out excitedly as he turned towards Madeline. I hope Wister has made more of that wonderful mead. Ugh, for all that it tastes great, it gives the worst hangover. Professor Madeline who taught astronomy complained from on the other side of Slughorn where she sat. It's your own fault for refusing to take a simple potion that cures that particular ailment. Professor Goshawk of Ancient Runes murmured in her cup. Tippett turned to her, good sign that things are finally settling down. He said to her, his old eyes darting towards the paper before they returned to hers. I didn't think it would happen so quickly. I expect there likely will be some Aurors patrolling. She said as she took her cup. Before she drank it she paused and looked at him. I imagine that the staff will all be present. She asked him. Yes. Tippett with a throaty hum in his voice and he took his cup but before drinking he paused and glanced at her meaningfully. The staff will have to be apart from the celebrations to make sure we keep an eye on the students. We'll have a meeting shortly to discuss such particularities. Prudent Emily said with a nod and Tippett turned back to his cup and his drink. Emily returned her gaze towards the great hall and her gaze trailed over the student body as nearly everyone had arrived as far as she could tell. The number of students was slightly less than in her day mostly because of the many families that left the Isles during the Troubles but she expected the numbers to skyrocket in the next couple of decades. Her eyes wandered towards the Slytherin table. There wasn't just a sea of Slytherin green ties but there were also a few yellows, blues and even reds as students mingled. After Atticus' defeat of Grindelwald and Dumbledore's betrayal, one of the places that showed the consequences of such sudden shocks had been Hogwarts. Hogwarts since nearly its beginning had been a place that divided its students along impassable lines, deeply entrenched like World War I trenches with cross-house participation akin to no man's land. It had been something she had worked to erode and had done so with some measurable success during her last year in Hogwarts. Of course, it helped that the children from primary magical schools were entering Hogwarts, something that only raised the overall desire of the school body to improve as the younger generation were regularly approaching the skills of students' years their senior retained their childhood friendships. Of course, it also helped that Dumbledore's actions had broken the illusion of chivalry and honor as something belonging to House Gryffindor. Her own magnanimity and that of House Slytherin had however worked to improve House Slytherin's reputation in Hogwarts, and where before it was known as the House of Dark Wizards and Pureblood Supremacy, it had been slowly shifting as the House of Leaders, something that appealed to the egos of many of her housemates. And when she returned to teach Dada, she had seen that it had stuck somewhat though she had to reinforce it. And now, years later, and as deputy headmistress of the school her ancestor had built, she could say that she was rather proud at her accomplishment. Just as she was proud that slowly but surely Muggle notions and traditions were falling away without falling back into complacency. Soon enough the Samhain arrived. Students joined the villages in the revelry and in the bonfires. It was mild, this Samhain celebration, but that was fine. The more intense celebrations and messages to the dead could come later. She walked away from the busy centers of Hogsmeade and towards the edges when she saw Malfoy looking her way. My lady. Malfoy said with a bowed head as he joined her in her walk around the perimeter of the Samhain Hogsmeade celebrations. Abraxas. She said with the barest of acknowledgements. It's good to see the Samhain celebrations conducted again in Hogsmeade. Abraxas said after a while, a pleased expression on his face. Soon enough such celebrations of important wizarding holidays and remembrances will become standard as they always should have. Abraxas. Emily said, her gaze finally setting on him, and he stood a little straighter, his head bowing lowly. He understood her perfectly well and he answered. Some of our proposals are gaining greater opposition than expected. Abraxas said swiftly. To be exact, the proposal to requisition land from the Muggles for the ministry. The land taken from the Muggles would aid in providing alternative income for the ministry. Agriculture was an opportunity, especially after the still terrible ability of the British Muggles to feed themselves from the produce of the Isles. With their ability to create far greater yield in the same plot of lands, they would be able to create massive quantities of food for less than a tenth of its space. The hedge witches and wizards that once produced food for magical Britain had been limited in both ability and innovation, something that they did not lack, and the old ministry had been too incompetent to be able to think of something this simple. Without the Muggles being aware of the magical world, they could far more easily navigate through the Muggle world and take what they wanted, and in this instance, they would steal as much land as they could get away with. They might be advocating for them to cut off contact with the Muggles, but it didn't mean they would leave it untouched. The hypocrisy was conveniently ignored when it was this approach that made everyone who'd been part of Ouroboros since the beginning, those who had sworn personal allegiance to her, had become wealthier than at any point in their family's history, all because of her and Atticus. Taking from Muggles was acceptable to all, as long as it was their wealth they were taking. With the help of the Sphinx group, they would appear legitimate food producers and expand throughout the still recovering Muggle Europe, whilst also meeting all of the needs of the Magicals for less than nuts, whilst also taxing less as a result of the income from this source. No matter if you were magical or Muggle, full bellies staved away angry mobs. Who? She asked calmly. The stronger progressive families, like the Bones and the Abbots. They won't be able to rally the third of the council they need to stop the law from passing, but they are making noise in the public sphere. Abraxas said, displeased. Annoying. Still. Let them. Emily said finally. My lady. Abraxas questioned, confused. She turned her gaze towards him. Abraxas, we cannot stifle opposing voices, in any way, not at this stage. She said as she placed her arms behind her back as they walked back towards the crowd as the Samhain celebrations were about to begin. We, the Ministry and the Council, need to be seen as a place that allows for debate, for discourse, and for idiotic notions of freedom of speech to be seen to take place, she said as she glanced at him from the corner of the eye. We are winning, Abraxas, but we have not won, not completely. That can only come with time we will build even if the voices of the weak buzz in our ears. She came to a stop and she turned her heavy gaze completely to him. I understand, Abraxas said with a bowed head. Emily nodded slightly to him and began to walk again, and Abraxas locked step with her. Abraxas would be key in ensuring that when the time came, Britain's union with Illos was as smooth as possible. He did not know the details, none of them did, but he knew enough. He'd been to Illos a number of times throughout the years to have at least some idea of where things were going. She'd watched him carefully throughout the years, and it was clear that to her that Abraxas had welded himself to her, to them. For that, she would see him rewarded in some way or another. More than he already has. How is Lucinda? The pregnancy going well? Emily asked lightly. Lucinda was a daughter of a Norwegian noble family that bred Pegasus horses. Somehow, it was fitting for a Malfoy lord to marry a daughter from such a family. Abraxas allowed a glimmer of a smile to come across his face. The pregnancy is going well. I am to have a son. He said with a hint of pride in his voice. Good to hear, Abraxas. She said with an incline of his head. May magic look kindly upon him. Atticus mentioned this son of Abraxas. She was curious to meet Abraxas' heir that Atticus grudgingly acknowledged would be a smart but untrustworthy and slippery man. Here, here. Abraxas said proudly as they rejoined the Samhain celebrations. Break. 17th of December 1953, Indonesia, Ambon Academy of Excellence. Tertiasa POV. His pen was moving across the page with a careful diligence as he wrote the teacher's words down on the notebook. Before he knew it, the bell was ringing. As he closed the notebook, the teacher finished with, on Monday, we will cover gravitational potential energy and its common uses. I expect you to read the pages 274 to 296 over the weekend. Tertiasa suppressed the urge to grimace, something he could see others weren't able to. They could expect a test now on Monday. Mr. Idris was punishing like that. As he walked out of the classroom, he felt an arm wrap around his neck. Are you coming to play ball? Ashraf asked. Tertiasa peeled his friend's arm off of his shoulder. Not today. He said to Ashraf, I've got a meeting with the principal. Ah, that's right. Ashraf exclaimed before he frowned. Do you know what it is about? He shook his head. I don't. He looked to his friend. Do you? Ashraf looked annoyed. No, I don't. The others aren't saying anything, but I know it's good because they look excited. Ashraf paused for a moment. But I think they're leaving. Very soon too. Why do you think that? Tertiasa asked, concerned. Well, I heard Seta gave Rusnami a tearful goodbye the other day. Oh. He could only say. The two girls were very close, pretty much sisters despite their different backgrounds. And she didn't tell Rusnami where she might be going. He asked. Ashraf shook his head. Strange, he wondered aloud. Ashraf looked at him. You might leave too. We don't know for sure. He said, a little distracted as he thought on the possibility that Ashraf was right. Well, you can tell me after your meeting then, Ashraf said with a smile before he started walking away. Speak to you later. He said as he took the exit through the left hall whilst Tertiasa continued onto the Prinkle's office. Take a seat, Mr. Sibillalat. When it is time, you will be called into the principal's office. The secretary said, and he thanked her before he made his way to a seat in the waiting area. He stopped briefly when he saw her but quickly found his seat. He fiddled with his hands for a little, stealing glancing at her before he decided he could read whilst he waited. After a little while, he couldn't help it and he glanced up from the book and looked at her. She sat there with her legs crossed and a large sketchbook on her lap. Her long silken black hair fell either side of her shoulders and her head was bowed, but he could see her face clearly. Her brows were furrowed, almost welded onto each other with how furrowed her brows were in concentration, and her hand, pencil in hand, danced across the white sketchbook in large sweeping motions before her wrist pulled back in circular motions. It was mesmerizing. He thought her to be mesmerizing and he wondered what perfection she was penciling into that book. He knew her, well he knew of her. Fatima. She was in the year group ahead of him and she was considered to be the best artist in the whole school. He'd seen some of her work and he thought it was incredible. He thought she was incredible. He wasn't sure when the crush on her started, maybe when he'd bumped in her a couple of years ago and helped her gather her things that he so clumsily dropped, but it was as strong as it's ever been. Something he knew he'd be teased about endlessly for having a crush on someone who he'd never really spoken to. You could speak to her now. His voice rang in his head and he stifled it mercilessly. What would they talk about? He thought to himself morosely. Fatima was in her last year in the academy and then she'd go to New York or Paris or somewhere else amazing. He would probably just end up going to school in Australia or America on the academy scholarship and never see her again except maybe in newspapers whenever she would dazzle the world with her art. He ducked under the cover of his book as someone walked into the waiting area outside of the principal office. He glanced at the person who entered and he was surprised. She was white and had long brown hair and she was dressed in strange clothes. It was like a very loose shirt but without buttons and had a round collar. She turned and he ducked again under his book and pretended to be deep in his book. The school was funded by Sphinx Group, a huge company that did almost everything, even shipping. He'd seen a few of those huge ships a few times by the coast, ships that had Endrian on its sides but also had a Sphinx symbol. He didn't know why they cared about building a school in Indonesia, but he was happy for it. He didn't think the Indonesian government would have cared about the kind of students that were in the academy or give expensive scholarships to other countries. The academy offered scholarships to all students that kept up a B average. Scholarships to America or Australia for all kinds of topics, and after the studies were finished, they would have a place in the huge company. From what he heard, it could be anywhere in the world, the choice was theirs. It was amazing really. Still, he never seen any Europeans in the school however. Until now. It was making him a little nervous. Why would they come now? No one had really paid the academy much attention, even the people in the city. The academy was quite far from the main parts of the city, more up the hills that overlooked the city and the ocean, and it made visiting the town during school off days quite difficult. The people there were odd. It was almost as if they didn't care the academy existed. At least until they spoke to the other kids from the other schools who really didn't like them and thought them spoiled and rich. Which definitely wasn't the case. Almost all of them had come orphanages all across Indonesia, and he himself had come from a small village in Tayabu, a place that no one would even be able to point on a map if it even existing on a map. Suffice it to say, none of them really liked going to town, especially after what happened a few years ago. The scary days of when the Indonesian army invaded the city and most else of the island after the people here had declared for independence. It had been scary then, but the principal and the teachers told them not to worry, that nothing was going to happen to them, and thankfully nothing did, not even a visit from the army. Some of his classmates thought that the army was too worried about upsetting the Sphinx Group, but he didn't really believe that. He looked back up from the book after he heard the door close. He turned to Fatima and he was startled when he saw her stare at him. He said nothing as he froze, as if he was an orangutan caught stealing a rice cake. It felt like an age until she spoke. Not so nice, isn't it? She said with a calm voice as she tilted her head. What? He managed to say. Staring. She said simply. Oh. He sounded out and he felt suddenly a lot more nervous. You knew I was looking. Hard not to, she said dryly. You were staring nearly the whole time. Oh, he once more sounded, sounding stupid. He hadn't noticed he'd been staring for so long. Sorry. He said a little weakly. It's fine. She said before she returned to her sketchbook, her hand dancing once more on the sketchbook. He wasn't sure what pushed him, but he knew he had to keep speaking. So what are you drawing? He asked. Why? She asked. Why what? Why are you asking? She expanded even as she continued to draw, not even once looking up. I don't know. He admitted to her, maybe because I know you make very beautiful art, and maybe because he hesitated for a second before continuing, maybe because the way your hand moves and sketches is mesmerizing, and I think that such a thing could only mean it's another masterpiece and I'm curious to see it. He thought he saw her smile even as she remained silent until she spoke up. A place. She said as she glanced at him from the corner of her eyes before refocusing on the sketchbook. When I lived in Jakarta, there was this old man who practiced kejauhan. Do you know of it? No. He said to her. Is it a religion? Not quite. She said as she continued to draw. More a tradition than a religion. Anyway, this old man used to regale a few of us with stories and legends during the occupation. She began to finally move her pencil across the sketchbook and he remained silent as she said nothing. Tertiasa knew that some places during the occupation had been very bad and the revolution after it been worse. Many of the students at the academy came from places where the fighting or starvation had been bad. He'd been lucky. His village had been untouched, but his parents had died during the revolution when they'd been away from home. He'd been cared for by friends of family before he was enrolled here at 11. For him, the academy was an opportunity that he'd never get anywhere else, but he would have been fine, he thought, if he stayed at the village. For others, the academy literally saved their lives. The legend I liked the most was Tanta Page Laren. She said after a little while before she continued, her hand moving slowly as she spoke. Java, not long after the creation of the world, floated freely on the ocean. She smiled and he thought it was one of the prettiest thing he'd ever seen. Always tumbling and shaking, moving and traveling. She said with a hum. Batara Guru, the supreme god, wished to change this, and the supreme god ordered the gods Brahma and Vishnu to fill the island with people, but before that, they decided that it was too chaotic, too dangerous for the little people to live on a shaking land, and so the gods concocted a plan to move a part of Mahameru and attach it upon Java so it would stop moving and shaking. The sacred five-peaked mountain. Tertiasa commented and she turned to him with a smile and she nodded. They learned a lot about spiritual beliefs at the academy, and the mountain was sacred to both Hinduism and Buddhism. The god Vishnu transformed into a giant turtle and carried a part of Mount Meru upon his back, whilst the god Brahma transformed in a giant serpent and wrapped his body around the mountain and giant turtle's back, so the Meru mountain can be transported safely to Java. Tertiasa said nothing as he waited for her to continue, which she did. The gods struggled with the holy mountain, and when they placed it on one side of Java, the whole island tilted to one side. Then they moved it eastward, which ended up scattering the mountain fragments and creating the volcanoes and mountainous regions of Java. When they placed Mount Meru on the eastern part of Java, the island was still tilted, and this time it was the western part of Java that rose up. The gods then cut a piece of the holy mountain and placed it on the northwest part of East Java. Mount Patra. Tertiasa said, and she turned to him with another smile that quickened his heart. Yes. She said as she returned to her drawing. The main part of Meru mountain became Semeru volcano and became the holy abode of Lord Shiva. She was quiet for a little while until she broke the silence as she moved her hand in small motions. I always liked that story. She said in a musing tone. It reminds me that even powerful gods like Brahma and Vishnu never get it right the right time, that there is always something to be done to improve and to change to achieve balance and perfection. She said as she finished sketching. It is a comforting story. Tertiasa agreed quietly and she looked at him with a small smile. It is, isn't it? She said beautifully. It's wonderful in its own way. She finished as she placed the sketch beside her. Before he could get a closer look, the door to the principal's office opened and both sets of eyes looked towards it. The principal stepped forward and looked at him and then her before he spoke. Fatima Shivwin and Tertiasa Fizabillah, the principal said. Please come into my office. The principal said as he walked back into his office. Fatima rose and walked forward. Tertiasa stood up and made his way towards the office before he stopped and turned back around. His eyes fell on the sketch and smiled when he saw what she had drawn. It was beautiful, the sketch of a serpent with its tail wrapped around a turtle that carried mountain on its back as it swam through the air. The land below was rife with animals like tigers, orangutans and other famous beasts of Java. Even in black and white, it was great. She really was immensely talented. He realized he was lingering too much and he quickly walked into the office and his eyes widened when he saw the blonde woman sat in the principal's seat. He quickly recovered and took the seat next to Fatima and he settled himself into the seat. Hello Mr. Fisbillah and Ms. Shivyun, the blonde woman said in English. I am Amber Mirak, an executive director of Sphinx Group, the financier of this academy. She paused as the woman's brown eyes flickered between him and Fatima. I believe you may have heard of us. Yes, Ms. Mirak, they said. The blonde woman smiled kindly at them. Good. She looked down and flicked through a few pages in the document. Ms. Shivyun, AB and grade average student, though the teachers note that you can improve if you set your mind to it. Ms. Mirak said as she read of the page. Though it seems like you've already chosen your path as an artist. She said as she turned to the next page and read it silently. She closed the document and took the next one. Ms. Mirak. Tertiasa started carefully. She looked at him with a kind smile. You must be wondering why you're here. She asked, her eyes flickering between the pair of them. Both of them nodded. It will be explained shortly. She looked down at a document. Mr. Fisbillalat, an A and grade average student with particular strengths in physics and mathematics. She flicked through the next page with a keen tendency to approach problems with methodological steps. She looked up and met his gaze. You have also shown to be non-dismissive of spiritual despite your strong scientific leanings. She said to him. It confused him a little. He didn't really understand why that would matter. He knew he was a little different to most other students when it came to spirituality. The academy was secular and strongly disabused religion, but there was still a lot of classes that focused on spirituality, concepts, and ideas of the nature of the universe. He liked the idea of there being more to the universe than logical structures without the whole superstitious element about gods and so on. Most of the students in the academy were from all kinds of religious and ethnic backgrounds. Indonesia was like that, but they all came to the academy at a young age without really going home for over 7 years, some even longer if they were brought during the war. Most lost interest in religion and spirituality even if they were taught it, especially when they knew that the education here was really good and that doing well in the sciences and other subjects would get them farther than they would have reached had the academy not come and took them in. Now, Ms. Mirek said as she placed her hands on the table in a tight ball. As to why the two of you are here, well, it's quite simple really. The pair of you are among the best students in the 6th and 7th year groups and I am here to offer you a choice. She said with a smile. A choice? Fatima asked. Ms. Mirek smiled at Fatima. What would you say if I told you magic exists? Ms. Mirek said to them and it stunned him. Magic? What? I would ask what you mean by magic. Fatima said, taking him out of his startled thoughts, and he turned to her. He was surprised to see her taking this far more serious than he thought possible. This had to be a joke. Surely? Ms. Mirek smiled at Fatima. A form of energy that has existed since the dawn of time and that certain kinds of life can tap into and use. An energy that can alter reality, in a small scale, to various degrees and possibilities, only really limited by one's imagination, drive, and strength. You're really saying magic exists? Tertiasa couldn't help but stayed in shock. Ms. Mirek took out a stick, a pale stick that seemed to fit her hand very well, and she flicked her wrist. Tertiasa tensed as the room became noticeably colder and his mouth fell agape as ice crystals formed in the air, and soon enough it began to snow in the principal's office. The blonde woman twisted her wrist and the snow began to gather, coagulating into a ball before it turned into an icy bird, a parrot, and it flew above their heads. Magic is real, Mr. Fisbillalat, Ms. Shivyun. He turned to her and saw her smile widen. And for the two of you, it can also be real. If you chose it. Why haven't I seen magic before? Tertiasa asked as he turned to Ms. Mirek with wide eyes. Magic is a closely held secret. She turned to the principal before she met Tertiasa's gaze. People fear what they do not understand. And what they don't understand, people tend to hate, and wars have been fought over less. It is better that it and those who can do magic remain secret. Wouldn't people stop fearing magic if they had it? Tertiasa asked. Ms. Mirek smiled at him sadly. Not everyone is able to do magic or have it. Only a very few number of people can. Wouldn't I know if I had magic? Tertiasa asked. Ms. Mirek nodded yes, by now you would have if you were born with magic. This is why I am here to offer you a choice. Are phoenixes real? Fatima asked suddenly, and Tertiasa turned to Fatima. He saw wonder in her eyes as she looked at the flying ice parrot. They are. Ms. Mirek said with a smile, and she finally drew Fatima's eyes to her. Just as dragons, unicorns, and more are real. The indigenous magical creature to Indonesia, a whole, also is real. She added. Fatima turned back to the still flying ice parrot. Why us? Fatima asked in a whisper, even as she stared at the icy parrot with a ponderous expression on her face. Ms. Mirek swept her wand again, and the snow and the melted snow all disappeared as if they were never there. Because you are special. Ms. Mirek simply said before she continued. There are people who are naturally born with magic, such as myself, and those who come from a magical line but have lost their magic. And we are in the second group. Tertiasa asked her, and Ms. Mirek smiled. You are. For the longest time, it was only through chance that people were born with magic from inactive magical lines, but now we are able to reactivate it in you. She turned to Fatima. The both of you. That is the choice that I am offering you. Yes. Fatima said quickly, almost breathlessly. Yes, I want magic. She said, her voice unable to contain her excitement as she recomposed herself. Excellent. Ms. Mirek said with a gentle smile, and she turned to Tertiasa. He had his doubts despite wanting to say yes desperately, many questions as to how involved the Sphinx group was with magic, why they took mostly orphans or those who were unwanted in, but then he glanced at Fatima. He knew he couldn't leave her to this alone, and in all honesty, he was always going to say yes despite his reservations. Yes. I would like to have magic too. Tertiasa said, and he knew that life was going to be very different than he thought it was going to be. Break. 21st of December 1953 Boston, America. With two near-soundless pops, they arrived at the front of the gates to the large estate. He looked to Emily and saw her nose scrunched a little the tingling. He asked her, a half-smile on his face as he raised his arm. She shot him an annoyed look but grabbed his arm anyway. Yes. She said primly. His smile grew a little. Apparition from Antarctica to Boston, America was not an easy feat to accomplish, even for them. He also had a tingling sensation in his toes which was an odd phenomenon he wasn't entirely sure how it comes to be. Let me know if they still tingle later. He said teasingly as he walked through past the gates and towards the estate. I can use my hands to wring it out. He said suggestively, a playful smile on his face. Her expression peaked up. Don't say anything you're not willing to carry out, she said with slight narrowed eyes. Atticus laughed. She loved his little foot rubs, especially after a grueling duel. He looked at her and his smile widened. She looked absolutely ravishing, the way the black dress hugged her form tastefully, her hair that was up which exposed her long thin neck that made her contrasting blood-red lips draw him in even already having ravished them before they left Illo's. It seems like she picked up on his thoughts and she rolled her eyes though he didn't fail to spot the pleased little smile that was half hidden. He turned away from her as the door opened. Atticus, Emily Louis Instant-Nose said respectfully as he stood by the door. Remnants of Mediterranean heritage was still apparent in his looks despite having long moved from the city of Athens. Louis Atticus greeted with a short nod to his brother-in-law whilst he led Emily's hand towards Louis who took it and kissed it as custom required. Louis guided him into the home. Marie has been unrestful all day, Louis said with an exasperated smile. A one-time gift seems to have won her heart. Of who is her favorite? Abraxan foals tend to have that impact, Atticus said with a pleased tone in his voice. Uncle Attorney. A little missile happily hollered out, hair swaying from side to side as she ran out at full pace at him, as fast as her little legs could go. With a mischievous flick of the finger, Marie flew through the air, giggling and laughing as she soared, and into his waiting arms. Oof, Atticus said with exaggeration, you're getting heavy. No, I'm not, Marie said as she wriggled in his arms. So you're still little then? No, I'm big. Marie said, and Atticus laughed before he placed her on his shoulders. Daddy, look, look. I'm taller than you. Marie said excitedly. Louis shook his head with a smile on his face. Yes, you are, Marie. Louis said before he locked his gaze with Emily and then him. Sophia is in the living room, he said as he gestured forward and they began to walk, following him towards there. Giddy up, giddy up. Marie said as she bounced on his shoulders, her hand slapping the top of his head which caused Emily to look at the pair of uncle and niece with an amused look. She's turned more willful, Emily mused to Louis who only sighed a little exasperated. She has. She's also managed to somehow get away with it more often than not. Not surprising, they heard and they turned towards the familiar voice. She is adorable even if she's a troublemaker. Not troublemaker. I'm always good. Daddy always says so. Marie said, and Sophia turned to Louis with a raised eyebrow. Even when Mama says you've been bad? Sophia asked her daughter and Louis looked a little nervous. Yes. Marie said happily and Sophie turned to Louis with narrowed eyes. You're trying to be her favorite, aren't you? Emily asked, wildly amused even if it didn't appear so. Louis grimaced before he smiled and shrugged. It can't be helped. Sophia intoned, unimpressed. We'll see about that. She said to her husband who once again grimaced. You got your papa in trouble, Marie. Nah, papa got papa in trouble. Marie said with protest and Atticus' lips twitched and the rest of the adults looked at the perceptive little hooligan with amused exasperation. After they had dinner and caught up, Atticus and Sophia left through the back doors of the estate and towards the gardens. He walked with his sister through the light snow in her gardens, her arm wrapped around his. How are things really? He asked his sister. Sophia sighed. Things are fine, nowhere near to what it was before. She said with a glance to him. Atticus nodded lightly, an apologetic expression on his face. Both his and Emily's plans had impacts on his family. Significant impacts. He wasn't sure if he would have been able to protect them without his sight. Things had mellowed out and warnings sent out both in reality and in threats were enough for interested parties to stay away, and it helped that politically his family were extremely well protected in the States, both his sister and their extended family. Louis Instant-Nose, a third son of the founding house of Instant-Nose, only solidified that though he would have preferred Charles to have survived. His sister deserved love, and while he knew she had grown to care and maybe even love Louis, it was not the kind of love she once felt for Xavier Charlestone's great-nephew. Should I expect things to get worse anytime soon? Sophia asked him directly. No. He told his sister, and it was the truth. Things have settled and Illos is still 3 years away from coming forth. And Britain? She asked knowingly. Are things done there? They are. Atticus confirmed to his sister. Magical Britain is becoming a better place for everyone. Especially for you and Emily. Sophia said as she turned her gaze away from him. Ouroboros looks like a powerful group. Be careful you don't lose control over it, she said. We won't. Atticus said as they walked. Ouroboros was a mixture of both merchant and also noble families that once sat on the Wiesengambot, but it was the merchant families that were hundreds of years old but never became nobility, that was the core of the group. Merchants that turned wealthy only because of him and Emily, and that were oath sworn to her. To lose control over them was not something that could happen even if people joined the Ouroboros party. It was several minutes later that either of them spoke, and it was Atticus who broke the silence. I would like to approach our aunt. Atticus said to his sister. Our aunt or my president? Sophia asked as she glanced at him from the corner of her eyes before she fixed them back towards the snowy path before them. Your president? Atticus questioned. I am a Macusa citizen, dear brother. You're an Ilosian citizen. Atticus reminded her, and Sophia rolled her eyes. Ilos exists nowhere except in Ilos. After Britain exiled us, Sophia said as she turned to him with a glaring stare before she continued, I needed to take up citizenship since we're officially non-British. Macusa graciously offered. And Sophia cut him off, and I won't give it up even when Ilos becomes known. Not until it's later. You won't come to live in Ilos? Atticus questioned her despite knowing her answer, and from the look he got from her, she knew he knew that she wouldn't. They said nothing for a little while. Your president? Atticus said finally. Sophia remained silent for a few seconds. She's probably expecting you anyway. I'll see what I can do. She peered at him. I take Japan's stops of trying to re-establish trade with former trading partners as you're doing? She asked accusingly. She was probably annoyed that he was throwing a wrench in whatever business scheme she had been thinking of, likely one that involved in Macusa establishing closer ties with Japan in exchange of their markets opening to her businesses. Why does everyone always think I have something to do with it? She looked at him with a deadpan expression. Because usually you do, little brother. You're annoying, even now, like that. He grunted displeased, and after a few seconds, yes. He said finally, yes, we're indirectly responsible. He said. So they'll be the first? Sophia asked after a few moments. Yes. He told her. She knew that he was planning on tying magical countries closer to him through different ways, many of those ways diplomatically. Sophia nodded. Macusa second. She peered at him. Or third, she said knowingly, referring to magical Britain. He only smiled at her, and she rolled her eyes. Absent-mindedly he wondered why the women in his life liked to roll their eyes at him. It'll have to be spectacular to pull Macusa to your corner even if they like you as much as they do. Sophia said, and she continued, and before you ask, I won't help you in changing their minds. I'm staying out of it. She said firmly. I understand. Just arrange the meeting and I'll take it from there. He reassured her, and she nodded firmly before she visibly changed her expression. How is mother? Sophia asked him as she turned to face him fully, her expression showing the deep concern she felt for their mother. She's still coming back fine. Atticus said in a reassuring tone. It's not concrete yet, when exactly she'll be back, but she will be back within the next year, that is certain. After which she would stay and live with Sophia for a good few years at least. They had only spoken to her a few times in the last 4 years, and that was through recordings. The ancient humans had developed communications arrays that were interlinked and allowed for instant communication, but all of that was obviously gone. Now, communication still faster than the speed of light but still far from instantaneous took several months depending how many thousands of light years they were away, and she was multiple tens of thousands of years away quite often. Sophia's expression changed to happy relief before it morphed to contemplation. I can't wait to hear her stories. The last time she was back she had much to tell. Yes, it had been fascinating to hear, though also extremely worrying. He could only really see events of Earth or events that were directly in his personal future. He wasn't sure why. Perhaps it was scale. Perhaps it was simply he hadn't learned how to extend it further into the universe, but nevertheless the only things he knew of the galaxy at large is what his mother and Moira told him directly in his future. And from the sounds of it, they had more problems than cataclysmic enemies, problems that could turn into cataclysmic enemies. They were significantly more advanced than what he might have thought would be out there, especially given that it was only 200,000 years since the reset of the galaxy, as Moira would tell him, in less than a year, but that was the current situation in the galaxy. It seemed like things would become even more urgent for them to move out of Earth, especially if they were so close to the world. Are you envious? He asked, referring to when Sophia had the choice to go as well. Sophia took a moment to answer before she smiled beautifully. No. Not when I know that I would not have had Marie. Atticus smiled at her. I am glad. She nodded as she grabbed his arm more firmly. And you? She asked him curiously. You know that your choice of doing all that you're doing has taken away from the possibilities to be out there, she said as she turned skyward to be an explorer, to see the stars and the planets and the nebulas of the galaxy. She turned to him. Do you regret it? The choices you've made? She asked, inferring to more than just exploring the galaxy. Not when I know it's for the better for our people. Atticus said to her. Not a clear answer, little brother. Sophia commented astutely. Still, I understand. She said, and soon enough they turned back towards the warm house. The rest of the evening went smoothly and it was time well spent with family. Break. The void. Anne Sayer POV. She watched the changing patterns that were more like flowing curtains of purples and greens, endlessly shifting hues and in swirls that somehow managed to always generate a new color of greens and violets in its small difference. There was a sense of poetry to it, she mused to herself as she sat there by the window of the control hub of the ship. Slipspace was non-visible to the human eye, but the ancient humans were able to pick up in slipspace the massive rippling magnetic fields that was within the galaxy. Something about boundaries existing around clusters of star systems, and these flowing curtains were merely projections used to determine the health of slipspace. She knew little of the complex mathematics that lay behind those flowing curtains, that allowed for such travel in seas of mesmerizing splendor, but none of that took away that sense of poetry, of the idea that there was a sense of simplicity in such impossibilities. She often sat by this window when they traveled, which was nearly all the time, and simply watched the beauty of these curtains. It helped that it was reminiscent of her son's eyes, and it chipped away at the deep longing she felt for her children and the grandchild she had never met in some small way. She's been in space for the past 4 or so years now, in her estimation. 4 long years of non-stop exploration, and before that she'd only come back a few times in the years before then. She often regretted choosing to leave for so long. To leave behind all that she knew and all that she cared about. Yet it had also been time for her to seek out new things, and Moira had given her the newness she needed. Marcus' death, the attack on her mother and the rest of her family, Grindelwald and Atticus' defeat of the man, Atticus and Emily's plans for the magical world, and Sophia's own journey to find her place in the world. Much had happened in those years. Much had been revealed as well. Where she had seen Sophia break and reform into a stronger person, where she had seen Atticus grow and become a man that he was always meant to be, she had instead felt lost. Her children had no need of her, and she had felt unanchored. Britain had not felt like home when she had returned, and those parties and events felt hollow, the people feeling just as hollow, people who pretended at being people as they showered her with praise and congratulations for bearing such a strong lord. She knew then that after what she had experienced in the past few years, that she could never go back to being Lady Sayer, the socialite that acted as they did, that talked like they did. Not after the loss of Marcus, the loss of her father, her cousin, and only a few short years afterwards her mother, who had lingered on longer than they all thought. She had felt unanchored, and despite her children's attempts in including her in their lives, she knew that it was time for them to find their own paths in life. Moira had offered an opportunity that she took it despite the heartache. Looking back, she realized that Atticus had known before she did that she going to leave. A soft smile came across her face. He put in extra effort in spending time with her that year. He was a wonderful son. At times, she thought amusedly and a little exasperated. He'd inherited much from Marcus, but one thing that was entirely his own was his bullheadedness. Her smile fell off. Perhaps that was why he was the Sayer that would take their people to the stars. Leaving with Moira hadn't only been opportunistic, she was doing it to safeguard her children. To safeguard Atticus. It sounded odd, it truly did, given what he was capable of, how able he was at defending himself, but there were things that Atticus did not know, could not see. One of them was about what was out here. Atticus was dead set in moving worlds. But without knowing where to go, it was folly. Without knowing who was out here was folly, and joining Moira to see whether her ancient enemies were still around was a way she could protect her family. Atticus would protect the rest of their family back home. Soft footsteps on the metallic floors distracted her from her musings, and she glanced over her shoulder. Moira was dressed in blue-white clothing with almost impenetrable skin-tight suit underneath the loose clothing. It was one of her people's customary way of dress. "We are almost there then?" Anne asked as she stood up. Moira inclined her head in her usual way. "We will arrive in less than 10 minutes. Good. I would like to stand on Earth again. It's been too long." Anne said. Moira smiled. Felix's should still be habitable and oxygen-rich. It was only a research facility during the later eras in my people's time. Its distance from our empire's domain and close proximity to their space made it unsuitable for long-term colonization. Anne raised her hand and the hollow of the planetary system popped up. Its sun was similar that of their own, but that was where most of the similarities ended. Where there were 7 planets in the Sol system, there were 8 here, with 4 rocky worlds packed in the habitable region, though the planet nearest to the sun in the habitable region were borderline, whilst the other 2 were too close to the star and were little more than barren rocks. But what made it special was there were moons in this system that had atmospheres, moons that were larger than average and that could be changed. They, however, along with some of the planets, would need a lot of work to make them comfortable. She zoomed out of the solar system until the view changed to that of the galaxy. In the years of traveling, they visited hundreds if not thousands of worlds that once had been in the human empire and known forerunner worlds, worlds that were now bereft of life with only traces of their legacy remaining. They had traveled first to the galactic margin, which had been the first worlds that fell to the flood, and had found little life there, and most of the worlds had their atmosphere and life destroyed. From there, over the years, they'd circled inward, finding many worlds destroyed or barren, though there were some that recovered, until they reached Kurum-Hakar, the ancient human home world and capital. She remembered Moira's look when she'd gazed upon Kurum-Hakar, the world where she had been born and raised on, one that spoke of unimaginable pain of having lost everything, Moira had said that it still looked the same even after thousands of years since she left here, when she had first awoken from her sleep that Kushma had forced her daughter in. The world's biosphere still had not recovered and the planet was devastated, craters that could fill oceans as large as the Mediterranean and massive cracks on its surface that ran for thousands of miles amidst grey and barren sea of rocks made it clear that the planet was dead and would take momentous efforts to resurrect it. Little evidence existed of the ancient humans. The Forerunners had been thorough in wiping out the ancients' existence from the system, from the galaxy. It was frightening to know how thoroughly the Forerunners had been capable of wiping out hundreds of thousands of years of history and development on thousands of worlds. It spoke of a deep-seated hatred that was obsessive, that they wanted to destroy humanity so completely. The Felix's system beeped in the view, breaking her out of her thoughts, and with a few motions of her fingers, Soul system beeped as well. So far, she whispered as she stared at the hollow. Soul was within the Orion arm, within the constellation Orion. The nearest brightest star within the northern hemisphere was Sirius, Procyon, Altair, and Vega, which were all within a 25 light-year radius, and all were systems they've visited. Only Sirius and Procyon had planets that could be colonized, which once upon a time had been ancient human worlds and fairly intact. The star called Epsilon Eridani was another one such system, though this one was rather special with how many habitable planets it bore and were intact. Moira said to her that it wouldn't take long to make the rest habitable either, despite the erosion of the biosphere as a consequence of the ancient human Forerunner War. Yet all of them were unsuitable for how close they were to Earth, and more. With slip space it hardly took any time to get to these worlds, and it was something that they rejected completely. Even rudimentary slip space systems would be able to make that jump in one journey. That was something none of them wanted, even if it would take 1,000 years for the Muggles to develop slip space of their own. Atticus believed that the Muggles would figure out a way to travel at percentages of the speed of light and create generational ships which would circumvent needing slip space technology to travel faster than light. Cryosleep was a relatively easy technology to develop, he had said, and that it was too risky to build a home so close to the Muggles. Moira had echoed such considerations, and it was better to put at least a little bit of distance between them, which was why they scouted for worlds in the Roafi Yuki region, a star-forming region where there was a particular world of interest. A world that was stated to be similar to the Earth and would not need a lot of work. Unfortunately, it was also occupied, something that they had found evidence of all across within 1,000 light-years of Earth and even much further. That was the other reason why it was important to find a world far from the Orion arm. There was an alien civilization around Earth's corner. The Covenant. What they had learned of them was disturbing, and it was only thanks to the advanced technology of the scout ship and its cloaking systems that they had not been discovered when they gathered the information. An alien civilization, a hegemony, that spanned across thousands of star systems and had tens of thousands of star ships, many of them a third the size of Ilos itself. There were at least 5 species within this hegemony, but it was clear that there was one that dominated, the same species that colonized the world in Roafuichi. A serpent-like creature which stood upright and that had mandibles for a mouth. It was tall, taller than any human, even taller than Moira, who was 6'9", and had 4 fingers on each hand. Moira said that she did not recognize the species, that the species could have been one of the species that once were in Forerunner space, but if the appearance of the creature was disturbing, it had nothing why their civilization consisted of multiple species that were not related to each other. They managed to disable one of the ships belonging to a bird-like species she now knew as Kigyar and interrogated them, and what they learnt was disturbing. They worshipped the Forerunners as gods. All of them. It was what bound their society together and moved towards a goal called the Great Journey, the same journey that they believed the Forerunners took and transcended from the physical world. She'd never seen Moira so angry then, and it took time for Moira to tell Anne what she believed what this great journey truly was. She believed that whatever the Forerunners had done, it had wiped out massive amounts of life from the galaxy in their desperation against the Flood. There was no sign of the Forerunners after years of searching, and given that these Covenant species were actively searching for Forerunner relics for several thousands of years already without finding a sign of the Forerunners, she believed that the Forerunners either died out or retreated from the galaxy when they wiped out all life. The absence of their arrogance on their once known throne worlds, as Moira said, worlds that were symbols of Forerunner mastery of technology and of physics, now were barren rocks absent of life and atmosphere. This was proof, Moira had said, of their shame and guilt over their actions, since nothing truly remained of Forerunner mastery. Anne had often wondered, if Moira's thoughts on what may have happened to the Forerunners were true, whether or not the Forerunners had hated themselves just fervently and loathingly as they once hated humanity, with the way the Forerunners had wiped out almost all evidence of their existence and dominance over the galaxy. That these creatures wanted to do the same terrified Anne, and they had searched for years what this weapon might be, but they had found nothing. No signs of what this weapon might be. In the end, they decided to abandon the search for this weapon for now and focus on finding a world along an uninhabited region of the galaxy, far from the star maps they managed to seize from the captured ship. The Felix's system was within the Perseus arm, on its other fringes, and bordered the Sagittarius arm close to the galactic core. It was almost 50,000 light-years away from Earth. It may be far, but it will be safe, Moira said as she stood next to Anne. There has been little sign of civilization around this cluster of stars and neighborhood. Don't tempt fate. Anne said with a side glance. She's not that kind to begin with. Moira smiled lightly at her comment and soon enough they exited slip space. They exited by the outer gas giant in the system, a gas giant that was 2/3 the size of Jupiter and was of a similar hue of colors as that of Saturn though the blues overpowered the yellows. One of the moons was the size of Mars and it had an atmosphere though this far out from the star made it a frigid world. There was signs of geothermal activity, Moira said, that the planet's tight gravitational orbit around the gas giant pulled and pushed at the moon and that it was likely that given time the moon could be made habitable as it had a strong magnetic field for its size. They quickly passed the other gas giant which had several moons with one in particular that looked like it would be one of the easier ones to terraform and soon enough they were into the inner parts of the solar system. The reports on the solar system, surveys that had been long ago, reported that the formation of the star system had been more violent than typical, that more rocky elements had been born during the star's birth which explained why there was so many moons of larger sizes and rocky planets that were 50 to 150% larger than Earth. They arrived at the outer planet within the habitable region and she could see that it was a highly mountainous planet with snow and ice covering most of the rocks though at the equator there was water and many volcanoes that were active. Its moon, larger than Earth's moon, was covered with a dense yellow and grey atmosphere. The third world was on the other side of the solar system so when they passed through the system, they encountered the two worlds in the habitable region that were closest to the sun. The second closest world almost like one sea of savanna, brown and green, with only two large bodies of water, one at the equator and the other in the north. It was also over twice as large as Earth and held several moons that were about the size of Luna. The first closest world was a desert which was largely devoid of water with the exception of a single sea that looked smaller than the Caspian Sea and was 3/4 the size of Earth. They passed the sun and they finally arrived at their destination. Anne looked out at the world with her own eyes as they moved to breaching the atmosphere. It was green, startling green with high mountainous peaks that paved the paths for rivers to stretch out for thousands of miles, rivers that were wide and stretched into seas on either side of the landmass. Valleys of startling green covered what land existed, there was little ice except for the furthest points north and south, mountain ranges that stretched for miles eerily reminiscent of the Himalayas were plentiful on this world yet it was the flatness and the rivers that really stood out. Moira stood by her and Anne looked at her with a smile before refocusing on the world beneath them. It's a wonderful world. Anne said aloud with a smile on her face. It's an ideal world. Moira agreed the planet does have an elliptical orbit but it is not extreme nor does it extend far enough for the temperature to drop below 10 degrees in the uppermost northern and southern regions during winter. It would likely have been turned into a resort world had been closer to our empire. Anne snorted. The ancient ancestors had some queer way of thinking she thought herself, to turn an entire world into a resort world. She shook her head as they sailed the air towards one of the valleys. Anne exited the ship and she stepped foot on the alien grass in a special suit that protected her from the environment around. It was not needed. Apparently this world was human-compatible and the air was about 21.9% oxygen and 77% nitrogen with only a few trace gases that were different to Earth and slightly different percentages of the other gases. According to the data they had, it had never been terraformed which made it unusual for how similar it was. They'd presumed that it might have been a precursor world who were known to favor Earth-like worlds and carbon-based life. Yes. Her life was certainly different now she thought to herself as the skin-tight suit around her fingers and hands retracted away and she touched the tall vibrant green that were a shade brighter. She closed her eyes and she extended herself like how Atticus taught her to do, when he guided her to feel more of the ambient magic of the world. She'd done this on countless worlds, both alive and dead. She could not feel as much as she knew Atticus could, perhaps less than a fraction given how he often spoke to her about what he could sense and feel and see, but she could feel it strong enough to tell the differences between Earth and the other worlds. Some felt like there was no magic at all, especially on barren worlds but also worlds that could be settled but had something missing whilst others were stronger but not to the strength of that of Earth's magic. This one felt stronger. Much stronger. Moira. Anne began as she opened her eyes and swiveled around. Moira turned and looked at her, a curious expression on her face. This world's stronger in magic. Moira's eyes widened. Moira knew there was little she would not know after spending so much time together about her ability to sense magic. It turned into a criteria of what worlds were suitable for settlement. Anne's hand went to the side of her neck and the bubble-head-like helmet fell away and she breathed in her breath of the world and she smiled widely. This is the world, Moira. Anne said as she looked out happily. The tall vibrant green grass, the high peaks of the mountains in the distance, the sounds of the swaying grass in the mild wind. This is going to be our home, I know it. She said as she turned to face Moira. Moira looked at her for a while before she nodded. I believe you would be right. She looked at Anne curiously. No doubt Atticus will want to feel this world's magic. Anne laughed. He might never leave. She said to Moira and she meant it to as she got used to the world's magic. It was hard to describe when you got used to the ambient magic. Magic in places, in regions all had different strengths. Hogwarts was a powerful place for magic and the artificial region created in Antarctica was another. Yet here. It was just as strong as those places that were steeped in magic, artificially strengthened or no, and she was sure that they had not stepped on the intersection of ley lines by chance, for the likelihood of that was very low. We can gather more up-to-date data of this system before scoping the stars in the neighborhood, Moira said before pausing momentarily before smiling slightly at Anne. After that, if all things go well, we can return. Anne smiled widened as she walked over to Moira. It'll be good to be finally home. Home to her children. Home to her granddaughter. Moira's gaze looked away from Anne's gaze and towards the valley. Home is wherever you make it, and this is an excellent choice of a home. Anne stood by Moira and looked at where she was looking. Yes, it was an excellent place to make a home, and before long, she hoped, it would be theirs. Chapter 76. Responses. Informational chapter detailing the government structure of Ilios and its membership. I will add a/ns in the next posting that breaks down the government structure, SCYFLY and HUJAS, quantum entanglement communication. The Forerunners had QEC for definite, and it is likely ancient humans had QEC. However, for now, it is not worth it. Plus, there will be a tendency to solve problems magically first, and if it's not easy, then technology will be a fallback. M2CR, thank you for the interesting info on Indonesia. Visual bliss, archmages being more common is going to be a certainty. A bit of a headache power creep haha. Vilgax, she has been missing for a long time. As has Syria. Both will feature a lot more once this plotline is gone and the tone is lighter in some ways. Joe he doesn't. Halo never existed in Atticus Origin universe. Without further ado, please enjoy the post. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next chapter is available on Discord, whilst at least the next 3 chapters after it are available on patreon/boombox117. The Discord channel is discordgg/vr88t64ye7. 14th of March 1954 Ilos, Sealstees Mount. The cold air tickled against him, the cold this high up, the highest peak in all of Ilos, only feeling like glancing touches despite it being -10 degrees Celsius. He liked being here, in solitude yet not alone. He breathed in the cool air as he sat on the rough rocks at the peaks of Mount Sealstees, his legs crossed in a lotus position, his magic rising and coursing out of him like tendrils of spider silk dancing in freezing air, interacting, meshing with the streams of magical energies that permeated through and throughout Ilos. He breathed out with a heave that felt like it was able to move mountains, and his magic was dancing to the tune of the universal song, his blood humming and thrumming to the metronomic rhythm of time. The tendrils of magic grew into tree trunk thick strands of purple-green energy, swirling and twisting around him as the air grew heavy with his magic. He opened his eyes, and like the very moment of creation, the universe in all its magnificent layers opened up to him with blinding light. And the layered, no, the deeply entwined magic within the very fabric of the universe felt like an old friend that sunk into his bones, into his flesh and into his soul, welcoming him with all that he was and is and would be, inviting him to its bosom of profoundness, of infiniteness. Profoundness sunk into him just as kaleidoscopic array of colors with infinity variety, of infinite spectrum dominated his vision, gentle ebbing physical currents of energy touching all that was, all that is, behaving like great plumes of smoke guided and taken away by complex patterns that not even he could hope to predict. And in those great plumes of smoke, there were red-hot embers that shone like beacons in a radiated sea of color, bright and vibrant, like infant stars surrounded by iridescent gases left over like amniotic fluids surrounding newborn life. His gaze fell on where he knew the city resided. And if there were red-hot embers that shone through the great haze of magic with a radiance, then the city below shone like the surface of a fiery sea of magma, glittering and radiating fiery liquid rock, their structures woven with magic that bore their own unique spectrum of magic, each building, each home slightly different than the other, each family unknowingly altering, changing the base structures to take on some qualities of those who resided within them. And in those base structures, he could see the faint outlines, the faint threads that connected those homes, threads that crisscrossed throughout Ilos, threads that connected people to places they begun to call home and to people they considered part of it. A city people called home, and as more and more people began to fill the city many had started to call the Eternal City, more and more threads and connections were created that would persist until the day they faded away into the domain. His gaze went away to beyond the city, towards the rising buildings that housed various projects, research, or production that were taken root on the outskirts of the city, far out into the hilly hinterlands of Ilos before his gaze fell on the habitat domes that were now halfway filled with both magical and mundane animals until his gaze settled towards the stars. He never tired to look at the stars. He never tired of gazing at the cosmos that was of an unbounded magnitude, filled with worlds upon worlds, systems upon systems, all entangled in unimaginable complexity. Even if he knew what lay there in the dark, in the crevices of space. How could he tire of it all when he had such great admiration and reverence for all that each of those distant stars and galaxies represented? That while stars and galaxies were of grand macro scale, those same stars and galaxies were not so different to that of the microscopic, where in each day, in each minute, in each second that passed, our pursuits, our relationships, our choices, All of it, all of that complexity all had moving parts that can be approached or could happen in so many different ways. Just as those distant stars and galaxies were subject and vulnerable to endless moving parts, of sizes great and small. A large star goes supernova and its impact is felt light years away, planets of neighboring system are irradiated, perhaps even stripped of atmosphere, whilst the newly formed black hole will affect entire solar systems with its gravitational pull for billions years to come. One event impacts dozens, hundreds of others. Just as one act, one seemingly insignificant choice made here on Earth impacts dozens, hundreds of lives that go on to erase or create so many other things, other choices. A microcosmic cosmos, yet it was more connected. Everyone, in their own way, constructed a cosmos out of chaos, but it was within a greater cosmic chaotic tesseract with unbounded magnitude. Unknowingly affecting things no matter how small or seemingly inconsequential, often done without a second thought of what it means, what it could mean. People made sense of the world and found meaning in it despite the near vastness of choice existence gave, and acted on that sensibility, on their understanding of what existence was, unknowing of the vast network each choice and decision existed in. And it was that occupied his mind. Amongst many other things. His hand rose, his palm faced towards the sky, and wisps of magic began to form within his palm. So much of magic was becoming expressional, unbound for him. Rules of magic didn't exist for him, and they had not for some time. Perhaps they never really existed at all, and merely were limiters imposed when it became known as laws and later observed as rules. Perhaps they were little more like moral values, rules that merely were a product of the human mind, brought into existence through half-finished reasoning and observation. The wisps of magic began to form into translucent blue light, crisscrossing channels of light connecting to one another until it began to resemble like the cross-section of an ant colony. Living time. How apt a description, he thought musingly as he stared at the construct in his palm. Life lived, and through time life linked. Links and lines were formed from one moment to another, through life and death, through choice and by force. Human thought, human experience, human action. Boundless in complexity, yet just as motions and events of cosmological scale are guided by gravity, electromagnetism, strong and weak nuclear forces, human thoughts, human experiences, and human actions are guided by similar unseen threads. Choice was choice, yet choice was not choice, and like planets caught in orbit of a sun, there were lines and bounds that tied individuals to one another, that influenced and directed one's path towards a destination, towards a choice. All entangled in infinite possibilities that could take place in any universe, in every universe with time as the medium through which it took form and in which it took place. It was not an easy concept to understand, even for he who saw time in the form of threads, in the form of possibilities. It was paradoxical, how everything was connected yet at the same time not. It was only through his unique connection to the infinity that was magic that he was getting a glimpse of what governed the universe, of what living time was. It was like a whisper, less than a whisper, but there still, the comprehension magic was guiding him towards. The same method it used to make him comprehend the nature of the cycles the universe was tormenting existence with, that the universe tormented itself with. The phrase that individuals were not drops of water in the ocean but rather the individuals were the entire ocean in a drop was eerily righter than wrong. Consciousness was more than what it seemed, more than what they understood, more than he understood. There was a vastness to it that tangled his thoughts in knots he was unable to straighten out despite his best attempts. It gotten to the point that he was delving into texts and understandings of ancient peoples, those peoples who held a deep core of spirituality in their beliefs. And it was helping, in a matter of speaking anyway. Concepts such the world being merely a projection from a transcendent domain of being, that it was more consciousness than it was physical, or that nature, existence had intentionality, that it was purposeful and teleological. Concepts that he felt was closer to the truth than not. From his own perspective, it posed an interesting consideration, he mused to himself as he stared at the spectrum of magic that hung just above his palm. Being reborn into another universe, one that was meant to be fictional, made him understand intrinsically that existence was not as simple as life or universal laws. Nor was it certain to make sense. But all of his considerations all seemed to lead back towards the same destination, that consciousness was more than it appeared, and none more so than the fact of how closely it was tied to the understanding of the soul, to magic and to reality itself. Like the laws that govern the universe, there was evidence there were laws that govern the other, the non-physical for a lack of a better word. Laws that seemed to thread and link people through living time, like how particles could be quantum entangled, each particle capable of affecting in an instant no matter how far apart they are, even if they were each on opposite sides of the universe. Choices were expressional acts of consciousness, but even without input from someone like him, there were tangles connected to those choices, tangles that had always been there and always would be, indicating towards greater meaning and even greater plans. It was all connected, magic, consciousness and reality. It was a universal trifecta, the key to something more. His contemplation continued for some time, thoughts that seemed to theorize without much progress, and it wasn't long until he would be relieved from his thoughts when he felt her flight towards him. She stepped down a few meters away from him and he rose from his lotus position. Lazing about? Emily asked as she walked up to him, a faint smirk on her expression. A little. Atticus said with a tired smile, if you can call thinking on our studies of consciousness lazing about. He told her and she lost the smirk and a calculating glint entered her eyes. Have you made any new headway? Atticus shook his head no. The pair of them had begun to theorize on the keys not long after what happened to him in his duel with Grindelwald, even if they had not known what exactly they were looking for. Only after his experiences with the domain and his increasing abilities with time, were they able to put a name to it. There was a membrane of consciousness that connected everything together, and magic was a layer on top that membrane, whilst reality was the uppermost layer. If they were able to figure it out, maybe they could truly end the endless cycles he was warned about by the shards and shades of billions of years old dead beings. I don't know if we'll make any further headway, I haven't seen us do it. Atticus admitted. But that doesn't stop you. Emily stated as she scrutinized him. His face split and allowed a hint of a smile to take root. It won't. Did you think just because I didn't see it, I wouldn't keep it up? The thought crossed my mind. You rely on your sight a tremendous amount. It's an integral part of you, just as Parseltongue is at this point. It wouldn't surprise me if you never followed on with something because you didn't see it. We both know that I am not omniscient, and we both know that thinking that nothing escapes my sight is foolish. I can't see everything. I do not even see a fraction of all possibilities. The monk made that clear, and I am far from being able to reach his level. Atticus told her. He may see more likely possibilities now, especially with his different way of viewing time, but that was hardly all that impressive given that he was far from being able to see what that monk had been able to see, or do, like manipulating threads of possibilities, threads of fate. She nodded. Good. I think it's important we try and keep this up as much as possible. It might take decades, but in the end. She didn't finish, but she didn't need to. If they were able to understand, they would have the keys to the universe. Anyway, shall we? Emily enthused, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I've been waiting impatiently all day on this, she said, and Atticus chuckled. Let's go. Atticus said with a nod, and soon enough they both rose in the air and snaked around the mountain towards a pass that was nearly entirely hidden by a jagged cliff edge. They descended down and began to traverse the uneven path. They stopped before a rock face, indistinct from the rest of the mount, and Atticus raised his hand. A glowing round dot with orange and red hues of light came into existence, and it grew into lines which grew into symbols. Illusion runes. Runes manipulated magic, neurophysical energy, to create effects that were manifested by the symbolism that was ascribed to their runic symbol, and it drew and manipulated this energy from the air, from the streams of magic that permeated the earth and the cosmos itself. This symbolism, the runic symbols fixed in their meanings and representations, was etched into the membrane of the neurophysical field, the magical field, and it allowed them manipulate reality and the local magical fields to bring about the effects desired, whatever they may be. Mediums for runes mattered, of course, particularly if you wanted a more permanent effect to take root, like how they had inscribed runes into the diamond obelisks that had held up Illos, but it did not come into effect because of the mediums. Mediums only affected the permanence of runes, not the effect of runes themselves. Mediums for the most part were static, and like the riverbeds of rivers, they molded the path of magic into the direction and application desired. Dynamic use of runes was different, he thought as he watched the symbols bend the fringes of reality around them. With a push of the hand, he sent them forth and into the rock face. The Atlanteans had thoroughly mastered this form of runes. Grindelwald's silver meteor-esque spell had been a very visible proof of that, and many of the ancient remnants of runic battle magic had their roots from their interpretation and application of magic. Atticus greatly suspected that spells were heavily derived from the Atlantean mastery of dynamic runes. After all, dynamic runic magic altered reality just as spells did, but where it all differed was the power that fed the alteration, the changes made onto reality. Dynamic runes wrote changes and alterations onto the physical reality itself. The changes induced was tangible as the laws of the physical reality were changed, and it fed from the magic that existed and permeated in the cosmos. Spells were given power by the individual's own magic for the most part, and its effects a result of manipulation of magical frequencies through wand movements and meaning given through similar but different forms of ascription in the form of words and sentences. Gestures and words and the individual's magic combined to alter reality or bring something into reality. Different causes, similar effects, and the survival of runes is a branch of magic that nearly every magical society around the world incorporated in their way of life. Only solidified his suspicion. Over time, most remnants of Atlantean knowledge was lost and only concepts remained. Runes diversified when writing scripts formed, and in that time, the use of dynamic runes became less understood and thus less and less useful when magical peoples began to form their own applications of magic that once would have been given effect through dynamic runes. With the creation of Illusion runes, a vastly more expanded vocabulary with meanings that functioned better than any other ancient runic language in existence, they could now use dynamic application of runes to create combinations of meaning that otherwise would require spells to be created for the targeted effect and with the expanded vocabulary with 147 runic symbols that could combine to form complex representation of concepts and phenomenon such as slip space mechanics to spatial manipulation of dimensions to spiritual phenomenon to simple manifestation of elements, the applications of illusion runes were endless. Most learned and capable mages were able to alter spells in some way as their understanding reached a certain point. Wordless and gestureless spells were often indicators of this. His own fluidic mastery of transfiguration was an example of this, and Grindelwald's and Emily's mastery of all kinds of charms and darker magics proved a similar point. Magic became more like something to mold instead of something to use. Yet with this dynamic application of illusion runes, it took one's capabilities in magic to another degree. Reality became a canvas with the magic of the universe, the paintbrushes that one's own understanding and thought used to bring change into effect. And once one mastered the illusion runes, particularly the dynamic form, reality was nothing but putty in your hands. Of course, it required an intuitive grasp of magic and an intensive understanding of more than just the laws and rules of magic taught in school. One had to be in tune with magic in a way that most would never accomplish, but in time he hoped it would become something all illusions would be capable of. After all, he believed it to be the next stage of magical evolution, both in the understanding of magic and within the makeup of his people themselves. The runes sank into the rock face and the symbols lit up across the rock face before the face began to shimmer and then undulate like the surface of water until it faded away and left behind a clear path leading into a downward tunnel with the same grey metal walls as the rims of Illos. Atticus turned towards her and he extended out his hand to Emily and she took hold of it, anticipation clear in her eyes. He could understand. He had felt the same many times when he watched this moment again and again. "Tweenie!" Atticus called out, and with a pop, his most loyal arrived. "Your Graces?" Tweenie questioned whilst he bowed his head towards them. Atticus smiled fondly at the well-dressed elf. The elf, or rather all of the elves here in Illos, had taken to call them Your Grace or Your Majesty as a result of the increasing chatter amongst the Illusions themselves about choosing both him and Emily as their royals. As Lord and Lady of Illos, the lands and Illos itself belonged to him and Emily, but the people nor the state were not part of that. People became citizens and were governed by the state where Emily and Atticus were the heads of but not its rulers, not unlike how Queen Elizabeth was the head of state of the United Kingdom but not its ruler, at least beyond a certain scope. But as more and more people arrived, in particular former squibs turned magicals that were sworn to vassalage to House Sayre, the conversation was shifting to make what many citizens already thought what he and Emily already were. "It's time, Tweenie, for us to activate the mithril veins," Atticus told the elf. "Yes, Your Grace," the elf said with an excited expression on his face. Atticus knew better than to try and dissuade the elf from trying to call him royal titles that he had not even taken. Tweenie snapped his fingers and after several pops, 3 elves appeared. The elves bowed. "Your Graces," they said as one before they looked at Tweenie for instructions. Tweenie remained the head elf of House Sayre and as such he retained a leadership position amongst all elves in Illos. He was very much the ruler of the elves, something that the little man had taken on very admirably and ably. In time, he would see Tweenie installed as a kind of chief of the elves when he transferred the bonds of the elves towards Illos itself. Like Hogwarts, the elves would be able to bond with the worldship and begin their first steps towards creating an independent elf identity. It wasn't complete independence, not quite, but that was something left to time and their own desires. The royal masters are going to activate the great magic rivers. Every elf is to stand by their positions, Tweenie said sternly, and the elves looked at Tweenie with huge wide eyes and quickly they bopped their heads affirmatively rapidly before they bowed towards Atticus and Emily and popped away. "Great magic rivers?" Emily asked very curiously. Tweenie looked a little embarrassed and even sported a bit of green tinge on his cheeks. "Yes, Queenie Emily," the elf babbled, a hallmark of his nervousness as he tended to return back to his infantile way of speaking when he was unsure and nervous. "The mithril is very, very magical, more magical than anything we elves have ever heard about. Even old tales taught to every elf about the first elves never mentioned such great magic. To us it is like being sailing away on sugar clouds in a sky made out of honey," Tweenie said dreamily before he flushed awkwardly. "Well," Atticus said with a little hesitant smile, "thank you for the descriptive way of what it feels like to the elves." He imagined it probably would feel very similar to many other magical beings, including mages were sensitive to magic like Hypatia or Perilius. Tweenie bobbed his head and he bowed towards them. "I shall go now, Your Graces. Tweenie will make sure the elves do exactly as planned," the elf said firmly before he popped away. He turned to Emily, his hand that held hers rising slightly. "Shall we go, Queenie?" Atticus said with a small grin. She narrowed her eyes as she tightened her grip on his hand. "Do you really want me to tell the elves what little Marie calls you sometimes?" Emily said with a subdued tone, a dangerous glint in her eyes. "King." "Okay," Atticus said as he tapped her hand gently. "Point taken," he said with a grimace much to her satisfaction. Honestly, the little she-devil had a talent for making the most ridiculous nicknames. It didn't help his mother only egged the little she-devil on. Soon enough, they began their journey through the tunnel. They arrived at the center of the chamber where there was nothing but a podium with a runic scheme on its surface that stood at waist height connected to dozens of channels of glowing silver metallic liquid that sunk away into the bottom of the walls and into the floor itself, most of it pooling in a basin not far from below their feet, waiting for the moment they are set to run through Illos like blood coursing through veins. Emily's released a shuddering breath and he turned to her. Her cheeks were a tinge of red, her pupils wide, and he saw her magic reaching out to the room. The magic here. Emily trailed off, momentarily closing her eyes. I never tire from it. It's pure, purer than I have ever felt anywhere else. Far more potent too, several orders of magnitude greater than Hogwarts, than even that of the dinosaur reserve. Still feels dormant though. Yes. Atticus said with a small smile on his face, his own magic emanating from within to seek out the incredible dense magic, and she turned to him, meeting his gaze as she opened her eyes. It'll remain like this until something changes, he told her. Until we activate it, after which it'll interacts with the whole of Illos. Emily mused and Atticus inclined his head slightly. She stepped forward and gazed at the runic scheme. How long until all of Illos feels even a quarter of this potency? She questioned as he arrived next to her. Perhaps several years. Atticus said musingly. It could be sooner, but I think it's best for it to increase slowly over time. We also need to inform the High Council of this so that they're at least preparing for it. After all, the magical density on Illos would be at the very least be 20-fold more than it was now. There would be effects. Even in the short term. People would have more energy, they would feel more energized and capable of recovering much faster magically speaking, and quite likely elderly people would find themselves healthier than they've ever been as the ambient magic nurtured them and reduced the pressure on their own personal magic to compensate for their age. She nodded before she turned to him. The Guardian Array, however, will have its wards transferred within moments. She gazed back at the runic scheme. The spell work we did was unclear how long the transference from the diamond anchor stones would take, though I imagine that is what you adjusted, she said as she glanced at him. The minor adjustment made to the spell work was indeed to hasten it, without it causing any detrimental effects. Atticus confirmed. I wasn't comfortable with the array being down for longer than a few minutes. His expression changed subtly, his eyes taking her in. Are you certain you do not want to share being the keeper of the wards? She turned to him, her own eyes inspecting him. No. She said after a few moments. You have said it's intimate, this connection you'll share with Illos. Yes. Atticus confirmed. It'll be several factors greater than being a ward holder of a home or, for example, Hogwarts. Atticus frowned as he paused, attempting to put into words what was most likely very indescribable. It'll be like, almost like the magical bond we share. Emily remained silent for a few moments as she stared at him until she wrenched her gaze away from him. I'm sure. Besides, I will be tied into the wards anyway through blood, even if I won't have the same level of control as you will have. I'm not as keen to tie my magic to Illos as freely as you will. She said to him. Emily would be tied through blood, but not through blood and magic, not like he will. Even though she knew there was little harm in doing this, he'd assured her of that long ago, she wasn't comfortable sharing her magic to that extent. All right. Atticus said after a few moments before he stepped forward and stood before the podium. There were 27 Illusion runes etched on the podium surface, though the runes that were core were Guardian, Right of Blood and Ecumene. He raised his hand as he drew on his magic, his hand beginning to glow dimly before with a simple expression of will. Amethyst and emerald wisps of magic began to rise from his hand before they formed into thick vibrant strands of magic. With effortless focus, he directed these strands towards the surface of the podium as if they were nothing but snaking limbs, and the podium hungrily took in his magic and the runes glowed in violent orange hues. The liquid mithril began to stir, to shake at a high frequency, so much so that its surface began to undulate like how heavy bass shook the surface of water, and it began to fill the entire chamber with an incandescent silver-blue glow, as radiant as a star on the precipice of going supernova. He began to feel a connection to the mithril, a thrumming thread that connected him to the vast pools of mithril that sat below and to the few veins that were already coursing through Illos like arteries. He let out a shaky breath as the connection deepened. If light equated to magic, then in this moment in time, it was as if he were standing atop a star made of magic, its power and magnificence forming threads to his very core of being. The magnitude of the magical density was immense. Emily stepped closer to him and took his hand with her own before she conjured a knife. Atticus angled his hand towards her and she sliced it across his palm. Blood trickled from his hand towards the indent at the center of the podium surface. The connection deepened even more, like a seed taking hold of fertile soil. Each second that passed felt like days as his magic tied itself to the dormant, pure magic that seemed like it had always waited for this momentous occasion. And like a seed, it began to sprout. He heard her soft gasp as the air grew heavy as magic rose with a strength that could only be compared to how it might feel to be in the presence of the emergence of existence itself. His nerves, their nerves were on fire, almost as if they were hosting an electric firestorm underneath their skin. Despite the intensity, despite the feeling of nerves being prickled, his magic and blood sung, nearly an ode of reverence as they both meshed and blended with the tune of the no longer dormant great pool of magic beneath their feet. Waves upon waves of timeless grey-blue magic began to emanate from the podium, from Atticus, until both of them began radiating amethyst and emerald and grey-blue hued magic that thickened the air so much that it felt like they existed, weighted in thick oil. Emily. Atticus began in a voice that sounded disembodied, his eyes aglow with pure white light. Tie yourself. Emily stepped forward and with a sharp cut, her blood also dropped into the pool of blood. The hues of magic began to change, dark green hues of magic began to twist and orbit around the amethyst, the emerald, and the grey-blue streams of magic. Atticus closed his eyes and he sunk deep into the magic that was being radiated around them. He was weightless in time, in this moment, as he swam through the streams of magic. His heartbeat slowed to a crawl, life beyond him faded away into a haze as he reached out to his secondary body, this body made out from a pool of mithril. The concentration of magic was immense and it felt as if he was in the presence of divinity itself. He wasn't sure how long he stayed like this, but it must have been long, for he felt her reach out to him with her hands and her magic, and then he decided. Like an avalanche of snow racing down the slopes of mountains, the great pools of mithril shifted and raced through the channels below the surface of Illos, channels that were thousands of miles long, humming and thrumming and brimming with untold levels of magic, all of it intended to act as red and white blood cells, all of it intending to course through the veins and arteries and organs of its new body that was Illos. And Atticus felt it all, as readily as one might feel with their fingertips, all of it intensely and with great sensitivity. He felt the presence of his elves as they stood waiting to slam the rune-carved bisected pipelines made out of adamantite against the surface of the mithril rivers, pipelines that would act like a great copper wire from which the guardian array would emanate from, akin to the electromagnetic field formed when current is ran through copper wires. And just as the last of the mithril reached the very end of Illos, he spoke up. Tweeny, now he called out, knowing the elf was listening into his commands. He felt the pipeline slam into the mithril rivers and he felt the runes activate, all while the wardstones that powered the array were deactivated. He reopened his eyes and he saw that the waves of magic were gone, now only an absent presence missed and felt like a phantom limb. It's done. Atticus said tiredly. He could feel the wards already forming. It wouldn't take long before it was completely done. I can feel it. Emily said, and he turned towards her. She was a small frown. It's strong, my connection to the wards. Yes. It's tied to your blood. You might not be the ward keeper, but you have as much authority over the wards as I do. Atticus said. Emily nodded a little hesitantly before she looked at him curiously. I know we prevented bloodkin from being able to have similar connections to the wards, but are we sure they won't be able to feel anything like we do? Atticus shook his head. I'm sure. The way we wrote the runic schemes made sure that it was tailored specifically to us. Not even our children would be able to control the wards. He told her as he met her gaze. She said nothing for a little, and after a few moments she nodded before she broke eye contact. Atticus felt a little disappointed that it was still a difficult subject for her. There won't be much else to do here now, Atticus said as he sidestepped the issue, and Emily turned towards him. Shall we? I'm feeling a little barbecue at the moment, Atticus said with an easy smile as he held out his hand. Emily took the hand. You're lucky your metabolism is as enhanced as it is. What you call barbecue is really an early grave for normal people, she said with a hint of a smile, the corners of her lips rising. Atticus chuckled. That is exactly why I have it so fatty. Atticus with a dreamy sigh. Honestly, eating the kinds of food he could eat without really having to do any working out to maintain his body was very underrated. He spied at her as they began to walk towards the exit. You can't really talk either. You eat more than a few slices of chocolate fudge a couple days a week. She gave him a mild glare. There is a difference to a few slices of fudge and stacks of barbecue rib racks. Makes no difference to the waistline, dear wife, Atticus said with a teasing grin. I doubt you'd be able to keep that waist either if it wasn't for the rituals. Her head nearly swiveled as her glare turned acidic and he almost regretted it. Don't worry, Atticus said with still a grin on his face, though he pulled her into him as they walked. I would still love you and all, even with a little extra, he said as his hand went to her backside. It did the job as planned and she rolled her eyes as her glare melted away. Sometimes you really are a fool, she said, though with no bite to her words. And as they reached the outside again, Atticus kissed her forehead. You're fool. She looked at him, vague amusement shining in her eyes. Unfortunately she drawled, and he laughed as they began to rise in the air, and soon enough they were on their way home. Break. 25th of May 1954, Provence, France. Jean Delacour POV. He watched with a proud if bittersweet smile as his son and heir François exchanged vows with Antoinette Blaugrad. He felt a delicate hand on his arm and he turned towards his wife, who smiled warmly at him, a knowing look on her face. She knew how much this meant to him. After the vows, it hadn't been long until the party begun and politics resumed its ceaseless. The years since the war had been very fortunate for House Delacour. His own imprisonment and subsequent actions as part of the Knights of Mimpost in the liberation of France and in the Greater War itself had won him significant prestige and personal political influence. His Médaille de la Valence medallion, the equivalent of the British Order of Merlin First Class or Macusa's Medal of Honor, had only aided in enhancing his reputation and that of House Delacour. And with the prestige and reputation he personally bore, House Delacour enjoyed political power and public support that allowed him to influence policies of the French ministry. He had not sought the office of Minister for Magic. In truth, he had not wanted to. And in truth, he had not needed to. Mathieu Blaugrad, Christopher's father, had been elected minister a few years ago and he'd always had the ear of his late friend's father. Mathieu had been a champion for the rights of all French citizens, and after tales of French resistance of all blood statuses, even by those in the fringes of society that bore creature blood, such laws and policies favoring equalization of rights had been received well. The man's political nose was perfect and he knew how to balance pure blood rights with the rights of others, and it was the reason why many consider him as one of the best ministers in recent memory. It helped that any collaborators, even those just slightly rumored to have aided the Grindelwaldite occupiers, were distrusted by the public, and it was something Jean had utilized to discredit many of those who stood against him politically. Jean. Harfang boomed jubilantly as Harfang walked away from the people he subjected himself to. Jean thought to himself amusedly. Lord Longbottom wasn't the only British noble in attendance, or the sole former member of the Knights. As the years went by, Jean had kept up contact with many of the comrades he'd fought with, even if it only been a short period of time, though in reality it had felt like an age. Longbottom, Bones, Potter, Bulstrode and even Hirohito, who had not come but sent money, something he called Goshuji, as a wedding gift, were those he had often spoke with. Atticus Sayer had also been one of them, before his exile. Harfang came over and offered out his oversized hand, and Jean took it before Harfang pulled him in a hug. As always, Harfang cared not for propriety and decorum. Jean cynically thought that Harfang knew that he could get away with it if only for the charm and affable charisma that he exuded so effortlessly. Naturally, it helped that he had a fearsome reputation. And a rather large axe that he was more than keen to swing. Harfang. Jean said with a small smile as they separated, and Jean looked over the giant of a man. He was a little more overweight than the last time he'd seen him, which had been at his heir Harold's wedding to Augusta Rosier of a minor branch of the English Rosiers a few years ago. Though the man still looked like he could do all of the ridiculous athletic and reckless maneuvers the man had become known for during the war. No doubt he kept up practicing with that ridiculous weapon of his. Congratulations are in order, Harfang said with a great grin, the beard only slightly parting to show off pearly white teeth, finally uniting your bloodline with that of your late friend Et. She's a looker too. Harfang said with a knowing smile. Jean smiled. Yes, Antoinette was indeed a comely woman, though it was not the reason why he had his heir marry the girl. He owed a debt to Christopher, his friend who had died during the liberation of the political prisoners held by Grindelwald. He would have gone mad during his imprisonment without the persistent presence of Christopher, even if they had been separated by a wall and could only speak to each other. Antoinette was Christopher's little niece, Mathieu's granddaughter. They had promised and joked with each other during their darkest times that they would look back to their imprisonment as nothing but a bad episode in their lives, sharing and joking in their old age as they were surrounded by grandchildren and great-grandchildren who shared both of their blood. He hoped somewhere Christopher would see that this small gesture kindly for what it was, that he was seeing it fulfilled even if it was through his niece. Thank you, Harfang. They are a good match. Jean said as he turned towards his son and daughter-in-law who were speaking with other French nobility. François was not a martial man nor particularly business-inclined. He was more of the adventurous kind. It seemed like his time in Macusa had inspired a sense of adventure within him, and he often said he'd like to travel the world. He hoped with his marriage to Antoinette he'd settle down a little. He was still young and Jean still had many decades in him to lead the family, but he hoped starting a family would inspire some amount of familial responsibility in him that was lacking a little too much for Jean's taste. Still, given that he seemed to have warmed to Antoinette, he had high hopes that his wishes could come to fruition without needing to do anything in particular. Jean turned back to Harfang, a curious expression on his face. Speaking of matches, how is your heir and daughter-in-law? He asked of Harfang. Harfang's smile widened. Augusta is a few months pregnant now. Harfang said in a proud voice. Jean's eyes widened in surprise before his smile turned warm. Congratulations. Do you know the sex? Harfang shook his maned head. No. They do not want to know until they've passed the second trimester. Harfang told Jean, and Jean understood. Pregnancy was difficult, especially for the upper nobility. Rarely did women have more than 2 scions, despite the fact that women could have children well into their 80s, a main contributor to their low population despite magical society having largely eliminated illness and injuries. It was an old superstition to remain ignorant of the child's sex until the child was developed enough that it was unlikely to die in the womb. He'd been surprised that Harfang even told him of his daughter-in-law's pregnancy, as families kept such information to themselves, not only to protect the family line but also to save face in a small way should the pregnancy be a failure. He supposed that it was Harfang's very telling way of letting Jean know that he valued and trusted the Frenchman. It was a nice gesture. Well, I hope your grandchild is born hardy and hale with magic's blessing, Harfang. Jean said before he smiled a little. He'll need to be hale with you for a grandfather. Booming laughter erupted from Harfang's maw, and I have no worries that he'll be as hale as a Longbottom. Jean smiled at Harfang before his expression fell. Speaking of hale, how are things in Britain? Britain had many eyes on them and had done ever since Atticus' defeat of Grindelwald. The past 10 years had been eventful to say the least. Many in the upper echelons of French politics had been surprised that it took so long for conflict to break out, especially when the economy had been wrecked after Atticus had pulled financially and economically out of Britain and many other European countries that had worked with the ICW to isolate the Serfs from power. And many of them, including Jean, had been surprised at the short but devastating attacks that turned magical Britain on its head, especially with the way powerful heads of families were massacred. The death of Arcturus Black in particular, and Cassiopeia Black not long afterwards, had shaken many on the continent. The thought that Arcturus Black, the black wand that liberated most of Norway, could die so easily at the hands of what many consider as rabble had been unthinkable, until it happened. And then for it to cause the events that lead and ushered in massive change in the British political system was something no one could exactly pinpoint as to how it came to be. Most did however have an inkling of understanding, none more than Jean himself. Emily Sayer Slytherin remaining in Britain whilst the rest of the Sayers were exiled spoke volumes that the Sayers were not done in Britain, no matter what the agreement of non-political interference from House Slytherin had spelled out. Of course, they weren't the only ones to understand this. Houses Black and Mackinnon were too smart not to have known this also, but with the ministry eager to agree to end hostilities and uninterested in exiling a founder house that many in Britain held incredible respect for, especially for the woman herself who became a cultural icon, well. Plus, archmages were very hard to dislodge even on the best of times. They had known they were lucky Atticus' disposition prevented him from conquering magical Britain outright, and Jean knew all too well that had Atticus desired, even without the aid of his wife, he would have been able to do it. In a grim way, this was perhaps the best way it could have ended, a short revolution not unlike the French magical revolution instead of a devastating civil war that would have caused many more thousands of deaths instead of a few hundred. Of course, it also meant that now with Britain in the hands of Ouroboros, it also meant that Emily Slytherin Sayer was effectively in control of Britain, and by relation, Atticus Sayer himself. A fact that did not escape the more astute. Not that France would have much to worry. France's position towards the Sayers had been positive, though that had been the extent of their support, for the most part. Still, it was telling that France's economy was left more or less intact despite the massive flight of capital in Europe. Just as it was telling that Jean held the licenses to MTVs and other Mage tech inventions, something that allowed France to propel as one of the leading countries of Mage tech advancements, putting them on par with Ireland and Macusa. Though with Britain's sudden shift in both attitude and economic interests, it wouldn't be long until they joined the world again with their own inputs into Mage tech, especially as they repealed many of the bans against the branch of magic. It wasn't the only repealing they were doing either. Magical Britain, relatively speaking, had been considered progressive compared to many European ministries, but at heart they had always been pure-blood dominated in their typical stiff manner. Something that was changing with laws and initiatives put in place to equalize opportunity based on merit and skill instead of pure-blood status, which Jean had never foreseen possible, especially given their extreme reaction to the published findings about the true origins of Muggleborns. They had even consulted the French ministry in regards to some of the laws towards those with creature blood and magical beings. It was rare for any nation to react in such a way that didn't crack down even harder on the groups that perpetuated such horrible crimes, and none more so than the British, who were notoriously slow to adopt new ideas. It had seemed the outcries of the public after years of economic and social turmoil had finally reached a point that great change was needed, lest a true civil war blooms into reality like what had happened during the French Magical Revolution. Such quick change over such a small period of time, in both economic and in social context, was something that was gaining a lot of interest and attention, not just from the French. The ICW was very interested in the sudden shift. Even when they should be focused on what is happening in Eastern Europe, particularly with the growing intolerance of magical beings and those of non-pure blood origin there, along with the reports of these dark group of wizards known as Rave Knights. Harfang's laughter petered up and his expression sobered, and he let off a grunt, much better, in fact better than it's been in for a long while. He looked at Jean meaningfully. Ouroboros has been strangely very progressive, and even amongst the nobility in the Council of Lords there has been grudging acceptance of laws that none of them would have supported even just a few years ago. Jean narrowed his eyes as he eyed Harfang meaningfully. House Slytherin's influence must be tremendous. He commented, and Harfang only smiled. Even with the loss of her noble title and refusal to take up a noble title granted by the British Ministry of Magic as the lawful government of magical Britain, her influence is very strong. There is a reason why most refer to her still as Lady Slytherin or Lady Sayer. Harfang said with a noncommittal grunt. For all of Harfang's abrasive nature, he was far from a fool. Jean looked at Harfang with a surprised glint in his eyes. I didn't know that calling her Lady Sayer in the open was acceptable. The Sayer name is no longer taboo, at least not completely. The country is different now, and given that it is actually passing many of the laws he advocated for, it's becoming clear to most of the public that he'd been treated unfairly. Harfang intoned. Harfang had never been happy with how things went down, and from what he heard from their mutual associates, it took Atticus speaking to Harfang directly to dissuade him from acting out as he felt. He had wondered what Atticus had told Harfang, but Harfang had never spoken of it, even to Charles or to Albert. Not that Harfang would have spoken to either beyond a certain degree, given how much those relationships soured. Enough to see him return from exile? Jean asked seriously. Harfang remained silent for a few moments. Yes. He admitted, a sober smile on his face, though I think we both know our friend won't come out of exile until he's ready. And we better all be ready for it, Jean thought to himself. I'm curious to know what he's been up to. Jean admitted, I have not spoken to him since his exile. Neither have I. Harfang laughed, and Emily is rather tight-lipped whenever I asked, only that he is well and that he expects me to have mastered desolation in his absence. Harfang grinned, his jovial nature returning. Jean's lips twitched as he looked at Harfang's wide grin. That battle axe of his was honestly ridiculous in its size, and Harfang loved it utterly. It also helped that the thing was perhaps the most powerful magical weapon he'd ever seen. He'd been there when Atticus had gifted the large man the weapon, and for a moment, he was sure Atticus had been afraid for his virtue from the way Harfang had eyed him. In any case, Harfang continued, I expect that when he is ready, it'll be a damn blast. Harfang's eyes glinted. No doubt the ICW will be roused like angry little bees. Jean looked at Harfang meaningfully. I take it you'll be there to dip your hands in honey if there is a need for it. Harfang's smile turned predatory. Longbottoms do not renege on their alliances. He only said, and Jean understood very well what that implied, and in truth, given how closely the upper echelons of the British ministry were tied to House Slytherin, he doubted that there would be many in the British Isles, including the Irish ministry, that would not stand with the Sayre couple. The political climate was very different to what it was in the late 40s. The two parted not long after, both of them promising to keep in touch, and as the wedding part neared its end, he was approached by an ambassador of the Japanese ministry. Mr. Delacour, Azutsuki Tenko said with a heavy accent in French. Ambassador. Jean greeted as the guests he was speaking to continued their conversation a little distance away from them. Join me. The ambassador said as he gestured towards the gardens, away from the guests. Jean eyed the ambassador carefully, but the man gave little away. Jean nodded his acceptance. They'd walked for several minutes as they entered deeper into the gardens, and it was at that stage the ambassador spoke up. Has there been any movement in your ministry to accept our offer of joint research? The ambassador asked. With Jean's relationship with Shinji Hirohito, he was often used as the point of contact for the more unofficial communications with the French ministry. The Japanese ministry looked kindly to House Delacour, especially with its commitment to aid Japan with its trade when most of its neighbors reneged and embargoed trade on the back of their unsavory actions in Manchuria. Jean glanced at the short man. Not yet. Our experts are deliberating the value to be gained from the research. Jean paused momentarily. We understand the usefulness of the magic, but from our point of view, we do not see why you might want this. Jean came to a stop, and the ambassador turned to face Jean, a nondescriptive expression on his face. Japan is by far one of the most fertile lands in the world. This kind of magic, it is usually used by the Bedouins or historically used in Persia or Egypt. Jean eyed the man carefully. So for us, it's surprising. The Japanese man said nothing for a few moments. Japan has no need of it at present, but in time. The ambassador met Jean's gaze. In time, we will have need of it, and we will remember the aid given by France should your ministry agree. Jean stayed silent as he contemplated what the ambassador said. No need of it yet. Curious. Jean eyed the man. I will speak with the minister. Perhaps I can help both of our people. Jean said to the man, and the short man smiled before he bowed to Jean. Lord Ieyasu-sama will be pleased to hear this. Azutsuki said to Jean. Ah, that was right. The Japanese magical community elected Ieyasu Giwaginio as Lord Protector of Japanese magical people not too long ago. After that, the conversation more or less ended, and Jean returned to the wedding. When his elves had sorted through the gifts, there had been one that was left nameless, and after they confirmed it to be benign, they discovered that it was a priceless gift. An antique bracelet of Gallic origin with Gaulish runic inscriptions. There were very few remaining records of this ancient runic system, let alone artifacts that had such runes. The Romans under Caesar had been thorough in wiping out the Gallic mages and their way of life, and it was absolutely priceless, especially amongst the nobility. Yet they did not know who had gifted them this. It was days afterwards that he received a message that took him by complete surprise, one that bore the symbol of a purple sphinx, Atticus' personal seal. And it was why he was walking the quiet park in Marseille on his lonesome in the early hours past midnight, his footsteps the sole noise beyond the rustling leaves. It wasn't long before he neared his destination, and he saw an only figure sitting on a bench before a small pond illuminated faintly by Muggle streetlights. He did not have to question who it was, he could feel it even this far out, the same magical presence that had seared into his mind and his body remembered long ago. He walked towards him. I hope your son liked the gift. Atticus said, his back still facing towards the pond as Jean neared. Jean rounded around the bench and looked at Atticus. The years had been good to him. His hair was long, reaching his shoulders, and his boyish looks that had still dominated even a few short months before his exile had gone, and in its place there was a man who was the image of aristocracy. Atticus turned towards him, his unique purple-green eyes aglow with barely restrained magic were set on Jean, a small warm smile on his face. Hello Jean. Atticus. Jean said, unable to keep his surprise off of his face. Atticus turned away his gaze from Jean, and pieces of what looked like bread floated towards the ducks. Please sit, will you? You're hovering, old friend. Atticus said even as he didn't look at Jean, and Jean blinked himself out of his stupor and sat down. What gift? He asked, remembering what Atticus said to him. The bracelets. That was you. Jean said in understanding before he looked at Atticus with intense focus. Where did you even find such priceless artifacts? You'd be surprised what you can find when you've traveled the world, Jean. Jean said nothing to that as he stared at the side of Atticus' face, who kept looking at the pond. Jean sat back on the bench and turned his gaze to the same pond where the ducks were feeding themselves on the bread. Why did you reach out to me? Jean asked finally. I would say that I missed talking to an old friend, but somehow I don't think that explanation will be accepted, Atticus said with humor in his voice as he glanced at Jean before he sent the next round of bread pieces towards the ducks. Jean snorted before Atticus continued. I'm here to let you know that my people and I will be coming back to the magical world soon. He said, and Jean stilled as he absorbed that information. The people who left with you? Jean said, trailing off, and Atticus inclined his head slowly as he turned to Jean. The people that left with me and the people who found a home with me. Jean's eyes snapped to Atticus, his mind working 1,000 meters a second. Other people than those who left with you. Atticus only smiled at Jean before he turned his gaze away from Jean. And when we return, we want a cordial relationship with those who we see as friends. Those such as France. Jean stared at Atticus for a few seconds before he snapped out of it. France? You want to be friends with France? Jean said slowly. As much as I would like us to be allies, I believe such is probably too early and politically difficult, once the ICW learns of us. Atticus said with a shade of a smile. Jean let out a shaky breath. You've really created a nation, haven't you? He asked with a dawning understanding. Atticus turned to Jean, a small smile on his face. Yes, old friend. His smile widened slightly. You would like what we have built, I'm sure. He said as he sent another volley of bread pieces to the ducks. Where? Jean asked, his mind trying to think where Atticus might have taken root. Throughout the years, the ICW, and many other people and ministries who looked because of the hefty bounty the ICW had placed, any search for Atticus and his people had come up short. Jean had also looked, if only to satisfy his curiosity, and he had no clue where they might have gone. He might have thought that they might have settled somewhere in the Pacific where there were limited ministries or magical communities, but nothing had been found. No islands were missing from maps, both modern and centuries old, and no regions unsettled were found to have any magical presence. In time, you will know. If France is amenable, you may learn sooner than when the rest of the world will know. Atticus told Jean. It will be difficult. Jean said after a while. France has not forgotten the debt it owes you and the many of the knights who left with you. Jean paused for a moment. Even with ICW and European pressure, France had not repealed the Médaille de la Vale lands it had given Atticus. But the ICW is, growing more and more influential, especially here in Europe. Jean said hesitantly to Atticus. The ICW had even established a base in Switzerland in recent years, though they kept its headquarters in Alexandria. For now, Germany, Poland, Austria, the Scandinavian countries were all working closer with the ICW as time went by, and it was telling the effect it was having on the organization. With the once Grindelwald followers incorporated within the organization, there was a slow but certain shift in the organization's attitudes. Shifts that the central and northern ministries were actively encouraging as they reverted back to how things used to be before the ICW had gutted the aristocratic structures of the countries. I'm aware. Atticus said as he turned to Jean, his expression serious. I have been watching closely about what is happening. What will happen, old friend? A dark expression came across his face, one that worried Jean immensely. He knew of Atticus' talents in divination, his sight. It was part of the reason why many in France had listened to his words of the consequences of division and pure-blood dogma, especially when mages talented in divination confirmed that Atticus was truthful. No one in France wanted to go through another war, especially another war that decimated so many of the noble families. There was already an appetite to liberalize somewhat after the heroics of Muggleborns and half-breeds during the occupation, and Atticus' words of equality had resonated with many in France. So to hear Atticus talk about something that will happen worried him immensely. The next few decades, my old friend, will be a challenging time, and it will not be because us, Atticus told Jean. Jean looked away from Atticus' gaze and towards the pond. And you would drag France into it, Jean thought to himself. He wasn't about to believe his words that rang of prophecy on a whim. Even if they were from a friend. Even if he trusted that Atticus meant him and France little harm. Jean knew that what Atticus was telling him was geared towards tying France closer to Atticus and his people. Given the hostility that will emanate from much of the former Grindelwaldite European nations and the ICW, having France as an ally would offer a strong deterrent to immediate action. He was tempted in refusing out of hand completely. The headache Atticus would bring France made it very tempting to do so, but he also knew that Atticus was a once-in-a-lifetime wizard capable of what most could not even imagine, let alone actually do, and he was honorable and loyal. France would benefit greatly if this nation bore the fruits of Atticus' labors. Years may have passed, but Jean knew that for someone like Atticus, loyalty meant everything. He gave loyalty when loyalty was returned. That was part of his nature. And alliances, well, that was a loyalty of a kind. Still, he had to remain cautious for France's sake. I will speak with Mathieu, Jean said finally as he glanced at Atticus from the corner of his eyes. He might have to convince Mathieu to prepare France for when Atticus revealed his new nation to the world, for there was no doubt that it was going to cause some kind of impact. You can tell him everything I just told you. Naturally, I would like it to be kept a ministry secret, Atticus said with a mild smile. Jean snorted. Naturally, he said tiredly. Yes, it'll definitely be a ministry secret. The last thing they needed was the ICW hounds sniffing around in France. He still remembered the near inquisition the bastards had tried to force on them for having the rights to Atticus' inventions. Speaking of, do you want buy back your licenses? Jean asked him. That was a right that Atticus reserved when he handed over the businesses and the spell work for a pittance. House Delacour would not need it, they made enough of the licenses to last them generations alone, but he would rather not lose it. Atticus stood up and turned towards Jean, his head shaking no. Consider them yours in perpetuity. Atticus raised his hand and pointed it away from Jean. He paused for a moment, taking a moment to look at Jean. It was good seeing you, Jean. I'm glad that you could make good on your promise to Christopher, Atticus said quietly, and Jean stood up as well. He'd told Atticus at some point, a few years after the war. It did not surprise him that Atticus remembered. So am I, Jean said soberly. Atticus' hand began to glow and what seemed like sharp lines that formed into strange symbols hovered in the air until the air became distorted and shimmered until what seemed like a window formed. Tall grass and hilly lands were on the other side of the window, though that was not what was strange. No, what was strange was that he could not see a sky, only a grey something that seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance. It might be a while until we see each other again, Jean. Until then, may magic light your way, Atticus said to him with a smile before he turned around and walked through the window. Jean stepped forward a little, his gaze intent on Atticus' back, but within moments, the window closed and all evidence of Atticus being present was gone. Jean stood there for a few moments, staring at where the window once was. He snapped out of it and he chuckled softly to himself, his head shaking as he chuckled. Of course the man ended up making a new form of travel. His chuckles petered out and he let off a sigh. It seemed like things were going to be very complicated, he mused to himself. Break. 30th of January 1955 England, Prince Manor. Emily POV. She stepped out of the flue, ashes vanishing before they could settle on her with a simple twist of the wrist, and she turned her gaze towards the waiting person. She'd been invited and to be shown something. Emily. Eileen Prince said with a beaming smile. She was dressed in robes with fading spots and stains, and Emily knew she had been in the midst of something in her lab. Eileen quickly walked over to Emily. Eileen curtsied quickly before she hugged Emily, a hug that Emily awkwardly returned before they separated. There weren't many were so affectionate with Emily. Really, other than Eileen, there was only Atticus, little Marie, and her mother-in-law Anne. The latter two could be excused as people important to Atticus, but Eileen? She hadn't been sure when she'd started to care for the young woman. Perhaps it had been even as early as Hogwarts when she was still attending it as a student. Still, it didn't mean that she tolerated such open displays of affection in the presence of others, especially in front of Lord Prince and his heir, who were her subordinates for all intents and purposes. She cleared her throat. Are your father and brother around? Emily asked with a stern expression. Of course not, Eileen said to her, clear understanding etched on her face, and Emily relaxed and allowed a small smile to bloom across her face, and she nodded to Eileen. Eileen at least understood her well enough. Eileen's lips twitched slightly, but she kept whatever was on the forefront on her mind to herself. Let's head towards my lab, I've got much to show you, Eileen said excitably as she turned on her heels and made way towards her labs at the right wing of the manor. Emily watched her go with a fond glint in her eyes before she followed, though at a sedate pace. Soon enough they were in Eileen's lab, a lab that was filled with cauldrons and racks filled with potion ingredients, filled with glasses and beakers, and other equipment suitable for potions. As you know, Eileen began as she towered over a simmering cauldron. I've been experimenting with Wolfsbane and Artemisia as primary bases, she said as she grabbed a notepad and shoved into Emily's direction. Emily grabbed it and Eileen returned her attentions towards the cauldron, Eileen waving her wand over the cauldron. Emily opened the notepad and began to go over her notes. Potions were a delicate art, one that required immense patience and experimentation. It was not enough to know what each ingredient did. 1 + 1 did not equal 2 with it came to potions, no. Sometimes 1 + 1 equaled 10, or 4, or 20. Ingredients interacted with one another that were not predictable, often causing different reactions in different combinations, even in different sequences. It was infuriating, and though Emily had talents for the art, she did not have the patience or time to spend on creating new potions. And it was why she had some of the Seelie to map reactions of ingredients interacting in different circumstances, conditions, magic and stirring patterns along with coming up with a predictive model that would spit out expected reactions not unlike a calculator would spit out numbers within fractions of microseconds. That was still a little way away of course. Perhaps within a few years it would become standard, she thought as she looked over the notes. Her eyes grew sharper as she read the notes. You've finally found a way to stabilize the transformation? Emily asked sharply as she looked up from the notes. Eileen turned to her, a large grin on her face before she bobbed her head up and down. Yes. Eileen said delightedly. Oh, when I got it, I hit myself for not getting it sooner. She said with a shake of the head. I failed to factor the moon cycles in the stirring patterns. The curse is intricately linked with the moon, especially magically. You've managed to fabricate the magical resonance within the potion. Emily asked astutely and Eileen nodded fervently before she frowned. It was difficult and I'm not so sure many will be able to brew it. I think I may be able to make it simpler. That can come after. Emily said as she returned the notes. If your notes are right, the transformations should remove the rapidity and the infectiousness during their transformation. Yes. Eileen said excitedly. They become more like transformed animagi. Emily suppressed a smile as she looked at the notes. This was what she needed to entice werewolf communities to her side. But it isn't permanent. Emily only stated. No. Eileen said with a frown. I'm not sure the curse is ever going to be reversible, only manageable I think. Emily looked at Eileen. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Part of the werewolf curse was soul magic. With this potion, or at least the combination of ingredients, they would be a step closer in figuring out how to reverse or alter the curse into something more useful. Something she'll look into once she moved back to Illos where there were more resources for her to work with. I'm leaving soon, Emily said after a little while. Oh, that's all right. You can come by later if you wish. The potion will take another 17 hours before it's finished. I can let you know when it is finished. Eileen rambled on. I'm sure you know where to get candidates ready for try. No, I mean I will be leaving Britain. Emily interjected, stopping Eileen in her tracks. As much as she was loath to leave behind all of the fruits of her labor, she knew that it was time to let things ferment. Her rights over Hogwarts would not disappear, not with the work she's carried out in the lands surrounding Hogwarts, particularly in Hogsmeade, and with the directions she'd leave behind. Her work with the schools and cultural identity she was fomented would remain. It was time she dedicated more time to more pressing work anyway, like her research in mass alchemic transformation. With the availability of mithril, alchemy now had powerful application, maybe even alter entire biospheres. Eileen blinked a few times. Oh. She said dumbly before she shook herself clear, a concerned look on her face. Where? Why? She asked quickly one after the other. I'm sure you have an idea, Eileen. Emily said with a raised eyebrow. Oh. Eileen said, understanding clear in her eyes before she began to nibble on her lip. Will it be long until you're back? She asked a little quietly, the shy girl she once was coming back to the forefront. It may be a few years. Emily admitted, and she didn't have to use her magic to tell that this was distressing the woman, and it made her a little uncomfortable. She hadn't wanted her to be so dependent on her companionship. It didn't help that Eileen hadn't been able to make other bonds with people despite her brilliance. I have spoken with Headmaster Dippet and Horace. Emily began again, ending the silence. Naturally, with my departure, it leaves the deputy position open. She paused briefly. Horace will be elevated to deputy. He'd be good at it, Eileen murmured. Yes, Horace would be well suited for the position, if he can control his more unsavory impulses. He'd been able to since she'd joined the Hogwarts staff. A few choice words had been enough then, and leaving him a few choice words now with the greater power and influence she wielded would solidify him from seeking to abuse his new position, beyond a certain degree. Emily only nodded. And that leaves us with the potions position. Horace can manage the head of Slytherin and potions professor positions, but he cannot manage 3. Not when Horace likely to be taking more responsibilities from Dippet, who was likely to retire within the next 5 or so years. Eileen's eyes widened. I can't. Eileen exclaimed. I'm not old enough, I haven't done enough. Emily looked at Eileen disappointedly. Eileen, you became a potions mistress at age 20, the youngest in centuries, and the only reason why you're not the youngest is because back then children were often apprenticed from a very young age in one specific field of magic. Emily continued. You've also already improved 5 different potions, making them several times cheaper to produce, and you've created 3 new potions, including a night vision potion that's managed to become a requisite potion to have within the DLME. You are absolutely worthy of becoming a Hogwarts professor. Do not doubt your talents or your worth. Eileen smiled as she flushed slightly under Emily's words. Emily narrowed her eyes. Or was I wrong to believe in you all this time? Emily said lowly. No. Eileen defended before she cleared her throat and composed herself. No. She said firmly before her expression softened. You weren't wrong. Thank you, Emily. She said warmly. Emily looked away from Eileen's warm gaze before she nodded and returned her gaze to Eileen. Good. Then you will accept. Eileen nodded slowly. I will. She hesitated for a moment. I have never really taught anyone though. I'm aware. Emily said drily. For all of Eileen's brilliance, she was a terrible explainer of things. Some people had a talent for it, and Eileen's, well, they'd definitely have to at least teach her how to teach. Horace has agreed to help you until you're capable. Emily's expression shifted slightly. You won't be teaching all of the classes either. You have the choice to teach either until Owl's level or take the Newt's classes. Both Horace and I prefer you to take the Newt's classes since it should free up more of your time to still do research. However, it is your choice. Do I have to make the choice now? Eileen asked after a few moments. No. You can take your time until May. We intend to finalize our choice of secondary professor by that time. Emily told her. Eileen nodded before she frowned. What about this potion? Will you still be around for us to conduct trials? Yes. Emily confirmed. I will at least be around until the summer where we can conduct the trials. I know a few werewolves who would happily partake in the trials. Excellent. I can also start working on figuring out a way to make easier to brew in my spare time. Eileen said thoughtfully. You know it'll make you a household name, once you figure this out. Emily stated with a raised eyebrow. Eileen grimaced. Emily knew the woman never liked the attentions her talent gave her. Particularly after a lot of the marriage offers were submitted to Lord Prince. She had to dissuade Lord Prince from accepting any. She wasn't concerned that any would mistreat Eileen. All of the noble families worth any salt knew that she favored the young potion mistress, and to displease her was a pain at best none wanted to experience. No, her defense of the woman came because she did not want Eileen to waste her talents because she had to spend decades rearing children. Not when she had not accomplished what Emily believed her capable of. Like this partial treatment of one of the most ancient and persistent curses in existence. Hogwarts is beginning to sound like a wonderful decision. Eileen muttered, and Emily allowed a faint smile. Eileen shook her head. What will be, will be. She said finally before she looked at Emily a little uneasily. Would I be able to visit? She asked quietly. Emily hadn't told Eileen anything at all really about Illos. Or much about anything else. Their companionship never really delved into areas of those kinds of things. It was more a mutually beneficial companionship that was pleasant. Eileen had been a project at first, a curiosity geared towards Eileen's obvious talents in potions, but over time Emily realized that Eileen was different to the others. She liked Emily for Emily. At least the Emily that she showed to Eileen. She would have liked Emily if she was still a riddle and talentless. And from that realization, Emily had grown a little attached to the awkward and shy girl, now woman. Yes. Emily said after a few moments. It may take some time, but you will be able to visit at some point. Perhaps during next year's summer break. Eileen smiled warmly at Emily, and Emily knew that if the woman was restraining herself from hugging Emily. Great. I look forward to it. I know it'll be amazing. You don't even know where or what it is. Emily said a little exasperated. Ah, I know it'll be great. You and Lord Sayer are amazing. Wouldn't surprise me if you guys did find Atlantis. Eileen laughed merrily. Emily rolled her eyes, though inwardly she was a little amused. There'd always been rumors about where Atticus and the people that left with him might have gone. No one explicitly ever said it, of course. No one wanted to draw the ire of the ministry back then, but there was a deep fascination with the events of the exile itself and the mysteries afterwards. It hadn't been easy to navigate through the subtle inquisitions back then, and more than a few times she had to stamp probes out before she was forced to do something drastic. She had learnt much about her capacity for patience during those years. As much as her own links to many of the noble families and personal allegiances she was owed helped. When the ICW was interested, it would have served little barrier had it not been their own overcautiousness, however wise it might have been. Her performances at the dueling competitions had been more helpful than whatever barriers being politically powerful served, and their overreaction through the recruitment of former Grindelwald followers over the years, especially when Atticus was still in Britain, was going to cause them a lot of trouble over the coming years. She didn't need Atticus' sight to see that for herself, not when they were tying themselves closer to the growing dogma of Northern and Central Europe. Nonetheless, Britain would be exempt from this dogma, particularly now that they had steered the ship towards the direction they wanted, and soon enough they would arrive at the shores of the future. People were hopeful and invested in the future of the British Isles, and that was going to be important for the years to come. And useful. As magicals, there was little need for true nationhood. Only worthless magicals were unable to feed themselves if they truly needed to, and gold for the vast majority of the public was simply enough unimportant and only useful to have and want. The majority of people craved forms of power in order to survive, and most magicals had all that they needed with simply just a wand and a bit of knowledge. Creating the series of crises over the years had been useful in completely shaking that all up. The ministry overreaching with what they could do in the affairs of the people, the economic crisis that made basic needs expensive to obtain, not enough to make it prohibitive but enough to make people unhappy, and of course the continuous civil unrest that boiled over into violence that reached even most isolated villages and farms, all of that contributed towards gearing magical Britain in a more conscious society that took active practice in the governance of the people. A redistribution of power, or at least perceived power, that would make people invested in the affairs of the country. And now it was time to leave and let things settle, though always curious of where she and Atticus were. By now, she had as much a social presence as Atticus once did, and when she left, the curiosity about them would peak. With a lot of the plays that were acted out in the Nine Realms Theatre being very familiar and many of the heroes being able to be superimposed on her and Atticus, especially that of the Tale of the Savior, they would always be in the back of the minds of the public. And in a few years' time, when Ilos emerged with all of its splendor and similarities to Avalon and Atlantis, eventual talks of union would become something serious to consider. The ministry was already geared towards being amenable to such with all of the people who were sworn to her in key positions in power, and before she left, she would provide directions to her inner circle, and invite them periodically to Ilos. Anyway, Emily began as she refocused. Your notes are unclear on when they need to take the potion, she stated to Eileen, who settled down and began to explain the intricacies of the potion. Break. 16th of March 1955. Unnamed planet, Epsilon Eridani. They descended down from the bay of the ship with full airtight suits on. Atticus looked down at his arm and saw that the temperature was -58 degrees Celsius. He dismissed it and looked towards the landscape. The place they landed was solid ice hundreds of meters thick, nestled in between ice sheets and glaciers, whilst in the background there were rising jagged peaks of mountainous rock blanketed by ice as hard as stone. They were on the north side of the massive crater that could be seen with the naked eye hundreds of thousands of miles away, larger than any crater he'd seen anywhere in the Sol system. Still, it had potential. It was only 20% larger in diameter than Earth, and it was geologically stable with an atmosphere and magnetic field that made it a prime candidate for terraforming. The target is embedded within the ice shelf. From the readings, it is several hundred meters below the surface of the ice sheet, Alice said next to him. Will we tunnel our way down with the beam weaponry? Emily asked. No. Moira said to her over the comms as she stepped forward. There would too great a risk of collapsing the ice shelf, potentially damaging the derelict vessel. I thought Forerunner ships were nearly indestructible. Emily questioned with a frown. Nothing is indestructible. Moira said to Emily with a glance before she continued, but ordinarily Forerunner ships were difficult to damage, Moira admitted. But from our scans, it's quite obvious that this vessel was already heavily damaged prior to impact. On our first journey through this star system, scans have shown debris scattered thousands of miles across this region. It is quite likely that the vessel is critically damaged, if not entirely inoperable. She turned to him with curiosity in her gaze. That was until you confirmed that there was something here of value, she said with an inscrutable expression on her face. The information that will lead us to understand what could have happened to the Forerunners. Emily asked as she stared at him. Information you've refused to divulge. He already knew what was here and what would likely happen, what they would likely do. It was a gift and a curse that made it difficult for those close to him. Emily had coped with it well and shared nearly all with her, but this was something that she needed to learn firsthand. Atticus met her gaze. You know I wouldn't keep you in ignorance if not for a very good reason. She stared at him for a moment before she nodded her acceptance. Let's go then, she said as she began to walk, Alice following in close pursuit. Moira remained though, and she looked at him with the same expression on her face. How much more have you seen now since I have returned? She questioned him. More than enough to know that you keep far more secrets than you should. And that is coming from someone who keeps many, Atticus said to her calmly. Moira only smiled slightly. You're not just seeing possibilities anymore, are you? She asked knowingly. You've always known that possibilities were more than what I called them. Moira nodded slowly. So you know about that, what you have shared about what you've discovered in your journeys with my mother is not even half covered yet, Atticus said with a raised eyebrow. Moira dipped her head. I see, she said slowly, her gaze still intently on him. He knew that she'd always suspected that he was actively seeking out alternate possibilities. Possibilities that with the right application of words would get him the truth of what she'd learned. Possibilities that no longer needed to be played out now that he already seen what they may hold. Possibilities that were now wiped out. We may talk, after this, Moira said diplomatically, and Atticus smiled tightly, somewhat unkindly, before he dipped his head and began to walk towards his wife and Alice. He caught up with them, and not long after, they stopped when they arrived at the ice shelf, though Emily began to walk forward on her lonesome, closer to the ice shelf wall. She spared a look over her shoulder, and Atticus nodded his confirmation that this was the right place, and she turned around, her hands raised. Nothing happened for a few seconds until the ice began to creak hauntingly. The face of the ice shelf before them shifted until a gaping hole formed. The bottom of the hole turned translucent, though with a faint glow, and they were just about to see that it was heading all the way down. The passage is stable, Emily said after a few moments, and her arms dropped. I will able to counteract any sudden movements now, so we have little to fear from the ice collapsing on top of us. A small drone raced forward and into the hole, light emitting from all of its surfaces, and touched the walls of the newly made passageway before it disappeared into the distance. We should know soon where we should break through, Alice said. Soon enough, they made their way through the passage, descending down and down. Emily adjusted the passageway several times, turning left and then further down at a sharper angle before they broke through the ice shelf and into an ice cavern. Blue light tinged the surfaces of the ice cavern, blue light that flickered and reflected against the surfaces. They continued their journey, most of it in silence save for Alice's reports of how close they were. It wasn't long before they stepped on solid metal and through metal hallways, and soon enough they arrived at a central chamber. Above them, the source of the blue light shone heavily, an orb with tinges of orange rotating along its circumference held by 4 structures that seemed to keep it in place, structures that connected it from the ground to the ceiling. An intact data core. Moira said with audible surprise in her voice. Data core? Emily questioned and Moira turned to her. A Forerunner data core. Only Forerunner capital vessels or above had these. She said seriously before she tapped on her wrist and began to type into the hollow. Flashes of light sprang forth from her wrist before they ended almost as soon as they arrived. Moira's expression shifted very noticeably as she turned her gaze towards the core. The data that core may hold could be invaluable. Carbon dating suggests that this crash happened about 227,000 Earth years ago, thousands of years after our war with Forerunners and about the time of their disappearance of the galaxy. That data core may have evidence that would lead us to what might have happened. Emily enthused, interest clear in her voice, and she glanced at Atticus calculatingly. Moira nodded before she frowned. Yes, but we'll need to be careful, the Forerunners had difficult encryptions. An irritated expression came on her face. And we only ever managed to get one intact data core during the war. Atticus turned to Alice. Can you try? He asked his AI. I can, Creator. Alice said affirmatively. Please bring me closer to the data core. I may also need to build an interface should none be compatible. I brought a small mobile manufacturing hub with me. Atticus said as his hand went into his pocket and a shrunk trunk exited. It resized itself and Alice descended down into the trunk. The manufacturing hub was capable of fabricating low-tier complex machinery, much of which would suffice in this instance. Emily gestured with her hands and the floor began to bow before a pillar began to form, a pillar that grew in size and then grew into a staircase that reached the data core. It was a little later after when Alice determined she made what she needed and reached the top of the staircase, which had been morphed into a small platform at the top, though the rest of them remained. It wouldn't be long before Alice broke through, he thought as he stared at her working at the base of the ship. You look agitated. Emily commented and he turned to her. She wore a calculating expression on her face. What she'll uncover, it worries you, doesn't it? Yes. Atticus admits. I haven't yet seen where it leads. He turned to Moira, a complicated expression on his face. But I do know every possibility. Where you leave, you do not return. Atticus clenched his teeth. He'd never seen any possibility that he'd go himself, which was odd to say the least, but even now, even when his curiosity was high, he couldn't even bring himself to even consider it. It simply was too dangerous for him, for them. I have not been able to look further than 50 or so years in the future, but in none of those possibilities do you return in all that time. Moira's expression was neutral, but he knew exactly what she was thinking. The Forerunners? Emily questioned before she paused meaningfully. The parasites? She asked a little more quietly. It's likely the Forerunners. Or whatever remains of them. Moira said after a moment, after she broke eye contact with Atticus and turned to Emily. If the parasites still survived until now, we would not be here. I wouldn't be so sure. Atticus trailed off, capturing both of their attentions. We know by now the parasites are the greatest danger in existence. They have brought empires hundreds of thousands of years old to their knees, and they have felled the greatest empire and technologically advanced people millions of years old. He paused momentarily, his eyes scanning them both. I wouldn't be surprised if the Forerunners had been unable to completely wipe them out despite all of their efforts. He finished. And it was on that sober thought that they waited. Alice descended down from the platform after nearly an hour of waiting. I have decrypted the data core. Alice paused as she reached the bottom. However, I have not yet integrated the data extracted completely. It may take several days until I have processed it completely. Alice looked up. However, I have processed the themes of the data. Technological data is the most significant portion of the data. What about navigational data? Atticus asked seriously. I can have that processed within seconds. It is a small portion of the data. Please do so. Atticus requested firmly, and Alice's eyes flickered before she looked at Atticus again. I have navigational data to a number of Forerunner installations. Including what they refer to as Installation 04. Installation 04. Are you able to parse through the data and call up everything related to that installation? Atticus asked firmly, his eyes intently on Alice. Alice took a second to consider. Yes. Stand by. Alice said as she stood still. He turned to Moira and Emily. Installation 04 is where you went, Moira. Where you never returned from. And you really don't know what's there? You've never seen yourself go there? Emily asked. Atticus shook his head. I have never found any possibilities that lead me there. Not surprising given that the domain refused to give him any answers on what was on Installation 04. It wasn't the first time the domain didn't respond to his requests. The creature that controlled the domain, Manu or whatever it was, had not tried to dominate his psyche ever since he got control of his connections to the domain and learned how to interact with it, even if his interactions were only shades and shards of knowledge. The chances of that? Emily said, surprised, and Atticus smiled grimly. Knowing that Moira never returns when she goes there, despite any precautions taken, ensures that neither of us go there ourselves in the near future. He told her before he looked to Moira, who seemed deep in thought. Alice began to move again and drew all of their attentions. Installation 04 is a super weapon. Alice said, a deep frown on her face. It is the mechanism they use to annihilate biodiversity in the galaxy to prevent the parasites from consuming the galaxy whole. Silence reigned for a few moments as the truth was unveiled to both Emily and Moira. Though that is not its only purpose. It is also an artificial habitat capable of housing organic life. Alice continued, and from the way comprehension dawned on Moira's face, she began to understand as she turned to him, her look of comprehension morphing into horror. Not even they were foolish enough, Moira tried, her voice uncharacteristically uneven. I don't know, Atticus said to Moira grimly, but the look on his face made it clear that he thought he suspected that they did not complete the job. We will need to go eventually. Emily said after a few moments. She continued before anyone else said anything, of course not anytime soon, especially not until we are settled on our world. Emily's lips thinned as she stared at Moira. You would be a liability if you left, Moira. Emily said sharply, you know where our new home world will be, and if the parasites get a hold of you, even if you destroy the ship. She trailed off, though it was clear where she was going with this. The Covenant must not be allowed to find the installation. Moira responded. To not secure this installation is of the greatest of follies. I agree. Emily said the Covenant must not be allowed anywhere near this installation. But they have not found it for thousands of years. It is entirely possible they will not find it in another 1,000 years. Emily turned to Alice. Are you able to wipe out the data core entirely? She asked of the AI. I am capable of corrupting and purging the data. Alice confirmed. It does not mean that this is the sole vessel or forerunner remnant that would contain information that could lead towards the weapon. Moira said. It doesn't. You're right. Atticus interjected, and I fully agree that we must be ready to hunt down these weapons to either destroy or to control fully. But it is not something we are capable of doing now, not with how few we are. The universe does not wait until you are ready. Moira warned. It does not. Atticus said with a sigh, but what choice do we have? We do not know for certain what is there, and we do not have the people yet to be able to deal with this. Moira, we cannot be rash. If something went wrong, we may well open up the galaxy for a second infection, this time without the forerunners to delay them again. Moira's expression changed to displeased before she seemed to relent. Very well. She said before she looked at him with hard expression on her face. I want you increase the endeavors to uplift Illos. I will assist you in this. She said firmly, and there was nothing he could say to change her mind. Atticus shared a glance with Emily, whose lips had narrowed to a thin line. Eventually she sent him an affirmative through their bond, and he turned back to Moira. I agree. He said before he paused. The Office of Space will be able to utilize your talents the most. Alice, Atticus called as he turned to her. How long will it take you to purge the data? 14 hours. Alice said after a few moments. Then do so. Atticus said before he turned to Emily. We should be able to damage some of the internal structures. Emily looked thoughtful until she spoke up. We can transfigure the metal alloys into cast iron. Let time and environment rust away at the structures. She turned to him. Of course we'll need to make sure we pick the right spots so that collapse is accelerated. She said knowingly. Atticus nodded with a small smile. I know just the places. He turned to Moira. Are you staying? He asked the ancient human. Yes. Moira confirmed. I will parse through some of the data obtained by Alice. There may be navigational data to other Forerunner facilities of interest. She said with a long look towards him. He wouldn't confirm otherwise. Neither would Alice give her the navigational data to what the Forerunners referred to as shield worlds. He'd already talked with Alice about what exactly to divulge and what to hold back. All right, Atticus said before he and Emily walked away. When they were some distance away. Will she do as was agreed? Emily asked him intently. Yes. He said as he glanced at her. For now. He sighed as they walked. I will need to speak to her again soon in order to deal with her more cowboy tendencies. Emily said with a raised eyebrow. Atticus snorted as he turned to her. Cowboy. He said a little amused. She shrugged elegantly. It is apt to describe her. She can't seem to quit in her pursuits even if it is proven that doing nothing is the better course of action. It also doesn't help that she is only tangibly working with us. She said as she glanced at him. I imagine that will be difficult to change. Atticus smiled at her, a half grimace on his face. Quite. He confirmed. It doesn't help that we are effectively children in her eyes. We would still be children in her eyes 100 years from now. Emily said disdainfully. If we're meant to be her people's triumph, then she should step back and let us work towards our destiny. For the next few hours, both he and Emily worked to weaken the structures of the derelict vessel, and soon enough 14 hours passed. Alice completed the purge, and not long after they were back on the ship and heading towards orbit. Break. 15th of August 1955 Illos. Tertiasa POV. His knee bounced up and down, his impatience having turned physical as he nursed his drink in his hand. Tertiasa heard a chuckle and he turned towards his never unhappy friend, the same smile that showed off his pearly white teeth worn like always. Relax, Quaim said easily, they'll get down soon enough. We'll be late at this rate, Tertiasa said a little irritated, we should have been out nearly an hour ago. They said they'd be done in 5 minutes an hour ago. Friend, you should know by now that women operate on a different time scale. They say they'll be ready in 5 minutes, they really mean an hour. Quaim said with a laugh. Not even the coronation will change that. Tertiasa shook his head. He had no idea what they were doing that took so long. With magic, it took less than a few seconds to look perfect. He sighed before he glanced at Quaim, a curious expression on his face. How's the academy anyway? He asked. Quaim had only recently joined the Illusion Guards. Quaim's smile dropped a little hard. Quaim admitted, I never thought that I'd be dead on my feet so much despite my pretty good fitness level. Really? Tertiasa asked, surprised. Quaim had been a star THREPLR player at Pandrosian, a game that was very demanding physically with the way you had to maneuver at high speeds and strike the ball in the air. Yes. Quaim said with a grimaced nod before he smiled, I love it though. I'm learning a lot, not just laws and procedures but also a lot of combat magic. Despite Illos being so peaceful, it is required that any officer of the law is capable of grade 3 combat. Isn't that mid-tier competitive dueling level? Tertiasa asked with slightly widened eyes. The dueling competitions in Illos were honestly amazing and a lot of veterans of the Grindelwald War participated in it. For the past 2 years since the competition had been running, every last 8 competitors had been veterans of the war, which wasn't surprising, but to even get into the competition you had to be grade 3 combat magics capable. The veterans were all grade 4s, whilst as far as he knew none were grade 5, though it was rumored to be that good. You had to be able to last for some time against the Lord and Lady Sayer. Something that everyone pretty much agreed was impossible. Quaim laughed. Yes. He said with a nod, I will have to be that good in the next few years if I want to be graduate from trainee to junior guard. Quaim turned serious. I'll be able to do it just fine, I'm confident about it. Well, I have faith in you, Tertiasa said as he raised his cup. Quaim smiled gratefully and leaned forward to touch his cup against his. Cheers, pal. I appreciate it. Quaim said to him with a genuine smile, which Tertiasa returned. When he moved here first over a year ago, at the same time as Fatima, he'd been so uncomfortable and uneasy about moving to such a truly strange but wonderful place. It felt like he was in a place of legend. It still sometimes felt like that. But that unease soon fell away when he met the family that was hosting him, Quaim's family. There were many young people who were made recently magical, and part of the process was to ease people into Illos by joining families who were already well rooted into Illos. And it was something that really did help. He'd met quite a few people who had been students at the same academy, and all of them had agreed that the people they were staying with helped them a lot in adjusting. It was the same for him. Quaim's parents were very kind people and never made him feel like a stranger, and Quaim himself had taken him under his wing, helping him make friends with other young people and helping him with his studies in magic, which he had been very behind on. Not that the government didn't help with that. They'd set up the Center of Magical Studies, a separate school for late bloomers, which really meant newly made magicals that catered classes specifically for older students. He'd found that there were many kinds of people that were newly made magical, though there was about a 50-50 split between older people and teenagers. Though one thing they had all in common was that they had all agreed to the same agreements in order to be made magical, one of them including swearing oaths of vassalage to House Sayer. The oath had made him uncomfortable, and though it was explained to him well why it was necessary, it set him slightly easier at ease that everyone was getting the same requirements, even those who lived in Illos for years before becoming magical. What yourself? Quaim asked, drawing back his attentions. Have you decided yet if you are going to apply for Office of Space? Tertiasa remained silent for a few moments until he said, I have decided. He said with a slow nod, I will apply for the Maginaut apprenticeship. Quaim whistled as he eyed Tertiasa intently. That's not an easy program. I know you're smart enough for it, hell you're probably one of the best scoring student in physics, but are you sure you're? Quaim trailed off uneasily. Strong enough magically? Tertiasa finished for him and Quaim smiled apologetically and Tertiasa waved him off. It's a valid concern to have. Tertiasa hesitated for a moment. It's a concern I also have. His magical rating at present was only that of a middling warlock, and though he had not reached his final magical maturity yet, it was quite likely that he'll only increase somewhat in magical strength. Most thought you needed to be at least low sorcerer in magical strength to be selected, but Tertiasa was sure that was not true. It was only because people thought of how prestigious it was to join the Office of Space, especially the programs that would train people for planetary missions, that people believed you also had to be quite strong magically to be selected. He disagreed vehemently with that kind of thinking. And he hoped that the directors and officials of the Office of Space agreed with him. Still, I am confident that I will be accepted and that I will succeed, Tertius said with a confidence he didn't completely feel. I just need to be given the chance, he thought to himself. Quame's smile bloomed here. Here. Quame said as he raised his cup to our successful futures. He said loudly and Tertius laughed before he joined in raising his cup. What this noise you boys are making? He heard from the hallway. He turned towards the voice and saw both Fatima and Louise walk in, both of them dressed splendidly and both of them looking so beautiful, especially Fatima. He stood up and he looked at her. Her hair was up in a bun whilst the dress she wore tastefully hugged her body and he thought she was the most beautiful thing alive. He felt a slap on his back and he blinked out and he saw that he was being looked at a little amusedly by Louise and Fatima and he flushed red as he turned away from their gaze. Ladies, Quame said as he walked over to Louise and kissed her on the cheek. Fatima, you look stunning, as I'm sure Turtle will agree, he said with a wink, one that only caused him to flush even more and glare at Quame, though he continued, and you, Louise, look like a million stars. Quame said as he pulled Louise in for a hug. Ah, thank you. Louise said with a blinding smile. Fatima, you look wonderful. Tertius said and he felt like kicking himself for how lame he sounded. Thank you. Fatima said a little quietly and she even smiled at him, which made his stomach flutter. Even to this day, he had still not gotten over the crush he held for her. And even to this day, he never really acted on it. He was really a coward. Afraid of her saying no, especially now that they were close friends. Louise cleared her throat. Shall we go? She asked them and they all quickly agreed. Illo's streets were never busier than they were now, especially as they headed towards the central boulevard where everyone was congregating. It seemed like everyone and their mother was going to the same place. Not surprising given the momentous occasion. Soon enough they were in the midst of a large crowd of thousands, tens of thousands, and it was quite likely that everyone from Illo's was here. And as the time ticked away, the loud conversations and cheers died away as the ceremony began until all that remained was a deafening silence. Illusion flags, a strange flag that bore a purple tree-like stump with white roots growing from the stump reaching out to blue, yellow, and green stars, were as still as a stalking panther. All eyes were pointed towards the podium. All mouths were closed and all ears were listening for the slightest noise to emanate from those who stood on the podium. And on that podium, there were only 4 people. The chief representative Ro, the priest Kals Eric, and of course the Seres, for whom all had come to witness, sworn in as king and queen of the Illusion people. They were attired in the finest clothing he'd ever seen, wearing combinations of purple and dark greens that seemed to command one's deference. The priest, who wore grey-white robes and wore a headband that ran through the middle of his forehead, stepped forward and stood in front of them. Any remnants of sound from the crowd was sucked out like air in a vacuum and total dead silence took its place. Will you solemnly swear to govern the peoples of Illos according to the laws and customs of the peoples of Illos? The priest from the commune of magic asked, his voice reverberated even towards the farthest reach of the gathered crowd. I solemnly swear to do so, he said, his voice patient, cultured, as smooth as the finest of velvet yet as authoritative as that of a general. I solemnly swear to do so, she said, her voice musical, ringing like silver bells yet at the same time commanding and demanding of respect and deference. Will you, by the grace of magic, to all of your power, through magic or through position, execute fair and just judgment in the name of law and justice? The priest questioned solemnly. I will, they said. Will you to the utmost of your power maintain the sanctity of magic? Will you stand true to the rights of all magicals, irrespective of race or of species, to worship and to live freely as by the laws established in Illos? All this I promise to do, all this I promise to do. The chief representative brought out a scroll to them. They each took a quill and signed onto the scroll that amended the constitution and brought the peoples of Illos under the governance of the royal house of Sayer, though the Council of Representatives and the Council of Magical Races would govern the peoples in their name for the most part. It was something that happened not long after his arrival, the conversation of turning the Lord and Lady of Illos into royalty. From what he understood, most had already considered them as such, but it was only after a conversation on a morning talk show that it really began to be discussed amongst the public. To the point that it was discussed in the representatives' chambers. And from there, it just really snowballed until a referendum was had and 92% of the voting population voted to have Atticus and Emily Sayer rule over the people of Illos as monarchs. Then, I, the acting voice of all peoples of Illos, by the power vested by those same peoples, I confirm you as king and queen of the peoples of Illos. The priest said loudly. May magic light our way. The priest finished loudly. May magic light our way. The crowd exploded before shouts of King Atticus and Queen Emily erupted all around him. He wasn't sure how long it went on, but the cheers were deafening and long-lasting. Illusion flags were waving like crazy as shouts of their names continued on and on. The energy of the crowd was unlike he had seen before thus far since he'd moved to Illos. It didn't surprise him, really. If there was anyone these people loved that wasn't family but loved them like family anyway, some perhaps loving them more than they loved their own family, it was these two, he thought to himself as he stared at the podium where they stood and waved at the crowd. He couldn't really blame them either. Everything he'd learned since he became magical pointed towards them being incredible. I wish I brought my kit, he heard just barely over the noise, and he turned to his left. Fatima had a sour expression on her face. Cheer up, Quaim said loudly behind them, his voice just loud enough to be heard over the crowd. There'll be plenty of pictures and holos to commemorate this moment in history. I'm sure you'll have enough to help you paint today. Tertiasa turned around and saw Quaim's arm looping over Louise Richards' shoulders, a wide grin on his face. Louise rolled her eyes good-naturedly before she smiled kindly at Fatima. This big buffoon may talk a lot, she said with a cheeky smile, one that garnered a big kiss on her head from the affable Quaim, which also ended up causing Louise's smile to widen even more, before she continued, but he is right. I doubt you won't find many pictures and holos in all kinds of angles to inspire you. Fatima smiled a little. You're right. Thanks, Louise, she said, though her eyes flittered amusedly at Quaim, who put on a false sullen expression before he looked down at his girlfriend. This situation, Quaim began waving between himself and the rest of them, isn't right, Quaim said dramatically, and Louise pulled Quaim's head down and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Don't be a baby, big guy, she said cheekily as she tapped his chest, causing them all to laugh. It wasn't long before the crowd hushed again and the speech began. This is a special day for both my husband and I, Queen Emily said as her voice reached far and wide into the crowd. When we decided to build Illos, we did not envisage what we have become and promise still to become. It had been simpler than that. We simply wanted to build a home. Queen Emily said as she looked to her husband with a fond expression before she turned her attentions back at the crowd. We wanted a home that we could call our own, a home where the politics of our ancestral lands wouldn't follow us, politics that served the country little and the people even less. Queen Emily said to a silent but listening crowd. And as fate had it, many of you had wanted the same when the time came for my husband to leave for our home. Queen Emily said, a small smile growing on her face, a decision that has made Illos so much more and continues to be more. And just like then, the new king picked up from where his wife left off. You have once more put your faith in us to make us your king and queen, deepening this union between us to something unbreakable. And just like I once promised you prosperity and opportunities that would make kings and emperors weep at their poverty in comparison to you all, we make this new promise to you. King Atticus said, his voice lulling them all into absolute silence. We shall never abandon you, nor shall we ever not fight for you. The king declared, his voice steeped with deafening solemnity and far-reaching honesty. Your blood spilt shall be our wound to heal. Your pain shall be our pain to soothe. Your happiness shall be our joy to witness. Your achievements shall be ours to celebrate. The king said, each sentence sounding like proclamations that spoke to every heart present. Tertiasa looked around and saw how much it meant to all of these people, how much they loved the two who stood in front of them. For this is what it means, be your king and queen. Queen Emily picked up as she took King Atticus' hand, a union with the people that shares all of its triumphs and all of its hardships. Yet it is certain, just as we have come so far already in such short years, together, we will rise to such heights of greatness they will sing of our generations 10,000 years from now. Queen Emily finished powerfully. The crowd responded with loud, nearly animalistic cheers. May magic light our way. The king and queen shouted out. May magic light our way. The crowd responded and chanted again and again, and again. And Tertiasa joined in the chants.